Here you can become a hero who will go down in history as a knight commanding hundreds of soldiers. It is possible, a rich man possessing permanent treasures that no one has ever seen in reality. The alternative is a thief who will steal these treasures from the rich man and distribute them to the poor people. Here you can even become a king. The New World is not just a game, it is a miracle of virtual reality, which can be connected to using capsules. Michael Douglas, looking at the bright advertisement for the New World, knew that this was his only chance to fulfill his dream of opening a flower shop. Michael and Jack straddled the treadmills at Urim Gym, Jack marveling at Mac's desire to own a flower shop. Michael asked his friend to speak more quietly. He was worried that his father, who also owned a fitness center, would find out about his dream. The boy didn't even want to start a conversation with his father about the flower shop. It would have been tantamount to suicide. Jack understood his friend perfectly. His father hated everything related to flowers, and flower shops in particular. At the same time, Jack couldn't believe that his super brutal friend loved taking care of flowers more than anything else in the world. Hand-to-hand combat was much more in keeping with Michael's appearance, and many people were simply afraid to look him in the eye. Even without Jack saying anything, Mike remembered perfectly well what had happened to him in high school. It had been only 5 years ago. Michael's father had just opened his gym, and Michael was helping him at the reception when uninvited guests started pouring into the room. The bullies declared from the very beginning that they needed the owner of this gym, and that they had a serious conversation with him. It was a typical racket, and the gangsters claimed that the owner of the new gym had to pay them for permission to open his business there. The Urim Hall was brand new at the time and had been operating for less than a month, with virtually no profit, and breaking even was considered a godsend. On this day, Michael was replacing his father, and since there were no visitors, he dozed peacefully in a chair, listening to his favorite music. The bandits were outraged that no one was paying attention to them, and the guy in the chair didn't even take out his headphones. They were about to give the lesson to the insolent gym employee. It wasn't the first time they had to break the stubborn ones. However, seeing the face of the man who had been peacefully snoring in the chair until then, the boys felt a strange trembling in their knees. Michael took out his earpiece, smiled sweetly, and apologized to the visitors for not immediately hearing them enter. This smile made the racketeers' misfortune even worse, and, unexpectedly for themselves, they registered at the gym and paid for the membership. This old memory troubled Michael, who would go and buy flowers from a man with such a formidable appearance. Jack reminded his friend that the flowers were wilting in his hands, and most importantly, that Michael had a severe allergy to pollen. That's why the New World was Michael's last chance. Jack knew that this place could fulfill any dream, but no one had ever opened a flower shop there. There was another problem. If Michael's father found out about his son's desire, it would be scary, and besides, the boy would definitely lose muscle mass in the capsule. In any case, Jack was ready to support his friend and offered to go to the capsule room together, as he had already started playing. Michael got worried. He thought that he had to buy the capsule, but he didn't have the money for it. The friends headed to the nearest game room, where they could rent a game capsule for a few hours. Jack advised Michael to start the game from the Crumb Point, where he himself started. Michael knew that Crumb is a desert, and it is impossible to grow flowers there. Jack replied that Crumb was preferable for noobs. First you need to level up, and then think about the shop. Jack warned Michael not to go into the Roxa Forest, as this would guarantee complete failure in the game. Roxy Forest was famous for the difficulty of its quests. Many newcomers died there. If you lose your character at this point, it will be impossible to create a new one. Michael knew all this. He also knew about the crazy elves that inhabited this forest, and that you can only leave it for crazy money on the back of a high-ranking character. Jack warned his friend that everyone thinks that the Roxy Forest is a dead place, and that's why few people go there, especially noobs. Michael didn't object, but it so happened that the guy always had his own opinion on any issue. Jack knew this perfectly well, but he had to warn his friend. He adjusted the size of the capsule to Michael's powerful figure and set it up for launch. Jack once again warned Michael not to go to the Roxy Forest and to start from the Crumb location, otherwise he would ruin the game at the very beginning. Jack promised to write to Michael privately and tried to tell him his game nickname, but the guy could no longer hear his friend. Michael was tweaking the character. Radical changes were blocked, but it was to the guy's advantage. He wanted to be ordinary. The setup is complete, and a new character named Alan has joined the New World. Alan chose the Roxy Forest as his starting location, where noble elves live and amazing flowers grow. Michael just had to figure out how to manage his personal email, which he did quickly, contacted Jack, and reported that he had logged in normally. Jack's nickname in the game was Big Muscles, and he was extremely outraged that Michael didn't listen to him and went to the Roxy Forest. Jack tried to convince his friend to change the starting location, but he only blocked him so as not to hear his whining. Alan looked around and decided that his choice was correct. He did not see people, but the variety of flowers of all shapes and sizes inspired him. To begin with, the guy decided to try moving in this body, and it turned out that the avatar corresponded to his actual physical fitness. Alan was analyzing the movement abilities and striking power of the virtual body, and from behind a nearby tree, they were already watching him. The stranger believed that this player would be a new victim and join the Roxy Forest clan, Chunrokyop. Alan continued to study, unaware of the hand of fate hanging over him. However, the guy's natural sensitivity did not fail him, and he managed to turn around in time and spot the stranger. The guy didn't even flinch. He just asked the stranger to wait a little, he would finish, and they could start talking. Alan's face and his frowning gaze made a stunning impression on the stranger, as they always did. The player took a few steps back, and his intentions suddenly changed direction. The stranger briskly took off, declaring that he did not want to start an individual battle. Alan was perplexed. He thought that this was a training NPC in front of him. He wanted to start the game slowly, and then some chanrakyup showed up. In any case, this clan had no meaning to Alan, and he decided that he would do whatever he wanted. Michael Allen wanted only one thing, to open a flower shop, grow and sell flowers. Alan stood in the very center of the flower meadow and vigorously inhaled the air. There were no signs of an allergy. Instead, the guy felt a multitude of notes of the most delicate floral aromas, which confirmed the high sensitivity of the sense of smell. Alan decided that he had found himself in a real paradise, and he could not have dreamed of anything better. The system beeped and reported that Alan had received the plant knowledge skill. After examining a plant, the player could find out its name. Alan was delighted. This skill seemed to have been made especially for him, and he began to examine all the flowers surrounding him. The system increased the plant knowledge skill and raised the gathering level, and very soon, Alan received the achievement Simple Observer. This allowed for increased movement speed when flowers were growing around. Then the Flower Lover achievement was obtained, and the loyalty of strangers was increased. Continuing his studies, Alan earned the Aspiring Botanist achievement and unlocked a reference book for automated recording of plant information. This was exactly what he wanted all his life, to study plants and record the material he obtained. Michael was delighted. His lifelong dream had come true. He praised the creators of the new world and rejoiced at the opportunities that had opened up. At the same time, May entered the Rockshi forest location. She was warned about the dangers of Rockshi, but her target was the elves. May understood perfectly well that without people the beginning would be difficult, but people did not hold much interest for the girl. May longed to meet the elves and establish friendship with them, and perhaps even warmer feelings. Hearing the noise, May decided that she had not made a mistake in choosing the location and would immediately run into the elves. May peered out from behind a tree and saw a terrifying-looking creature hopping across the clearing. In fact, it was Alan. Thinking that there was no one around, the guy loudly expressed his delight at the abundance of color. 5 minutes later, a message appeared on the New World forum from a player who had just been in Rockshi Forest and seen a terrifying creature. The player did not understand whether it was a monster or an NPC, and he was unable to talk to it due to fear of its appearance. Alan didn't care about any of this. When he saw the message about the directory, he immediately wanted to read it. The system provided the player with the required inventory upon first request. To extract the required information, one had to open the reference book to the required place and touch the required page with one's hand. After these actions, information about the Eifelchi flowers and the Physalis tree vine that he had just examined surfaced before Alan. Alan understood the principle of the system and decided that he would explore the entire forest and fill in the data on all plant species in the Rockshi forest location. The guy decided not to waste time. He was drawn by his interest in virtual botany. Alan kept finding more and more new species, information about which was immediately entered into the reference book, and before he knew it, he had reached the very heart of the forest. The player's eye caught a piece of dandelion fluff. It was floating smoothly through the air towards Alan. Fluffy flew in from the direction of another flower meadow, and the guy turned towards her. A magnificent view of a sea of beautiful blue flowers opened up before Alan. It was a huge field of Ilfechi flowers. They were not rare, but they were not often found in such quantities. While examining the flowering plants, Alan discovered one bud. This flower was not going to show its beauty to the world. Alan found it strange that this flower couldn't bloom with the others. The guy squatted down next to the bud and remembered one incident. In the same way, an unblown flower stood in the school flower bed. It was the only one that retained its bud. It was during his second year of high school that Michael Jeho was the only one who noticed the bud. Michael decided to make sure the flower bloomed at all costs and really did everything possible. Every day the boy came to the flower bed and watered the lonely bud. The next trick was to dry the flowers with classical music, Michael having heard that it helps the flowers grow. The boy encouraged the bud and wished it luck in flowering and producing seeds. It was not entirely clear what all this led to the goal, but the bud blossomed slightly. Michael Jeho was incredibly pleased that his efforts had not been in vain. The boy's joy did not last long. The school garden keeper, Mr. Ill, appeared and trampled the flower. Ill stated that he was informed that Jeho was deliberately growing poisonous flowers in the school flower bed. Mr. Ill was cruel to the bullies, and from Michael's face, he decided that all the rumors were true and decided to destroy the flower and punish the guy severely. That day the flowers cried, Jeho cried, but Mr. Ill cried too. Alan decided that, despite the fact that he had failed then, he would definitely succeed now. The boy intended to help this flower, like all the others, to disperse its seeds. The system immediately responded with a message that the player had found an ill-fetchy flower that had never bloomed. Alan was perplexed by what he meant. It never bloomed. Was it some kind of quest to make the flower open its petals? The boy was overjoyed. He was so tired of listening to his father's instructions. Now he could show the will of a man who would do everything without support. Alan spent an hour searching for information, but this flower was not a new species, and was not another form of the same species either. Alan decided he couldn't just sit and watch any longer. He needed information. It was time to go to the starting city and accumulate experience. Without this, there was no way forward. After 3 hours of play, Alan started playing as a regular player and came to the small village of Trion, a resting place for elves. One of the reasons why Rockshi Forest is difficult to traverse is that the hostile elf village was the starting point. Alan had some concerns about the elves and their attitude towards people, but it was just a game, which meant everyone would survive. Very soon, Alan came across 2 elves engaged in some kind of passionate conversation. The elves stopped Alan and stated that he had no right to visit this village. Alan apologized for bothering me. He didn't expect it to be so difficult. The elves decided that Alan was actually a monster and not a human, and were amazed at his ability to talk to them. The elves decided not to waste time talking, but simply attack Alan like a dirty monster and kill him. Alan was surprised where these runts here saw a monster. They were probably calling him names, and that was offensive. The boy dodged a direct blow to the jaw, delivered with a force that was out of proportion to the fragility of the attacker. At the same time, Alan noted that his ability to dodge attacks was enough to avoid a punch. Michael owed his high level of physical fitness to his father, who mercilessly drove his son. The father made the boy do 300 push-ups in one go, fix his position, and not change it for a long time. His father was a strict coach and yelled at Michael to become a great fighter and never let his guard down. Now Alan deftly dodged the blows of the enraged elf, receiving no damage at all. Alan lost the sense of reality of the fight. He could not dodge properly and did not want to cause much harm to the elf. The guy decided to take a risk and counterattack, even though he didn't know the level of strength in this body. No sooner said than done, but the system announced that due to the difference in levels with the enemy, no damage was inflicted. The elf noticed that the monster's movements were quite good and did not allow one to relax. The second elf didn't understand where such a large and strong monster came from in their forest. Alan was indignant. How could they? Does he look like a monster? The pointy-eared ones are completely carried away. The elves were surprised that the monster could talk. Maybe he was the devil. Alan did not give up trying to convince them that he was a man, an immortalian. That is, the player who dies and will not be resurrected, unlike an NPC. The elves were surprised by this turn of events. Was he really not immortal? Although Michael's face told them something completely different. The elves were looking for signs of an immortalian in Alan. They simply sniffed the guy. Alan was outraged. He takes a shower after training and smells quite nice. The elves caught the scent of the Eifelchi flower, and the positive effects and achievements of Alan spread to the elves as well. The pointy-eared ones believed that Alan was a player. The guy said that he did not intend to fight them. He only wanted to learn about the Eifelchi flowers. The elves stated that this type of flower is the most common in the Rockshi Forest, which is why Alan is so interested in it. Alan admitted that he studies flowers in order to grow them later, and he is looking for information about the Ilfetchi flower, which has never bloomed. The elves doubted the truth of the guy's words until the very moment he told them about the Ilfetchi flower, which had never bloomed. After this message, the pointy-eared ones cast aside their doubts and focused on the information about the flower. Alan was surprised by their reaction and also noted that his reputation had increased since he had survived the battle against a superior opponent. That same day, another newcomer, May Lagranda, entered the game. Contrary to all advice, she started in the Rockshi Forest, her goal being to get to know the elves. 2 hours into the game, May encountered Alan jumping with joy and decided that he was a monster or an NPC. On the forum, the girl was enlightened about who she actually met. The girl was disappointed. She wanted to be friends with the cute elf. To May's delight, upon arriving in the elven village of Trian, she received a training quest to befriend 10 Trian residents. May took up the quest with renewed energy, and when she saw the first elf she came across, she rushed to meet him. This was a gorgeous representative of the pointy-eared ones with jet black hair, which guaranteed plus 300 points. The elf was initially interested in the strange girl, but her behavior knocked the guy out cold. May feigned extreme interest in the elf and suggested they eat ramen together, which was a clear offer of intimacy. Pointy-eared took this proposal as an insult. Close relations with a human were unacceptable for elves. The elf left insulted, and May was left heartbroken, wondering if she really looked that bad. The girl decided that she could survive the hostility of one single elf, since there were many of them in the village. But in the village itself, May was met with nothing but failure. Time after time, the system told her that yet another elf was not interested in meeting her. May tried to prove to the elves that she was a good person and was extremely kind to them, but received a message in response that the Trian resident was uncomfortable with her. At one terrifying moment, May received a message that the friendliness of the elven villagers had dropped to zero, and she was under attack. In a moment of extreme despair, a representative of Chonrakyop appeared next to May and offered to join this clan. The girl didn't have time to answer before a loud sound was heard, as if someone was playing a flute. The representative of Chonrakyop, who was campaigning for May, became agitated. This sound meant that elves were passing somewhere nearby. The player, Chonrakyop, looked back, and his surprise and indignation knew no bounds. May looked back after him and didn't understand what was happening. It was strange and not at all typical for an elven village. Both players were surprised to see the elves talking to a man named Alan in a friendly and kind manner. May recognized in Alan the very monster that had frightened her at the very beginning of the game. Now she was sure that he was not a monster, but a player just like her. Alan followed the elves and wondered if they had really brought him to the village to talk about the Eifelchi flower, which had never bloomed. The guy doubted whether everything would be okay with him, and what was unusual about this plant that had never bloomed. The elves led Alan to a huge treehouse where the elder of the village, Tryon, lived. Alan was afraid that he might be captured and turned into a prisoner. The boy frantically tried to think of a plan for his future escape. Contrary to expectations, the elves were kind and friendly, and they led Alan straight to the powerful elder. Alan was introduced to the elder as an Imothalian who knew about the Eifelchi flower, which had never bloomed. The elder of the village of Tryon was named Elda. She was a wise elf who had seen a lot in her life. Alan didn't wait for the elf to start telling anything about him. The guy pushed the speaker aside and took the floor. The guy loudly announced that he wanted to make a statement. Alan decided to act proactively and convince the elves of his loyalty. Michael spoke at length and vividly about how much he loved flowers and his dream of opening a flower shop. The boy spoke passionately about his dream, and the crowd of elves around him grew, and the interest of the villagers in him steadily increased. Alan had never been so eloquent. He claimed that he was alone on his path, and only the elves could help him. The system erupted with comments saying that the elves favored Alan because of his sincere love for flowers and opened their souls to his heart. The end of Alan Michael's speech was accompanied by loud, benevolent cries from the pointy-eared ones. They believed him. Michael didn't expect such a reaction. He still looked around cautiously, expecting a sudden attack. Elda approached the guy and introduced herself. Moreover, she called him a funny person. Mike introduced himself by his game nickname, Alan. Elda replied that his name was as beautiful as his heart, which in her mouth sounded like the highest praise. The elder's hands were amazingly beautiful and graceful. They were not at all in keeping with her advanced age. Elda believed Alan. In her opinion, he was telling the truth when he saw the legendary flower. The system immediately announced that a quest to change profession was open and asked whether the player wished to continue it or decline. The Eifelchi flower was closely linked to the legend of the elves. After Elda's story, the player had to help it bloom. As a reward, the player received the opportunity to change his profession to a shaman and the ability to speak with spirits. Elda told Alan about the shaman Tialite, who was the creator of the Rockshi forest. Once upon a time, the site of the Rockshi forest was an endless desert, and it was Tialite who grew a forest here, overcoming many difficulties. One day, a group of wandering elves came across this place, and the shaman Tialite helped them establish settlements in his forest. Elda regretfully reported that the shaman was a man and died 200 years ago. Now he is not with them. The elder was pleased with only one thing. The shaman Tialite died in the Rockshi forest, and this was a worthy end to his wanderings. Alan realized that since the first flowers were planted in the desert, the uncultivated flower is a relic of those times. Elda confirmed the guy's guess and said that when he completes the task, he will become a shaman and the hope of those elves who still roam the continent. Mike didn't expect this at all. He didn't plan to become someone's hope, not at all. The elder of the elves sincerely asked Alan to complete this task. Its outcome was extremely important for all the elves of the continent. Alan was only interested in one question. Would he be able to open a flower shop if he completed the quest and became a shaman? Elda didn't immediately understand what Alan was asking about and was surprised by the guy's strange remark. Alan admitted that the flower shop is very important to him. It is the dream of his whole life. If he can't open it after becoming a shaman, then there's not much point in him completing the quest. Elda laughed. It turned out that the shaman Tialite dreamed of the same thing. He, just like Alan, loved flowers more than anything in the world. Michael was glad that everything had worked out so well, and said that he and Elda had had a wonderful conversation. Elda agreed with the guy. She was sure that the shaman Tialite had specially chosen Alan to pass on the legacy. Alan was a little confused. He was not a shaman yet, and how everything would turn out, he was not sure that he could cope with the task. The elder believed that Alan was the chosen one and would be able to find the will of the old shaman hidden in the Rockshi forest, since the scent of nature emanated from him. The guy thought hard about whether he had enough strength and perseverance to complete the quest. In this situation, Alan had no choice but to go to the flower and make it bloom. He accepted the quest. The elder wished him luck and looked forward to the results, preferably positive ones. The history of the New World was created by artificial intelligence. Crater. The scenario was written many thousands of years in the future and just as many in the past. Crater was the god of the New World, ruling and controlling everything. The production department could not interfere with the game process. The production department had only one task, to monitor the technical condition of the computers that were the brain of Crater. But there was another department, the observation and study team, and it was here that the message about the incredible event came. For the first time since the game's launch, Crater sent out a notification about an SSS ranked event. It was incredible, but one of the new players got to the Shaman quest. It was a legendary class quest, and no one had been able to unlock it yet. The most amazing thing is that this guy is a complete noob, just very lucky. The department head was tense but calm. There was nothing out of the ordinary about it. The quest was open, and they would monitor its completion. In the New World, classes are divided into 3 tiers: common, rare, and unique. At the beginning, all players have a normal level, but depending on luck and intelligence, the class can be upgraded to a unique one. It's true that no one has yet managed to achieve a unique level. There is also the highest level, legendary. Upon reaching the legendary level, the player would become a legend of the New World, and there was a hidden meaning in the gradual growth process. But before Alan appeared, the Elder told everyone that she couldn't help with obtaining the Shaman class, and the next level after Shaman is Successor. Mike watched the Ilfetch'i bud. The system showed a 20% learning percentage, and the plant knowledge skill didn't help. The boy decided to level up by studying ordinary Ilfetch'i flowers. He assumed that then he might get more clues. As if confirming Alan's thoughts, a dandelion seed landed in his palm, and the boy decided that this is exactly what he would do. Just as dandelions bloom here and there in the forest, so Alan can watch the growth of the Ilfetch'i, he did the same in high school. From that moment on, Michael logged into the game every day and immediately went to the clearing where the Ilfetch'i grew and where he could observe his charge. So a week passed, but the bud was still a bud and was not going to bloom, but Alan watched the other flowers too. During the research, it became clear that for a normal Ilfetch'i flower, it takes 14 days from germination to flowering. It took longer than Alan had expected, but as a result, his plant knowledge skill grew rapidly and was filled with new information. Michael Allen's knowledge of plants reached level 10. He could recognize the names of plants and even collect some of them. The level increased, and with it the possibilities increased. An additional skill appeared. The player could check the condition of the plant. The guy became interested in how to find out the condition of the observed plant, and he decided to use this opportunity to study the Ilfetch'i flower. The system showed a constant 20% study. Alan was puzzled why there was no additional information. The guy checked the condition of the plant and was told that for several days in a row, the flower had been experiencing terror, feeling the evil gaze of a person. It became clear that this skill determines the internal state of flowers. It was amazing. This meant that the Ilfetch'i flower was practically intelligent and capable of experiencing emotions. Alan looked around. To his delight, there was no one nearby, and the guy dared to do the impossible. Alan decided that he would try to communicate with the flower. Why not, since it was intelligent? The guy leaned as close to the bud as possible, said hello, said that he was pleased to meet him, and was about to say his name. Michael was suddenly overcome with embarrassment and felt like he looked like a complete fool. However, he won't know until he checks, and the information about the flower indicated that it has consciousness and feelings. The guy leaned over to the bud and introduced himself. He suspected that he might be taken for a madman, but he continued to experiment. Jack, having heard his friend's story about his adventures in the game, decided that Michael had gone crazy. A friend was perplexed. Instead of opening a flower shop, Michael spent 2 months talking to a flower. Michael was strengthening his triceps and asked why he thought so. In his opinion, everything was absolutely consistent. Jack decided that his friend was even crazier than he thought. It was just crazy to talk to a flower for 2 months, even if it was intelligent. Michael claimed that he had spent all this time usefully. He had rid the flower of its feeling of fear, and it had begun to like him. Jack didn't understand his friend. He didn't know why he received this assignment, or whether this class even existed. Maybe he was being played, and he was talking like a fool to an ordinary flower for 2 months, but Michael believed that this was not the case, and he would soon feel it. Jack had known before that Michael was obsessed to the point of abnormality, but he objected that unless he tried, he would never find out. Michael said that by communicating with the flower, he discovered that it liked dew and the sounds of the flute, and also learned new skills and raised its level. Jack asked what level Michael's character was. 2 months after joining the game, he had already raised it to 30. Michael replied that he couldn't tell Jack this. It was his secret. It was just that his level was much lower, only 4th, but that wasn't certain. Michael hurried into the game and decided to check his level. It turned out that his knowledge of plants corresponded to level 31. Florist skill, accelerated plant growth. 21st level, landscape skill. 12th, allowed you to learn about the necessary nutrients for a flower. Elven flute playing. Level 8, improved plant growth by 4% within a 3-meter radius, only usable once per day. Satisfied with the results of his level growth, Michael, nicknamed Alan, decided to begin his daily work and tell the flower about his father. So Michael talked to the flower every day about everything he could think of. The boy played the elven flute for him and generally had a great time with the Ilfetch'i flower. It got dark again, and Michael decided to leave the game. He, as usual, said goodbye to the flower and promised that he would return to it tomorrow. A message lit up that the Eifelchi flower, which had never bloomed, regretted having to break up with her boyfriend. The next message left Alan stumped. It turns out the Ilfechi flower, which never bloomed, wanted to follow him. A wonderful melodic ringing sound echoed across the clearing, and Alan saw what he had been waiting for so long. The Ilfechi flower blossomed, but it was very different from the usual flowers of this species. In the very center of the inflorescence, an amazing glow was flaring up, and Alan froze in bewilderment. The guy never expected such an effect from his 2-month efforts. The flower shot something surprisingly bright, but not burning in his direction. But these were not disputes, but a clot of bright light, a bluish glow. The guy never understood what this clot actually was. The glowing substance seemed alive and even sentient. It flew straight towards Michael's hands. At that very time, Alan was notified that he had completed the shaman quest from Tealite and could change his class to shaman. Michael was happy. He finally completed this quest and naturally agreed to change classes. Something incredible happened. The luminous substance began to glow evenly and easily entered Alan's chest. The system started flashing messages. The class was changed to shaman. The spirit energy was transferred to the player. He received the seed of the divine tree and shaman skills. Michael expected that he would now feel a surge of strength or knowledge, or some other goodies, but the guy did not feel anything new in himself, and this was annoying. Michael decided that there was nothing to worry about and went to refine his shaman skills. Now he could speak with the spirit of life and increase the growth rate of plants. That was also cool. Michael was delighted that his willpower helped him complete this quest and feel the taste of victory. Michael thought he received special shaman skills and the ability to speak with spirits. He is now like an elf or something. Another problem is how he will now communicate with the flower if it has merged with him. The spirit of life said that everything is possible. All that remained was to deal with the divine tree seed. It was a mythical class item with unknown conditions of use. The large seed is wrapped in a hard, thick shell and gives off a barely noticeable aroma. Under the shell, in addition to the seed, something else is hidden. The spirit of life was sealed in the Eifelchi flower, and all class skills received a plus 5% effectiveness and the same amount of additional experience. The elves rejoiced at Michael Allen's victory much more than he did, and were going to celebrate the appearance of the new shaman all night. This alarmed and surprised the newly minted shaman. He wondered what this would lead to. From the bushes, other players belonging to the worldwide organization Rakshi, or the Chanrokiop clan for short, watched everything that was happening. Players tried to figure out which quest the holiday hero had completed and why the elves were so happy about it. May had joined the clan no more than a month ago, and now, along with the other players, she wondered if the elves were simply frightened by that guy's face. The guy was definitely scary, but the elves treated him like a hero. May was surprised by this. The pointy-eared ones weren't intimidated by this player's appearance. They simply approached him, talked, and laughed. The girl had often met this player before, but he was always surrounded by flowers, and it seemed as if he was talking to them. The clan leader suddenly appeared and announced that they all needed to keep an eye on this player. He told his clansmen that this had to be done for the sake of the clan's existence in the Rakshi forest, but he himself only wanted revenge. The head of the clan could not forgive Alan for forcing him to cowardly flee the scene of the battle just by looking at the enemy's face. The clan members supported their leader, but May thought that the leader's claims against Alan were unfounded, but she remained silent. The girl watched Alan closely and liked him more and more, as a player, of course. May saw how the elves approached Alan and how he communicated simply and friendly with the pointy-eared owners of the Rakshi forest. The girl suggested that, despite his frightening appearance, Alan was a kind person inside. The elves continued their fiery celebration, in which May and her clanmates had no place. At this time, Alan was talking with the elder elf. Elda admired what the player did. The guy replied that he liked doing it. Elda laughed. She believed that this is exactly how a real shaman should answer. Alan honestly admitted that he still didn't quite understand what it really meant to be a shaman. Elda wasn't surprised, because there's little information in the world about shamans and their purpose. And what does Alan know about the history of the continent? Michael admitted that he knew history very poorly. He hadn't had time for it lately, and he hadn't come across any information. Elda said that the elves' hometown was the forest of Rizellen, where they lived under the protection of the divine tree. 300 years ago, due to a war in the desert, the elves were on the verge of extinction, but the divine tree sacrificed itself to save its people. Not many managed to escape. The Rizellen forest was depleted, and the elves scattered across the continent. Michael hadn't read anything about the Desert War yet, and thought it would be a good idea to take the time to browse the New World Forum. Elda explained that at the very beginning of time, the relationship between humans and elves was neither good nor bad. However, humans allied with the demons, enlisting their power and support, and became enemies of the elves. People and demons destroyed forests, attacked the divine tree, and killed elves. Many representatives of the pointy-eared tribe died in those times at the hands of people and the teeth of demons. Since then, Elda admitted, the elves have been hostile to people and do not trust the insidious tribe of the sick. Now Michael understood why the elves were so cautious and unkind to people. Elda continued her story and said that there was only one person who was closer to nature than an elf or a spirit, and everyone respected him. It was the shaman Tialite. He interacted with the divine tree until the very end. Now Alan is destined to take his place. At the same time, Michael received a message about the class quest Rebirth of the Tree or Home for the Elves. The boy saw no reason to refuse. He had the seed of the divine tree, which he received from the flower, and he told Elda about it. The elder replied that the seed was entrusted to Alan as a shaman, but not to the elves themselves, so they had no right to interfere. Alan wanted to give the seed to the elves, doubting that he himself would be able to grow the divine tree. Elda stated that this was precisely his task, but this did not mean that the elves would sit idly by. They would definitely help Alan. The elder handed the player a pendant, a pink 4-leaf clover. Elda said that the elves would provide any assistance to the owner of this pendant anywhere on the continent. The system confirmed that as long as Alan wore this pendant around his neck, the elves would not be hostile to him. The boy was grateful to the elder, but he couldn't understand why the pendant was pink. Michael regretfully took off his flower necklace and put it in his inventory, the pendant taking its place. Elda assessed Alan's appearance. In her opinion, he looked great. However, she had no doubt that it would be so. Michael was confused. It was the first time he had worn such a piece of jewelry, and he wondered if his skin tone would match the color pink. At this time, an unusual atmosphere reigned in the room of the New World observation team. Everyone was surprised that the new player made it to the end of this quest, and the team leader was interested in who lost by betting on defeat. The end of the quest meant that the biggest event since the game's launch had begun. This is the first SSS class event. The boss knew that the team was eager to talk about it, but he reminded them that they were not allowed to disclose this information. All employees remembered this rule. No one wanted to lose an interesting job with high pay. The boss reminded them that his team's job was to observe. The company president was responsible for all decisions, and they had to watch their tongues. If all goes well, this will be a great achievement for the observation team. This player found hidden quests in the wildflowers. No one had ever seen them before, and he even managed to complete them. The guy did all this thanks to his efforts and perseverance. The head of the department admired Alan and offered to pray for his wonderful future. After Alan left, one of the elves dared to ask the elder a question that constantly tormented him. Ostrowski knew that in addition to the pink pendant, Elda also made a dark blue one, so why did she give Alan the pink version? The elder answered evasively that everything was the will of the divine tree, and she had nothing to do with it. The pause dragged on, and Michael was about to leave. The elder asked if he was really going to leave the village so quickly. The player replied that he would like to stay in Triana longer, but must take care of the fate of the other elves on the continent. Elda reported that the Trian elves had prepared several small gifts for Alan as a token of gratitude. Michael was informed that he had received an elven bow with 30 arrows and an elven rapier. All the items were laid out on a red pillow and ceremoniously presented to the new shaman. The elder regretted that Alan would not be able to use the gifts now, but they would definitely be useful to him in the future. Michael looked at the gifts with interest and promised to use them carefully. Elda, on behalf of all the elves, asked Michael to accept the title of Elven Idol and not to worry when they meet again under the Tree of Life. Michael was proud of the title he received. It meant that the elves adored him, and he promised to do everything possible to justify the hopes of the pointy-eared people. Several pairs of curious eyes watched this entire action from the bushes. The head of the Chonrakyup clan was ready to burst with envy. This man received a weapon as a gift from the elves. The members of the Chonrakyup clan had practically no time left to observe. It was time to begin their planned action. Michael walked through the forest and thought. He received a difficult task from the elf elder. What to do now with the dream of a flower shop? Should Michael save Roselyn from the demons or put off this quest for later? Elda said that the Roselyn forest was a haven for demons, and it would take an incredible amount of time to cleanse it. There's little information on the forum, but everyone agrees that it's very difficult and very easy to die there. The player decided that he could combine his dream and quest by growing tree seeds in a location suitable for opening a flower shop. The Spirit of Life heard Alan and said that he knew such a place. The player had no doubt that the Spirit of Life had extensive information on this matter. The Spirit of Life was silent for a moment, and then said that he had forgotten this information. Michael was upset. He had been counting on the Spirit so much. The Spirit made excuses. Very little time had passed since he woke up, and his memory had not been fully restored, but he promised to let him know as soon as he remembered. Michael. Alan did not get upset. He needed to prepare for the trip, and first of all, to fill out the plant reference book. The skill of studying plants will help him with this, but suddenly the player heard the sound of heavy feet and the cracking of branches. A level 25 brown bear from the Rockshi forest appeared in front of the player, which was much larger than the guy. Michael had little choice, either die ingloriously and start the game over, or try to defeat the beast, but most likely die too. The guy didn't think for long. He rushed to meet the bear, but he immediately jumped aside the animal, avoiding a direct collision. It turned out that the bear also got scared and jumped to the side at the same moment. Michael was puzzled why the level 25 bear did not attack the level 8 player. The spirit explained that the bear was afraid of the guy's face. Michael doubted that he might be scary to the bear, but the bear clearly wasn't going to run away from him. The guy decided that even though he was only level 8, his character had enough reaction and speed to fight the bear. Michael reached into his inventory and grabbed the first item he could find. He avoided a collision with the elves, but it definitely wouldn't work with the bear. The boy decided to use the rapier he received from the elves, deciding that it was the only true weapon. Michael rushed at the bear, but he lacked fencing skills, so the bear avoided the attack, and the guy failed. As if to top it all off, the bear struck back and dealt Michael's character 98 points of damage. A strong blow resulted in damage to the joint, and agility was reduced by 10%. Michael decided it was useless to attack with a weapon he couldn't use. The rapier went into inventory, and Michael was faced with the question of how he could defeat the bear. The guy decided that there was nothing more effective than his own fists. They had never let him down. Michael activated his attack and dealt 7 damage to the Rocky Forest brown bear. At the same time, the guy managed to avoid the blows of the beast's powerful paws. After performing a couple of complex moves, Michael received a message that he had weakened the beast a little more, although only by 3 units. With incredible effort, dodging blows, and completing a couple of successful attacks, Michael dropped the bear a few more points. The system reported that the total damage level of the Rocky Forest brown bear was 14 units. Michael did not stop and continued to actively attack without reducing the pressure. The system warned that his active attacks had increased his fatigue by 15%. The player realized that for such low damage, this was a great expenditure of energy. He would rather collapse from fatigue than defeat the beast. He urgently needed to find something that could increase the character's attack power, and he came up with what it would be. The enrollment clan was watching the battle between Alan and the brown bear, and May offered to help the boy, otherwise he might lose. The clan leader replied that this was exactly what he was waiting for. This player was only level 8, and it was impossible for him to survive in the forest. The head of the enrollment clan planned to attack Alan immediately after the battle with the bear and take away the elves' weapons. May objected, but the leader declared that this was all for the sake of their common happy future, and they must firmly follow this path. May believed that they should get closer to Alan and not attack him. This would help them advance the clan much more. The girl declared that Alan was kind, talked to flowers, played the elven flute, but then something happened that stopped the argument. Alan grabbed a divine tree seed from his inventory and hit the brown bear on the head with it. With this, Michael's character, Alan, dealt 105 units of damage to the bear. The guy was delighted. It was the perfect weapon for him. May was shocked by what she saw. This guy was not a monster, but a real demon. The members of the enrollment clan realized that their entire plan to take the elven weapons from the weakened player had failed miserably. One of the guys said that he had been planning to watch the evening news, and it was time for him to leave the game. The clan leader ironically noted that if news was more important to him than the game, then he couldn't force him to stay here. After some thought, the clan leader decided that they all just needed to leave today and continue observing tomorrow and wait for the right moment. May decided otherwise. She would stay and wander around here a little longer. The guys could go out into real life without her. The girl was interested in what Alan was really like, good or evil. She had to find out once and for all. The system reported that Alan had killed the brown bear Rockshi, and therefore his level had been raised. The guy was happy with the victory. In addition to leveling up, the player received meat, gallbladder, and claws from the brown bear Raksha. At the same time, several strange titles were obtained, such as the brutal seed killer and the one who killed with his bare hands, which increased some stats. Michael. Alan decided that he needed to pay more attention to the distribution of stats. He was very tired even from one fight, and if there were several of them. Jack said that a character's fatigue directly depends on their health. Before that, Michael invested stats in strength and agility, but now he chose health. Now everything looked pretty good. Michael decided that he had mastered the game quite well. The guy heard the cracking of branches and decided that another bear was about to attack him. He was not going to die and took a fighting stance. Suddenly, a petite girl fell out of the bushes and started bawling that she was asking for forgiveness and that he shouldn't beat her. Alan was terrifying in his determination to strike his opponent's head with the seed, but he stopped in time. The girl stunned the guy with a piercing scream, and Michael never hit members of the opposite sex. May quickly calmed down. She could not find the words to start a conversation with this strange player. The girl pulled herself together and tried to speak as naturally as possible. May smiled and asked if he had started the game in the Rocky Forest, and said that she had also dared to do so, despite her friend's warnings. The guy's answer was laconic. He simply nodded his head and looked at May, expecting some kind of explanation. To somehow continue the conversation, May started talking about the weather. She felt stupid, but at least it was something. The guy continued to look at May with a wide-eyed expression and agreed that the weather was good. May felt like she had screwed up. Now he would think she was crazy and leave. Unexpectedly for herself, the girl blurted out that if the guy was going to leave the Rocky Forest, then couldn't he take her with him? Alan froze in indecision. The gears in the guy's brain were clearly working slower than they should. May was upset. She rushed and blurted it all out faster than she should have. Michael. Alan replied that he agreed to take her with him. The monsters in this forest were abnormal, and it was better to fight together than alone. And so that May would be of more use to him, Michael went into his inventory and without thinking, pulled out the elven bow and arrows. The boy handed May a beautifully crafted elven bow with 30 arrows to boot, but he still couldn't use it. May was overwhelmed with happiness, but could she accept such a precious gift so easily? The girl initially refused, but the guy's threat of a slap on the back of the head made her change her mind. Alan laughed loudly and said that he was joking, that he generally doesn't hit girls and women as a matter of principle, unless they ask for it themselves, of course. May decided that the guy was lying, that he would get anyone from hell and turn them inside out, but she smiled and thanked him. Alan informed May that he would not leave the forest right away. He had some business to complete. Alan planned to stay in the Roxy forest for some time. The girl could accompany him if it suited her. May didn't object, and Alan replied that he was looking forward to their playing together. For the next 4 hours, Alan and May wandered through the forest, the boy studying the types and properties of plants, May standing quietly to the side. The girl was perplexed. All this player did was study the types of plants and mutter something under his breath. It was strange to see someone who had defeated an opponent more than 3 times stronger than him, engaged in such a peaceful and even boring activity. May decided that the monstrous appearance was just a cover, so that no one would interfere with the guy studying the flowers. Michael, in turn, did not understand what was wrong with this girl. She was looking at him so intently, as if she wanted to drill a hole in his back with her gaze. That's how they spent all this time, Michael studying the plants, sometimes laughing or shaking his head, and May watching him with curiosity. Alan soon announced that he had done everything he had planned and was going to leave the game. May asked when they could meet next, and the guy replied that he would log into the game tomorrow at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The girl asked what time zone he was using. Michael clarified that it was Korean, and it turned out that the girl was also from Korea. After all the time the guys spent playing the game together, they finally had a normal conversation. May said that the appointed time was also convenient for her. Alan threw out a short, "See you," and was about to leave the new world. The girl stopped him, realizing that she didn't know the name of her new partner. The girl shouted after the guy that her name was May, and asked what his nickname was in the game. The guy mistakenly said his real name, Michael, but then he came to his senses and corrected himself. His nickname in the game is Alan. May approved. It was a beautiful name. In her opinion, it was very suitable for a shaman. The girl was glad to meet her. Today her game day was going well. In real life, Michael was reprimanded by his father. The boy was late for training by a whole 5 minutes. The parent suspected that something was wrong with his son, and today he found out that he was playing New World and caused a real scandal. In principle, the father was not against computer games, but not at the expense of training. He was bothered by the fact that his son was lying in a capsule for hours and losing muscle mass. Michael convinced his father not to worry, that he was following a diet, sleep, and training schedule, and that the game would not affect his physical condition. The boy knew that his father dreamed of seeing him become a martial arts master, but his mother was against such a destiny for her son, so the son found an alternative. The father decided that his son was going too far, and was clearly asking for a scolding from him, and then from his mother. Michael said that a third of the planet plays New World, and if you strive for first place in this game, it's the same as challenging the champions. The father was deep in thought. Maybe his son is not such a blockhead if he plays to become the first among the best. The elder Douglas asked if his son really wanted to become a champion or king of the New World. Michael had already given up hope of persuading his father, but now he had no choice but to agree, because he wanted to become the king of the New World. The father's next question about Michael's profession in the game did not stump the boy. Michael cheerfully reported that he was a warrior in the game, and the guy didn't mention the flower shop. Unexpectedly, Douglas Sr. became emotional and said that he was proud of his son. He was sure that Michael would not let him down. A 134th class Sunset Knight entered Roxy Forest with the intention of making easy money by collecting it from noobs who wanted to get out of there. The player belonged to the Guild Prime clan, had the title of Zik Chick as he had reached level 100 without dying, and believed that the Roxy Forest was not a difficult location. The monsters here were no higher than level 50, so the Sunset Knight couldn't understand why this forest had such a bad reputation. The knight noticed the elf, called out to him sharply, and ordered him to bring him a player named Jonas, who was the one asking for help. The elf replied that he would let the guy's attack pass by his ears since he was kind today, but advised him to leave, otherwise his kindness would quickly evaporate. The Knight of Sunset laughed loudly and quite brazenly in response, causing the elf to become increasingly irritated. Having finished laughing, the player drew his sword and menacingly declared that if the elf did not want to die immediately, he must bring Jonas to him. The elf stared at the insolent fellow in bewilderment. The sickly one was too bold even for his ill-mannered tribe. The blade at the pointy-eared one's throat clearly indicated the alien's hostile intentions. The elf paused slightly, wondering what kind of punishment to choose for the player. At this moment, Michael, Alan, level 10, entered the game. Yesterday his father scolded him so much that he almost quit this activity, but everything worked out. May was already waiting for him, which greatly surprised the guy. Michael had never expected to meet her here so quickly. The girl made excuses that she hadn't waited for Alan for long, that she had just walked in, and that it was just a coincidence. Alan suggested that May play productively today, finish all her business, and change location. May would have agreed to anything just to be happy with this mysterious Alan, but secretly she thought that the name didn't suit him. Alan planned to spend today updating his botanical reference book, which was only 50% complete. While the boy was studying flowers, the interest of the Rockshi Forest elves towards him steadily increased, and the buff for studying flowers also grew. May noted that her partner was observing the plants again today, but she was tormented by curiosity. The girl wanted to talk and learn at least a little information about her partner. May thought she had chosen a very opportune moment and asked when Alan had started playing New World. The boy was fascinated by the study of plants, so he didn't immediately understand what May was asking him about. May noticed that players are usually busy leveling up from the start, but Alan doesn't do that. The girl assumed that Alan had been playing here for quite a long time because he kept looking only at the flowers. He probably liked them very much. Alan looked back at the girl. His expression was very different from friendly, and May was a little taken aback. The girl immediately stated that if Alan did not want to talk about this topic, then she would not insist on an answer. Alan said he would be happy to answer May's questions since they were partners. The guy turned to the girl and grabbed her by the shoulders. May was scared. Alan's face was very scary. Alan looked at her with shining eyes and said that he had been playing for a little over 2 months. The guy said that he likes flowers, and this is true, and he also came to the game to open his own flower shop. May could only be surprised, and Alan announced that he also wanted to plant a large garden. May was perplexed if all this could be done in reality. Alan evasively stated that in reality, he had different circumstances, and he decided to do all this in the game. May was perplexed. Such a brutal appearance, and suddenly a flower shop, and also a nickname that sounds soft and does not suit his face at all. The girl was confused, but she believed that since the elves understood and accepted Alan, then she could too. The boy's sincerity touched the elves so much that May clearly needed to learn from him. If she learns this from Alan, she will surely be able to get along with the elves of the Rockshi Forest and the entire continent. May dreamed of friendship with the elves, and Alan watched her. Now it was the guy's turn to be surprised by the oddities of his partner. Suddenly, the partners heard strange sounds and realized that something strange was happening nearby. The guys looked around. May really wanted to get away as far as possible and not find out anything. But her companion thought differently. He was going to check what was going on there and who was making these strange sounds. In fact, it was a level 134 Sunset Knight who was shouting. Something or someone had given him a boost of speed, and he was performing unique somersaults in the air. The knight could not even imagine that elves were so strong. He certainly did not want to die in this strange place. The elf caught up with the knight, asking why his intentions had suddenly changed and why he no longer wanted to look for Giannis. The elf got ahead of the Knight of Sunset and dealt him a crushing blow. Fortunately, the player managed to shield himself with a shield. The knight decided that he had managed to escape. It was a unique artifact and had repeatedly saved its owner, inflicting devastating damage on the enemy. The elf crawled out from under the shield and praised the shield. In his opinion, it was incredibly good. However, the person who uses this wonderful shield, the elf noted, is very weak. The Sunset Knight realized too late that he had been too overconfident and had nothing to offer against the elf's strength. The light faded in the guy's eyes. Such a gentle, almost ephemeral creature easily took him apart. The elf gave the knight a light jab to the back of the head, bending him in half while simultaneously throwing his shield to the side. With his next move, the pointy-eared one kicked the player in the face with his knee, inflicting damage on him that bordered on complete nullification. Austruhi was surprised. His opponent was still standing on his feet. What a shame, and he was already about to leave him alone. The knight decided it was time for him to drink a potion that restored his health. He needed to concentrate and use a skill that devoured mana. The boy understood that if he failed to concentrate, he would not have another chance. The elf wanted to warn him that he was trampling on the flower. The knight took this as the enemy's weakness and activated the Twilight Wall skill, intending to gain strength and defeat the elves. At that very moment, Alan's hands fell on the Dusk Knight's shoulders, and the Twilight Wall cast was cancelled, and the skill burned all the mana without much benefit. The Knight of Sunset never expected such a turn of events. What kind of freak dared to interfere with him? Alan was furious, his eyes flashing with righteous anger, and his face black with rage. A beautiful flower from the Rockshi Forest was dying under the feet of an unknown player, and the boy heard its dying groans. Alan grabbed the stranger by the shoulder and asked if he understood what he had just done and whether he realized the full gravity of his actions. The Knight of Sunset looked back. It wasn't an elf holding his shoulder. His ears were like those of an ordinary human. The guy was wearing noob clothes, a typical newbie, but the player's face made an indelible impression. The burning eyes and bared teeth made one doubt that this was the face of an ordinary person. This monstrous creature shook the knight by the shoulder and angrily asked if he had trampled all the flowers in the clearing. The knight was taken aback. This guy was clearly crazy. What did any little things have to do with it? The player grabbed a sword from his inventory and rushed at Alan with clearly hostile intentions. The Knight of Sunset again mistook Alan for a weakling. He waved his sword furiously, ordering him to get away. Alan didn't think for long. Dodging his opponent's awkward blow, he delivered his signature hook to his head. The knight shut up mid-sentence, the meeting of face and fist ending in victory for the latter. Alan's next blow hit the knight on the head, stunning the cocky ignoramus, leaving him no chance of survival. It's not that Alan was bloodthirsty, it's just that, with his 10th level, he went up against a 134th, so to be on the safe side, he added from his other hand. Bang! Another blow sounded, and the system informed the Sunset Knight that he had received 4 points of damage from player Alan. The knight roared. Alan was like a mosquito to him, not so much biting as bothering. He decided that one blow would be enough to destroy all the HP of this upstart. The Knight of Sunset decided to strike this blow and get rid of this annoying nuisance once and for all. The player swung his sword and tried to at least hit his opponent with it, but Alan successfully dodged to the side each time. Alan understood perfectly well that the knight was right. One touch of the sword would be enough to turn him into a corpse. The knight knew that the mana burned by the skill would soon be restored, and when it became sufficient, he could easily squash this misunderstanding. Unfortunately for him, the sword cut the flowers. Alan was furious. The knight was not satisfied with trampling on the flowers, he also cut them with his sword. The guy decided that there could be no mercy for this newcomer. Alan landed punch after punch, as if he were punching a punching bag at his father's gym. The Knight of Sunset grinned. His mana had almost recovered, and he would soon destroy this upstart. The longed-for moment arrived. The Knight of Sunset screamed at the top of his lungs that his enemy was about to die. The player put up a shield, intending to activate the coveted skill to protect himself from opponents. Suddenly, an elf appeared behind the knight and struck him on the neck with the edge of his palm, asking Alan at the same time if everything was okay. The Knight of Sunset's armor was destroyed. He lost the ability to move. The system reported that the elf's prowess had sent him into a faint. Alan didn't waste any time and continued to hit his opponent, reducing his HP level, albeit slowly, but surely. To increase his opponent's losses, Alan used the famous boxing technique, Sonny Dempsey. The system reported that Alan had taken the divine seed from his inventory, but the guy himself didn't even notice. Alan decided that since his fist was burning so much, he simply had to use it against the knight. The guy closed the distance between himself and his opponent in one jump, and decided to hit while his fist was still warm. The knight had never received such blows. Even at the very beginning of his journey in the game, he had never been beaten like this. He asked the enemy to stop, but in vain. Now he was hitting the Sunset Knight with the Divine Tree Seed, and it was much more effective. The seed worked as a perfect amplifier of the attack power. The enemy lost more and more energy. Periodically, Alan would use his hand free of seed, slightly adjusting the direction of his opponent's movement. Alan won. The Knight of Sunset received a message that he died and was reduced in level to 1 and would only be able to recover in the game in 10 hours. Alan immediately learned that he had killed the enemy. His fame grew, his level increased, and he received the title of Honorary Destroyer. May was shocked. Alan killed the knight just because he was trampling on the flowers, but after the battle, the shield that the knight used remained. The shield is a legendary piece of equipment, used at a strength of 280, providing protection of 320, with twilight energy of 500. The spirit of the Twilight Knights was stored in the shield. The Twilight Wall provided a 5-second awakening of this spirit and stopped the enemies. Alan was looking at the shield when an elf approached him and thanked him for what he had done. The elf said that this player arrived in the village of Trian and began to threaten its inhabitants. He clearly posed a danger, which is why they were pursuing him. Alan had no doubt that this guy deserved to die. He was sure of it even when he stepped on the flowers. The elf was delighted, as one would expect from a shaman, but suddenly the pointy-eared one turned his attention to May and asked Alan who was standing next to him. Alan recommended the girl as someone who would help him study the flora of the Rockshi forest. The elf had no doubt that the new shaman would have assistance. This was expected. His predecessor always had assistance. May happily discovered the message. The elves showed a slight interest in her. The elf wished her success in working with the shaman. Stunned by the unexpectedness, May replied in confusion that she was ready to help the shaman in everything. The elf said goodbye to the players and invited the boys to visit the village of Trian. Michael. Alan decided that he had had enough adventures for today and was about to leave the game. He was stopped by May's question, whether she really could become his assistant. That would be great. Michael didn't expect that his assistant position would be a coveted goal for any of the players. The guy asked May again if she really wanted this, and in general, why she needed to be the shaman's assistant. The girl said that she really wanted this. She didn't want to miss the chance to get closer to the elves. May was so persistent that Alan was slightly taken aback by her pressure. He decided to comply with the girl's request. It probably wouldn't cost him anything. Alan agreed that if May wanted to be his assistant, then so be it. Immediately, the girl was bombarded with system messages about various quests related to the status of the shaman's assistant. A quest to change her profession, after which the elves would perceive her as the shaman's assistant, required the shaman's consent to complete it. When Alan gave his consent, the system reported that the change of profession was complete, but Hay did not feel any changes. May was glad that the elves would finally start paying attention to her, completely missing the warning that she belonged entirely to the shaman. Alan watched the strange giggling of his new assistant and thought that it would be better to part with this girl when they left the forest. The guy also received a message from the system, informing him that May was now his assistant and he could call her at any time and from anywhere. Alan decided to try calling on an assistant and clicked on the necessary button. The girl was carried through the air and landed right in front of the stunned Alan. The landing wasn't very successful, and the girl found herself upside down in front of the guy. The guy decided that he could have guessed this without checking. May realized that this happened to her because she became the shaman's assistant. May sat down on the ground in front of Alan and asked what kind of profession he had. The guy was perplexed. The girl changed her profession without knowing practically anything about it. May was curious about who the shaman was, most likely. Alan was not a newbie at all, which explained his skill in battle. Alan wondered whether he should tell this strange girl the whole truth. In theory, he is not obliged to share information about his task with anyone. The guy told May that the shaman class is given to those who want to open a flower shop. May was quite satisfied with this answer, or pretended to be. The girl suggested that Alan switch to informal communication, which is natural in such a situation. Alan was at a loss. The informal communication, what was behind it, was even a little scary. May smiled kindly. She was now Alan's assistant, which meant she wasn't just a stranger. In fact, the girl felt uncomfortable addressing her interlocutor as you, especially during the game. The Dusk Knight has received a notification that his condition is due to a death in Rockshi Forest. His level has been lowered, and he has 5 minutes left until shutdown. The guy was upset about losing the title of Zhivich, but he decided not to lose heart and contacted the player Bamboo Cane. It was his clan leader, the Knight of Dusk, who reported that he had been killed in the Rockshi Forest. Bamboo Cane replied that he had warned his clan's players not to go to that location. It was dangerous. The Knight of Dusk reported that he did not die at the hands of an elf, but was killed by another player, and the leader realized that he had lost the quest item. Bamboo Cane always thought that capable players were just a thorn in the side. Knight had never died before, so he couldn't handle it. He just didn't have enough experience. The leader asked if the knight remembered the nickname of the player who killed him. He replied that he was not sure, but he looked scary. Bamboo Cane advised the knight to get some rest and recover when he disconnected from the server. The leader himself decided to look for the poor guy who got lost in Rockshi. Near the location, in the desert, one member of his clan is on a quest, and he will attract him. The private conversation with the leader was over. 8 seconds remained until the shutdown. The knight swore to never forget anything. The player was angry with himself. How could he let his guard down and become like a newbie who can't see anything behind his back? But the Knight of Sunset will never forget the idiot who killed him. He will definitely return and take his shield back from him. At the same time, Michael returned home after leaving the New World, where an unexpected but very pleasant surprise awaited him. Dinner with my father went as usual. They silently chewed the necessary amount of fiber, carbohydrates, and proteins. Suddenly, his father asked how Michael was doing in the New World and when he planned to become king there. The boy almost choked in surprise when his father was interested in something other than training. The father asked if it wasn't enough for Michael to be a real-life hand-to-hand combatant, and he was also worried that his son would get sick if he played too much. Michael was worried about what kind of hand-to-hand combat his father intended to teach him next. The father said that his son was fired up by a new hobby, but he couldn't help him in any way, so he bought something, and it now stands in Michael's room. The men hurried to Michael's room, where his father proudly displayed a used, but fully functional, game capsule. Michael asked if the gym loan had already been paid off and where his father got the money from. His father replied that the capsule wasn't expensive and that the championship title was worth it. Michael was also interested in one more question. Does his mother know about this purchase? This question left the father at a loss. The only person in the world he feared was his beloved wife. However, he hoped that Michael's mother would understand him correctly when she came home and saw the capsule. A little later, Michael's father knelt down and begged his dear wife to forgive and understand him. Mom was angry. Her husband was not calming down even in his old age, and how they would repay the loan if he constantly squandered money. Michael's father explained that he bought the capsule at his son's request, but his darling demanded that he not blame everything on the boy. The woman left, slamming the door loudly, not wanting to listen to her husband's excuses. Michael watched everything that was happening from another room and was ready for his father to call him. The elder Douglas called his son, wanting to take out his irritation and anger on him. But the guy, taught by bitter experience, hastened to escape from the line of fire. Douglas was outraged. He made excuses to his wife and explained that his son needed to be looked after and that he would always sit at home in the capsule. Michael was grateful to his father for the sacrifice he made and vowed to never forget it. Michael will of course try to become king, but his dream of opening a flower shop is a priority, but no one should know about it. Michael. Alan is back in the game. Today he filled his botanical guide with the flowers of the Rockshi forest to 95%. Alan had studied most of the plant species in this forest, but he could not find the remaining 5. May reasoned that it was logical that rare plants couldn't be found quickly, but over the past few days, they had scoured every corner of the Rockshaw forest. Alan assumed that the location was certainly not very large, and he didn't know where they should look for the remaining species. The guy thought about it and realized that they hadn't been to one place in this location yet. They would have to visit it. May was perplexed. There were no more unexplored territories on the map of the Rockshi forest. Alan replied that May was mistaken and pointed out to her a point where they had not yet been. The boys definitely didn't visit the rocky peak that towered in the very center of the Rocksha forest. May doubted that there was any vegetation on this rock, but Alan believed that it was impossible to refuse to explore this area. Alan stated that he would climb the rock alone since May had a very low stamina stat. May was only glad. It was good that she wouldn't have to go up. She would stay downstairs and watch the process. Alan couldn't have climbed the rock without climbing gear and decided to go to the elves to get some, but he wasn't going to take May with him. The girl could not miss the moment of visiting the elves and grabbed the guy by the sleeve. May asked why he didn't want to entrust such a small thing to his assistant. After all, he was a shaman, and it wasn't right for him to run around collecting small sums himself. After some time, Alan was climbing the mountain with the help of a high-quality elven ice axe, which had been blessed by the elves. The path up led along a steep cliff, and the harness, ropes, rock hooks, and ice axe given to Alan by the elves came in very handy. The summit was not very high, but it took some effort to climb it. Alan put a lot of effort into climbing to the very top of the cliff. The guy decided that the effect of rock climbing was the same as that of strength training and planned to add it to his exercise routine. Having caught his breath, Alan looked around to see if anything was growing here at all. There was only bare rock around him. Had he really climbed here in vain? May used the communication system and asked Alan if he had found anything on the rock. The guy replied that there was nothing there. In that case, May couldn't even imagine where they would look for the remaining flowers. Alan thought it was too early to get upset. He would first go down from the other side. May thought it was dangerous, the descent more dangerous than the ascent, but Alan thought that this way he would be able to inspect the entire rock. Alan approached the opposite edge and reported to May that he had begun his descent. The system reported that Alan's fatigue level had reached 95% and that he needed rest, or he would fall into a state of lethargy. Alan knew very well what this state was. He was slowly being overcome by slowness, lethargy, and fatigue. He had been descending for 3 hours already. The spirit of life strongly advised Alan to rest, otherwise the consequences would be catastrophic. Alan agreed. Now he would hang near the rock, rest a bit, and continue the descent. The guy looked down. There was very little left to the base of the cliff. He was almost down. He needed to hammer in one more hook. Alan tried to grab onto a ledge in the rock with his ice axe and pull himself up, but the ice axe slipped off the rock. The rope jerked. Alan lost his footing on the rock and ended up hanging on the safety rope. The guy tried to calm himself down. All the other hooks were still in place, so it was too early to despair. Less than half a minute later, hope for other hooks died, and the system reported that the rock hook had become detached. Following the first, the rest also detached themselves, and the system reported this with absolute indifference to the player's fate. Alan hung on one rope, but soon it too couldn't hold and broke with the sound of a snapping string. Alan screamed. He was scared to fly down, but he didn't want to crash at all. However, gravity was also present in the New World, and after doing a few somersaults, Alan flew down. The system unexpectedly reported that the player had earned 2 achievements. There are wings to fall, which reduces fall damage. The second achievement was Jump or Be Dropped, which increased all of the player's stats while falling, but Alan died and received a penalty of being reduced by 1 level. Alan prepared to exit the game, but the system reported that he had discovered the Teolite space and entered a hidden location. It turned out that Alan had found a spiritual essence sealed by the shaman Teolite in the last minutes of his life. Alan decided that this huge flower was sealed like the Ilfechi flower, but it might take several years. The botanical reference book delighted us with the news that the section on Rocksha forest flowers was 100% full. The elves' interest and favor towards Alan increased, and the botanical veteran achievement and a buff promoting plant study were obtained. Alan decided that this plant was simply wonderful and decided to examine it carefully. Suddenly, the sealed spirit became active. He recognized the scent of elves coming from Alan and felt a piece of the shaman Teolite in him. The bud of a huge flower opened, and a separate world was revealed inside. It was the location of the flower spirit's world Bloria. Alan's reputation increased significantly, and he received the achievement Favorite of Spirits. Alan was surrounded by glowing balls, and the system gave him a class quest, during which he must remove the seal from Bloria and reveal her to the world. Alan realized that he now had 2 class quests. It would be difficult, but he was glad that this task was also connected with the flower. The flower began to close right before the boy's eyes, and a spirit plant seed containing a sealed world of flower spirits was added to the inventory. Alan received Gloria's essence, but after thinking about it, he came to the conclusion that he shouldn't touch the sealed spirit yet. While the system was forcibly disconnecting him from the game, Michael realized that the game had many hidden moments, which made it even more interesting. Alan was connected to the New World server at the appointed time. The character was reborn in the location of Roxy Forest, Tryon Village. May was waiting for him here. She was worried about her partner and was glad that he appeared. The girl asked what had happened. The conversation with the shaman was suddenly interrupted. Then the directory showed 100% full. Alan explained that nothing terrible had happened. He had simply died, fallen from a steep cliff, and broken all his bones. May was scared for Alan. He asked if he was in pain or if everything was okay. Alan said that when he died, he entered a hidden location and found a sealed spirit. May was amazed. Alan managed to meet a real spiritual being. The girl was inspired. She really liked elves and spirits. She wished that all this existed in the real world. It was May's dream, and not just a dream, but a passionate desire. Alan was only surprised by such an attitude to life. In any case, one of the sections in the botanical reference book was completely filled and Alan saw no point in lingering in this location. Alan decided that it was time for him and May to move on and travel further across the continent. May was upset, wondering if they would really leave the Roxy Forest. Alan replied that he wanted to go further. The girl was in a panic. The elves had only just begun to pay attention to her. She even managed to get a bow made by the elves, and then this happened. Alan clearly saw that his assistant was not eager to leave the Roxy Forest. The guy couldn't stay here. He needed to move to other locations to complete quests. May knew that if she followed Alan, she would be able to achieve more in her relationship with the elves. May's burning desire was to reach the level where she could flirt with elves. Ideally, the girl wanted to start a romantic relationship with one of the elves, which would naturally end in marriage. Lost in her dreams, May broke away from reality and giggled stupidly. Alan didn't understand what was happening to her. The Dusk Knight and Bamboo Cane were waiting for Alan at the edge of Roxy Forest. They thought he was a PvP player. The Sunset Knight heard footsteps. He hoped that it was people moving towards them now, and not elves. Two people were moving from the forest towards the members of the Prime Guild. The guys were surprised. It seemed that these were exactly the ones they were waiting for here. Bamboo Cane ordered the Sunset Knight to prepare for battle. The knight was ready to fight. Someone very big, together with another small one, were getting closer and closer to the boys. The Knight of Sunset and Bamboo Cane froze in anticipation, wondering if they were elves after all. Bamboo Cane saw a boy and a girl moving towards them. They were acting carefree, as if they were not afraid of anyone or anything. The Knight of Sunset recognized the guy who came out of the forest as the very character who caused him to lose his shield. The knight was angry at this guy. He was the culprit of many of his losses. He especially felt sorry for the title of the Lively One. However, the appearance of this subject inspired horror in the guys from the Prime Guild. Bamboo Cane, although he was an old-timer in this game, had never seen such a monstrosity. The oppressive atmosphere was created by the mere presence of this player in the line of sight, plus the aura of absolute strength. Bamboo Cane felt like he was facing a ferocious predator. Goosebumps ran down his back, and his body was covered in sticky sweat. Following the creepy player, a fragile-looking girl walked past the guys from Prime. May looked back at the strange guys and felt uneasy under their menacing gazes. The girl asked Alan why those two were looking at him so menacingly. Alan didn't know, but it seemed to him that they wanted to start a fight. One of the players seemed familiar to Alan, but he couldn't remember who it was. May assumed that perhaps it wasn't that important to him. Bamboo Cane decided that this guy was a ranker. Sunset Knight was confused as to why the leader was just standing there and doing nothing. Bamboo Cane couldn't give his subordinate a clear answer. He felt that this was an unusual player. It was strange that this guy went alone into the Roxy Forest and did not die in this area. Bamboo Cane was sure of one thing. He shouldn't provoke this guy. The knight was worried about his item. The leader replied that he would return it, but not now, because the battle with this guy required careful preparation. Alan was on his way to Elysia, as the Spirit of Life had advised him. First he had to pass through a field, and then through a desert. The boys were rushing to cross the desert, and May suddenly saw an oasis. Alan looked in the direction the girl was pointing, and saw wonderful palm trees in the very center of the desert. The player decided that there could be an entire village located near this oasis, and suggested hurrying. Before May could come to her senses, Alan rushed towards the oasis with the speed of the wind, leaving the girl to swallow dust. Very quickly, Alan disappeared into the sandy haze. Even the guy's silhouette was difficult to see. Alan found himself caught in a sandstorm that appeared out of nowhere, the sand brutally hitting his exposed body parts. The storm ended as suddenly as it had begun, and with it, the oasis disappeared. May was catching up with Alan. She was afraid that he would disappear again. The guy wondered if it was not an oasis, but a mirage. Alan was still reeling from the loss of the oasis, and May could already see that something strange was happening to her partner. The guy was puzzled as to why the dunes were getting higher, or were they growing, or something. May realized too late that there was a sand crater under Alan's feet. She screamed, warning the guy, but he was already sucked in. Alan couldn't get out. An irresistible force was pulling him down. May was in despair. Very quickly the sand sucked Alan in. His hand flashed on the surface, and the funnel froze. Only a small hole remained in the sand, completely harmless at first glance. May stared in horror at the spot where her partner had just disappeared into the sand. The system reported that it was currently unable to contact Alan. What May feared most happened. She was left completely alone in the middle of the desert. The girl was scared, wondering if she, too, would fall into a sand crater. The system informed Alan that he had found a secret entrance to a hidden dungeon, and this increased his reputation. Alan fell onto the hard floor, but remained alive and well. It remained to be seen where he ended up. The room was huge and empty, and strange sounds could be heard in the distance. Alan soon determined that the source of the sounds was behind one of the doors. The noise grew louder, and the door began to shake from the gifts. The huge door swung open, and behind it, Alan saw a group of armed men shouting that they would kill the tyrant Brazal. The player was completely confused about what was going on here and how to get out of here. Would he really have to die again? The system reported that Alan was being attacked by the rebel army of the Kingdom of Capella. The bearded men shouted that they must kill the tyrant Brazal and defend the honor of the motherland. Alan prepared to repel the attack. He might have to die, but he would not give up so easily. The rebel leader saw a strange guy in front of him and decided that he was Brazal's new servant. The leader found this guy strange, especially his face confused him. From somewhere above, a creaky voice came out, declaring that they were all stupid people and should accept their fate. The rebel leader recognized Brazal's voice and declared that today they would overthrow him and defeat the curse. The voice replied that no matter how hard they tried, they would still remain his faithful slaves. Alan saw a message about a quest. He was caught in a time loop, along with the rebels cursed by King Brazal, and he had to make a choice. The rebel leader told Alan that King Brazal was a greedy and cruel ruler and had devastated the lands of Kopay. The rebel leader asked Alan for help, and the player was faced with two options. The first was to help the rebels. Brazal stated that the boy looked like a strong warrior, and he would share his power with him, but he had to kill the rebels. The first path had an unknown reward, while the second promised a change of profession to the Defender of Time. Alan had to choose. Samantha had reached level 121 and possessed the rare Future Sculptor class, and was a member of the Prime Guild. The girl was angry at both Worcester, the Knight of Dusk, and the leader, Bamboo Cane, who ordered her to abandon the quest for the Defender of Time. Instead, Samantha was to track anyone coming from the direction of the Rockshi Forest and search the Perm Desert. Samantha was assisted by sand golems, level 30 scouts, one of whom had just returned from reconnaissance, but had found nothing. Samantha didn't know what to do. She had been stuck in the desert for a month, but she couldn't find anything. The girl summoned all her golems and ordered them to report the results of the search. Almost everyone reported that their searches were unsuccessful and that nothing interesting had been discovered. Only one golem announced that he had seen a suspicious person nearby. Samantha gave the golem the order to mimic, that is, to imitate the object it had just seen. The golem turned into some semblance of a girl, too weak for Samantha to be afraid of her. The golem conveyed the words. The girl said that the whisper function was not working, and she was afraid that she would suffocate in the sand funnel. Samantha realized that the sandy funnel was the entrance to the secret dungeon that she had been looking for a month. The girl ordered the golem to lead her to where he had seen this strange man, and as quickly as possible. At this time in the dungeon, Alan sided with the rebels. He just wanted to. The boy ran ahead of the detachment and called on the warriors to kill the tyrant Brazal. The rebel leader was grateful to the guy, but Alan himself doubted that he had done the right thing. The player was infuriated that Brazal called him a strong warrior. He did not consider himself one. The king's voice was heard calling all who had risen against him fools and threatening to bring down all his power on their heads. The rebel leader urged Alan to be careful and promised to cover his rear. Suddenly, the floor beneath the feet of the rebels and Alan began to rise, breaking and splitting into many pieces. Gradually, a huge golden sand golem grew out of the floor. It was terrifying and incredibly strong. The rebel leader ordered his men to hold their formation, declaring that he would personally cut down anyone who ran away. The golem finally grew out of the floor and rushed at the rebel squad. Its goal was to destroy every single person. The golem's huge palms caught people, although the warriors tried to avoid meeting them. Alan was afraid for the fate of the people, but the rebel leader said that he had nothing to worry about. The rebel warriors do not die, they turn into sand and are later resurrected. The troops of these people, no matter how much they want to, cannot go to the next world. They are drawn into an endless battle. Whatever the rebel leader said, the picture that appeared before Alan was terrible. The guy couldn't pretend to be blind and pretend that he didn't see the death of many people. The golden golem was level 230, and Alan couldn't do anything with it. The player decided to break the quest and go in the opposite direction from the place where the golem fights the rebels. The rebel leader was puzzled by the behavior of the strange stranger. He suddenly turned around and walked in an unknown direction. The NPC shouted to Alan that Brazal was actually on the other side. He was hiding behind a mirage. Alan didn't listen to the NPC. He tried to get to the hole in the floor made by the golden golem as quickly as possible. The rebel leader shouted to Alan in vain. The boy decided to jump into that hole. Alan reasoned simply. There was no other way out except for the gates through which the warriors had passed. It turns out that everything else is in the hole from which the golden golem emerged. The NPC, who was considered the leader of the rebels, thought that the guy was a complete idiot for daring to do such an action. During the jump, Alan used the Eat Wings achievement to avoid falling, which reduced the damage from falling. The guy found himself in another room of the same dungeon. It was darker than above, but it was possible to see what and how. The system reported that Alan had found Brizal's secret warehouse, and the player was pleasantly surprised. There was a strange sound that puzzled Alan, and something strange was approaching him from the darkness. In the dense darkness of the room, it was impossible to see what it was, but the approaching substance gave off a sense of mortal danger. After some time, Alan realized that they were skeletons. The system reported that they were all level 85. They were the lifeless knights of the ruined kingdom. Their level was higher than Alan's, but the guy decided that they were slower than the bear. Alan took the treasured seed out of his inventory and decided that his level increase was definitely guaranteed. The divine tree seed's spiritual power dealt additional damage to aggressive skeletons. The blow of the seed on the skeleton's head shattered the latter into small pieces bones, the heads flying in different directions. Alan used the seed like a hammer, smashing skeletons left and right, and got a level up. The skeletons moved so slowly that the player became bored. The power of the seed had a strong effect on the enemy's condition. Alan barely felt the true taste of battle, but he wasn't going to give up on leveling up. It seemed like there would be no problems here, but suddenly an unexpected obstacle appeared. A raspy voice reached Alan, demanding that he stop beating the skeletons. The voice said that the skeletons weren't to blame for attacking. It was all because of the curse. These creatures only had instinct and not a drop of reason left. It was the creaking of a level 135 NPC, captain of the captive guard named Argavane. It was a huge skeleton, clad in strong armor. It was distinguished from other creatures of this level, not only by its height, but also by its lush hair. Alan doubted that he would be able to defeat this creature. After all, it was level 135. Argavane did not attack Alan, but told him that King Brizal, blinded by greed, had brought a curse upon his people. Brizal enjoyed a life of luxury at the expense of the people he sacrificed. Brizal's subjects are trapped in time and have no choice but to fight again and again. Argavane said that this would continue until the curse was lifted. Alan was surprised that Captain Argavane wasn't going to fight him, since he was also trapped in time. Argavane explained that his mind had been clouded some time ago, and he had been fiercely protective of this place. But suddenly there appeared a feeling of the presence of the spirit of life nearby, and this awakened Argavane from many years of oblivion. The spirit of life hinted to Alan about his invaluable support. The player confirmed that this time his contribution is truly invaluable. Alan clarified, meaning there was no point in them entering into a confrontation. Of course, Argavane replied, but he had a request. Alan stumbled upon an additional quest. Captain Argavane wanted to stop the curse, and Alan had to go with him. The captain of the captured guard rushed into the very depths of the dungeon and called Alan to follow him. The guy had no choice but to follow the revived skeleton. After some time, Alan and Argavane came to a huge door. Even for the captain, it was incredibly large. Argavane placed his hand on the door and whispered a spell that Alan could never repeat. The door opened slowly and creaked, and the guy saw piles of gold coins. Alan was overcome with awe. He had never seen anything like it before. These were mountains of countless treasures. It turned out that the Kopei dungeon is a limitless gold mine, and by using these treasures, one can achieve much. However, Brizal did not want to leave everything to his descendants, and therefore sacrificed the souls of his subjects to the demons. Therefore, said Argavane, the kingdom of Kopei has become a desert, and it is this desert that now stretches over their heads. Argavane called Brizal a pathetic little man who had made a deal at his own expense. The captain led Alan to the opening in the wall and said that he would now say goodbye to him, since he could only go further alone. The passage was narrow even for Alan. The guy asked what he should do when he reached the center of the dungeon. Argavane didn't know. Unfortunately, he couldn't help in any way anymore. The future depended only on Alan. The captain knew only one thing. The moment the hourglass turned, everything would return to the beginning. Alan replied that he had to go forward in any case. He said goodbye to the captain and continued on his way. The passage was narrow, and he had to walk bent over. Alan was afraid that at the end he would have to move on all fours. Fortunately, this did not happen. The player soon saw a wooden door. Alan pushed the door, and it opened easily, letting the player into the heart of the dungeon. It was a cave of incredible size, with a huge magic circle glowing on the floor. Above the center of the magic circle hovered the very same hourglass that Captain Argavane had spoken of. Alan decided that everything was simple, and he just needed to take the hourglass for himself. As soon as he stepped onto the cave floor, everything around him began to shake, and Alan almost fell. This curse of the dead was trying to influence him. Alan's recovery power had dropped by 90%, and his health was continuing to rapidly decline. It was clearly a debuff. The spirit of life resisted the negative influence. Alan suddenly discovered that it was helping him. The system reported that the player received the passive class ability Life Charge because he is a shaman. Alan was gifted with the passive class ability Curse Resistance, which protects him from all demon-related curses. Alan was grateful to the spirit of life for such cool passive skills. He said that it was his merit to obtain them. Now Alan was definitely ready to get down to his main business, and nothing could stop him. Argavain admired the man who had made it this far. He must have had incredible resilience. The captain felt the vibration of the dungeon. This could only mean one thing. The player had found the hourglass. Alan used the legendary recovery item, Morning Dew Apple, which increases strength by 150%. The player used the Elf Pie restorative item, which doubles curse resistance. The player used the Blue Macioli recovery item, which restores damage upon receiving critical damage. Alan decided that if he used all these products obtained from the elves, he would be able to get the hourglass and survive. Having eaten and drunk everything he needed, Alan rushed towards his desired goal, the hourglass hanging in the middle of the room. The player tried his best. One more push and the hourglass would be in his hands. Alan made one last effort and reached for the hourglass, and then time, which had been stopped, began to move. The player held the hourglass tightly in his hand, and the seal of Kopi was broken. Alan was glad that the seal was removed, but he was curious about what would happen next. It was unlikely to be anything good. There was a steady rumble, and at first Alan thought it was an earthquake, but the sound was coming from above. The player unmistakably identified it as the sound of a stream of water, and it is quite possible that this underground cave was once filled with water. Argavain watched with joy as his body was destroyed. The captain rejoiced in his freedom and thanked the stranger. At this time, Alan expected a powerful stream of water to fall on him from above. Unfortunately, the guy was not mistaken, and water gushed into the hole in the ceiling of the cave. The guy was lucky that he wasn't immediately overwhelmed, otherwise he would have been forcibly disconnected from the system. But even without this, things were bad. The pressure could carry him away into unknown distances. Alan decided it was time for him to get out of here and rushed to the very door through which he had entered this cave. The guy managed to dive through the door, but the water gushed in here too. Alan ran as fast as he could. He had to make it in time. Water rushed into the treasury, washing away mountains of gold coins and carrying them away into the turbulent stream. The stream of water knocked Alan off his feet. The guy was choking. The achievement Seeing the Sea Dragon was obtained. The achievement increased diving ability, but that was not all. The water current intensified, and another wave covered Alan completely, his diving skills immediately coming in handy. Alan was pulled underwater, and the lack of oxygen reduced his health, but the empty bottle achievement increased his agility in the water. The water was looking for a way out of the cave, and found it by destroying one of the walls. The stones fell out, and the stream rushed into the resulting hole with unprecedented power. Alan was also carried away by this flow. The guy was finally able to take a sip of oxygen and cough. The water rushed further into the cave, but Alan managed to get out of the stream and was glad of his salvation. All that remained was to determine where he had ended up and how to get out. Alan suddenly heard a strangely familiar voice call him a brat. The system reported that Alan had found the ruler of the kingdom of Kopay, the very same tyrant, Brazal. The player wondered if the old king had really been alive all this time. The king was burning with indignation. He called Alan trash and threatened the guy with all possible punishments. Alan looked closer. The tyrant Brazal was the same skeleton as the captain and his crew. The player thought that since the owner of the treasure was a skeleton, the king received his appearance as a result of a deal with demons. Brazal was indignant at how this impudent fellow dared to ruin all his plans and steal the hourglass. Kroll was annoyed that Alan was looking at him intently. The guy's gaze made him even more angry. Alan indeed looked with curiosity at the living skeleton. Unlike the captain, the king was bald. The guy felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he was a king, albeit a skeleton, but a crowned one. Brazal demanded that Alan give him the hourglass. He did not understand how it could end up in the hands of an insignificant little man. The king grabbed the sword and said that he was giving the boy one last chance to return what was stolen, then he would survive. The crowned skeleton, shaking his sword, moved towards Alan. His intentions were not at all peaceful. Alan could not understand what King Brazal was demanding of him and what item he should return. Then the boy realized that the king was interested in the hourglass, as it was irreplaceable as a carrier of the curse. Alan came to his senses. The hourglass was neither in his hands nor in his pockets. Had it really been carried away by the stream? The watch was found in the inventory, and another question immediately arose: why would Alan give it to this NPC? Alan's disrespectful behavior enraged King Brazal to the extreme. The crowned skeleton rushed at the guy, demanding that he immediately return the watch. Alan barely managed to dodge the blow of a powerful sword. The old king turned out to be a surprisingly agile NPC. The player prepared for another epic battle, but upon closer inspection, he noticed one peculiarity about the king. Brazal was disintegrating into pieces before our eyes, pixels falling out of his image and carried away by the currents of air. The decay had taken over not only the skeleton's bones, but also his clothes and the very sword with which he had just tried to cut down Alan. The guy realized that this was a consequence of time returning to its initial state. Brazal was no exception to the general rule that Alan would be able to defeat him when the king was weakened. Brazal's level and health weren't displayed, and Alan felt like that was too much for one decrepit NPC. The king made a decisive lunge and tried to reach Alan with his sword, but he was not going to go into forced shutdown. Alan realized that the crowned skeleton was actually a strong opponent and should avoid taking damage. Brazal called the boy a rat and used the Curse of the Dead, one of the most powerful dark spells, against him. Alan was debuffed due to exceeding the limits of his class ability, Curse Resistance, and his speed and attack were reduced. The player was surprised at how high Brazal's level was, that even the passive couldn't cope, and it wouldn't take long before he became a corpse. Luckily for Alan, a thin vine broke through the floor of the cave where he fought the Tyrant King. This was what he needed, and he used the rapid growth skill on the sprout, increasing the vine's growth speed by 100%. Since time in the Capea Kingdom has been sped up to its normal pace, it affects the skill's rapid growth. The vine immediately grew in size and reached out to the rabbit Brazal, wanting to swaddle the revived skeleton of the monarch. The growth rate of the selected plant was increased by 500%. The vine was 5 times its normal size, and Alan ordered it to entwine Brazal. The king burst out laughing. Did the little man really think he could defeat him with such a pathetic trick? In fact, Alan only wanted to buy time and wait until the sand in the hourglass ran out completely. King Brazal was incredibly strong, and the vine could not withstand his onslaught. Alan needed to delay the king a little longer, and he shouted that he could see his ribs. The skeleton was indignant that the guy did not dare to look. While the king was in hysterics, the last grain of sand fell into the bottom reservoir of the hourglass. The grain of sand quietly fell onto the common pile, and for a moment, a ringing silence reigned in the cave. Brazal realized that his time was up, but he could not believe that he could simply disappear. Another moment, and the skeleton vanished along with its clothes and weapons, leaving only smoke. The system reported that Brazal was defeated. The goal was achieved, but the quest was not completed through combat, and the experience for completing it will be revised. This didn't upset Alan at all. His level had increased many times over. He had won, so what else was needed? The guy was puzzled by the message that the great demon Kalito was smiling. Alan considered it not too important. Alan looked around and noticed on the floor the crown that the crowned skeleton had worn. It was a legendary artifact. If Alan had worn it, he would have immediately become the new king of Capea. Alan was perplexed. It seemed like this was a unique opportunity to become king of one of the richest countries on the continent. May tried to dig through the sand and get to her partner boss mentor. The girl cried loudly, asking where Alan had disappeared to. How could he have left her alone in this terrible desert? A sandy mound began to grow in front of May, and she was delighted, thinking that it was Alan returning from sandy captivity. In fact, it was an ordinary sand golem, but it behaved very aggressively. May was scared. These creatures were unpredictable. It was good if the golem obeyed someone, but worse if it was wild. May tried to be as polite as possible. She greeted the golem and tried to start a conversation with him. The golem was silent for a moment, and then called May a strange person, which frightened the girl even more. The golem said that she needed to make sure of something, and it was urgent, but for this to happen, something needed to be done. The sand creature demanded the sand change skill, and before the astonished eyes of May, a transformation took place. The golem first grew, and then disintegrated into individual grains of sand, a sight not for the faint of heart. May was ready to stop the game. She was so scared, but she did not move from the spot, because then something completely incredible happened. It turned out that inside the golem, there was a person, or rather a girl, although she had an incredibly warlike appearance. The girl grinned. She thought that she would meet an ordinary noob. She asked May who she was and what she was doing here. May was genuinely scared, but then her eyes fell on the stranger's leopard print top. May considered the love for such a print to be in bad taste, and the fact that the militant lady had donned this horror calmed the girl down. Alan had items dropped by the boss in his hands, and the hourglass of the frozen desert summoned mirage soldiers and a golden golem. By putting on the crown, the player became the new king of Capea, but by doing so, the player received a lot of enemies. Alan's instinct for self-preservation told him it was best not to rush into a decision, but he couldn't throw away the loot. Water filled the cave. Alan suggested that since water fills the entire space, it means that Perma was not originally a desert. Alan decided that he was, of course, right. Both the skeleton captain and the rebel leader had hinted at this. Now it was clear how the shaman Teolite had grown the Rockshi forest on barren land. The spirit of life said that if Alan went to Elysia, he would be able to revive the divine tree. However, there is no information on the forum about a place with this name, which means that Alan needs to write the history of Elysia himself. The spirit of life was puzzled by Alan's intentions, but he replied that since he was a shaman, he could do whatever he wanted. With the hourglass capable of providing free labor, Alan decided to create his own garden in this desert. The spirit of life warned that the dead should not be exploited for one's own purposes, but Alan was adamant he would not know until he tried. The player put the crown on his head and felt like a real king, but he lacked subjects. The system announced that Alan had become the first player to achieve king status, and the King of the Beginning achievement had been earned, with his reputation increasing. At the same time, the achievement, Successor of the Tyrant, was obtained and the bad reputation increased significantly. The system informed Alan that he could revive the kingdom of Kope or create his own, but the player decided to do other things for now. Alan wanted to summon the Mirage soldiers and turn them into a workforce, but nothing worked. A message has been received that the character's current level is too low to summon, perhaps summoning 2 soldiers. Then Alan decided to summon a golden golem, but here too he failed. The system failed the king again. At the current level, summoning was impossible. Mana was needed to awaken the golem. Alan realized that he would have to take care of leveling up, and he should start by finding a way out of the dungeon. The girls were talking on the surface. Samantha found out that May's partner was sucked into a sand vortex. Samantha wondered why May was still there, or if her friend was doing anything suspicious. May said that Alan first waved his hands and then disappeared. Samantha decided that the girl was hiding something and wanted to know the details. The girls heard the ground shaking, and both were scared. An earthquake was all they needed. Samantha thought it was May's doing, but the girl insisted that she had nothing to do with it. The girls saw something big and dangerous rising to the surface. Without thinking twice, Samantha mobilized an army of her sand golems to meet the danger. Suddenly, Alan appeared from the sand, and all players received a message that they were seeing the appearance of the new ruler of Kope to the people. Alan felt a little embarrassed. The phrase, "the appearance of a new ruler," sounded too pompous. May was delighted to have a partner. Thank God everything was fine with Alan. Samantha realized that the announcement on behalf of the guild warned about this particular player. His face gave him away. Alan wondered who was meeting him besides May, and Samantha looked at the scary giant with curiosity. It turned out the commander wasn't joking. Samantha was taken aback by the sight of the crown adorning the player's head. The girl was speechless and could only express herself in interjections. Naturally, this guy reduced all her efforts to nothing. Samantha pulled herself together and asked where the guy got the crown of Brazil. Alan did not answer, but asked how she knew about it. The girl demanded to know where the guy got the crown, but Alan replied that it would take too long to explain. An indignant Samantha screamed that the Time Guardian was a unique class that she should have received with Brazil's favor. Alan was clear about everything. He told her that he had completed the quest with an alternative reward and killed Brazil. Samantha was desperate. The player had deprived her of the opportunity to get a unique class. The girl barely calmed down. She was so angry and despair that she was at a loss for words. Alan declared that the title of King of Kope had passed to him and that he was now the ruler of this country. It looked like Samantha's month of hard work had gone down the drain and stayed there. Although there was a way out, it turned out that Samantha's promotion directly depended on this guy, whether he would really help her get it. The message confirmed the girl's fears that if she could earn the trust of the new king, she would be rewarded. Samantha was convinced that her fate now depended on this strange guy, and bowed to the new king. Alan did not understand her intentions, and decided that the girl was thus challenging her to a duel. Samantha knelt down and congratulated Alan on his coronation, bowing ceremoniously. Alan didn't understand why the girl had knelt down. Samantha was forcing herself to rub for a raise, and May was amused by the situation. May joined Samantha, and said that she was putting her life in the hands of the new king. Alan was shocked how he came to this state of affairs, when other players worship him. Vincent and the bamboo cane were watching what happened. Their eyes did not deceive them. The guys suspected Samantha of betrayal. Vincent was unsure about this. Samantha is high class and proud. She would resist regardless of the opponent's level. Bamboo Cane looked at the guy in the crown and noted that he was truly scary. Guild leader Prime assumed that this guy had intimidated Samantha into bowing to him. Alan asked if Samantha was really on a quest to find the tyrant ruler of the kingdom of Capea. He was not mistaken. Samantha confirmed this. Alan understood her annoyance, but the crown went to him, and the girl had to accept this fact. Samantha did not fully comprehend the fact of her defeat, especially since there was always a chance to take the crown. May intervened in the conversation and asked what would happen to Alan's dream now that he had become king. The boy believed that the status of king brought him closer to his dream. He would use the lands of the kingdom of Capea and open a store here. May had little understanding of the connection between floristry and royalty and doubted they could run a flower shop in the desert. Samantha didn't understand what they were talking about. Was opening a flower shop really what Alan had come to the New World for? Alan was confident in his actions and asked the girls to pay attention to the inexhaustible source of water. The death of the tyrant Brazil broke the curse. The water source was revived, and very soon the desert turned into a blooming oasis. Alan himself almost died in a powerful stream of underground water while climbing out of the dungeon. Hearing this, May lost interest in the showdown between May and Alan and rushed to look at the source. Alan suggested that Samantha end the futile argument and focus her efforts on turning the Perm Desert into a blooming garden. The boy reached into his inventory and pulled out a seed from an ilfechi flower. It was this unpretentious plant that he had chosen to green the desert. May wondered if Alan was really going to plant that seed right then and there. Alan did just that, while simultaneously using the rapid growth skill. The shaman's attempt was successful, and the ill-fetchy sprout broke through the sand at that very second. A few more moments passed, and May and Samantha witnessed a real miracle. The ill-fetchy flower grew before the astonished eyes of the girls right in the middle of the sand dunes. Samantha was amazed. She was an experienced player, but she had never seen a skill that quickly grew. Alan's behavior was alarming. Maybe this guy was planning to commit some evil deeds, or conquer the world with his skills and buffs. Looking at Alan's brutal expression and brightly burning eyes, it was hard to believe in his peaceful intentions, just to open a flower shop. To dispel May's doubts, Alan said that with the help of the hourglass he could summon mirage soldiers, but to do this, he would need to become king. The difficulty was that mana was needed to use the skill, and after defeating Brazal, Alan had to invest all his stats into mana. May was shocked, but Alan decided to try summoning mirage soldiers again. Maybe he could summon more. Alan activated the skill Summon Mirage Soldiers sealed in the hourglass. The mana was enough to summon 4 people. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Copeia materialized in the sandy haze of the Perm Desert, led by Commander Tarasquez. Tarasquez was angry. Their souls had just calmed down, and suddenly someone again decided to disturb the peace of those who had long since passed into oblivion. Alan was pleased that this time he managed to call up 4 soldiers. Tarasquez recognized him and asked if he had really done the calling up. Alan confirmed that he is now the master over the souls of all Mirage soldiers. Tarasquez was shocked. Could it be that greed had not bypassed this guy, and he had become Brazal's successor? And what would he do with them? Following the commander, other Mirage soldiers also became outraged. The boys believed that playing with them was an outrage. Alan wondered if Tarasquez and his company were really against doing a little work for him. Tarasquez was indignant. Alan wants to instruct them to organize arson, kill someone, become swindlers, and offend innocent people. Alan replied that he was planning to open a flower shop in the Kingdom of Copeia. Mirage's soldiers were speechless upon hearing their new master's plans. Alan gave Tarasquez the Ilfechi seeds and his soldiers axes and hoes, and sent them to green the desert. Samantha's level 50 sand golems were busy strengthening the walls of the natural spring. Samantha, along with the soldiers and golems, spent her game time creating the future garden. It was almost funny, but all for the sake of upgrading. The girl kept looking back at Alan, who was working selflessly with his assistants. It was hard to recognize a guy with such a brutal expression, a mountain of muscles and fist-fighting skills as a keen gardener-botanist. Samantha decided to earn Alan's trust and get a promotion at any cost. Samantha received a private message from Worcester, asking for a private conversation. The guy reported that the guild leader was asking to remove him from the blacklist. Samantha completely forgot that she had blacklisted the bamboo cane out of anger, and forgotten to restore it. Her former leader immediately contacted her and asked what was going on with the girl. Samantha replied that it was none of his business. Bamboo Cane was indignant that Worcester was worried about the lost shield, while Samantha didn't care at all. The girl was indignant that if someone from the guild needed help, they would fire wishes at her, and her requests were constantly ignored. The leader sincerely apologized and asked what was really going on in the desert. Samantha had not yet cooled down, but told in detail what was happening. Bamboo Cane, I didn't expect such action. Samantha said that she was angry with him, and if he interfered, she would ban him. She needed this promotion. Alan saw that Samantha was worried about something and came over to ask what difficulties the girl was having. Samantha reported that there had been no incidents during her shift. The golems were digging holes and strengthening the walls of the reservoirs, and the Mirage soldiers were cultivating the soil and planting flower seeds. Alan thanked the girl for her work and offered her a little rest, but Samantha refused, intending to continue her shift. May came running, concerned about the possibility of a landslide occurring after the golems finished their work and left. Alan replied that it didn't matter now. The main goal was to moisten the soil. He didn't want to wait for the water to rise to the surface on its own. The guy planned to change the appearance of the desert by force. Alan said he plans to dig up the soil for 2 months, which will increase the flow of groundwater in sufficient quantities. Samantha was in shock. She couldn't even imagine that she would have to spend 2 months stupidly watching golems digging in the sand. Alan secretly told May that he would go away for a short time to the Rockshi forest to ask the elves for advice on how to best plant the plants. May wanted to go with him, but Alan asked her to look after Samantha. The shaman didn't trust this player. May doubted it. Samantha was much higher level than her. Alan was sure that she needed something from them, and therefore everything should be relatively calm. Samantha was sad. 2 months of gardening in the name of a promotion, but where had Alan suddenly gone? A strange noise caught Samantha's attention. It was coming from very close to where the girl was. Samantha was confused at first, but soon realized that someone was approaching the area where she was gardening. The girl thought that it would be great if these were people from her guild. If so, they would help her to take the crown of Brazal for herself. What she saw the next second made her forget about Brazal's crown forever. A huge crowd of elves was hurrying towards her, and Alan was riding above her on a wooden stretcher placed on the backs of the elves. The elves praised Alan. The boy felt special and was at the height of bliss. Samantha received another blow to her pride. The elves from the Roxy forest dragged Alan on themselves. What did this guy do to deserve this? The girl was simply stunned to the point of losing her pulse and speechlessness. She had never seen anything like this before. Alan felt uncomfortable with the elves carrying him on their shoulders so far, but the pointy-eared ones couldn't refuse a man who cared about the revival of the Perm Desert. The elves considered Alan an amazing shaman, and admired the fact that he had found groundwater. Because of this judgment, the spirits of water would come, and the desert would definitely bloom. Mirage's soldiers, oblivious to the new arrivals, worked hard to sow seeds in the barren desert. The elves wondered what the restless souls of Mirage's soldiers were doing here. Alan explained that he hired these souls as contractors at the lowest hourly wage. The elf recognized in Alan a great shaman, who was similar to his predecessor Tialite, and in some things even surpassed him. Tarasquez was drenched in sweat and painfully realized that he still had a long time to work in this place. Samantha watched the conversation between Alan and the elf. This was the first time the elf showed interest in any player. May moved decisively towards the elves. Samantha stopped her, warning that the elf could attack to kill. May didn't listen to Samantha. She just walked up and said hello to the elf. The pointy-eared one recognized the girl and asked how she was doing. Samantha lost her jaw. It just couldn't happen because it couldn't have happened at any time. Elf was planning to look around during the day and get busy planning the flower shop. Alan said that he needed enough advice on gardening. The elf declared that the flower shop was above all else and assured the shaman that he would be pleased with the work. The flower shop was Alan's biggest dream, so he didn't object to the elf's intentions. The guy asked the elf to make a lot of free space inside the store and many wide display cases, the more the better. The elf promised to take Alan's wishes into account, but first they had to return to the Roxy forest and stock up on materials there. They would return in a couple of days. Samantha watched the players interact with the elves and thought that she would never see anything stranger again. While Alan was busy farming, the city of Idaran was occupied by a guild that claimed to be the strongest guild in the New World. The Brown Bear Guild was known for its plunder, harsh control over conquered peoples, racism, and immense force, which allowed it to capture the city. Today in Idaran, the Brown Bears planned to crown their leader, and many game people arrived to watch. The player responsible for the event advised the leader of the Brown Bears Guild to move closer to the edge of the balcony. Unexpectedly for himself, the player received a rebuke. The title of guild leader was already in the past, and he should address his leader differently. The Brown Bear Guild stands on the threshold of new historical achievements, and now its leader is the first king in the New World. The leader of the Brown Bears Guild in the game was listed under the nickname Kroken. He was a powerful player of level 314. Kroken hastened to declare from the castle walls of the city of Idaran that from that moment on, he was the new ruler of this city. That is why Kroken ordered that this city be renamed the capital of the state of Brown Bears. The guild members supported Kroken in his intentions and considered their leader a true king. Kroken winced at the system alert, which confirmed his status as king, but stated that he was the second king of the New World. The guild members received the same notification, and their disappointment knew no bounds. All words except obscene expressions disappeared from their vocabulary. It turned out that their incredible and unrivaled leader was not the first king of the New World, but only the second. Kroken was insulted and humiliated. Becoming the first and only king of the New World was his cherished goal. Kroken ordered that the first king be found as quickly as possible and brought to him. Jack read the forum posts with interest, where people were interested in the identity of the first king and talked about the decline of the Brown Bears' reputation. The guy was surprised by the activity of the players. He, like everyone else, was fascinated by the course of events unfolding in the New World. Michael wasn't interested in any of this. He was too busy playing the game to pay attention to anything else. It was about the Brown Bear Guild. They started small, but gathered the worst villains into their ranks and turned into a powerful group. The Bears were preparing for the coronation of their leader, but he ended up second and most likely already gave the order to kill the player who was ahead of him. Michael was wary. Jack assumed that the Bears would find this guy and kill him over and over again until he left the game forever. Jack decided that the player was not vain, since upon becoming the first king, he did not announce his title to the entire gaming world. Michael was glad that he had been lucky enough to delay founding the new country. Otherwise, the global announcement would have come to all players, and he would have definitely been in trouble. In the game, Alan was met by a frightened May. The girl realized that her companion is the commander and is the very first king. May remembered that first king was one of Alan's statuses. She couldn't be wrong. Alan replied that this was not entirely true, that with this title he would have a whole new set of problems, and that wearing a crown did not automatically give one the title of king. The guy was slightly disingenuous. He was confident in May, but he was afraid that she might accidentally reveal his location to the Bears. May believed Alan and decided that the first king was somewhere else. The danger was not over yet. The guy felt someone's intense gaze burning into his back. It was Samantha, and it was impossible to fool this girl, and Alan was faced with the important task of persuading her to keep the secret. May tried to calm Samantha down, but she was convinced that Alan was the first king. Samantha believed that the flower shop was just a cover. The search for the bears was playing into the girl's hands, although there was one reason not to give up Alan. Alan decided not to play tricks on Samantha and to finally find out whose side she was on. The guy considered the girl a strong player and wanted her to remain his ally. Alan asked Samantha to keep his status a secret. It would be great if no one knew about it, at least for now. Alan asked Samantha to pretend not to know anything. Samantha promised to keep his royal status a secret. May came running with the news that the elves were returning to them. Alan was happy about this. The elves didn't just return. They arrived on unicorns, which at first glance looked like ordinary horses. The pointy-eared ones were in a hurry to return, and were glad that nothing had delayed them on the way. Alan admired the horse that Elf had arrived on, and how it could have gotten into the desert at all. The elf replied that the spirits of the forest were far from weak creatures, and introduced Alana and May to the descendant of a unicorn, an incredibly resilient creation of nature. May was breathless with delight. The unicorn really did exist in the new world, and Alan felt a little ashamed of his comrade's violent emotions. The elf reported that he had brought a lot of materials for the construction of a flower shop. Pointy-eared asked Alan to check the boxes and let him know if anything he needed was missing. Among other things, the elves brought wood from the moon tree, which is resistant to heat and strengthens in the moonlight. Alan was delighted that after 6 months of gaming efforts, his store would finally start to take shape. Michael Allen's dream began to come true. This is what he really wanted, his own flower shop. May watched the commander, never thinking to see him in such a state again. The appearance of the Perm Desert gradually changed, and an emerging oasis was visible on all sides. Upon closer inspection, the observer discovered a small lake, a garden, a vegetable garden, and a building under construction. The elves worked hard to build a flower shop for the shaman Alan, and the culprit of this action was very happy about it. The elf asked if the shaman liked the building. Alan was delighted and kept asking how he could help. Alan couldn't help in any way, only elves could work with the moon tree's wood. At night it took root and became invulnerable. The guy looked at the ordinary-looking boards and wondered if they really had such incredible properties. Samantha could only marvel at the incredible nature of what was happening. Alan was close to the elves, and they brought a unicorn and brought wonderful wood. This was what Samantha told Kruvasan, who was an experienced trader and believed that no one in her friend's circle understood the real value of this material. This wood was used to make bows and arrows. It was difficult to find on sale, and only elves could work with it. Almost all the moonwood is found on the continent of Haps in the Ruzan Empire. Its trade is monopolized, and the prices are exorbitant. Kruvasan couldn't imagine that it would be possible to build an entire house out of moonwood. Such a house would cost tens or even hundreds of billions. Samantha's friend didn't understand her interest in moonwood, but the girl increasingly understood that she needed to be friends with Alan. After Kruvasan's story about the value of the material, Alan's desire to test the boards for strength seemed blasphemous to Samantha. Alan's efforts were crowned with success. The Perm Desert ceased to be such. A significant part of it was already covered with ilfetchi. Alan admired the fruits of his labor. The ilfetchi flowers had grown, and the store was completed. It's time to finish the main quest for today, and plant the treasured seed. The Spirit of Life asked Alan if he had really decided to do this. The guy replied that if he delayed with this, then it would be too late to plant. The Spirit of Life advised waiting, but Alan decided that this place was best suited to finish this annoying quest. The Spirit of Life was surprised that Alan considered such an important quest annoying, but the boy no longer listened to him. Alan, as usual, summoned Mirage's soldiers, and they arrived at the behest of their master. The guy apologized for disturbing the restless souls again, and said that he wanted to entrust them with an important task. The Mirage soldiers replied that he had no need to apologize to them. They enjoyed seeing the fruits of their labors, and were happy to help Alan. Tarasques once allowed the thought that Alan was the same as Brazil, but the flowers in the desert were their salvation, not a curse. Alan was glad that they thought so he ordered that black soil be brought and mixed with unicorn excrement to make fertile soil. Tarasques was a little disappointed. Their rescue was dirty and smelled not of flowers, but of much more unpleasant odors. The place for planting the seed of the divine tree, fertilized with the soil of the Rakshi forest and unicorn dung, was ready. The Spirit of Life advised him to think. Alan believed that if he failed, the seed would still not go anywhere. The guy believed that he had thought enough and done everything he could to make the quest a success. Now he must cover the seed of the divine tree with earth and compact it tightly. Ignoring the sadness of the Spirit of Life, Alan, together with the spirits of the soldiers, finished planting the seed. The planting was complete, and the guy received a message from the system in his personal inbox. In order to fulfill his promise to the divine tree, he planted a seed in the ground. Alan was informed that the method of growing the seed was unknown, but only he could grow it, since he was the only shaman in the new world. If Alan can grow roots and produce a shoot, he will be able to understand the power and will of the divine tree. Alan decided that the quest had been updated, but the Spirit of Life disagreed with him. It was at this time that the elder of the village of Tryon, the wise elf Elda, entered the territory of the Perma-Desert. Elda was amazed that the entire desert was covered with ilfechi flowers, and the elf accompanying her pointed her to the shaman's flower shop. The elf admired the elder's foresight, but Elda claimed that the divine tree itself had chosen Alan. Alan was glad to see Elda, but he didn't think it would happen so soon. His store wasn't ready to receive guests yet. Elda didn't want to wait. She wanted to see the shaman's shop and was glad that he had started the revival of the divine tree. The elder stated that Alan was like a conduit between her and the divine tree, and she could hear his weak, grumbling voice. Alan was afraid that the divine tree was dissatisfied with something, if its voice was grumbling. The elder reported that the tree was saying that it was very uncomfortable under the scorching sun, and before that, it had periodically hit something. Alan didn't expect the tree to remember this either, but the elder reassured the boy that the tree was always grumbling, and there was no need to worry about it. Alan thought he had planted the tree seed in a good place and hoped that everything would be fine. Elda said that the tree placed all decisions on Alan, and the elves cannot interfere, but in order to calm the tree, it needs to be helped to take root. Alan wondered what he could do to speed up the rooting of the divine tree. The elven elder advised to talk to the tree, as with the ilfechi flowers. Alan was terrified that he would have to go through those tedious monologues or conversations again for 2 months or even more. The guy was ready to accept his fate, but decided to ask the elf a question. Elda was ready to answer any question Shaman Alan might have. Sometime later, Alan was busy cooking in the kitchen of his new home. Samantha wondered if Alan had leveled up. All he had done since his conversation with the elven elder was cook. All the dishes were made from ilfechi. There was a soup made from ilfechi flowers, fried ilfechi seeds, and a salad made from ilfechi stems. Alan lost track of time. He was annoyed that he was only able to explore the ilfechi flowers to 60%. The guy thought it was strange, and so he asked the wise elf what he needed to do to increase his level of plant study. Elda replied that Alan grows flowers, but that doesn't mean he knows everything about them. Some need to be used for something, not just observed. Flowers can be used as medicines, tonics, others are used to make spices, and still others are used for cooking. The village elder said that in order to progress further, it was necessary to study all the ways of using flowers. After this, Alan will gain the ability to hear the voices of plants and talk to them. Elda could of course tell Alan how to use plants, but then Alan wouldn't be as interested, and she wouldn't have as much fun. The guy got a little angry. Did the elves, led by the elder, really want to have fun by watching him? After Alan's story, Samantha understood why he was preparing dishes from various parts of the ilfechi flower. Alan replied that Samantha was right, but just cooking isn't effective. He's thinking about creating potions with different purposes. Alan decided that he had overloaded Samantha with work in the desert and advised her to go hunting and take May with her. Samantha replied that she and May had a big difference in levels, so it would be inconvenient for them to hunt together, but when she raised her level, then yes. Alan was adamant that May did not need to be leveled up. Samana was confused. The point of the game was to level up the player, so why shouldn't May do the same? Alan replied that, at this stage, May needed to speed up the process of adding to the directory. Alan was glad that the girls had gone hunting and the elves had gone for materials, so he could calmly concentrate on creating potions. Alan's hopes for a quiet job were dashed when he heard a knock on the shop door. The guy wondered who it could be. A person definitely couldn't get here. The place was protected from the appearance of an outside player. Alan opened the door and walked out. In front of the store, he saw a crowd of elves. All of them were unfamiliar to him. The guy was surprised and asked who they were and why they had come to the Perm Desert. The elves replied that they had come from different places and that there were 3 tribes in front of him: Blackvine, Tandamine, and Rudia. Alan didn't understand why these elves came here and what they wanted. It was a little worrying since he had sent all his assistants away on business. The system's messages that the elves were sympathetic to him and the pink clover necklace ensured their favor reassured Alan. The elder of the Rudia tribe reported that they came here at the call of the voice of the divine tree. Others confirmed that their home is where this tree grows. Looking around, the elves saw a field of flowers and were convinced that they were indeed standing in front of the shaman's house. The leader of the Tandamane, Seeger, stated that the shaman Tia Light certainly enjoyed all of this. He was an eccentric and loved to play pranks on the elves. Seeger promised that when he grew up, he would play the same prank on Tia Light, but unfortunately, the first shaman left them earlier. Alan listened to the elves' memories and realized that they had indeed decided to move to this oasis. In real life, when meeting a friend in a secluded cafe, Jack White showed Michael a photo from the forum where he was standing next to the elves and asked him to explain it. Michael reminded his friend that he started the game in the Rakshi forest, where there were many elves. Jack didn't listen to his friend and asked him directly if he had anything to do with the elves' resettlement to the Perm Desert. Michael didn't want to tell his friend the truth and said that he was talking complete nonsense. Jack knew Michael too well and could see perfectly well that he was lying to him. White asked his friend if he was talking nonsense, why he was so nervous that his toes were just dancing. Jack was sure that Michael was in the very epicenter of the elven migration. Michael replied that he was right and promised to explain everything. Jack's friend's story left him despondent. How could he have such luck in the game? Michael, without even really understanding it, was able to start such a major event. Michael replied that he had no such ambition, but simply wanted to quietly run the flower shop. Jack considered this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but he completely forgot that his friend only dreamed of a flower shop. Roxy Forest had always been a living hell for players, which was why there were so many good quests there, but Jack still considered Michael lucky. Jack thinks that Michael is hiding everything from him is a real dirty trick. He should tell him everything in detail and unlock him in the game. Michael replied that he had simply received a couple of quests when he befriended the elves, and the very existence of the pointy ears was at stake. Michael spent a lot of time describing all his adventures. Jack was surprised. His friend played much better than he expected. Michael didn't understand whether Jack really thought he was completely stupid and incapable of understanding the game. Jack explained that he thought his friend was only busy with flowers, but he was also completing quests at the same time. Michael confirmed that this was indeed the case, and Jack asked if it was Michael who had received the first king achievement. It was a dangerous question. Michael remembered the brown bears and how they had long ago moved the hunt for the first king into reality. The guy laughed. Jack has such jokes. Is it really possible to get such a title? Jack also found it funny. Only White had a natural question about what was happening to his friend's toes again. He was clearly nervous. Once in the game, Michael, Alan, contacted Jack, nicknamed Big Muscles, a friend who announced that he would soon come to him in the Perm Desert. Alan tried to convince his friend that there was no need to come to him, and that there was nothing interesting there at all, but he had already passed out. Deciding to deal with problems as they came, Alan looked around. The guy discovered significant changes. The number of elves had increased and a new construction site had appeared. Alan came to the conclusion that the elves would constantly arrive. Hearing the voice of the divine tree, the settlement already resembled a small city. The guy came to the conclusion that spontaneous construction is a bad idea. If you don't build according to a plan from the very beginning, then don't expect order later. Alan decided to take urgent measures to streamline the construction and contacted Samantha. The girl was busy and at first did not want to answer, but when she discovered that Alan was calling her, she dropped everything she was doing. Samantha said that she and May were hunting sheep, but the golems had already done everything for them, and she was ready to listen to His Majesty, that is, Shaman Alan. Alan asked the girl if she knew anyone with an architecture degree. Samantha had one such acquaintance. Alan asked if Samantha knew about the elves' relocation to their oasis. It was in connection with this event that he needed a specialist to build houses. Samantha knew a guy with a lot of experience in the architecture class and promised to contact him and ask if he could work for Alan. The player with the level 184 architect class was called Dianth, but whether that was his real name remained a mystery. Dianth received a quest to change his class. He had to do something that no one else had done before, and then he would be promoted to a renowned architect. The architect was pondering what all this meant when suddenly he received a request from Samantha in his personal message. Dianth was glad to talk to an old acquaintance, but he didn't expect that she would immediately offer him to build houses in the Perm Desert. The architect doubted that it was possible to lay the foundation for a house on the desert sands. It was simply reckless. Samantha said that Dianth would not regret coming. He must have heard about the elves' resettlement, so they were going to live in the Perm Desert. The girl said that she would not explain anything to him because it would take too much time. In short, the owner of those places needs a specialist who can design a city for elves. Dianth will find out the details on the spot. The guy couldn't miss such a chance, and said that he would immediately go to the place indicated by Samantha. A little later, Dianth found himself in the center of the Perm Desert, near Alan's flower shop. The architect saw Alan and decided that Samantha was taking revenge on him for something, since she sent him to such a scary guy. Alan was glad to see the architect and tried to smile, wanting to demonstrate his friendliness, but it would have been better if he had not done this. Alan explained to Dianth that suddenly many elves had moved to his oasis and they were all living in tents. The architect understood that if he started building houses without a plan, big problems would arise, and the population was increasing every day. Alan realized that he was truly dealing with a specialist and thanked Dianth for coming to his aid so quickly. The shaman said that he wanted to create a good place for the elves to live, and he couldn't do it without the help of an architect. The system informed Alan that he had the rights of a king and could create a quest. It was unexpected and very timely. Of course, Alan wanted to create a quest. The guy asked the architect to wait a minute and focused on creating the quest. Alan stated that the goal of the quest was to build a city in which the elves would live. The system reminded that it was necessary to set a reward for completing the quest. Alan thought hard. The reward had to be big and valuable, and he had something for it. The quest to build a city large enough to accommodate all the elves was completed, with the reward being increased elven interest and the Twilight Barrier shield. Dianth was puzzled. Could a player really offer such a quest? The scale of this guy was impressive. How high his level must be. The architect realized that the level didn't matter here. It was just that the first king was in front of him. The player, the very one the brown bears were looking for. Alan asked if the quest was suitable for Dianth, as it was the first time he had created one. Dianth realized that the reward, the Twilight Shield, was undoubtedly a valuable item, but the opportunity to upgrade his class was even more important to him. After a short period of thought, the architect accepted the shaman Alan's offer. Dianth extended his hand in the architect's glove to the owner of the oasis, which, by the way, was also a valuable item, and declared that he accepted his quest. The architect promised to do everything possible to ensure that the elves were happy with the new city. Dianth had never built anything on such a large scale before, but he had a lot of experience and thought that perhaps everyone always liked the result of his work. But why then did the elves laugh at him now and declare that a man could not penetrate the aesthetics of elven architecture? Dianth tried to justify himself and explain his plans, but no one was going to listen to him. The elves simply laughed at the wretchedness of human construction, and the favor of the pointy-eared ones towards the architect decreased. In vain did Dianth ask the elves to listen to him, or at least tell him what they wanted. It seemed as if the elves hated the architect, and with every word he said, their interest in him waned. Dianth took all this as a challenge to his skill, and was not going to give up so easily. The guy decided that he would act like a first-level beginner, and start his ascent from the beginning. Diantha and May returned from hunting. They heard about the elves' migration, but what they saw with their own eyes was even more impressive. The girls were stopped by one of the elves, and demanded that they reveal their status. May declared that she was the shaman's assistant. The elf sniffed and reported that the aroma of nature emanated from her. The elf recognized May, and confirmed that an ordinary person could not have such a smell. Samantha wondered what was unusual about May. The elf turned to Samantha and asked who she was. In his opinion, the girl smelled unpleasant. May stood up for her comrade, and declared that she was a good person, and served as a knight for the shaman, Alan. They had returned from the expedition, and were rushing to the shaman. May informed the elf that they were collecting seeds and information for a botanical reference book. Ostrowski decided that people who were collecting information about plants could safely go to the shaman. But the elf warned Samantha to be careful and not to bother the elves. A few days ago, a guy came to build houses. If Samantha doesn't want to be like him, she should behave quietly, the elf warned. The girl realized that they were talking about her friend, the architect Dianthe, and hurried to find the guy. Dianth was in a deplorable state. The guy was whining and saying that he was worse than trash and could not be an architect. May asked who it was. Samantha replied that it was the famous architect Dianth. She invited him at Alan's request, but what happened was unclear. Alan appeared and explained that the elves don't like people, and he is powerless to change anything here and doesn't know what to do. May assumed she knew the reason why Dianth had become so helpless. Alan asked the girl to tell him her guess. Maybe he could come up with a way out of the current situation. May reported that all members of the Chanrakyup Guild had experienced this condition. The elves ignored the players and drove them to depression. Alan remembered that everyone who belonged to Chanrakyup wore robes. Could it be that May was among them? The girl replied that she was forced to join the ranks and learn the skills of sleeping in the open and begging, but now, that is in the past. Alan realized that the renowned architect had gone crazy due to the elves' hostility, and they needed to help Dianth cope with his injury. The guy doubted that they would be able to help the architect recover. May objected, this condition is not a mental trauma. Alan was surprised. Did the members of Chanrakyup really like living in the forest? Were they masochists, or... May believed that since she had adapted to living in the forest back then, and was still a member of Chanrakyup, she could help Dian too. The girl suggested asking for help from the leader of the Chanrakyup Guild, and she could do it. Alan was perplexed by what help the abnormal people in black cloaks could provide them. May believed that they would teach Dianth to communicate with the elves. Alan decided that if May was confident in the result, then it was worth trying, but how would she find her former comrades? The girl reminded that she was still a member of this organization, and looked at the messages. She hadn't been there for a long time. A mass of messages from comrades with various questions and requests for help was discovered. Alan felt hurt that some members of Chanrakyup called him a monster. May read the messages and said that these guys also needed help. They were trapped in the Rakshi forest. Alan doubted that he was obliged to help. May believed that they needed to help in any case, especially since they still needed workers. Alan decided that May's offer was beneficial to him from all sides. He would get workers and restore the architect. At this time, in one of the quiet corners of the Raksha forest, ordinary phenomena were taking place. The members of Chanrakyup tried to win the favor of the elves, and finally, the elves' relations with them rose to a neutral level. Breeze, the leader of the Chanrakyup Guild, couldn't believe it himself, but he was sure that he shouldn't give up. Suddenly, May called Breeze in a private message and demanded that the former leader listen to her. While Breeze was talking to May, the guild members put forward various assumptions about the fate of their comrade. They thought that the monster had kidnapped May, and they would have to beg him to let her go, but even the Prime Guild couldn't get them out of that forest. Most likely, they were doomed to wander here forever, but after listening to the leader's conversation, the guys realized that something unusual was happening. Breeze finished talking with May and announced to his comrades that the hour X had come. They could take off these stuffy cloaks and go out into the world to the people. Breeze was the first to get rid of the cloak. He simply threw it away from himself, and that was it. The guild members were shocked, but Breeze announced that they finally had a chance to advance in the game. Breeze was a nice, strong guy, but his playing level was 12. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind the boys, angrily asking who was making noise at such a late hour. The village resident, the elf Straw, became uncomfortable because of the noise, and his favor towards people decreased. Breeze apologized, but this did not help restore the level of the elves' attitude to neutral. It remained lowered. Breeze decided that it didn't matter at the moment. They were leaving this damned forest anyway. The next day, at the entrance to the village, Trian May met her guild friends. May greeted Breeze, who responded in kind and informed her that he had come as a representative of the 50 people remaining in the village of Chonrokyup. Breeze asked if May was sure everything was okay, and if he could take all 50 people with him. May replied that Breeze could go with her without any problem, and the elf accompanying her would bring the rest. First, May will share the quest with Breeze, and then he will share it with the rest of the guild members. Breeze received a message about a joint quest. They must help the elves build a city in the desert. The reward is the essence of Ifelchi flowers from the shaman. Breeze knew that this was a good potion, and that getting it simply for participating in the construction would be a great success. The elf got tired of waiting for the conversation to end, and demanded that Breeze tell him where the rest of the people were hiding. The elf stated that he was giving them a chance only because the shaman had asked for it, and he hoped that Breeze and his comrades would not disappoint him. Breeze swore that everything would be fine, but he himself was sure that what was happening was not normal and would not end well. Breeze looked at everything with huge eyes and considered what was happening incredible. May was sure that this was definitely a desert. Wherever Breeze looked, flowers grew. Alan came out to greet the new arrivals. He was polite and friendly, but his face was still frightening. Alan explained that the reason for creating the quest was that the elves decided to move here. Alan explained that he was building a city for the elves where they would live happily ever after. Breeze guessed that the quest was created personally by Alan. The guy wondered why he was offered help, since the elves disliked his team. Alan explained that he was offering this to Breeze because he was the oldest in his guild, and indeed, everyone who was older than Breeze had left the Rakshi forest. Alan was about to pray for their souls, but Breeze said that these people had simply quit the game. In any case, Alan believed that Breeze, as the head of the guild, could help Alan solve one problem. Before they could begin construction, there was one snag that needed to be dealt with, the shaman said, inviting Breeze to follow him. Soon Alan and Breeze came across a wonderful flower, over which sat a failed architect. Dianth was surprised how a flower could be so beautiful, but it was worse than unicorn excrement mixed with dirt, and in general, all people are bad. Alan explained that the guy had been in this state for several days. Breeze took a closer look at the architect and said that there was nothing to worry about. This guy was already at stage 4. May clarified that this is the stage of complete loss of self-respect, and that it should get easier later. In Chonrokyup, people, being together, helped each other cope with this, but the girl did not remember the details. Breeze said that they identified 5 stages, and when newcomers arrive in the Rakshi forest, they are immediately at the first stage. Everything was arranged in such a way that the contempt of the elves destroyed the player's personality, and the person felt like an amoeba. At the second stage, a person struggles with the destruction of personality, but soon becomes disillusioned. At the third stage, the mind is destroyed by a feeling of shame. The fourth stage, Breeze said, is the acceptance of reality. The architect is a living example. He considers himself an outcast. The fifth stage is not easy. Here a person gives up his hopes and expectations. Breeze believed that going through all the stages was hard work, and even he could not say with certainty that he had completely completed the 5th stage. Alan described the situation. Dianth was supposed to design the city, but he fell into depression. Breeze thought that this happens when you meet elves. Alan asked for help from the architect. Breeze could only help him move on to the 5th stage. Breeze saw the message. He received a quest to change his profession, since he could be called an expert in communicating with elves. The system believed that Breeze had the gift of healing people who suffered from the contempt of the elves, the goal being the healing of the injured person. As a reward for successful completion, the title of Elven Advisor was given. Breeze burst into tears. Had he really waited for this day? A lot of time had passed since the start of the game, and finally, the long-awaited change of profession. The guy cried openly and loudly, surprising Alan and May with his behavior. May assumed that Breeze was crying because he was scared. Alan decided that he had scared the guy, but he had already begun to calm down. Breeze calmed down completely and explained that he was not afraid at all, but quite the opposite. Breeze admitted that he had found meaning in life and thanked Alan for the precious chance he had given him. Alan was surprised. He didn't intend to do anything like that, but look, the man is so happy. A little later, in the Rakshi forest, the members of the Chonrokyup were given elven axes, a beginner's tool for cutting down trees. The guild members asked the elf if he wanted everyone to get busy cutting down trees, and they weren't mistaken. The elf replied that he personally would not have trusted them with even a stick, but this was the shaman's request, and all members of the guild must fulfill it. The elf taught the boys how to use an axe correctly. One swing of the axe should take 8 seconds, with an angle of inclination of 37 degrees. To properly cut down a tree, you need to make 8 blows in a circle, exactly 10 centimeters apart. Then the cut will have an even edge. One of the guild members decided that they were now slaves of the elves and for eternity. The guy remembered the leader and missed him. It was the 5th stage and he had to hold on. The elf raged. People must do everything according to the standard and not be lazy. Before Alan again stretched the sun-scorched desert, the spirit of life said that it was impossible to grow anything in this hellish heat, and Alan agreed with him. Only weeds and hyacinth flowers grew on these sands. Seedlings certainly could not survive here. It was necessary to come up with something urgently, otherwise there would be no success. Samantha reported that she had finished cleaning the store's warehouse, and Alan thanked the girl. Samantha noticed that there were a lot of potions accumulated in the warehouse. Alan clarified whether she was talking about the essence of the Eifelchi flowers or what. Samantha asked if Alan was only planning to use it as a quest reward. If so, she would feel sorry to waste the potion so uselessly. The girl thought it was not good to leave these potions gathering dust in vain. They were very valuable in the new world. Samantha believed that Alan knew that such a potion provided 10% recovery after critical loss of health. The girl believed that this potion would be in good demand among the players. Alan wondered if anyone would buy his potions, but if it was possible, he needed to sell them. Samantha confirmed that there are more expensive items, but this is the simplest thing a shaman can do. The girl believed that the potion had an ideal price-quality ratio, and, in addition, a constant income was better than a one-time sale of an in-game item. Alan realized that he had heard about how people made money in the new world, and in his situation, it was unwise to waste time playing games without material benefit. The guy figured that with some effort, he could cover part of his student loan. Alan turned decisively to Samantha. The girl even got a little scared. The shaman asked if Samantha knew a suitable person who would sell the potions and do it honestly. After talking with Alan, Samantha hurried to contact the unique 110th class merchant Kruvasan from the Prime Guild. Samantha tasked her with testing and evaluating one of the potions Alan had prepared. Kruvasan hoped that since Samantha had sent the potion, it must be worth something. After completing the inspection and calculating the possible profit, the merchant whistled in surprise. If Samantha can really put this potion into mass production, then she will immediately rush for the first batch. Samantha didn't promise a large batch, but the volume she named promised a decent profit for both the manufacturer and the middleman. The members of the Chanrakyup Guild stubbornly pulled the heavy log, the elf closely watching to make sure the guys didn't slack off. Taraskes admired the flowers and shared his ecstatic mood with May. The leader of Chanrakyup, Breeze, revived Dianth's psyche. Alan stepped out onto the porch of the shophouse. Everything was fine in his domain, and now he began to think about improving the composition of the potions. Samantha had been waiting for Alan for a long time and now hurried to talk to him before the shaman again delved into his research of plants. Samantha introduced Alan to her friend, the merchant Kruvasan, who was the one the girl had told the shaman about. Alan was glad to see a player with such a useful profession. A good merchant was vital to him now. Alan was excited about the prospect of profit and invited Kruvasan to take a look at one of his products immediately. Kruvasan became worried, but Samantha reassured her friend that Alan didn't mean anything illegal. Alan took Kruvasan to his warehouse and laboratory. He decided to start the product presentation with the essence of the Eifelchi flower. Kruvasan appreciated the quality of the offered product. It was excellent. There was much more interesting going on in Alan's lab besides the essence. Alan modestly said that he was experimenting with creating different products. Kruvasan realized that this player would help her make a lot of money and asked permission to evaluate other goods. Alan was only glad of her desire. Kruvasan took out a goblin kaleidoscope, which helps her more accurately estimate the value of items, and set to work. The tea made from dried mushrooms turned out to be high quality. It provided a feeling of comfort and increased resistance to curses by 1%. Flower seeds roasted in the hot sand of the desert restored health by 10 points. All the products were of high quality, only the baked acorns with pine needles seemed useless. Kruvasan informed Alan that she had done everything possible to study the properties of acorns, but had not found any buffs in them. Kruvasan couldn't clearly determine Alan's potential. His dishes were significantly higher in quality than most buff foods in the game. But the shaman Alan's products fell far short of the high-quality dishes enjoyed by the wealthiest players. Kruvasan was overcome with curiosity and asked permission to try the baked acorns with pine needles. The girl carefully picked up one of the acorns with a fork and tasted it. The bitter but pleasant taste of acorns and pine needles affected her taste buds, and the girl felt all the beauty of Mother Nature. Alan watched Kruvasan's expression closely and decided that the acorns were not tasty at all. The quality of food in the New World ranged from ordinary to high quality, and players' sense of taste was enhanced. Kruvasan knew that besides the players who valued only buff food, there were also others. These were AI NPCs, and they should be interested in acorns. Kruvasan assured Alan that there were many NPCs with different preferences in the New World, and she was sure that such dishes would be to their taste. The girl felt new opportunities, and it was not for nothing that she believed Samantha's assurances. The merchant offered to put up for sale everything that was in this warehouse, not only the essence, but also dishes made from new recipes. Kruvison was delighted with Alan's culinary skills and declared that he was a God-given cook. Alan agreed to sell all the products he prepared, but decided to clarify the main thing. The guy had completely forgotten what a frightening effect his facial expressions had on people he barely knew, and was already regretting that he had been so impulsive. Kruvison was scared but kept her composure. Alan simply asked her to remember that he was the owner of a flower shop and sold flowers. Samantha defended her friend in front of Alan, but the guy was already on the side of the saleswoman since she held up well. In any case, Alan and the merchant agreed to open an exclusive store in the Oasis territory, and a space needed to be built for it. The construction of a store for Kruvison and many other matters required the architect Dianth to be brought back to normal as quickly as possible. These were the things Breeze was doing. He was convincing the architect to cast aside his illusions about elves. These creatures are not as kind and noble as in fairy tales and novels. Breeze was not exaggerating when he said that an elf could kill a person because of his hostility just by touching him. Breeze told Dianth that elves, like demons, can humiliate without reason, and racial discrimination flourishes among them. Breeze convinced Dianth to get rid of his illusions. Elves are ordinary mortals and constantly offend people. The only way to find common ground with the elves, in Breeze's experience, is to accept reality as it is. Breeze insisted that Dianth should make every effort to achieve this, but the architect could not figure out how this would work in practice. Breeze decided to demonstrate his words visually, and asked Dianth to watch carefully. Dianth turned into sight and hearing, completely not understanding what exactly Breeze would do now. Breeze caught up with the elf, bowed, and said that today's weather was as beautiful as the ideal beauty of the elves. The pointy-eared one was puzzled. Breeze didn't wait for the pointy-eared one's answer, and quickly ran away from him back to Dianth. The architect was puzzled. Breeze just uttered a completely insane greeting unilaterally. Dianth witnessed the puzzled look on the elf's face as Breeze greeted him. Then a strange effect followed. The elf decided that Breeze was still a little better than the pointy-eared one thought of him. Dianth realized that Breeze's way of communicating with the elves and raising their opinion of humans was working. Breeze suggested that Dianth try to do the same. In any case, the elves' attitude towards him was worse than ever, and the architect had nothing to lose. Dianth agreed with Breeze and rushed to catch up with another pointy-eared one. The architect said hello, said the same phrase as Breeze had earlier, said that he was now leaving, and began to wait for a reaction. An elven warrior from the Ho clan returned Dianth's greeting, and the architect received a small increase in the elves' favor. Dianth looked at his mentor with hope. It seemed he had done everything right. Breeze praised the architect. He was on the right track. All that remained was to consolidate the completed action through long-term practice. Dianth's joy knew no bounds. Now he could return to his favorite activity and improve his skills. Alan watched Peter and Dianth from the sidelines, while the architect cried with joy, and the shaman decided that his recovery was still far off. Alana called Kruvison and reported that the first sales were successful. She had been selling the essence for 10, but the price had skyrocketed to 30. The game's aristocrats enjoyed the prepared dishes and ordered more. This information delighted Alan, as he realized how much real money he had earned. May calculated the exchange rate and determined that Alan had earned about 10,000 rubles. The guy was upset. He emptied the entire warehouse, and there was no profit. Alan really wanted to earn money for his education, but now he will still have to take out a loan. Alan saw May's surprised eyes and asked what her problems were, whether something had happened in the area under his control. The girl replied that everything was fine, only now she realized that Alan was a student, like herself. Alan was offended. He was only 20 years old, and of course he was still studying at university. May found this implausible. The new world was democratic, and anyone could play it, from school children to pensioners. Alan wondered who May was in real life, if she was so amused to learn that he was 20 years old. May said she was 26, had already graduated from university, and was now actively looking for a permanent job. Alan didn't think much about his comrade's age. His head was occupied with the thought that selling food and potions from flowers was normal. The guy still wanted to sell flowers and bouquets, and not products made from them. May suggested selling flowers as a material for something. Up until this point, flowers weren't valued in the game. They weren't equipment or an accessory. The idea of a flower accessory appealed to Alan, and he commanded the spirit of life to help him make it. Alan wasn't very comfortable manipulating his large hands, but he tried, and the system gave him the concentration skill. Entering a state of concentration became easier. Experience increased by 10%, although health decreased by 5 units per minute. With concentration, the shaman clumsily but lovingly created a flower arrangement and earned the beginner florist achievement and the bouquet arrangement skill. Ilfechi flower research has reached 100%, allowing communication with the flower spirit. Weak health recovery, passive skill. The latter acted on the closest, in terms of distance, members of the group. In addition, the flower Ifelchi experienced only positive feelings towards Alan. At 100% level of Ifelchi research, new abilities were unlocked, including a weak health recovery effect and a weak but strong effect. The latter meant that if a player's health dropped by 5%, then for the next 3 seconds, damage taken would be halved. Alan found that arranging bouquets increased flower knowledge much faster than anything else, and he composed a very modest and clumsy bouquet. But what will happen when his skill improves? This was great. Now Alan's store should attract a lot of visitors. The guy just needed to achieve maximum progress in the study of flowers. It was worth taking up other species besides the Eifelchi. The oasis was full of elves. There were tents everywhere. The pointy-eared ones were busy or resting. Jack White, or Big Muscles, finally reached his friend's habitat. He tried to call out to Alan, but he was nowhere to be found. Almost all the elves in the oasis noticed the warrior class player of level 185, which was Jack. If Jack had simply asked to be taken to Alan, everything would have been fine. But the guy asked the elves to show him where that fool Alan, the florist, lived. The pointy-eared ones did not tolerate insults directed at the shaman and surrounded Jack with menacing faces. The guy decided that they didn't understand him and began to explain to them who he was looking for, calling his friend a monstrous woman with big muscles and a stupid face. While the unsuspecting Jack was describing Alan, the elves reached their boiling point and several sensitive blows fell on the guy. The big muscle man acquired a swollen eye, a bump on the back of his head, and an unforgettable experience of dealing with angry elves. The pointy-eared ones enlightened the player so that he would never dare to humiliate Alan. The first time he didn't suffer much, but next time there would be no mercy for him. Jack barely had time to apologize before the elves decided their mission was complete and left. Breeze came across the humiliated and beaten Jack. The boy aroused his sympathy and interest. Breeze reported that the elves are hostile to people, but do not kill because the shaman Alan asked them to do so. Jack became curious about who had found him and soon learned that the player in front of him was Breeze, an elven advisor who helps new players communicate with elves. Jack was confused about who the elven advisor was and why he was helping new players, what this guy was even talking about. Breeze was quick to warn him that in this place, the same unfortunate experience with the elves could be repeated endlessly if he wasn't careful. Breeze believed that the newcomer was lucky and had been subjected to little psychological pressure, so it would be easier to get through the training. If a newcomer wants, he can go to Breeze for a consultation and say hello to the elves, but Jack said that he doesn't need that. He's a friend of one of the big guys who lives here. Breeze listened attentively to the new player, but could not understand who he was talking about. Jack began to explain that somewhere around here there must live a stupid big guy named Alan, and that he was supposedly somehow connected with the elves. Breeze forbade Jack to speak, and in a loud whisper advised him never to insult Alan, even as a joke, because if the elves heard it, it would be the end for him. Jack wanted to ask what this strange place was and where this idiot was, but Breeze was on his guard. A week before Jack's arrival in the desert, Alan decided to go to the Red Tower, located in the southeast of the Terrace continent. To control the climate in the desert, Alan needed a thermostat, and Samantha learned that mage-class players could help them. May and Samantha wanted to accompany Alan, but he ordered them to stay at the oasis and look after the garden. The elves would go with Alan. They simply couldn't let him go so far alone, and although they weren't thrilled about meeting people, they had already acquired immunity. Breeze heard that a whole dozen of pointy-eared ones would go with Alan, but decided to provide the commander with additional protection. The elven advisor handed him a rapier, and Alan was surprised that it was found. Breeze explained that after Alan's battle with the bear in the forest, he came across her in the thicket and asked the shaman not to worry about the people here. Alan thanked Breeze for the gift. He had no doubt that he could be relied on. The shaman asked how Breeze knew about his fight with the bear. Breeze made an excuse that he was an accidental witness to this fight. Alan and his loyal elves went to the Red Magic Tower for climate control. The difference in levels with the rest of the group members reduced the experience gained to a minimum, but this did not stop the elves from actively protecting the shaman from monsters. Alan was glad to be safe, but while it would have been nice to gain combat experience, he felt like the chance to level up was disappearing. Alan noticed that the elves with rapiers moved so easily, as if they were dancing. The elf took only half a step when lunging. He moved quickly and dexterously. Alan thought it was because of his light weight. The guy noticed the strange hand movements of the elves and began to repeat them. An elf approached the shaman and congratulated him on the fact that he quickly understood and remembered their movements. However, the elf was sure that the shaman Alan did not know how to handle a rapier. Alan replied that he had little time to practice with the weapon. The elf suggested that Alan had imitated the movements of elven fencing, but modified them to suit his own needs, for bare-handed combat. Alan replied that fist-fighting was more familiar to him, but he wanted to learn elven fencing techniques as well. Alan could no longer use the seat in battle, and he had no other skills. The elf believed that it would not be easy. Besides, the elf was sure that fencing would not be effective for a man with Alan's build. The elf suggested that the shaman take some lessons in hand-to-hand combat. Alan was surprised that elves had such a skill. The elf replied that, of course there was, and even the elves' archery and fencing were based on the general rules of martial arts. The only thing that worried the pointy-eared one was that the desert was inhabited by earth spirits with strong armor and destructive power and were not suitable for training. Behind the elf, the sand rose up and a huge scorpion emerged from it. Pointy-Ear didn't even bat an eye. He just promised to show Alan a few tricks once. Alan shouted for the elf to look back, but he only closed his eyes, and his fist was filled with a mysterious light. The guy was surprised, but not very much. Elves were unpredictable and mysterious creatures. The elf concentrated, and without looking back at the monster, struck him in the upper part of the shell. There was a blinding flash, but the imperturbable elf didn't even move from his place. The elf explained that his martial arts were based on contact with nature and borrowing powers from spirits. The elven martial art for self-defense was called elbow, and it was one of the secret knowledge entrusted to Alan. The elf explained that elbow is a combination of the words elf and boxing, at which point Alan was puzzled as to how the pointy-eared ones knew about boxing. Alan learned elbow and got skills, elbow strike level 1 and spiritual elbow level 1, and it was cool. Spiritual elbow depended on the strength of the available spirits. Now Alan had access to the spirit of life and the spirit of elven flowers. The guy chose the spirit of life. Alan's abilities have been expanded to include a sacred attack, an attack for class skills, and additional experience gained after killing enemies. When the fist struck, a sacred shining flash was activated, and an additional 480 points of damage were inflicted on the enemy. Technically, Alan had mastered the strike. Now he hit like an elf, but still weakly. The monster was not knocked down. The spirit of life reported that Alan was still weak, which is why this is happening. He is unarmed and has a low level. Despite the weakness of the blow, Alan received enthusiastic emotions from the elves. The pointy-eared ones praised the shaman for being able to use the power of the accessible spirit so quickly, and for a beginner, he showed excellent results. While the travelers were rejoicing, 3 more scorpions crawled out at them. Alan doubted that he would be able to defeat them all. The boy looked back at the elves accompanying him. Despite the opportunities he had received, he felt the need for their help. Alan almost missed the scorpion's strike with its deadly tail, and he would have returned to the Rockshi forest if not for the help of the pointy-eared ones. An elven arrow pierced the monster's tail and saved Alan's life. The elves said that the shaman should focus on the elbow, and they would cover him. Alan was glad of this turn of events. He was sure that the elves' arrows would protect him from attacks from behind. Now that the shaman could master the skills of the elbow perfectly, he ordered the spirit of life to prepare and rushed into battle. Elbow's skill was increased with the help of the elves. Alan hit the scorpion's head with his fist 300 times and increased his strength and endurance by 3 points. The elf encouraged the shaman, saying that his blows were excellent. He needed to strike once, again, and then many, many more times. The scorpion begged to be killed faster, but due to the difference in levels with the scorpion, Alan had to beat him for a very long time. The elf told him in great secrecy that the scorpion must receive 1,000 blows in total, but Alan is not sure that this will be enough. The elf, who was carefully holding the scorpion so that it would not escape, said that there were only 700 barefisted blows left. The scorpion squealed and fluttered. The monster wanted only one thing, to quickly remain for rebirth. Alan fought, and the elves accompanying him supported him with encouraging cries, scaring away desert monsters for many miles around. Alan delivered the final 1,000th blow with incredible strength and power. Because the shaman has struck something powerful with his bare hands 1,000 times, his strength and health now constantly increase by 10 units. In addition, now if the fight lasted more than 5 minutes, Alan's fatigue percentage decreased. Elf congratulated Alan on his latest achievement and expressed his readiness to always and everywhere help him in his training. Alan considered himself a layman, but now, thanks to the special training of the elves, he was leveling up and improving his skills, and it was great. It was a long way to his destination, and he intended to train during the hike, but for Alan, this was not enough. He needed a weapon. Continuing his training, Michael, Alan, and the elves crossed the desert and arrived at the first big city. It was the continent of Taraz, a large city of mages in the kingdom of Razal, and it stunned the travelers with its size and beauty. Alan was already level 80 with 300 strength, 70 intelligence, 200 agility, 200 health, and 150 mana. Alan's companions became a real sensation in the city among the players. The residents of the city of mages talked only about them. Alan was alarmed, no matter how angry his companions were at the close attention of the city's inhabitants. But the elves replied that everything was fine. They were fulfilling the shaman's request and were happy to be of service to him. Alan was pleased that his companions had enough common sense not to look for trouble. Alan decided to visit the blacksmith to make him a glove or something like that. The elves went with him with the intention of repairing their weapons. The guy surveyed the surrounding area and accurately determined where the forge would be located. Alan knocked but received no answer. He didn't stand on ceremony and simply opened the door, announced that he was entering, and entered. Alan looked around. The forge was deserted. No master, no apprentices. Even the forge was extinguished. The elves sniffed. The smell in the room seemed disgusting to them. Alan became wary. Alan expressed a desire to go to another blacksmith, since this forge was apparently not working. The travelers assumed that this was probably the case and were about to leave. A cough came from the corner, and a raspy voice declared that it could smell the nasty guys. Alan turned his head. There was still a person or another creature in the forge room. When the owner of the forge emerged from the dark corner, Alan was incredibly surprised. He was a short, shaggy dwarf, a tribe that was almost hostile to the elves. The dwarf stated that the stranger had strange tastes since he traveled with elves. At the same time, something incredible and amazing was happening in the land of the brown bear. Guard Rom shouted from the door itself, wanting to be the first to notify the guildmaster of the incident. The guildmaster got angry and ordered that this guy be put in prison so that he wouldn't make mistakes again. This ragamuffin dared to call the king by the title of some guildmaster. Rom came to his senses. The guildmaster had recently become king and would not tolerate being treated differently. In vain did he beg his majesty for mercy. The second assistant of the newly minted king, Lyrius, asked why his majesty did not listen to this man. He brought important news. The second mate said that they had discovered a suspicious place and that the elves had also come to the continent of Terrace. The king did not understand the connection between these two events, but the assistant noticed that there was a player among the elves. Lyrius was not sure of this for certain, but he assumed that the one accompanied by the elves was the first king. Crokin was enraged by the news and wanted to kill someone. Lyrius asked what orders would come from his majesty in connection with this message. Crokin ordered to announce to the guild members and everyone else that for every kill of this guy, he will give out a gold coin. If anyone manages to catch this guy alive and bring him to Crokin, he will receive 100 gold pieces. The elves did not want to communicate with the dwarf. They decided to leave and look for another blacksmith. The presence of the dwarf blacksmith Alan in the city of mages did not surprise him. If elves, unicorns, and mages exist, then why couldn't there be dwarves? The dwarf Volka was quite the joker. He declared that he thought Alan was human, but upon seeing his face, he decided he was wrong. The boy's parents were probably demons, the dwarf decided. Alan was indignant. His parents were humans, but the dwarf thought the boy didn't look human. The dwarf took a closer look at the guy and didn't notice any horns, and he didn't smell of sulfur, but of flowers and elves. Alan tried in vain to convince the blacksmith that he was a man, but he didn't believe him, so the guy decided it was time to leave. The dwarf stopped Alan. Why leave? He probably needed a good blacksmith. The guy doubted that this shorty was a blacksmith. The dwarf was indignant. He was a decent master. Why did the visitor doubt? But Alan felt that he had come here in vain. The dwarf was indignant. His grandfather was the god of fire. His father was the god of blacksmiths. He was special, like all his people. The short man took a capacious bag out of the pocket of his fur vest and shook it meaningfully in front of the visitor. The dwarf told Alan to watch his actions closely and admire him. The short man scooped a handful of some strange-smelling substance out of the bag and weighed it in his palm. Deciding that the amount of powder would be sufficient, the dwarf threw everything into the forge furnace. At that very moment, a hot flame flared up in the furnace. Its light was blinding, and the temperature was off the charts. The shorty said that he was offended that Alan considered dwarves to be ordinary blacksmiths. The dwarf somehow knew that Alan wanted to create a glove-shaped weapon and asked the boy to extend his hand to him. The shorty was surprised by the guy's hands. They were the hands of a real fighter, the kind he had never seen even in his homeland. The blacksmith decided that these hands were not made for a spear, sword, or bow. They were like the hands of a butcher, huge and powerful. Alan decided that he would have nothing to do with this crazy old man, but the dwarf asked permission to touch the guy's hands one more time. The shaman was indignant. Let him say honestly whether he will do what he needs or not, only honestly. The dwarf muttered something in his own dialect and said that it was difficult, but he would try. Alan reminded the short man of his youth. He was ugly, and the neighbors would run away at the mere sight of him, but now he had lost his former enthusiasm. Alan felt sympathy for the blacksmith and asked what had happened to him. It turned out that the dwarf's ancestral anvil was stolen during his move. Because he lost a valuable artifact, the shorty cannot appear before the family's ancestors, as she was the heart and soul of the entire family. A sudden quest arose. It turns out that the blacksmith pawned his anvil to get money for gambling, which is why his family left the city. Volka remained in the kingdom. He is a genius, and if Alan manages to return the anvil, the dwarf will help him. The reward for completing the quest was maximum sympathy from Volka. The spirit of life left the solution to Alan. Alan told the blacksmith that he was lying, that the anvil was stolen. He pawned it and lost the money. He was a gambling addict, not a blacksmith. Volka begged for help. Alan did not want to get involved with him, but the dwarf swore that he was now working only to pay off his debts, and without an anvil, he could not cope. The elves returned to the forge and saw that the dwarf was clinging to the shaman's leg and screaming for help. Volka continued to cling to Alan. He considered this player his last hope. The elves couldn't stand this sight and gave the clingy little fellow a good kick. Alan hastened to stop the beating and decided to leave the blacksmith together with the elves, while the dwarf loudly begged for help. At that very moment, there was a loud knock on the door of the forge, and a menacing voice asked when the short man was going to repay his debts. The door swung open with a bang, and the guys who entered said that if he didn't have the money, the dwarf had to sell the building, but repay the debt. Volka was scared. Balin came to knock on the debt. What should he do now? Balloon saw the elves and asked if they knew this shorty, or if they were his friends and would give money for him. Alan asked if Volka had borrowed money from moneylenders. The dwarf replied that it was Bolin from the Red Gang. They were the owners of the gambling house. These guys controlled every nook and cranny of the Russell kingdom. Even the Imperial Guard couldn't do anything about them. Bolin was indignant. No one answered him and ordered Volka to look only at him. Volka stammered that he didn't understand Bolin's rage, that he wasn't running away, and that he had come to the casino yesterday. Alan caught the dwarf in a lie. He just swore that he had stopped, but Volka made excuses. His trade was not going well, and there were no orders. The only way to earn a living and pay off debts, in the dwarf's opinion, was to play. The elves convinced Alan not to listen to this crazy dwarf. They found another blacksmith. It was worth going to him. The bandits decided to stop Alan and stated that he knew the shorty well and could not ignore his friend's request. Alan frowned and looked angrily at Bolin, which usually brought victory without a fight. Balloon got furious. This brat decided to intimidate him with his face, asking if he knew who was standing in front of him. Objectively, Bolin recognized Alan's talent for intimidating people, but it wouldn't work with him. Alan closed his eyes. He always encountered bullies wherever he went, and he couldn't do anything about it. Balloon took out a knife and laughed. Now the young brat wouldn't ignore him, and he would see how much money he had on him. Before Balloon could finish his sentence, a huge bruise landed under his eye. Before Alan could come to his senses, it was all over, and the unsuccessful racketeers were scattered across the corners of the forge. Balloon was flying upside down and shouting something in the magical dialect of the poor quarters. One of the elves knocked him out clean and was quite proud of it. Ostruki thought that he had barely touched the bandit, so why was he spinning so much in the air? The elves were outraged that the bandit dared to point a knife at Alan and demand something from him. The people accompanying Balloona decided to slowly crawl out of the corners. The elf asked whether they were going to beg the shaman for forgiveness. If not, they would have to pay for their stubbornness. The bandits remained stubbornly silent, so the elves allowed themselves to do anything that brought pain, but did not kill. Bolin and his comrades fled, but as they parted, the bandits promised that those who raised their hand against the Reds would not be able to remain in peace in the city of Magi. Alan wasn't bothered by the bandits' statements. He was even glad that the elves had managed to let off some steam, and that this had happened to far from peaceful citizens. Volki kept thanking his savior. These guys weren't joking. They could have easily torn Volki's house apart brick by brick. The sympathy of the passionate blacksmith Volka grew rapidly, and he was already ready to consider the elves his friends. Volki wanted to settle accounts with Alan, and remembered that the guy said that he needed a weapon, and promised to give him a gift. Volka couldn't forge anything right now, but he asked the guy if he had materials for combat gloves. Alan climbed into his inventory, where he kept all sorts of things. Maybe he could find something suitable. The dwarf saw a good ingredient, and asked the guy to take it out of his inventory. Alan did so willingly, and the shorty delved into studying the other artifacts that Alan had in his possession. Balloon had already visited the gang leader, and told him in detail about the incident at Volka's forge. The leader of the third gang squad, nicknamed Sid, was angry and demanded that Balloon immediately take him to the troublemakers. After some time, Balin and Sid watched Alan, who was simply wandering the streets of the city with the elves. Sid determined that the stranger emanated a strong aura and could not be taken with bare hands. Alan studied the city map and looked for the way to the Tower of the Magicians, completely forgetting about the recent skirmish. The bandits, beaten by the elves, placed their hopes on Sid as a leader and an experienced player with many skills and stats. Sid decided that surprise would help him win. For all his skill, he was completely unfamiliar with the capabilities of the elves. Alan didn't understand what was happening. A group of aggressive townspeople were running towards him, shouting and making threats. Unfortunately for Sid, Alan was equipped with the Brown Bear Gloves, a legendary class item given to him by Volka. The glove was made from the skin of a brown bear that Alan had once defeated in the Rockshi forest. Sid stuttered in surprise. A huge bear's paw with incredibly long claws loomed in front of his face. Before Sid could come to his senses, he got hit, but not by the guy with the paw glove, but by the elf standing next to him. Alan knocked out Rand, another large member of the Red Gang, with one blow. The bandits tried to use improvised means and hit Alan with a barrel, but the shaman had not trained in vain throughout the entire journey to the City of Mages. Now Alan had a high level of reaction and strength. He managed to dodge the blow and deliver a counterhook to the attacker's side. The barrel slipped from the bandit's hands, and its flight trajectory became unpredictable. As a result, the barrel broke on the head of the person who wanted to hit Alan with it. The shaman received a message that he had knocked out the bandit Torochi with one blow, which confirmed that the claws of the bear glove were much better than fists. The system informed that if Alan attacked again, his bad reputation would increase and he would be arrested by the guards. Alan suggested that he might be mistaken for a monster in a human body, but the NPC does not die from the player's hit, so he can hit as much as he wants. Sid couldn't believe his eyes. A gang of elite bandits had been rendered inoperable in just a couple of minutes. It was some kind of elven outrage. His people suffered damage bordering on death, and now he was left all alone. In this case, as the leader of the gang, he had to find the guy with the bear paw and fight him. Enraged by the fight, Alan looked more like a demon than a bear. Sid was not a coward and decided to attack the demon bear in human form. As a weapon, Sid chose brass knuckles with a hook, the perfect bandit's tool. Sid charged at his opponent with the fury of a defeated man. This was his last chance to reach the enemy's neck and inflict devastating damage. It seemed that the target was very close, but the large and clumsy enemy at first glance turned out to be very nimble. Finally, Sid noticed that his opponent was open to a blow, and it was time to strike at the neck. Alan got tired of dealing with this persistent bandit and decided to deal the decisive blow, which is what Sid took for his opponent's mistake. Sid dealt the fatal blow, the Sakura skill was activated, the critical hit was equal to 1, but the enemy remained alive. This forced Sid to fall to his knees before his opponent and admit defeat. Sid stated that Alan was superior to him in strength and ability, but had shown mercy and generosity, and now he must take him to the leader. Sid believed that he had wronged Alan by showing him disrespect, and now only death could atone for his actions. The gang leader only asked to spare his subordinates. They were only following his orders and were not guilty of anything. Alan did not expect such a turn of events. His power was so great that it forced the gang that held the city to ask him for forgiveness. The system reported that Alan had become famous in the criminal underworld. The king of the Red Gang had shown interest in him, and the royal garrison was keeping an eye on him. Alan had no intention of meeting with the bandit leader, and he didn't need Sid's life. As payment for forgiveness, he asked for the anvil to be returned to Volca. Sid replied that he knew the blacksmith, and that he was a regular visitor to the casino, and knew perfectly well that all the money he borrowed was stolen. Unfortunately, Sid did not have the authority to simply return the item left as collateral. Volca still had to pay it back. Alan asked how much gold would be needed to buy Volca's anvil, and it turned out to be exactly $500,000. The sum was considerable, and Alan wondered how much more gold Kruvasan had sold in goods. Sid added that if you add in the interest that had accumulated during the non-payment of other debts, it turns out that Volca owes 2 million gold. Alan was outraged at how Volca had managed to get into so much debt, and the blacksmith himself was outraged, as he had been given mere pennies for the anvil. Alan decided that he was powerless here, and that he should forget about completing the quest to return the anvil. Sid realized that Alan was going to refuse to buy the anvil, and said that he knew one way. The bandit said that since Alan had saved his life, he would repay him with kindness. The casino was his domain, and he would help buy back the anvil. Alan wasn't thrilled. He'd have to work hard to get Volca's anvil, but the dwarf asked him to look at it as a new experience. It took some time to prepare Michael, Alan, for the card game that Volca was playing. Then it was necessary to choose a suitable suit. Sid chose a dark blue pair for Alan. This color suited him very well. Sid warned that it was impossible to collect that much money at once in a gambling establishment in this area. Sid concluded that Alan had learned the basic rules and secret gestures, so for now he needed to practice, win small amounts, and improve his reputation. Alan was curious about what would happen next, where Sid planned to collect such a huge sum in one evening. Sid told me that there is a guy nicknamed Monkfish. He is known as a super player. If you attract his attention, you can win back all your money at once. Alan's goal is to win against the anglerfish, in which case he will cover the damage in full. Alan hoped that his training had not been in vain. Sid was sure that Alan would definitely win. Alan's game was going well. He periodically won small sums, and then moved on to big games. The guy's opponents were seasoned. They clearly underestimated Alan's abilities and predicted that he would die of starvation if he lost. Alan stated that it was still unknown who would go hungry because he had quads and all the chips went to him. The rivals were alarmed and accused Alan of cheating and fraud. Alan denied all the accusations and replied that if they were not confident in themselves, then they should not have sat down at the table. Alan received the achievement Star of the Gambling House. The skill hand is quicker than the eye, and at the same time his notoriety in the criminal world increased. Alan, who appeared out of nowhere after a significant win, aroused suspicion, but no one tried to object to him. Michael appeared at the casino for several more days in a row and gradually increased his character's bad reputation. The decisive day arrived. Alan, having won the maximum number of gold coins from his rivals, was about to leave. Whispers spread throughout the casino hall. People were saying that the same ghost had arrived. Alan's opponents were speechless as the ghost walked straight towards them. Alan felt danger in the back of his head. A low voice said that he had heard how good Alan was at the game. The shaman looked around and saw a guy his age with one bandaged eye standing in front of him, offering to play with him. Alan asked if the stranger was the very same anglerfish that was talked about so much here. The monkfish was a mysterious character. Sometimes the losers did not want to admit their defeat. They wanted revenge and return the money. These quickly disappeared, and no one heard anything about them again. No one knew where the sea monk came from, but all the players were afraid of him. The main reason for the monkfish's universal respect and fame in gambling establishments was that he never lost. The dealer announced the big game of Alan and the anglerfish, with everything on the line. The rule of draw poker was that after the first round, one could discard all or some of their cards and receive a replacement. The cards were not revealed until the end of the game. As he prepared for the game, Alan clearly remembered that Monkfish only plays one game and wins in one round. Even Sid didn't know how he did it. Everyone playing with him became as if enchanted. When the cards were revealed, the winner was the sea monk. Alan guessed that the Monkfish was using some kind of skill and suppressing the opponent's will. The moment had come when it was necessary to place bets and replace cards. Alan was focused. He was counting out the cards: 10, ace, jack. The shaman had to change the card when the dealer touched his nose and stop when he touched his lips. The extras were instructed to touch the hair when Alan needed to end the game. A thumb up meant to place a bet, and an index finger meant to raise the bet made before it. With that kind of support, Alan simply couldn't lose to the anglerfish in one round. Alan tried to find out something about his opponent from the system information, but there was only a name. The dealer asked the anglerfish if he wanted to exchange his cards, and he nodded in agreement. The dealer asked how many cards the gentleman wanted to exchange. The monkfish silently handed the dealer 5 cards to exchange. The dealer and Alan didn't exchange glances, which could have given them away, but both were confused about whether they would be able to beat the monkfish. Alan's opponent announced that he was going all in and moved the bet to the middle of the table. The croupier was tense. He was risking a lot by getting involved in this event. Alan was puzzled. His opponent made a bet without even checking the new cards. The hall rejoiced. The sea monk had bet everything, which meant he was confident of his victory again. The anglerfish stared at Alan, as if asking what his countermove would be. Alan couldn't tell if the anglerfish was bluffing or if he really had a killer hand. Sid knew about the sea monk's tactics and planned ahead to give him the perfect hand early on, but he didn't take the bait and instead went for a bluff. Alan suspected something was wrong, but he had to play. The guy had to finish the game even if he lost. Alan had to show his confidence in victory and made a countermove. The guy responded in kind, putting all his previous winnings on the line. Then something strange started to happen. The system reported that the hands of darkness were touching him. It was black magic. Alan couldn't move, and the cards in his hand began to change by themselves. The super-duper player turned out to be just a cheater, which is why he always won. The anglerfish smiled smugly. He already had a premonition of victory. Alan also found it funny, and for this trick this guy was nicknamed Cunning. It sounded stupid. The anglerfish was happy. He thought he had fooled another sucker. This guy didn't take into account that Alan is loved by Mother Nature, and she protects him from the influence of evil forces and black magic. The passive skill Curse Resistance was successfully used, and the anglerfish was left with nothing. Alan warned his opponent that he saw his true face and now intended to start the real game. The shaman was determined that such people should not just be outwitted, they should be punished. The monkfish tried to accuse his opponent of cheating. He was confident that after replacing all the cards, he would have a full house, 1 3 of a kind, and 1 pair. The monkfish claimed that Alan had the king of spades in his hand, so who would think that he would lose with a full house? The only way the monkfish could lose was if Alan had a royal flush, 4 high cards of the same suit, but then everything he had done so far was clearly cheating. Alan realized that the demon fish had, at least partially, been able to cast his curse. For Alan, there was only one way out: keep his cool and continue playing. The monkfish demanded to show his cards. He was sure that his opponent had the king of spades. Alan forbade the sea angler to touch his cards, in case he decided to change them. The shaman kept his composure and offered to bet all his money on the fact that he did not have the king of spades in his hand. The anglerfish called the shaman a fraud and also went all in. He was sure that his magic had worked. Smiling maliciously, the angler reached for the cards. He even advised Alan to be more careful in gambling. The card was taken and shown to those around, but it was then a king and not a spade at all. All that was shown to all who watched the competition was the 3 of clubs. It turned out that Alan did not have a winning combination at all, and against a full house, he would have lost. The monkfish was defeated and depressed. This could not be. Alan asked if his opponent was satisfied. Alan became the winner. The skill hand Faster Than I rose to level 20, and the achievement Star of the Gambling House was earned. The guy declared himself the winner. He succeeded. He defeated the sea monk, despite all his magical tricks. The loser was in a panic and publicly declared that Alan was a swindler and a fraud. Alan couldn't resist telling everyone about the influence that the sea monk had on the players through black magic. The sea devil turned out to be a lesser demon that had inhabited the body of an NPC. He protested against the destruction of the body of the future god of gambling. The casino patrons fled in fear, and only Alan remained in place. The demon chuckled nastily and removed the protective cover from his eye. The false anglerfish declared that no one would leave this casino alive. He would take all the souls for himself. A previously decent young man turned into a monster who promised that everyone he captured today would have to play in a hellish casino forever. The demon was so confident in his superiority that he didn't pay any attention to the elves who appeared in the casino. These guys knew a thing or two about fighting evil spirits. Alan just nodded to the elves and sympathized with the demon. He was having no luck at all today. He was so pathetic. These guys don't like demons. The demon's minutes were numbered, but he managed to ask Alan what kind of person he was if the black curse didn't take him, and the elves were his friends. The demon's paws twisted in convulsions. The clothes that had previously looked new turned into rags. The body of the demon, the false sea angler, crumbled before our eyes, turning into dust. The demon, dying under the spell, wanted to know only one thing: who his enemy really was. Alan asked again. The demon really wants to know the true identity of his opponent. The guy said that he would be happy to tell about himself. He has nothing to hide. He is just the owner of a flower shop. Lesser demon, fake one-eyed anglerfish killed. Alan's level increased, eye patch and anglerfish jewels obtained. Achievements received, deceived the cunning, increased the percentage of random wins, and deceived the demon, success in deceiving NPCs of the same level. His reputation in the criminal world grew, and the king of the dark alleys, the leader of the Red Gang, took an interest in Alan. Alan decided to examine the monkfish eye patch. It allowed him to see right through his opponent and detect lies in NPCs of the same level. The monkfish's treasure included 15 gold bars, each worth 100,000 gold coins. Alan was quite happy with what he had obtained. The gold bars were worth $1.5 million, and they could be used to cover Volka's debt if he put a little pressure on Sid. Alan put on a monkfish eye patch and approached Sid with a demand to give the blacksmith a discount to reduce the debt. The demand was unexpected, and Sid was confused. He didn't want to lose money. Alan demanded more and more confidently. He had helped the casino deal with the monkfish and believed that he deserved a reward. Sid was grateful to Alan, but he believed that making allowances for the debt was against the casino rules. Alan stated that Sid promised him that if he beat the anglerfish, he would have enough money, but the winnings turned out to be only 1 million gold pieces. Alan kept $500,000 for himself as a reward for the risk and hard work. He explained to Sid that they owed him a huge debt since they had survived and gotten rid of the demon, and they couldn't give him a measly discount. Sid resisted with all his moral strength, but Alan declared that this was not even a discount, but money taken from a poor dwarf. The Demon Deceiver achievement helped Alan deceive his opponent. Plus, he was pressuring the crime boss. Sid was only willing to give up $500,000. Suddenly, one of the casino employees appeared and shouted that he had brought urgent orders from the boss. The new arrival reported that the main boss had ordered that he would count Volka's debt as paid. The guy turned to Alan and said that if he had the right moment, the boss would like to meet with the respected Alan. Sid even stuttered in surprise. He had not expected such an auction of unprecedented generosity from the boss. Alan wanted only one thing: to quickly finish his business with the blacksmith and the casino and continue his own affairs. He had to get out of here. The reward for completing the quest to return the anvil was maximum favor with the blacksmith Volka. Volka rejoiced at the return of his ancestors' legacy and did not take his delighted eyes off the anvil. Alan decided it was time to leave, but the dwarf couldn't let his benefactor leave just like that. Alan armed himself with a sea devil's headband and decided to have a heart-to-heart talk with Volka, but in such a way that he would be able to catch the blacksmith in a lie. Using the inventory, it was determined that Volka, when he said he was sincerely grateful to Alan, was in fact lying. Alan decided not to have any more contact with this shorty. He quickly said goodbye to him, hoping not to see him again. The dwarf asked him not to leave so quickly, and asked if he was really building a city in the Perm Desert. Volka wanted to help Alan build the city, but the shaman was not thrilled with such an assistant and suggested that the dwarf return the anvil to its homeland. The dwarf declared that he would never forget Alan's kindness. No matter how much time passed, they would definitely meet again. Finally, all the work was finished, and Alan and the elves were finally able to go to the Red Magic Tower. Here the company faced yet another delay, which it seemed no one in the world could overcome. It was a huge queue of players and NPCs, stretching for many meters. In order to get an appointment with the magicians, you had to stand in it. The elves discovered that there were guards at the entrance to the Magic Tower who strictly controlled the order of those entering. Alan decided that they should just wait. Their turn would come sooner or later. And they began to wait. The wait lasted the whole day, and when it was Alan and the elves' turn, something terrible happened. The guard at the gate announced that the reception was over for today, and that anyone who hadn't gotten in to see the magicians could come back tomorrow. Alan was outraged, and didn't hide it. The security guard said that the guy's face looked suspicious, and the system warned that Alan could be arrested. The guard demanded that the disgruntled man give his name, but Alan had already read the system warning and decided to back out and come back tomorrow. Alan had a hard time communicating with government officials because of his bad reputation, and he was already thinking about where and how to spend his time until tomorrow. The elf drew Alan's attention to the fact that the people who stood in line after him were freely passing to the tower. Alan took a closer look and discovered that they were simply bribing the guard, only in silver. Just now, the girl standing behind Alan put silver coins into the guard's hand and was allowed into the tower. The elves were eager to kill the guard, and everyone who bribed him, but Alan calmed the pointy-eared ones. Money solves everything. Alan knew this very well. He decided to see how quickly the guard's callousness would melt at the sight of gold. Alan's pockets were jingling with $1,000,000 in gold. It was time to start using it. Money had to work. Alan was delighted, armed himself with gold and the support of the spirit of life, and went to the guard. The shaman tried to get the guard to pay attention to him, and after some effort, he succeeded. Alan told the guard that he was in a hurry and asked him to help him and his companions get to the magicians in the tower as quickly as possible. The guard was indignant, but when a gold coin fell into his palm, he immediately calmed down and broke into a smile. There was no trace left of the former severity and inaccessibility. The guard kindly asked Alan to follow him. Soon a magician named Renior emerged from the Red Tower and greeted Alan and the elves kindly. Due to the meeting with the representative of the Red Magic Tower, Alan's fame increased greatly. Renier announced that he could not help but come here when he heard that an aristocrat from the Perm Desert had arrived to them. Alan was surprised that the tower even knew about the Perm Desert. The tower's information power was astounding. Renier was glad to see the forest people coming. They reminded him of the days of his youth when he fearlessly challenged the magic of the elves. Alan was surprised that the elves possessed magic. The pointy-eared ones confirmed that they knew how to use magic, but did not use it often. The elves did not like destructive magic. In their opinion, it was barbaric. Renier was pleased to see the elves and Alan in the courtyard of the Red Tower. Their visit excited him so much that the magician dropped everything he was doing. Alan asked what the magician knew that made him so happy to see him. Renier replied that he knew a lot, practically everything related to his children's work. Alan didn't understand what children they were talking about. Magicians don't have children. He had only one guess. The Red Tower and the Red Gang were connected. Renier laughed. The system reported that Alan met with the leader of the Red Gang. Alan's notoriety and bad reputation increased greatly. Alan was amazed. The head of the magicians and the head of the gang are the same NPC. This was unexpected. While Alan was away, more elves arrived at the oasis and formed a large camp. By this time, Dianth had come to his senses and gotten rid of his depression. He was going to turn this place into a huge city where elves and people would live. At that moment, a cry echoed throughout the desert. Someone was calling for the Elf King. Breeze and Dianth were perplexed. In fact, representatives of the Brown Bear Guild had arrived in the Perm Desert. The Brown Bear State sent a search party to the Perm Desert, demanding surrender or face a bloodbath. Breeze didn't know who they were and didn't understand why they had come to their oasis. May entered the game, and Breeze and Dianth told her about the problem that had fallen on their heads in the form of the Brown Bears Guild. May had seen the announcement that the Brown Bears were looking for Alan, but she never expected them to reach the desert so quickly. Samantha hurried to her friends. She herself did not know what to do and how to protect the oasis from the Brown Bears. Samantha asked if May had contacted Alan and what he had advised her to do. May had summoned the shaman many times before, but he was unavailable. The Brown Bears were determined to start a fight immediately, and 4 unprepared boys and 2 girls would have been unable to stop them. May knew that bears had a bad reputation, and Samantha had a great idea and said she knew how to solve the problem. There was some risk, but Samantha was hoping for luck. The Brown Bears demanded that the leader of the oasis come out to them. They called Alan a criminal and wanted to fight him. Samantha took a deep breath and shouted loudly that the bears were calling Alan a rude, dangerous, and vile person. The bears replied that this was exactly what they meant, and that this Alan was just a pimple out of nowhere, and they could easily pick him off. Samantha asked if she was right. The bears replied that Alan was a redneck and a woodpecker. The elves appeared and asked what was going on. Samantha replied that some guys came and started shouting all sorts of nasty things about the shaman Alan. The elves were outraged. These people had completely lost all fear, since they were insulting the shaman Alan. The Brown Bears went completely wild, and obscene language began to fly at Alan and the elves. Samantha pointed to the bears and informed the elves that they were looking for the shaman Alan. The elder of the elves was furious. How could she show these despicable humans how the elves defend their lands? Before these sick people meet the shaman, the elder will teach them good manners. The Brown Bears were puzzled by the idea of an elven lady, accompanied by her retinue of several dozen elves, talking about manners. King Crokin's assistant, Tilt, reported to his liege that they were in great trouble. Tilt shouted that he had just received a message from a group heading to the Perm Desert. Word from the desert was that the advanced search party had been destroyed. Crokin was furious. He demanded details about the incident in the Perm Desert, who and how destroyed them. Tilt replied that the elves were to blame. The remnants of the group from the desert contacted Crokin. The king swore and replied that he already knew everything. Deputy Crokin responded that there was another problem, and it was much more serious. Someone filmed everything that happened in the desert and posted it live on YouTube, and now the entire New World community is going crazy. Renier admitted to Alan that being a gang leader is his hobby. He is bored with being a decent, respectable magician. Renier did not say why he wanted to meet Alan. First, he wanted to listen to the young man's request. Alan really needs the help of a magician, and now a convenient opportunity has presented itself to ask for it. Alan said that he needed a magical technique that could change and maintain a certain temperature in a chosen space. Alan was really hoping to get a positive answer. The fate of his store depended on it. Rainier asked why Alan needed this. It was an unusual request for such a young man. Alan admitted that he wants to grow and sell flowers. Rainier was surprised, bordering on delight, to only sell flowers. Alan explained that he settled in the desert and most flowers do not want to grow there because of the scorching sun. Rainier was confused, but Alan was used to everyone being surprised when they heard he wanted to grow flowers. Alan thought that the old magician knew everything about everything, but it turns out he knew nothing about the flower shop that opened in the desert and its owner. Rainier answered, as if he heard his thoughts, that he didn't know, and so what? Alan was afraid that the magician really could read thoughts. The spirit of life confirmed this. The magician said that Alan's face would frighten the average person, but in reality, the guy was much more honest in his feelings than anyone else. Alan replied that he really doesn't try to hide his feelings from people. The magician was more struck by Alan's aura than his face. The guy was a florist with the aura of a ruler. In fact, Rainier knew little about Alan's true identity. The elves were gathering in the Perm Desert, and Alan was the reason for this. The magician would like to join him and hear details of his adventures. Alan received the achievement Friend of the Big Boss. The head of the Red Magic Tower and the King of the Dark Alleys was waiting for cooperation with him. Rainier promised to help Alan's flower garden. The boy asked why the magician was so kind to him. Rainier replied that Alan was an unusual young man, and in his old age, he was interested in everything unusual. Alan still understood that he could get help from the head of the criminal world, but help from the main magician was too much. Rainier replied that Alan himself did not realize the heights of his position. No one in the history of this world had ever had such close relations with the elves. The magician reminded the boy that under his influence, a mass migration of all the elves scattered across the continent had been caused. It turns out it was great to have absolute trust of a rare and closed kind. Even the rulers of this world envy it. Rainier enlightened Alan that the opinions of the Magic Tower and the rulers of the Kingdom of Rissell often differ. Alan decided that, in that case, for the ruler, Ion and the elves were bad. The magician laughed and replied that it depended on the point of view. The magician decided that they had talked enough and introduced Alan to the people who would help him. In the Magic Tower, these guys were considered quite talented. They were the favorite students of the magician Rainier. It so happened that among the magician's students was the player Red, who belonged to the Brown Bears Guild. He recognized Alan as the player Crokin was looking for. Alan walked around to all the students and got to know them. Red, like everyone else, smiled sweetly, but couldn't understand why this man was there. Red couldn't begin the search because he had to stay in the tower, so the meeting with Alan seemed fateful to him. Rainier announced that he was sending his students to Alan to help him grow flowers for his flower shop. Red couldn't understand how it all happened. The new world really is an unpredictable game. Rainier hadn't trained in moving people over long distances for a long time and was worried that he might not succeed. The magician gathered his strength and created a large magic circle, filling it with the energy of movement. Alan didn't understand anything at all, and the magician's students gasped with delight. Even they had never seen anything like this. Right in front of them, the most unique thing was happening: spatial magic, and Alan became a witness to the great magic of the head of the Magic Tower. A sensational video report was posted on YouTube by a level 11 player named Hookah, a member of the Chanrokiop Guild in Rakshi Forest, who created the channel Hookah TV. Today, Hookah hosted an unscheduled live stream, filming it through the in-game camera and ensuring that his video was unedited. Hookah followed the elves into the Perm Desert and broadcast to the world what he saw himself, and what he saw were brown bears standing on their knees and heads. Hook was filming from a distance using Zoom, but the two top players in the overall New World rankings were unrecognizable. These two were defeated by the elves, and the pointy-eared ones overcame them with their bare hands. The forum exploded with messages, something Hookah couldn't have imagined. In half an hour, his video had more than 3,000 views. Hook continued broadcasting, describing what was happening. It was an unprecedented defeat of the Brown Bears, and not by players, but by NPCs. Hook received threats from the Brown Bears in his personal messages. They threatened that if he didn't stop broadcasting, they would find him in real life and kill him. Hook wasn't scared. He reposted these messages on the forum and asked why such a prestigious guild would kill such an insignificant blogger like him. Strange sounds were heard. A large number of players were heading towards the oasis. The flag of the Brown Bear Guild was fluttering above them. The arrivals constituted the main backbone of the Brown Bears. They were seeking a meeting with the elves who had killed their advance party. Hook was about to end the broadcast by asking viewers for likes, subscriptions, comments, and reposts. Suddenly, Hook saw an unusual phenomenon in the sky, something worth showing to the channel's viewers. Hook looked back to see what fate would give him this time. It was not in vain that he had waited so long for his moment of glory. A huge magic circle appeared in the sky. Even the most ancient veterans of the game had never seen a circle of such size or complexity in the new world. Hook was speechless with surprise, and the broadcast continued without comment. The magic circle shone brightly and released a huge column of light downwards. It seemed that the apocalypse had arrived and the new world would collapse on the heads of its players. The wind that arose following the glow of the magic circle raised huge clouds of dust and sand. In front of the astonished spectators, Alan emerged from the pillar of light, accompanied by several students of the magician of various levels and elves. Alan saw the Brown Bear's flag and a huge number of warlike players and was puzzled. Red found himself between two fires. The Brown Bears, who observed the appearance of the magic circle and the sudden materialization of players and NPCs, asked each other who these people were. Alan and his companions found themselves in direct confrontation with the arriving detachment of Brown Bears. The elder of one of the elven clans, the wise Lucia, greeted the shaman and reported that all the captured people had arrived before his arrival. They approached the oasis and insulted the shaman Alan in front of the elves loyal to him. One of the kneeling Brown Bears, the brave Black, mockingly advised Alan and the elves to surrender. They would not be able to withstand the reinforcements. Black looked at the new arrivals and saw Red among them. The appearance of a mage's apprentice from their clan delighted the prisoners. Now Black was confident of Alan's complete and undeniable defeat. They would outshine them all. Black joyfully shouted that he was glad to have a student of the Red Magic Tower. If Red joined them, they would easily destroy all the enemies. Alan realized that there was an unreliable element in the ranks of his supporters and wondered whether he should get rid of him immediately. Red had no intention of helping the Brown Bears. He had a quest from Renyor that could lead to a multiple level increase. Besides, Red couldn't use magic against the elves. Renyor would definitely find out about it, and all his efforts would be in vain. Alan analyzed the situation and realized that they had returned to the oasis just in time. Black was furious. He decided that Red had betrayed the guild and King Crokin. Bear promised the magician's apprentice severe punishment for this. Red was tired of Black's yelling. This idiot would only achieve that Alan would throw him out of his assistance, then no one would need him. The mage's apprentice used the lightning of the fourth circle skill and directed it at the enraged Black. Alan liked the actions of the apprentice mage. He realized that Renyor sent tough guys with him. Red told the bears that they had no right to attack the oasis. The Red Magic Tower will not forgive them for this. The Brown Bears turned against Red. The guild members called the guy an enemy and a traitor and declared that they would never forgive him. The bears wanted to rush at Red, but the leader ordered them to grab the vile boss first and pointed at Alan. Alan realized with surprise that the vile boss was himself and that it was him that the bears wanted to catch and hang on the gates of their kingdom. The elves became completely enraged. They could still tolerate insults directed at them, but no one dared to wag their tongues about the sacred name of the shaman Alan. The elves were eager to fight and asked Alan to allow them to punish this rabble. Alan graciously allowed them to have fun to their heart's content and punish the guilty. The elves rushed at the Brown Bears and a furious fight began. Alan wanted to summon the Golden Golem, but he didn't have enough mana to do so he did it differently. The shaman summoned Mirage's soldiers and ordered them to fight alongside the elves. Black discovered that their opponent was also a summoner, the kind that caused the most trouble. Tarasquez showed up equipped for gardening and asked where they should plant the flowers that time. Alan repeated the order to the Mirage soldiers to go into battle. Tarasquez was upset. He was prepared for creative activity, and then war broke out again. The Brown Bears screamed that they would not die, and therefore they had no fear. Tarasquez and his subordinates quickly entered the battle, and their hoes and shovels came in handy. The elves knocked down even the strongest players with one blow, and the bears couldn't understand why the NPCs were so strong. The members of the Brown Bear clan did not want to waste their lives simply under the feet and fists of enraged NPCs. It was neither profitable nor interesting. Hook filmed the epic battle and streamed it live on the forum and YouTube. Thanks to the bloggers' efforts, everyone saw how the outnumbered Brown Bears quickly turned to dust before the devastating force of the elves. Crokin had another ace up his sleeve. It was the Shadow Assassin Taylor, level 273. It was time to move on to plan number 2. Hook commented that the main forces of the Bear Guild were about to be destroyed. The elves were beating them like babies. No one knew about Crokin's backup plan, and the Shadow Assassin Taylor had already arrived on the scene. Taylor watched the victim, but it was impossible to kill Alan in the presence of the pointy-eared ones. It was worth waiting a little. The elves reported to Alan that they had killed almost all of the attackers. The rest had fled in all directions. Taylor decided that the easiest way for him to first kidnap the king of the elves of the Rockshi Forest. The assassin used the Shadow Step skill and ninja mastery. He planned to get close to Alan. Taylor decided that he had easy prey in front of him, and that putting the king's plan into action would be a piece of cake. The scorching sun played into the killer's hands, and Alan's shadow falling on the sand was a convenient place to implement Taylor's plan. Taylor used the Dark Trap skill, using his bad reputation to inflict fear on the enemy and stun them for 3 seconds. True, all this only worked if the killer's bad reputation was higher than that of the enemy. This skill had never failed Taylor before, and he was absolutely confident that he would be able to bend the shaman to his will. Unexpectedly, the system reported that the victim's bad reputation was higher than Taylor's bad reputation. Due to the inability to use the skill, Taylor was given a stun debuff for 1.5 seconds. Due to the debuff, the Shadow Assassin was discovered by Alan and the elves. Even the Spirit of Life saw Taylor and was surprised. Alan understood only one thing. This guy is an enemy, and he needs to be treated accordingly. The boy took out his favorite weapon from his inventory, the glove of the brown bear from the Raksha forest. The Spirit of Life could not tell Alan anything about the identity of the new rival, and the shaman decided to stand on ceremony with him. And the next second, deadly claws were already heading towards the killer's face from the shadows. Taylor got it. Alan and the elves beat the guy up without sparing any effort. The guys had neither the time nor the desire to find out who he was and where he was from. Taylor's agility and dodging skills barely helped him avoid damage. He knew that if he let his guard down, he would be finished. Alan used the Sakura skill, and his critical hit was equal to 1. This meant that the guy didn't hit hard, but he hit a lot, and often, the attacks were weak. They didn't kill, but they harassed the enemy. This is exactly what Taylor experienced. He already understood that Alan was not going to kill him. He was just having fun, mocking him. Taylor decided this was his chance to strike back and used the smoke charge skill. Taylor's next move was to use the Shadow Strike skill, but Alan was on guard and used Rapid Growth Change. Taylor heard the loud voice of his opponent and saw his strange hand movements, which would have looked funny if not for the brutal expression on Alan's face. The next moment, the Shadow Assassin felt himself bound hand and foot by green ropes that appeared out of nowhere. Taylor found himself suspended by these ropes several meters above the ground. He was indignant and demanded a fair fight. Alan was amazed. The man who tried to kill him from the shadows was talking about honor. It was strange. Taylor stated that he was doing everything right, and that Alan's actions were shameful and beyond any bounds, so Alan should let him go. The shaman was amazed by this guy's impudence and ability to interpret the rules of the game to his advantage. Taylor realized that a quick attack would not solve the problem, and decided to use a different tactic. The Shadow Assassin began to beg his opponent to let him go, even saying the magic word, please, and generally pretending to be a poor lamb. Alan was kind, but not stupid, and he knew perfectly well that types like this shadow killer could not be trusted. The requests didn't work, and Taylor turned to insults, calling Alan a bastard and his item shameful, and promising to never forgive the humiliation. Alan clarified that he was talking about the bear's paw. He didn't really like it either, and next time he wouldn't choose a gambling addict to craft an item. Otherwise, something similar to this nonsense will come out again. A formidable weapon on the surface, but minimal damage, and Alan dealt the decisive blow. The system sent a message that the player destroyed a killer with a bad reputation, and his notoriety increased. Thanks to Hook's broadcast, rumors of the shaman Alan from the Perm Desert and his victory over the brown bears spread throughout the world, but Alan was unmoved. The shaman wanted to build a greenhouse with 10 by 10 meter sections, and the magician's apprentices needed to maintain a comfortable microclimate in them. Red couldn't figure out if this powerful player was actually making a greenhouse for growing flowers. The guy couldn't understand how such a scary person like Alan, who was followed by elf monsters, could be gardening. In Red's opinion, there was clearly something fishy going on here. The only thing that came to the guy's mind was drug dealing. Red decided that Alan wanted to become a drug lord and control the game's criminal underworld. Samantha told Alan that the players who attacked them belonged to the Brown Bear Guild, and they were seeking the title of First King on the game server. The girl said that now the Brown Bear Guild will harm Alan. Shouldn't he show his true face? May clarified what Samantha meant when she spoke of Alan's true face. Samantha explained that the moment had come to announce to everyone that Alan had in fact ascended to the throne of the state of Capea. May didn't expect that Alan was the king of Cope. Samantha convinced her that if he officially declared himself king, it would be more difficult for the bears to harm him. Alan thought that if he inherited the throne of Cope, he would become an enemy of many neighboring countries. The shaman took the crown of Brezal from his inventory and once again read the warning about the consequences of the revival of the state of Copea. Alan thought about it and decided that he did not have to inherit Cope. He could found his own country and rule it. May and Samantha were surprised. Such a maneuver had never occurred to them, and that it was possible. Alan understood that his bad reputation would increase greatly, but the outcome would depend on his actions. The decision had been made, and Alan was creating his own kingdom. The only thing left to do was to come up with a name for the new country. Alan suggested that the country be called Alan's Garden. Spirit of Life, May and Samantha thought it was old-fashioned to name a country after its founder and ruler. Alan moved his gray matter a little more and decided that his country would be called the Garden of Elysia. Samantha didn't read that the territorial issue was much more important. Alan didn't understand the essence of the problem. People can't live normally in the desert. Samantha reminded that the Perma Desert legally belongs to the Kingdom of Rasel, and its ruler can declare an unauthorized seizure of the territory. Alan replied that Samantha was wrong. The elder of the forest elves, Rakshi Elda, said that the desert belongs to the elves. The previous shaman, Tialet, had long ago agreed with neighboring countries that the Rakshi forest and the Perma Desert would be the new home of the elves. The agreement was easily reached because the lands were of no value to the people. The kingdom of Russell happily gave the perma-desert to the elves for their sole use, and to be on the safe side, Teolite even paid for it. The ransom amount was quite large, and was entirely from the previous shaman's funds. The elves did not spend a penny on the purchase. Alan was firmly convinced that the kingdom of Russell had no rights to the territory of the Perm Desert. The current shaman didn't care about the claims of the aristocrats of the kingdom of Russell. He wasn't going to tolerate it out of dissatisfaction. After Alan came up with a name for the kingdom and declared himself its ruler, he was inundated with notifications. Alan learned that his achievement, the first king player, had become known to everyone, and Alan's nickname had become public, and the Garden of Elysia had been identified as the City of Elves. The Divine Tree's blessing has spread to the Garden of Elysia, granting growth buffs to plants and health buffs to players and NPCs. The neighboring kingdom is surprised by the appearance of a new country. Brizal's gold passed into the possession of Alan. Samantha and May received notifications that they were the founders of a new country. Alan decided that the girls became the founders because they were with him after Brizal's quest ended. May reported that her experience gained in Elysia had been increased by 10% and that she could receive a title. Samantha confirmed that she received the same notifications. Alan has the title of king, so he should have notifications about the assignment of titles. Alan explained that he hadn't seen any notifications like these yet, but he had seen a lot of them and hadn't looked through them all yet. The first king of the server was looking for the necessary notification, and May was afraid to even rejoice at her luck. It wasn't easy to achieve aristocratic status in the game. It wasn't enough to fight well or have a high level. Only a king could grant an aristocratic title, but before Kroken and Alan, they were all NPCs. It was difficult to appear before the king. Many players had been fighting for it for a long time without success, and the girls would receive the title for next to nothing. Samantha came to the conclusion that Alan's potential was much greater than she thought, and she really needed to be friends with this guy. Alan found the necessary notification, but it turned out that he could not yet distribute titles. The size of his kingdom was too small. Samantha and May were disappointed. The girls already considered themselves ladies of high status. Alan asked his assistants directly if they were offended by their king for this. May and Samantha honestly admitted that they would not refuse titles, but since such an opportunity is not available, they are quite happy without aristocratic titles. Alan decided that he would definitely give the girls titles as soon as the status of his country rose sufficiently. The news of the creation of a new country turned the world of the game upside down. Everyone was discussing the king, his potion, and everything connected with it. Jack came to visit his friend and declared that the country should have been called Hell's Desert, not the Garden of Elysia. While Alan was chilling, Jack spent the entire week as a slave chopping down trees under the command of the elves. Alan replied that it was Jack's own fault. He had come here in his absence, and that he had told the elves in vain, and that he had been warned that he needed to be more careful. Jack was outraged that everything here was so neglected. Communicating with the elves was much more difficult than he had expected. The pointy-eared ones demand respect from people. Now when Jack sees an elf, his body automatically bends at a right angle. Alan asked Jack if he had any other complaints. Alan suggested that his friend discuss his grievances with the elves himself, but Jack decided that he would not risk his life. Jack wondered why his friend named his kingdom after a flower shop. Alan reminded him that he started the game to open such a shop. Jack believed that both the kingdom and the country could have been called much cooler, for example, Hell's Desert, which is what many people call it, by the way. Alan didn't care what others called his country, but Jack should learn to do his job more conscientiously, even if he didn't like it. Alan summoned the Mirage soldiers. Jack did not immediately understand what he was doing and what the threat was. Alan ordered Mirage's soldiers to teach Jack how to work with seeds, and if he doesn't obey, to hand him over to the elves for punishment. Jack was indignant. Why was he doing this to him? The shaman replied that if Jack came to help him, then let him go and work, or go back to the elves. Alan decided that he would begin his reign by building a city, for which he once hired an architect. Architect Dianth greeted his majesty. Alan asked how he was doing. The architect had a glassy look, and this seemed strange to Alan. Alan sympathized with Dianth. Elves are a closed and difficult people to communicate with, and it must have been difficult for him. Dianth replied that he was fine now, and that the elf's attitude towards him had been gradually changing for the better lately. Now Dianth can say hello to the elf, even if the pointy-eared one is in a bad mood. Alan noted that the elves had already learned a thing or two from Dianth and had begun building houses, but did the architect have any problems with the overall plan of the city? Dianth replied that he had been thinking a lot about the city plan lately, and that he seemed to have had an epiphany. Dianth said he worked hard and created the best city plan imaginable. Alan unfolded the sheet of paper the architect had given him, but saw nothing on it. The shaman was surprised. Dianth was mistaken. It was all just a blank piece of paper. The architect replied that everything was correct. Dianth replied that last time he had been too arrogant and believed that everything should be perfectly regulated and perfectly combined. But here he felt the free spirit of the elves. In the disorder and primordial chaos there was harmony and beauty, and this would be the most effective. Alan thought Dianth's words were nonsense, but the spirit of life confirmed his fears and suggested that all this was because Dianth could not apply his knowledge. Alan realized that this was a common problem. The members of Chanrokyop were suffering from the insults of the elves. The other players, who faithfully and devotedly help him build Elysia, cannot communicate normally with the elves. Alan decided that he needed to make some utility items with a buff that would increase the elves' favor towards players, like his necklace. Making items with 4-leaf clovers is difficult, so Alan decided it would be easier to start with the Ifelchi flowers. The shaman didn't just pick the flowers, he asked them for forgiveness and promised to do everything possible to ensure that they didn't lose their beauty. In fact, all Alan was capable of now was making the simplest accessory, such as a ring or a bracelet. The bracelet made from the Ilfechi flower was ready. It was not very durable, but it contained the spirit of the Ilfechi, which ensured the attention of the elves. Alan was delighted. Did he really get the desired effect right away? But the wording was different, not to show interest, but to pay attention. The spirit of life calmed Alan, determining that the attention of the elves was already a good thing. The shaman agreed with him and decided to make another item. The result was a ring made from a wildflower, very fragile and lacking spirit. The aster ring turned out to be somewhat stronger. It contained the spirit of the aster, and like the bracelet, it ensured the attention of the elves. Alan made several more flower rings and found that the effect only appeared if the flower was studied 100%. For Alan, it didn't matter what flowers he used to make the rings and bracelets, as long as the spirit of the flowers was present in them. It remained to find out how the bracelet's effect worked. This could only be done through direct use, and Alan called Jack. The big muscle man was preparing fertilizer for the plants and was completely covered in manure. When he saw his friend Alan, he forbade him from entering the store. Jack was so dirty. Jack himself was not happy with his appearance and asked why Alan was distracting him from his work. Alan replied that it was in Jack's own interests. He wanted to offer something to his friend. Jack stood on the threshold, trying to clean the mud off his boots. Alan handed his friend a bracelet made from the Ifelchi flower, the very one he had recently made. Jack was scared. Alan suggested that he wear it in front of everyone. Goosebumps. Jack believed that he was not a girl, but a stern guy, and wearing a flower bracelet was not suitable for him. Alan lied that this bracelet increases the favor of the elves. Jack asked, "Really? If you put it on, you won't have to mess around with manure." Alan doubted that the bracelet would free his friend from working with organic matter, but Jack decided to give it a try and took the bracelet. Jack put the bracelet on his wrist, but he didn't feel any difference, which was strange. Alan advised me to wear it for a little longer, as he himself wasn't entirely clear on how this item worked. The shaman suggested that the effect of the bracelet could be cumulative. Someone else's attention is a complex thing. Jack looked at his friend's gift. The bracelet didn't fit his image, but overall, it was beautiful, and the guy liked it. Jack could not imagine the suffering this bracelet would bring him. As expected, the elves noticed the player with the Ifelchi flower bracelet on his wrist. Only the attention of the pointy-eared ones was not at all what Jack would have wanted. They looked at him, but there was hostility in their gazes. May asked Jack to deliver organic fertilizer to the rose section. Big Muscles hurried to carry out May's orders, but the looks of the surrounding elves sent shivers down his spine. Jack didn't understand why the elves were silent and staring blankly if they wanted something from him. The guy decided that this was a completely different matter, and he needed to sort out his work before he got into trouble. Like a jack-in-the-box, one of the pointy-eared ones appeared in front of Jack. The elf ordered the guy to freeze and not move. Jack did not expect the elf to suddenly appear and muttered all the polite words he knew. The elf was aggressively disposed. Jack didn't understand what he had done. Maybe this pointy-eared one was just crazy. The elf pointed to the bracelet and asked if it was really made by the shaman Alan. Jack confirmed that this was indeed the case. The elf was indignant. Was the sick man really going to work with this precious and fragile object on his hand? Jack was delighted. He thought that the elves would not let him ruin such beauty and would free him from hard work. The elf explained to Jack that the flower bracelets made by the shaman were living objects. Pointy-eared took out a bag of some kind of powder and ordered Jack to stretch out his hand. The player obeyed, and the elf poured an amazing glowing powder directly onto his wrist and bracelet. Ostroki explained that this is a growth powder that increases the bracelet's strength. It is an unusual accessory. It is alive and growing. The elf said that Jack should try and make this bracelet strong and beautiful. Ostruki stated that the sick person no longer needs to worry about manure. Jack wanted to be glad that he would be spared the hassle of dealing with organic matter, but something in the elf's tone made him wary. The elf grabbed the boy by the hand and pulled him toward the pile of fertilizer, and at the same time, the pointy-eared one declared that the sick man could do anything without fearing for the integrity of the decoration. Ostroki stated that he had applied growth powder to the bracelet and that it was now immune to damage, and to demonstrate this, he began to stick Jack's hand in the manure. Elves were famous for their iron grip, and Jack could not tear his hand from the palm of the pointy-eared one. The fight did not last long, and success was clearly on the side of the NPC elf. Jack pleaded not to put his hands in that substance. It would kill his morale completely. The elf was menacing and inexorable. The sick man must do this, and he will not be able to avoid this procedure. Of course, the elf won, and Jack's arms, large muscles, were covered in organic fertilizer. Finding himself in such a strange and unpleasant situation, Jack went through 3 stages. First, he was stunned. Then the guy felt disgusted and unpleasant to the point of nausea. The third stage came when Jack managed to free himself from the sickening captivity. It was hatred towards Michael, who had dragged him into all this. Alan, who had been watching his friend from the sidelines but had blocked him in private messages just in case, realized that his bracelet wasn't working as it should. But thanks to this experience, he learned about the growth powder. Although the elves could not give it in unlimited quantities, Gloria was sealed. Alan completely forgot about Gloria's essence, and at the same time he remembered that he hadn't been to the Divine Tree for a long time. The oasis became the heart of Elysia. It was here that the shaman Alan planted the Divine Tree. The oasis gradually grew larger, and small streams gradually appeared, so the elves called this oasis the Elysian Channel. The pointy-eared ones guarding the Divine Tree greeted Shaman Alan, and he thanked the elves for their work. The elves accepted his gratitude, but believed that the shaman had done much more for them. Without Alan, the Divine Tree would not have been able to give birth to horses. Alan couldn't get used to the fact that in real life, no one believed in him as blindly as the elves did in the game. When Alan planted the tree seed, the spirit of life said that if it were planted here, it would never grow. The spirit of life was still grumbling at Alan and predicting all sorts of troubles and failures for him. In fact, it turned out that the spirit of life was not entirely wrong. The sprout never appeared above the ground. Alan decided to try using the plant study skill, and the results were not long in coming. A message came that Alan had succeeded in growing the Divine Tree. The Divine Tree's blessing has been strengthened, Alan's reputation has increased, and his level has been raised, but the sprout has not yet appeared. Alan was worried that he had planted the seed too deeply in the ground and decided to remove the excess layer of soil. The shaman's efforts brought about the long-awaited result. The elves watching Alan shouted with joy. From the thickness of the sand, a small but determined sprout of the Divine Tree emerged. It grew, which Alan witnessed. The shaman's ears rang with the sound of whether he was really Teolite's successor, what a terrible face he had, and the demand to get away. The Divine Tree is the mother of all living beings on Earth, which has existed since the beginning of the world. The demons damaged it, but Alan revived it. After reading this message, Alan still couldn't figure out what kind of Divine Tree it was, male or female, and it was impossible to make out anything from the voice in his head. The system informed the player that hearing the voice of the Divine Tree raised his reputation. Alan asked the elves if they heard anything. To the bewilderment of the pointy-eared ones, he said that he heard a voice in his head, and it seemed to be the tree. The pointy-eared ones were delighted. If the shaman heard the voice of the mother of all things, the Divine Tree, then this was the beginning of a rebirth. The bewilderment of the pointy-eared ones gave way to joyful cries, which mixed delight at the fact of the tree's revival and the glorification of the shaman Alan. Alan had no time for this, because the tree called him. It was perplexed why it was planted in the desert. It left a message for the shaman. The spirit of life tried to remind Alan about the message, but the guy, without blushing, stated that he had not received any message. The tree was puzzled as to how the shaman could be so inattentive, although he had never forgotten anything important before. The tree believed the shaman. It had no choice but to do anything anyway. Since it was planted here, it would have to grow here. The tree told Alan that this was not the right place for her. If she were planted in Elysia, she could grow up in one day. The Mother of Existence regretted that, although there was a lot of water, the soil was poor, and the spiritual power was weak, which is why it took so long for it to germinate. Alan was even afraid that his decision could destroy the tree, but it asked him for help to return to its former image. The player was ready to fulfill any request of the plant. He felt guilty. The tree wished for sweet honey of wingbee. Alan didn't even know what it was. Further, the tree needed milk of a golden buffalo, oak juice, to play the flute for her, a blanket of ram wool. It also needed fertilizer from the leaves of the moon tree, spiritual water, and for it to be blown with a pleasant breeze. While the Divine Tree listed these and many other things she needed, Alan was initially taken aback. And then he decided to just get away while he could, before the wonderful plant completely blew his mind. The tree noticed his disappearance, but Alan decided that he would talk to this picky girl later, when he was ready. Alan gave credit to the tree. Thanks to him, or her, the player increased his level. It was decided to distribute the stats. Michael, Shaman Alan, had 99th level, Strength 300, Intelligence 90, Dexterity 230, Health 250, Mana 200. Plus, improved plant learning. The gaze radiated love for plants and increased their growth and pest resistance by 50%. Another skill, accelerated growth, doubled the growth rate of plants and could be used repeatedly without waiting for the duration to expire. Alan was delighted with the achievements he had received. He would be able to successfully develop his kingdom and flower shop, and, of course, take care of the tree. Meanwhile, among the slaves of Elysia, or rather among the members of Chanrokiyap, a strange rumor began to circulate about a player who was messing with manure with his bare hands. Everyone called him Scatman, and he became famous because the elves paid attention to him. The pointy-eared ones approached this player, noted his diligence, and smiled favorably. They even wished him the protection of the Divine Tree. Jack, and it was he, couldn't do anything but get angry at Michael and consider everything that was happening to be a bad joke from an old friend. The players of Chunrokyop had a completely different attitude towards what was happening to Jack. They were jealous that Jack could easily chat with the elves. The bracelet, crafted by a shaman and nurtured by Jack, symbolized its owner's attachment to nature and ensured the goodwill of the elves. Only someone who had completed his growth could wear it. This thing was really good. Jack confirmed that his relationship with the elves had indeed improved, but he was still very far from Alan, and it was difficult to even get close. The pointy ears not only treated the shaman well, he was almost a deity for them, worthy of admiration and prayer. Alan already knew this. He wanted to clarify how much the elves' attitude towards Jack had improved. He replied that he could say hello to them and talk a little. Alan asked if this was enough for Jack to live a normal life, and he replied that if everyone communicated with elves like he did, it would be great. Jack was sure that his level of communication with the elves was already a miracle. Everyone was interested in how to achieve this. Jack said that he had done a good job, and that maybe it was time to give him the title, but Alan evasively replied that he would definitely give it to him, but not now. Currently, Alan was preoccupied with the mass production of bracelets and rings. If he gave them away for free to the players of his country, they would become happier. Alan wondered if maybe he shouldn't give away the equipment for free, or if it would be the right thing to do. The shaman asked his friend what would happen if he made a lot of these bracelets and gave them out to players for free. Jack decided that this wasn't a very good idea, as players didn't value free items very much. Alan had come to the same conclusion. He had recently come to understand the principles of how the new world worked. Alan decided that flower bracelets needed to be made quest items, since without them, it was impossible to build good relations with the elves. People will work hard to complete quests, and Alan's kingdom, and more importantly, his flower shop, will flourish. Jack was surprised. He didn't think that his friend Michael Douglas was actually such a subtle strategist. Mike really did get a lot better at the game, and even the spirit of life confirmed it. Alan decided that there was no point in simply giving them away. Besides, players would come to his store specifically for the cross item. Jack suggested issuing quests to help with city construction or making flower decorations an additional reward. Alan liked his friend's idea. It sounded great and promised success and prosperity to the newly formed country. The guys edited and launched the quest for building the elven city of Elysia Garden. There were 2 rewards for successfully completing the quest: 20 essences of Afelchi flowers from the shaman and an Afelchi bracelet. Players explored a new quest with a reward of a flower bracelet and Afelchi flower essences. Many once again regretted that they started the game from the Rakshi forest. What was happening there seemed unreal to many. After reviewing the bracelet's characteristics, players changed their minds. The bracelet ensured the elves' favorable attention. Building an elven city would grant players the same bracelet as Scatman, and this was a cool chance for many. The players knew very well that thanks to the presence of this decoration, this guy easily communicates with the elves. The players were overcome with genuine enthusiasm. They would complete the quest, receive a reward, and the elves would begin to respect them, greet them, and talk to them. Architect Deontu Allen offered a bracelet without completing the quest. This player had already done a lot to build the city. Allen told Dianth that this item would help him communicate better with the pointy-eared ones. The shaman wanted to speed up and at least slightly ease the architect's worries. Dianth was grateful to Allen for his care. He even cried from gratitude. King Allen patted the architect on the shoulder and said that together they would create a great city. Dianth placed the bracelet on his wrist and was delighted with his new acquisition, but he had no idea what hell this action would lead him to. The high-rises of Michael Douglas's hometown were nothing like the virtual world of the game. The capsule that the boy's father gave him was old, but it functioned properly. Michael emerged from the capsule in good spirits, having done a good job again today. As he plunged into the new world and became the shaman Alan, king of the Garden of Elysia, the boy completely lost track of time. The father was apparently waiting for his son to leave the game, and categorically stated that they needed to have a serious talk. Michael immediately realized that a storm was coming. Father was beside himself with anger. Mother tried to calm him down, and Michael did not understand what they both wanted from him. The father was told and shown how in the game, Michael meets the elves at the flower shop, since he is its owner. The mother was indignant, which is why the husband bought an expensive capsule. He abandoned the idea of training his son and forced him to play. Michael tried to prove to his parents that he wasn't giving up hand-to-hand combat, but he wasn't going to give up playing either. Mom categorically stated that her son had to choose one thing, and it didn't necessarily have to be martial arts. Michael was surprised to hear such words from his mother. She was not against the game, and he heard correctly. His mother called him a good boy and advised him to get out of the capsule as soon as possible since he had finished playing time for the day. Michael was stunned when his mother announced that she knew perfectly well about her son's dream of becoming a florist. Madeline didn't see anything wrong with this. Moreover, she was ready to support this endeavor of her child. To say that Michael and Andrew, his father, were surprised by this statement would be an understatement. Mom remembered from childhood, when Michael suffered from pollen allergies, no tears or snot could stop the boy from admiring flowers. Mom remembered that her father felt sorry for his son and, out of grief, he often drank, since he could not help Michael in any way. Madeline saw in the video that her son had acquired a flower shop in the game, and Michael confirmed that he had indeed built one for himself. The father was indignant. The son lied to him, saying that he was playing the role of a warrior in the game. Michael was outraged that if his father thought he didn't have to fight, he was very wrong, and showed his parents the video. Madeline believed that it didn't matter who Michael was in the game, a warrior or a shop owner. What was much more important was that her son achieved what he wanted, albeit in virtual reality. Michael always believed that his mother was special and would always support him. Madeline blessed her son for his achievements in the game and was glad that he was following his dream, but she insisted that he not forget about other things. Without expecting a catch, Michael agreed with everything his mother said. Madeline asked why Michael's grades for last semester were less than ideal. The boy broke out in a cold sweat and didn't say anything about his failures to his parents, because his mother found out about it. Madeline stated that her son used to receive a scholarship, but now he doesn't. His father gloated, asking if Michael had forgotten that their mother was the best detective. Mom was interested in what happened last semester. She believed that her son's academic performance had worsened due to his preoccupation with the game. Michael argued that he had good test scores and was the best in his class, but he only missed morning classes because he sometimes couldn't sleep at night. Madeline was indignant. Didn't this prove that the game was interfering with her son's studies? Michael said that he simply couldn't sign up for lectures during lunch because of a bug on the website. The boy was afraid that his mother would forbid him to play, and his flower shop would be in danger of closing. The father intervened and suggested that Madeline talk to her son. Michael was a trouble-free child, and words would be enough for him. The father saw no point in putting pressure on his son. Life was long, Michael was young, and everyone around him was saying that the New World was an amazing game. Andrew had reliable information that his son was far from the last player in the New World and was widely known in the vastness of this virtual world. Madeline was perplexed. This is just a game that could bring her son fame in it. Andrew showed his wife an article from the most influential gaming magazine in the world, which wrote about Michael's achievements in the game. Father proved to Madeline that Michael had achieved what other players had failed to do and had become the first king in the game. Michael wanted to disappear into thin air. It turned out his father was keeping an eye on his achievements. Andrew tried to convince his wife that Michael was no longer just a student passionate about the game, but someone who had a chance to get into the limelight of major companies. Madeline believed her husband that this was exactly how things were, and that her son would be able to make the necessary connections through the game. Michael was ready to agree to anything, just so long as he was not excommunicated from the New World. Madeline was surprised that big businessmen really played New World. She didn't know whether her son would be able to gain their attention, but she wished him success in this. Michael couldn't get a word in edgewise, and Madeline and Andrew weren't interested in what their son thought. Andrew predicted that his son would achieve fame in the game thanks to his knowledge of martial arts, and then Michael would be able to advance in real life. The mother was convinced by the father's arguments. She allowed her son to play, but reminded him that the most important thing for him was his studies. Madeline believed that Michael should not prioritize the game, and if he did, she would provide him with help and support. The son promised his mother to fulfill her orders, especially since Madeline threatened him with all sorts of punishments for disobedience. Madeline and Andrew believed in their son's success and that he would stay on the right path, which meant becoming a good and excellent student. Madeline, completely calmed down, went to prepare dinner, and the men were left alone. Michael realized that if it weren't for his father's help, he would never have been able to convince his mother. Andrew stated that he disagreed with his wife. Everyone was delighted with the New World, and he considered it a great opportunity to succeed in business. Father meant money. Mother was worried that Michael would not be able to earn a living if he did not study well. Andrew was convinced that money was not the most important thing in life, but it was the fastest way to prove that the game was more than just entertainment. The father asked his son to think about this too, so that he could devote more time to the game. Michael told his father that he had tried to earn money, but it had turned out to be less than he had planned. Andrew said that he was proud of his son. Michael laughed. His father just wants to show him off. That's why he protects him. The father asked if he had anything to be proud of, as his son's achievements in the game were excellent. Michael's many challenges now included convincing his mother that play could be more important than studying. The next day in the New World, Michael decided to consult with Jack and Samantha on how to make money, but they couldn't give him any advice. May suggested doing a stream, that is, selling the face of Shaman Allen for example, getting money for an interview with him. Michael wasn't thrilled. He couldn't make a living from it, and he'd never done anything like that before. May suggested a personal stream. Samantha agreed. Shaman Allen is currently at the peak of popularity, and a lot of people will come to his streams. Jack laughed at the idea. Jack had another idea when Allen was fighting the brown bears and was recorded on video. May clarified whether Jack was really suggesting suing this player for distributing the video without permission. Samantha warned that such a trick wouldn't work here. The game's concept doesn't prohibit photography or video recording without the player's consent. May suggested that they could use threats and blackmail to extort money from the blogger who filmed Alan, but Jack suggested doing everything more gently and subtly. Jack said that we could try to offer that streamer a mutually beneficial exchange. Alan will act as usual, film the streamer, and they will share the income with him in certain proportions. If the blogger made a video and stopped paying out, they would be able to put pressure on him, May believed. Jack believed that if the guy was conscientious, then great, but if not, they had power, and they could provide more than enough content. Hookah TV continued to report briskly, but the problem was that viewers were tired of its content, seeing more logging and the suffering of Chanrokiap. Viewers demanded action and refused to donate to a channel that showed the same thing. Hook tried to ignore the haters. He still had no new ideas, and his subscriber count had barely increased recently. Hook was an ambitious guy and dreamed of 1 million subscribers, and not just anywhere, but on YouTube. The blogger was surprised when he received a message from the shaman Alan himself asking him to write to him privately. Hook couldn't pass up such a chance. Hookah did not hesitate for a minute. He immediately contacted the specified addressee, expecting that it would be the shaman himself, but it was Samantha who answered him. The girl explained that she was speaking to him on behalf of Alan. The shaman was inviting him to visit, and the purpose of the visit was to discuss a program about Alan. Hook was scared. Alan was probably angry at him for making content without permission and would demand payment for it. Samantha asked when Hook would have time to visit Alan's flower shop, but the blogger hesitated, not wanting to meet with the shaman. An elf appeared behind Hook, and the pointy-eared one asked where he could find a man named Hook. The blogger was terrified by the elf's appearance and hurried to end the broadcast, leaving his subscribers perplexed. The player honestly answered the elf that he was Hook, and the pointy-eared one invited the blogger to follow him. Hookah immediately recognized the place where the elf had brought him. It was Elysia, the very same flower garden in the desert. Hook was wondering what Alan was up to and why he had called him, when suddenly his sense of smell was struck by a terrible stench. Breeze recognized Hook and sincerely thanked him for the broadcasts. He liked this blogger's programs. Hook knew Breeze and congratulated him on his career change. The blogger believed that being an elf communications specialist suited Breeze better. Breeze didn't expect to meet Hook in the Perm Desert and offered to shake hands as a sign of introduction. Hook was glad to see such a popular figure and would have gladly shaken his hand if it had not smelled of fresh manure. But the blogger had no choice. He overcame his disgust and shook Breeze's hand, which was a complete turn-off. Breeze asked why Hook had come to them. The blogger replied that he had been invited by the shaman Alan, and Breeze congratulated the guy on the honor. Hook asked Breeze if he knew why the shaman needed him. He couldn't answer for sure, but he knew one thing for sure. Only brown bears regretted meeting Alan. All the other players received a bunch of preferences and goodies from the shaman. Breeze was sure that everything would be fine for Hook. Breeze said goodbye to Hook, explaining that he needed to grow the bracelet as quickly as possible. Hook became interested in what bracelet Breeze was talking about. It was all very simple. Hook needed to meet with Alan and find out what he wanted. A cute little house surrounded by ill-fetchy flowers appeared before the blogger. Hook knocked and asked permission to enter. The house turned out to be a flower shop. In the center of the room sat the shaman Alan, intently assembling a composition of ill-fetchy flowers. Michael tried to make the flowers even more beautiful, but the expression on his face could scare anyone. May ran into the room. Hook immediately recognized the girl. The blogger himself didn't know whether to rejoice or pray for his life to be saved. May asked the guy not to be nervous. Hook remembered that this girl was the first to follow Alan, and as a result became close to the king. Hook guessed that the second girl present in the room was Samantha. The blogger couldn't think of a reason why Samantha was here. She's a ranker with a rare class, but rumor has it that she's a knight of King Alan. There was also a player in the room, a pervert nicknamed Scatman. They all terrified Hook, especially the shaman, despite his harmless hobby of growing flowers. Alan's creepy face seemed even more terrifying against the backdrop of beautiful flowers. Alan asked if the guy was the same blogger Hook that was being talked about so much. Hookah threw himself at Alan's feet and began to wail. He was blinded by fame, and he filmed the video without permission. He would give back everything he earned, just let the shaman not get angry. The players close to the shaman weren't at all surprised by the blogger's behavior. They had expected something like this. Jack decided that making money with Hook would be easier than they thought, and Alan again didn't understand why the blogger reacted to him that way. Jack laughed. It couldn't be helped. Alan's face was a weapon of mass destruction. The shaman decreed that the Hook must undergo a test of loyalty to Elysia. A couple of hours later, Hook went live and apologized for the unexpected interruption. The guy was about to tell his subscribers everything that happened to him when suddenly an elf appeared. Ostruki noticed a flower bracelet on the blogger's wrist and declared that it was not enough to wear a flower on the wrist. He needed to undergo initiation. The elf grabbed Hook's hand with a death grip and dragged him along, ignoring his indignation. In vain did Hook try to explain to the pointy-eared man that he was on air and that it could not be interrupted. He ordered him to follow him and would not accept any objections. The blogger's eyes became like two huge bowls when he realized exactly where the elf was pulling him. The NPC led the blogger to a huge, still fresh pile of manure and forced him to shove his hand with the bracelet in it. A wave of laughter washed over the chat, and the broadcast broke records. Most of the Perma-Desert and part of the Rokshi Forest belonged to the Russell Kingdom. News of the city in the Perm Desert reached the kingdom's cabinet, and an emergency council was convened to discuss the situation. The ministers were indignant. The new city had to be taken under vassalage, since the elves had arbitrarily occupied the place in the Rokshi Forest. The chairman recalled that King Rasilius had already recognized the forest as a home for the elves by agreement with the shaman Tyalite. Opponents of the peace solution did not want to comply with the previous agreement and proposed going to war against the elves and subjugating them to the kingdom's authority. Duke Arif noted that this was impossible, since the elves and the shaman were under the protection of the Red Magic Tower and personally the Archmage Renior. The state needs to be wary of the Red Tower, so it was decided to send ambassadors to Alan to try to come to an agreement. The ministers decided to stop there and not rush into military action against the elves. Duke Arif knew for sure that the emergence of the new kingdom of Elysia would fundamentally change the political situation in the entire region. Ambassadors from the kingdom of Russell arrived in Elysia. Samantha informed Alan about this. The shaman asked if he would have to fight again. Samantha doubted it. It seemed like they just wanted to talk. Alan decided that, if that was the case, then he could meet with the ambassadors, as long as there was no fight again. 3 ambassadors from the kingdom of Russell patiently awaited the arrival of the ruler of Elysia. The country seemed wretched to the ambassadors. There was no castle. Instead, a log house with a huge flower garden around it stood before them. Did they really have to travel such a long and tiring journey to get to this place? Alan appeared before the ambassadors, a huge mountain of muscular body with an incredibly menacing and gloomy face. The shaman asked the new arrivals what exactly they wanted from him and his country. The aristocrats noticed that this guy had a powerful, suppressive aura. Most likely, this was the same shaman Alan. The ambassadors announced that they had a message from the ruler of the kingdom of Russell, King Rias VII, to the ruler of the principality of Elysia. Alan declared that the Garden of Elysia is a kingdom, and to call it anything else is disrespectful to its ruler and all the people of his wonderful country. Count L, who was assigned to read the king's message, was outraged by the strange guy's tactless behavior. L stated that he was reading a message from the ruler of the kingdom of Russell and demanded that this document be given due respect. Alan was puzzled as to why he should be indebted to someone who did not respect him personally, the country he ruled, and its people. The system warned that neglecting Russell Rias would lead to increased bad reputation and worsening relations with neighboring states. While Alan was pondering what was more important to him, sovereignty or good relations with neighboring states, the ambassadors were seething with indignation. Count L demanded that Alan beg for mercy, kneeling before the ambassadors, and then King Russell would grant him forgiveness. The ambassadors' behavior tipped the scales of Alan's thoughts in favor of sovereignty. The shaman stepped forward to meet the ambassadors and asked them to speak more quietly. His flowers do not like noise. In a loud whisper, Alan clarified whether they really wanted to see him on his knees or if this was just a joke. If this is so, then why on earth did the ambassadors decide that things would be as they wanted? Count L gathered all his courage and asked how Alan dared to disregard the kingdom of Russell and the orders of its ruler. Alan wondered why the ambassadors thought he was treating King Russell with disdain, even though the king was standing before him. L declared that reading this message was equivalent to an audience with the king, but Alan replied that he was a king himself and demanded to be treated as such. Alan was tired of this fuss. There was so much to do, and they were just putting on a show here. The player took King Russell's message from Count L, which shocked the ambassadors. They had never seen such impoliteness before. Alan read the message and was outraged. The kingdom of Russell and the king himself went crazy. It is impossible for a sane person to write such a ridiculous message. The message stated that Elysia had occupied the lands of Russell, but they were ready to recognize the principality of Elysia if Alan appeared before the king and accepted the title of prince. Count L was indignant. Outsiders were not allowed to read the king's messages or utter rude words towards him. He was forced to report this. Alan replied that the ambassadors could do whatever they wanted, and he was not going to deal with crooks anymore. Ignoring the worsening relationship, Alan declared that they would not be able to subjugate the Garden of Elysia to their power. He had a response to any threats. If the kingdom of Russell was going to lay claim to these lands, then why didn't they help Alan when he was fighting off the brown bears? Alan was very interested in what the kingdom of Russell was doing during that difficult moment for the kingdom of Elysia Garden. Count L didn't know what to answer to this. The NPC lost his composure under the pressure of such an extraordinary player. The ambassador's position became increasingly humiliating, especially since Alan was telling the pure truth. The Marquis Dupont intervened in the conversation. He stated that Alan would regret his behavior. As soon as the king found out about this, there would be no trace left of Elysia. Suddenly, a hail of blows of incredible force fell upon the ambassadors. A passing elf heard insults directed at the shaman. The ambassadors could not understand what was happening and who had so cleverly scattered all their guards. The elf was indignant. How dare these sick people insult the shaman Alan? There is no and cannot be forgiveness for them. The elf had already reached the ambassadors and was about to knock them out with a couple of blows, but Alan hastened to stop him. The shaman asked the elf to stop. This was a political mission, and beating up foreign ambassadors was not allowed. But the boundaries of what was permitted were crossed, and the ambassadors hastened to retreat. The elf did not pursue them, and Alan hoped that they had managed to understand everything. Samantha, who was observing everything that was happening, remained neutral, but an interesting idea had formed in the girl's head. Alan decided to check with the omniscient Samantha how strong the elves really are. The girl replied that the pointy-eared ones are the most powerful NPC characters in the New World game. Alan wondered if they could win if they went to war with the Russell Kingdom, but Samantha was against that development. Samantha certainly didn't expect this. Fighting with an NPC kingdom is a complete turnoff. The cabinet of ministers buzzed like a disturbed beehive. Supporters of the war demanded immediate action, while others proposed a peaceful solution. The latter reminded that they would have to fight with the elves, and that the conflict could also lead to a clash with the Brown Bear Empire. The peace advocates pointed out that the ruler of the Garden of Elysia knew many of the secrets of the Perm Desert, and this would inevitably lead to the defeat of the Kingdom of Russell. The chairman of the cabinet, Duke Arif, got tired of listening to the arguments and ordered everyone to be silent. The Duke stated that they would have to acknowledge the power of Elysia. Without a doubt, this country is connected to the past shaman, and the elves are only one of the possible threats. Arif said that one must act with caution, since it is impossible to determine what ace the new shaman will have up his sleeve. The Duke decided that there was no point in going ahead with it. Perhaps they would have the opportunity to find Shaman Alan's weaknesses. The magician's apprentice reported that the greenhouse was built to the highest engineering standards. Now it was possible to control the temperature and humidity inside the greenhouse. Alan was happy about this, and the student asked why he didn't ask the elves for help. Alan replied that the elves could not help him in any way. They simply did not know that it was possible. Alan was grateful to the magician's apprentice, who did most of the work for free, but he did not consider his work too difficult. The student was about to ask for a reward, but Alan stopped him. He already knew what the guy wanted. May and Jack entered the greenhouse. They prepared a wreath of flowers as a reward and brought a few more with them. Alan personally placed a wreath on the neck of the magician's apprentice and asked that identical ones be distributed to the rest of his comrades. This wreath was an advanced class item and restored mana by 5% over the course of a second. The player was delighted. The wreath was not considered a weapon, and it could be used in combination with other items, a real breakthrough. The guy was amazed. He had only used herbs and alchemy, but he had never seen them used in this way. The magician's apprentice was overcome with greed. If he had received such value at the first stage, what would happen next? Alan proudly replied that this was a specialty of his flower shop, and he hoped that it would promote the sale of goods, but something more awaited him. May was the shaman's assistant and managed the work in the garden. The other players obeyed her unquestioningly. Jack somehow managed to infiltrate the ranks of the worldwide organization Rakshi. The other players didn't mind, since the elves treated the guy kindly. Alan's problem was Samantha. She didn't get along well with the elves, no longer summoned golems, and didn't know what to do at all. The shaman found the girl in one of the rooms of his house, thoughtfully looking at the flowers growing everywhere. Alan asked if Samantha had become completely bored. Lately she hadn't been leveling up and had only been working on the flower shop. The girl confirmed that she hadn't been out in the world for a long time. Alan was puzzled why. Okay, May. She immediately changed her profession to one related to flowers. Samantha agreed with Alan, but she had her own thoughts on the matter. The shaman was worried about his comrade. There had been a major battle here recently, but today this was not the place where the girl could demonstrate her skills. Samantha claimed she was perfectly fine, but Alan doubted it and gave the girl a task. Samantha will find it much more interesting to do than watering flowers, and it is connected to what she does best. Samantha felt pleased and happy. She would fight again. Her skill was acquired through much training. Alan declared that Samantha would dig sand, a statement that shocked the warrior. Alan asked if Samantha knew that Brezal's dungeon was located somewhere under the desert. The girl would probably be able to find it with the help of golems. The guy was convinced that this task would be interesting for Samantha. The girl was confused by the search area and the uncertainty of the location, but she did not refuse. After meeting Alan, who truly enjoyed the game, Samantha's life in the new world changed dramatically. Now Samantha was at the center of events. She was recognized. The Prime Guild, in which the girl belonged, was an empty place compared to Elysia. Guild Prime simply used Samantha to return the Worcester shield, but they counted on her in vain. May is Alan's real assistant, not her. Samantha's ambitions were not satisfied. She believed that she was doing insignificant things and was of no use to anyone. Samantha was overcome with self-flagellation, wondering if she really was a complete zero, and what she did didn't matter at all. Alan came to the game later, but he does what he wants here and gets real pleasure. The girl could not say that about herself. Samantha stayed with Alan to get a rank increase. At first it was annoying, it was unusual, and she wanted to be first in everything, but that's how things are now. Alan won't hurt Samantha if she's honest with him about getting a promotion. He'll listen to her carefully and do everything he can. Samantha knew that Alan was not what he seemed at first meeting. He was not scary or cruel, rather the opposite, kind and fair. The girl herself didn't know why she didn't talk to Alan about raising her rank. Maybe it was because she simply liked spending time here. A class change quest suddenly arrived, and the system informed me that the player was simply a wanderer, searching for his native place. As the founder of Elysia, Samantha had a chance to end her journey, but she needs to start over again. Accepting the quest will change her class to Sand Spirit Knight. The system warned that some skills might be changed or unavailable. If you decline the quest, the future sculptor class will not change. Samantha laughed. It was probably a stupid decision, but she accepted the quest. May and Alan were surprised when Samantha came to them with the news. The girl changed her class. Now with her 302nd level, she was a Knight of the Sand Spirits, but she still belonged to the same Prime Guild. The bad news was that all skills related to sand golems were removed. Samantha had mistakenly assumed that this skill would not change. Alan wasn't upset. He just decided to stop searching for Brazal's secret vault for a while. They were in no hurry. In fact, something else was important now, especially since Hookah started broadcasting. Alan was curious if this streamer would be of any use. Hookah TV hosted the show from the Garden of Elysia. As a full-fledged BJ of Elysia, Hookah broadcast from the very heart of the events. Today he planned to give a tour of the greenhouse, built with the help of the best mages from the Red Tower. A device was installed here that automatically maintained the required parameters, temperature, and humidity. Subscribers asked if it was true that Alan had opened a flower shop and what they did with the flowers. Hookah saw May and decided to let her answer the questions. Hookah stopped the girl. She asked if everything was okay with him and how things were going with the broadcast. The player replied that they were live now, and he was asking May to answer questions from the viewers. May felt shy. It would be better for Hook to turn to Alan, not to her. The shaman would explain everything in detail. Hookah was afraid to even look at the shaman from afar, let alone ask him questions, and May took pity on the unfortunate blogger. Hook was grateful to her and began by asking why Alan was growing flowers. May replied that Alan wanted to open a flower shop and sell flowers. Hook's followers asked why the shaman wanted to open a flower shop, and May replied that he simply loved flowers. Viewers of the show doubted that May was telling the truth, and many were inclined to believe that Alan was growing narcotic plants. Hook knew that May had been Alan's assistant for a long time and asked her to tell him something special about him. May modestly replied that she did not remember anything special about Alan. Hook decided that today's broadcast was doomed to failure. May answered briefly and monosyllabically. However, the guy was a professional streamer and simply could not afford to fail. The blogger had an incredible idea. It was banal, but it should work. Hookah asked May what her relationship with Alan was like. Maybe they were dating. May was taken aback by such an obvious provocation. She had never even thought about it, but Hook's move turned out to be the right one, and the audience became more active. At the same time, Alan was messing around in the flower shop and came across a moonflower. The recovery potion from the Ilfekian flowers was less effective, but the special effect of the Ilfekian flowers, weak but strong, was especially significant. The special effect of the moonflowers was the instant restoration of health points. Alan planned to combine the special effects of the Ifelchi flowers and the restoration power of the moonflowers. It was necessary to separate the petals, then grind them into powder, put them in a filter, and pour boiling water over them. Alan performed the filtering and entered a state of immersion, which improved the effect of the exercise but significantly reduced his health. The double health potion turned out great. The problem was choosing between the two special effects. If Alan had the alchemy skill, he could use the effects of both the Ifelchi flowers and the moonflowers. He needed to get it urgently. Alan assumed that the skill alchemy would be useful and help him create more varied potions. The effect, weak but strong, was added. The boy became of interest in scientific circles. The skill basics of alchemy was obtained, and the degree of mastery was improved. Lufelchi's potion restored health by a third, increased stamina, and reduced damage by half for 3 seconds when health was low. Alan decided to add different flowers to the wreaths. All that was left was to advertise the product. Alan decided to use an auction for this. Lufelchi's potion sold out instantly, and requests for wholesale deliveries were received, but they were rejected due to lack of stock. Alan was furious. He was promoting a flower shop, but no one called him about purchasing flowers. Jack openly told Alan that no one needed flowers in the game, and that he had to change his number, otherwise the haters would get him. The friend was puzzled why Alan refused to sell potions if they brought him huge amounts of money, but Alan dreamed of owning a flower shop. Jack didn't understand how anyone could own a flower shop with a face as ugly as Alan's. It didn't suit him. Alan asked Jack to call the job center, as his own head was splitting. Jack refused. Thanks to Alan, he bears the offensive nickname Scatman. He has already had enough victims. An excited elf burst into the store. He was ready to help the shaman in any matter. Alan wanted to hire new workers, and he needed them immediately. In the Rockshi forest, the number of noobs was constantly increasing. They were unable to resist the elves and immediately went to work. Noobs became workers in the logging area or received quests to help build the city. It was strange, but many people enjoyed doing this much more than stealing, killing, or playing cards. The players were excited by the announcement of the selection of workers to report directly to Alan. An elf appeared and announced that he was accepting applications from those wishing to work for the shaman. There was a moment of silence while the players considered the announcement, which was immediately replaced by an unimaginable din. Everyone wanted to get a job with the shaman. They even agreed to slavery. The most nimble did not miss this chance. Alan announced that all new arrivals were to receive calls addressed to Alan. Essentially, the shaman decided to set up his own call center. The players thought it was simple and noted Alan's frightening look. Alan said that if someone doesn't want to do this, he won't force them. He promised to pay them a gold coin a day for the work. Players didn't have to sit by the phone 24/7. They could go anywhere, but at least one person had to stay put. Samantha will draw up a duty schedule, and then we can get to work. The girl came running with a ready-made duty schedule and found a heartbreaking picture. Samantha couldn't believe it was that bad. Maybe Alan had done something to these guys. The workers sat in their places and all cried bitterly. Alan swore that nothing was done, and Samantha was perplexed as to why everyone was crying. One of the players, through tears, reported that everything was actually wonderful. Ever since they started playing in the Rockshi forest, the nasty elves have always treated them badly. Alan couldn't do anything about the fact that the elves were spoken of badly, but because of this, the players, in their suffering, blamed the pointy-eared ones, and not the shaman. The new dispatchers responded day and night that they were not accepting requests to sell potions. They placed bets on when someone would show up who wanted to buy flowers, but they also assumed that they might not show up at all. But one day it happened, and the operator received the long-awaited message. A request for a flower wreath appeared on the monitor. The dispatcher was delighted. Someone who needed flowers had been found. Everyone was interested in who ordered the flowers and, most importantly, why, and the guys read the message further. The customer wrote that he was a mage and needed a wreath that dealt fire damage. Alan, delighted, replied that he would see what he could do for the customer and delved into the color book. The players were surprised what he was looking for there. Wasn't it an ordinary wreath they ordered from him? Alan couldn't find anything with a flame effect. There was only one flower with an effect to increase attack power. It was the prickly pear. The shaman told me to tell the customer that he could create a wreath with the magical essence effect, but the item's durability was low and an advance payment was required. The customer wanted to receive the wreath in 2 days, and the shaman didn't see any difficulty in this. The dispatchers were scared. After all, their boss was a peculiar person. Alan answered the guys that everything was fine and that the customer would contact them in 2 days. The shaman was delighted. The first order was finally received, and this was not a dream or a prank. A couple of days later, Alan picked the prickly pear. It grew like a vine, and its flowers made a great wreath. If this wreath is needed for battles, then Alan needed the growth powder given to him by the elves, but it is small and only enough for a small production of goods. To obtain a sufficient amount of powder, it was necessary to remove the seal from Bloria, and for this, the divine tree needed to be quickly grown. The prickly pear flower crown has been completed using growth powder. A crown of prickly pear flowers significantly increased the vitality of its owner. Alan decided to use growth powder, plant growth buff, and florist skills at the same time. As a result, the crown of their Opuntia terrestris flowers was improved to the level of a cap crown. The system reported that Alan had created his first legendary item, received additional experience points, reached a new level, 100, and unlocked the aroma skill. The player was delighted. Level 100 was cool, and they gave him a lot more besides. He even got confused. Samantha entered and announced that Shaman Alan had a visitor. Alan was curious who his first honorary customer was. One of the mage's students who had helped him create the greenhouse, the one who belonged to the Bear Guild, appeared before Alan. Alan greeted the guy as his first customer, and the magician's apprentice wondered if Alan had any other customers. The shaman replied that many people wanted to get potions, but he was the owner of a flower shop, not an alchemist. Alan presented the customer with his order, the flower crown looking fragile in the shaman's huge hands. The future mage held a sturdy crown of legendary class prickly pear flowers in his hands. It reduced the hostility of elves and offered high durability. The crown's magical essence ensured that when magic was used 3 times, the damage dealt would be a quarter of the previous spells. The crown doubled the attack power of all spells used and increased mana consumption. As an additional effect, the scent of the prickly pear during its flowering period purified the mana of the crown's owner and his allies, and increased spell power by 3 points. Alan apologized that some of the crown's effects were not very convenient for magicians, but the customer considered the crown excellent. The shaman was surprised that the magician's apprentice liked his product so much, even despite its shortcomings. The player stated that the crown was amazing and that it didn't matter at all that he would have to spend twice as much mana. The advantages were the increased damage from magical attacks and the additional effect for the group. The mana potion is expensive, but the effects of this crown prevail over it. Red, and it was he, even being a member of the Brown Bears Guild, could not feel hostility towards a person capable of creating such cool items. Alan was glad that the first customer was satisfied, and May had no doubt that her colleague could do anything. The girl sniffed. The air was filled with the pleasant scent of flowers. The only strange thing was that today the smell of flowers was stronger than usual. Alan figured out that at level 100 he received a permanent floral body scent, which ensured the favor of NPCs, excluding demons. The new world contains many unexplored dungeons, which are an important part of the game, as winning them allows you to earn items, fame, ranks, and special rewards. Red decided to take part in the capture of one of these dungeons, for which he needed a crown from a shaman. Red's fellow event participants were gossiping that Red had been trying to replace all of his items with upgraded ones lately. Red appeared before the players in a very strange appearance, with a flower wreath around his neck and a crown of flowers on his head. The guys were wondering if Red had just returned from Hawaii and if everything was okay with him. Maybe the magician's apprentice went crazy after his promotion, since he looked so strange. Red realized that the players were confused by his flower decorations and said that it was simply his new look. The players continued to grumble that Red himself didn't know what he was doing and that he had really spent his last money on a strange wreath. Red understood that in the eyes of his companions, he still looked like an idiot, but he knew that they would change their minds very soon. Red guaranteed the boys that with the help of his flower decorations, he would win the dungeon. The Elysia sales department is located in a large and comfortable tent in the very center of the oasis. The guys were tired of answering that they only accept orders for flowers when an unusual order came in for 3 flower wreaths at once. Alan was delighted. Red had ordered the same wreath before, and he was most likely the one who recommended these items to his friends. The dispatcher reported that the customers had strange requests. Alan asked for clarification. The order was for 3, 1 for the tank and 2 for the warriors, and they were also haggling and asking to lower the price. Customers promised to recommend the product to other New World players for a discount. Alan suspected that something like this might happen, so he was prepared for such demands. The dispatcher was very scared, but this time not by Alan's face. He had already gotten used to the boss. The guy said that he was asked to keep it a secret, but this is exactly what scares him. The dispatcher told Alan everything he knew. The shaman was puzzled, but not scared. Alan decided that Red was a good man if he brought him 3 more customers, and he would somehow sort out the rest. The shaman asked what the customers' nicknames were. It turned out they were Gloria, Carly, and Kron. Alan ordered these players to be blocked and added to the blacklist. He didn't need such customers. The shaman stated that no matter how much money he was missing out on, types like these could only ruin everything. Alan didn't care about the tricks of these 3. He was confident in himself. Kruvasan contacted Alan. The saleswoman said that she was doing well, but had recently become withdrawn from the world. Alan asked if Kruvasan was calling him about replenishing his elixir supplies, but the girl was calling for a different reason. In the north there is the continent of Citra, where the city of Otolk is located, where the Night of the Unquenchables festival is held every year, Kruvasan said. Kruvasan has been there a couple of times. It is a grand festival attended by many nobles. Why shouldn't Alan join them? Alan didn't understand why he needed to attend a festival where the aristocrats of the New World were having fun. Kruvasan explained that it was at this festival that she earned her first million, and Alan's name is widely known as the King of the New State. To everyone, he's not a florist, but a member of the nobility, and at the festival there will be young and inexperienced aristocrats, and Alana will have nothing to worry about. Alan decided it was a good idea. There were no customers anyway, and it was unlikely that his flower shop would be any worse off if he took a couple of days off. The shaman put the white lily aside and promised the girl to come to the festival and, at the same time, to prepare something for it. Kruvasan was looking forward to their further collaboration. The festival was a great place to promote the flower shop. The tree specified that Alan was going to go to Otolk on the continent of Citra. The shaman wondered if the divine tree knew this place. The tree answered that there was not a single corner that it had not seen. The tree regretted that her powers were not as strong as they once were, but she still remembered the taste of honey mint lime. The shaman promised to bring the tree this delicacy. He was planning to pick flowers there anyway. The tree was only happy, and said that lupines and sweet potatoes grow there, and that resin and honey could be found there before, but now that forest is inhabited by demons. Alan asked to clarify what Dravo had just said. He definitely understood everything correctly. The tree clarified that Alan was interested in the Emba forest. Many years ago, demons raided this forest, the elves lost and left it. If nothing has changed since then the forest is still a haven for demons, and the tree wanted Alan to check it out. Alan agreed to fulfill the tree's request, but he was afraid that the demons were very strong, since they were able to drive the elves out of the forest. The shaman decided that he would not interfere, but would just see how things were going and leave. The tree was outraged by Alan's plans. The shaman realized that he should not leave everything as it was and start fighting the demons, but the tree announced that it seemed to her that he would do the opposite. Alan decided to leave, otherwise this plant would come up with something else. Tree was indignant. He hadn't come for several days and was already leaving. It was sad. The shaman asked why the tree didn't spend time with the elves, and the plant replied that it was unpleasant for her to communicate with those who never shut up for a second. Alan announced that he had urgent business, and one of the elves would keep Tree company. The tree stopped the shaman in vain. The player was already lost in his thoughts, and the main one was that he couldn't approach the Emba forest. Samantha wondered why they would go to the festival alone, without the elf escort. Alan replied that it would be so. What did she have to worry about? He and Kruvasan were old friends. Samantha didn't understand one thing, why Alan was hiding from the elves so much that he disguised himself beyond recognition. The player explained that on the way to Autalk, there is a forest that is teeming with demons, and if the elves go with them, a fight is inevitable. Samantha guaranteed that Alan in this form would more likely attract the attention of the elves. They would recognize the guy in any guise. Samantha's words were confirmed by the first elf Alan came across. He greeted the shaman and asked where he was going. Alan sighed in disappointment, and Samantha barely restrained herself from bursting out laughing. The shaman had to lie that he wanted to study the plants that grow near the oasis. Alan will explain the same thing to the next elf. He goes into the forest to study the plants, and then to another one. Samantha was surprised. The elves trusted the shaman completely. Along the way they met 22 pointy-eared ones, and everyone was interested in where the shaman was going. Alan was pleased that he had gotten off so easily, and could go to the festival without an escort from the pointy-eared squad. The travelers walked only a short distance from Elysia and immediately found themselves among sand dunes. The heat had a strong effect on Samantha. Alan thought that at Samantha's level, the heat wouldn't be too much of a problem. The girl noticed that her boss was making some strange movements and asked what he was doing. Alan replied that this was the elbow spirit skill, which resulted in the player being surrounded by the essence of a dream flower, increasing their connection with the spirits and increasing their resistance to heat. Samantha was puzzled by this strange skill and why it was connected with dancing. Alan pointed out that she could pretend not to see anything. Samantha noted that if Alan was worried about her, then it was unnecessary. She could handle the heat calmly. Alan stated that he did it for himself. It was a little difficult for him to be in the desert because of the heat and stuffiness. Samantha was puzzled. He was saying this seriously. He was hot, but this couldn't be true. The girl apologized for her curiosity and asked what level Alan was. Alan was surprised why she needed it. Samantha announced that she had 302nd. The shaman was surprised that he was commanding a ranker. Now it was Samantha's turn to be surprised, because Alan told her something amazing. It turns out that the first king of the New World, the legendary shaman Alan, has only recently reached level 100. Samantha was shocked. All the incredible work of creating a new country was done by a noob. Alan admired Samantha's level and wondered how long it took her to achieve it. Alan was glad that they had finally left the desert and was glad that he was surrounded by green plants. Samantha was puzzled as to why the shaman admired flowers so much, but the guy was absolutely sincere. The girl asked if Alan was also involved in floristry in real life. Alan replied that he only does this in the game. The girl came to the conclusion that the guy was really enjoying the game. Samantha knew that Alan's appearance could intimidate anyone, but this guy smiled so serenely when he looked at the flowers. This smile made him amazing, incredibly charming and even handsome. Samantha stopped her thoughts. She was going crazy. What kind of nonsense was coming into her head? The girl pretended to hear something in the bushes and went to check if they were in danger. Samantha actually went to the bush that grew along the road and was incredibly surprised to find this there. There was a demon-like creature hiding under the bushes, and in fact, it was a demon. Samantha quickly pulled out the Spirit Knight's sword from her inventory and rushed at the monster. The demon barely managed to dodge the furious attack of the experienced knight, armed with a legendary sword. Samantha had no intention of backing down. She knew firsthand the danger of these creatures. The demon screamed desperately and asked for mercy. He declared that he had done nothing bad to anyone. He was a good demon. Samantha was confused by the horror that splashed in the demon's eyes. These creatures usually didn't behave like this. Samantha was puzzled how a demon could be good. It was just nonsense. Alan silently watched what was happening. The demon fell to his knees and begged for mercy, claiming that he was good. Samantha and Alan knew that demons were pure evil, but the creature claimed that his tribe lived peacefully and did not harm people. Alan decided that this creature was a demon in any case. It needed to be dealt with, and he took a brown bear paw from his inventory. The demon, or rather the little demon, begged for mercy. Samantha noted that judging by his wounds, he had already gotten into trouble. Alan chose the Spirit of Elbow and the Spirit of Life and attacked the demon with all the might of his forces. Samantha stated that he should give in to her. She would deal more damage to the demon since she was higher in level. Samantha watched Alan's actions, and it seemed to her that the demon was in pain. It seemed that Alan was not killing the demon, but torturing it. Alan received a buff of additional damage dealt to the target, the title of Demon Tormentor. Now demons will be afraid of him. The demon asked the players to stop. He wanted to negotiate with them without violence. Suddenly, a smokescreen appeared around the demon, hiding the demon from them. The players were left alone in a sweaty smoke ring, losing visibility and orientation. The smoke gradually cleared and the silhouette of a huge creature appeared before the players. Now it was Alan and Samantha's turn to be surprised. Maybe it was time to get out of here already. Right in front of them, a huge, powerful demon appeared and declared that they should stop beating him, since he himself did not want to fight. Alan and Samantha decided to listen to this creature first, and then they would decide what to do next. The demon said that his name was Sikud, and that he lived near the Emba forest. Alan had already taken out his famous bandage, which helps to distinguish truth from lies, and unmistakably determined that the demon was telling the truth. Sikud asked Alan to remove the bandage, but Alan was not going to do it. The shaman ordered the demon not to worry about his appearance, but to simply tell, without the blindfold, he was afraid of being deceived. Sikud said that his family lived in a small village in the Emba forest, but recently their forest turned into hell due to an invasion of elves. Alan and Samantha were surprised by Sikud's story, and were curious about how exactly it happened. Sikud knew nothing, but the elves he found disgusting were everywhere. He could even smell them. Sikud was sure that the elf was not pursuing him because his brother had distracted them, but elves are the true villains. Sikud wondered where the disgusting elf smell was coming from, but Alan convinced him it was nerves. Sikud said that when the elves attacked them, they were helpless. Alan asked why he did not die at the hands of the elves then. The demon asked why the player was so cruel. Alan reminded that it was the demons who drove the elves out of here. Sikud was indignant. This was a different clan. 500 years ago, the passage to the demon world was closed, and they had no choice but to stay in the Emba forest. Alan asked why the demons came to this world, what they needed. Sikud stated that the demons wanted to communicate with people, and Alan immediately determined that the demon was lying and looked at him threateningly. Sikud shouted that naturally it was an invasion, but now they had come to their senses. Alan doubted that the demon was good. He could not feel it. The shaman caught himself thinking that he was worried and sympathizing with the demon. Alan shook off the spell and declared that correcting the demons did not relieve them of their responsibility for driving the elves out of the forest. The shaman said that today he was generous and would pretend that he knew nothing so Sikud could escape. Sikud sincerely thanked the players, but Alan and Samantha, remembering his ability to transform, were on guard. Sikud prayed that perhaps the kind travelers would not only spare his life, but could also help him. A quest appeared. Sikud, as a poor demon who escaped from the elves, asked to save his clan. For this, the favor of the demons was guaranteed. Alan was indignant. The system doesn't suspect what it's doing. It wants him to fight the elves, but not for anything in the world. Sikud begged for help, and said that at first he mistook the boy for an ordinary person, but now he sees that he was wrong. The demon was confident that with his fighting technique, the player would definitely defeat the elves. Sikud suddenly realized that the terrible elf smell was coming from this strange player. Alan did not hide the fact that he smelled like an elf. The demon put all the nuances together. This smell and the fighting technique clearly made it clear that this was a shaman in front of him. Alan realized he was exposed and ordered Samantha to deal with Sikud before he swallowed them both. But Sikud stopped Samantha again with a shrill scream, asking her to wait and not rush. The demon claimed that the shaman was actually a friend of his clan, and that the patch on Alan's eye indicated that Sikud was telling the truth. Alan ordered the demon to first shrink, and then they would continue their conversation. Sikud became small again, and told them that Tia Light had helped them hide in the Emba forest. Alan asked the spirit of life what he knew about this, but he could not remember anything, and Sikud was happy about the appearance of the shaman's successor. A quest appeared. The shaman Tia Light built relationships even with demons. Sikud was familiar with him. Something of the first shaman could remain in their clan. Samantha warned that the elves of this forest might be different from those who live in Elysia, and not be as friendly towards them. Alan understood this, but he stuck to his personal rule: if you don't try, you'll never know. Sikud was delighted with the shaman's decision, and Samantha had no choice but to follow the king of Elysia. After all, she was his knight. The players followed the demon into the Emba forest. The atmosphere here was like the underworld. Sikud explained that this is because they are trying to create a space similar to their homeland. Elves hadn't appeared in this forest for centuries, the demon complained, and Alan reminded him that this was the reason for the current situation. Samantha advised Alan to pay attention to the local plants, in case they might be useful to him. Alan agreed with Samantha and looked around. There were a lot of plants, and they were all hellish. Right in front of him, Alan discovered what looked like a real sundew. The flower was oozing juice, and a mouse was running right underneath it. The flower carelessly dropped its bud on the animal's head, and it ceased to exist. Alan grimaced in disgust. This flower clearly did not fit into his herbarium. Sikud realized that Alan was interested in the flowers, and told him that they were called crocuses and were widespread in the hellish desert. The crocuses known to Alan were completely different. Alan's botanical reference book noted that a new plant had been discovered, called the devil's flower. Alan read the information, and it turned out that these flowers feed on insects and small rodents, and their juice causes damage to biological tissue. Alan decided that he would take a sample later. Now he wanted to know what the demon wanted from him. Sikudo was enough for the elves to leave them alone. The demon complained that the elves don't listen to the demons at all. They are reckless. Alan assumed that Sikud thinks so because he gets a lot of beatings from them. While it was true that elves were like the spawn of hell, a more diabolical race than the demons themselves, Alan believed that the principle at work here was that one should be rewarded according to one's deeds. The demon clarified what he meant. Alan reminded that it was the demons who squeezed the elves out of the forest. Why now they expect good treatment from them? However, the shaman noted that the demons were strong and aggressive, so why were they afraid of the elves? Sikud asked why the shaman kept talking about the power of the demons. The elves did not take the forest from them only because they were weaker than the demons. The beginning and end of the life of elves depends on the will of the gods. Elves will die only at the command from above, and the divine tree is like the center of this world. In other words, this means that this place is in contact with other dimensions, that is, with hell and heaven. Sikud knew that the divine tree sacrificed itself to block the polluted spatial portal, and the elves entered this world. Alan clarified that it turns out that the reason for the elves' appearance on the continent is the divine tree, but why is the demon so sure of this? Sikud replied that these were rumors that had reached him. At that time his tribe was not at war. They were peaceful demons. Alan could believe it, but he somehow didn't believe that demons were weak creatures. Sikud said that the power of demons is exaggerated. If the devil is so strong, then why hasn't he won yet, but is hiding in the Rosellan forest? Alan believed that no matter how strong the demons were, fighting against the entire continent was no small burden. Sikud interrupted the dialogue and said in a loud whisper that he could hear the elves. Alan did not immediately understand what had happened. For some time he continued to argue with the demon. Elven arrows flew towards Alan. Sikud and the shaman barely managed to dodge. 3 elves emerged from the forest. The pointy-eared ones were determined to take the demon and the man accompanying him captive. Alan made sure that the elves came out to them. The demon tried to hide behind the shaman and trembled with fear. The leader of the group of elves, Io, asked what mortals were doing there and why one of them smelled so strange. Io sniffed and realized that he smelled of the spirit of life and some other scent that could not be found in the demon forest. Only a shaman could smell like that. Io asked Alan if he really was a shaman, then what was he doing in such a place, and why was the demon with him? Io asked if the shaman had come here to defeat the demons, or for some other purpose. Alan answered that this was the case. Io reported that all the demons were captured and soon the shaman would be able to send them to the hellish desert. Alan was perplexed. No one was going to kill the demons like that. The elf said that demons do not die. Even when defeated in battle, they are transported to their homeland. Alan looked at Sikud, who was trembling with fear, wondering why he was so scared if he had a chance to return to his homeland. Io grabbed Sikud by the shoulder and pulled him towards him, the demon struggling and whining. The elf invited the shaman to go with him and watch how the demons were sent home. Alan wanted to refuse, but Sikud's eyes were full of tears and a plea for help, and he agreed. The elf was glad that the shaman accepted his invitation and turned his attention to Samantha, standing to the side. Io said that the girl has pretty good communication skills, but she doesn't know how to deal with the spirit, although it won't help her while she's human. The elf clarified that the shaman wanted to place this person under shamanic accompaniment. Alan did not understand the difference. Io said that this would not be enough. If the person did not object, then he could teach him. Samantha was surprised why they were asking her permission. Alan looked at the girl, she nodded in agreement, and the player responded to the elves with consent. Samantha didn't like the elves, but with their help, she could learn the Spirit Shaman class, which is the foundation of the basics. The Fire Sea of Elves quest was intended to teach how to handle the spirit of fire. Samantha didn't understand what they could teach her, but she had to go through it. Alan patted the girl on the shoulder and wished her to endure the test. If anything happened, he would be waiting for her in the Garden of Elysia. After some time, the elves brought Alan and Samantha to the village where the demons lived. Everywhere Alan saw traces of demons, and he felt creepy. In the center of the village, the elves gathered all its inhabitants. They were bound and kneeling, awaiting a decision on their fate. The village elder, the demon Grum, begged for mercy for all the villagers, claiming that they were peaceful demons. The elf ordered them to shut up. Now they would burn the demons alive and send them home in this way. The elf roughly pulled Sikud towards himself and threw him to the others. The demon begged Alan to help. Sikud was sure that the shaman had come up with something. He must have a plan, and he would save them all. Alan just frowned. He had never found himself in a more awkward position in the game. The elf rudely interrupted the demon. How dare he speak to a shaman? Alan pretended not to pay attention to Sikud's words. Alan told the elf that he needed to talk to Sikud. The elf was not against it, but warned that it was harmful to his health. It was better not to talk to him for a long time. Sikud asked if Alan would fulfill his promise. The shaman said that he simply had to sit quietly and tell him if Teolite was hiding in this forest. The demon confirmed Alan's guess. Then the player loudly told Samantha that they would be able to find Teolite after all the demons were dead. Sikud trembled. Alan did not understand why he was so afraid. They said that he would not die. It would be better for him to return home, but the demon claimed that this was impossible. The demon didn't want to talk about it, but he had to. The fact is that he had seriously screwed up during the invasion. Sikud was drinking with Teolite, so he did not show up on the battlefield, which is considered desertion. It was a true truth that demons cannot escape from the forest to their world, where eternal torture awaits them. Alan and Samantha were filled with fear for Sikud. They didn't expect it to be so serious. Sikud explained that the most terrible elf was less terrible than what awaited them in the hellish desert. The most harmless thing that could await them is a walk through a toxic, radioactive forest. They will also be given a boiling bath of the lower part of the body in hot sulfur springs. Even a demon will feel like a fried egg in a coal-fired oven. Alan remembered that hydrogen sulfide springs were healing. He knew that people went to such places for treatment. Sikud replied that what is good for people is bad for demons. Alan suggested that if demons are close to pain, then torture is common for them. The demon argued that intimacy did not mean pleasure. They also had things they were afraid of. Sikud was called by another demon. It was his brother Hen, and Sikud was glad that he was alive, but his brother accused him of abandoning him. Hen accused Sikud of hitting him on the head with a rock, but Sikud claimed that Hen tripped himself. Alan urged the brothers to calm down and be glad that they were both alive, while he touched the demon's shoulders. Both demons screamed as if they had been burned with a hot iron. Alan did not understand what was going on, but the spirit of life reported that the shaman's touch was causing the demon pain. The brothers recovered from the pain, and Alan received the title of Devilish Torture Technique. The elves were amazed by his ability to torture. Io believed that this was exactly what one would expect from a shaman, and asked if he could help him with his witchcraft. The elves wanted the shaman to help them with torture. Alan assumed that he would not be able to help the elves with this. The pointy-eared ones were perplexed. Wasn't it he who made the demons suffer? Io was thinking about how to prevent the demons from returning to the hellish desert, and asked the shaman to help him. The elves believed that simply killing demons was too merciful. They suggested burning them, tearing off their limbs, or throwing them into boiling oil. Now Alan understood why demons were so afraid of elves. He explained to the pointy-eared ones that the mere fact of the existence of elves was terrifying for demons. The elves objected. They believed that demons were fearless creatures and did not feel pain from torture. Alan wanted to convince the pointy-eared ones. Alan suggested that the elves leave the demons to him for torture and go to the Garden of Elysia, where the rest of the elves were gathering. Io was indignant. He had been catching demons all over the forest for so long, and the shaman suggested that he just leave. The shaman replied that he understood him, but was against returning the demons to the hellish desert. This place is their home, and he wants to make them suffer forever. Alan told the elves that while he was torturing the demons, he learned that the more you torture them, the more pleasure they get. In other words, no matter how much the elves torment the demons, they will simply return to their homeland and be happy. The elves were confused. How could this be? They wanted to hurt the demons, but in fact they were providing them with a happy existence. The elves did not understand one thing: why the demons still remained here and did not return home. The Spirit of Life told Alan that the demons' goal was to invade Midgard, which he immediately reported to the elves. Alan was confident that the elves would stand their ground and allow the demons to return to the hellish desert, but this could trigger a chain of unpredictable events. The elves became even more angry. The demons' intentions became clear to them and caused irritation. The elves believed Alan, believing that no one could understand this issue better than the shaman. Io shouted that in this situation, they needed to follow the shaman's advice and keep the demons in the Emba forest, which would hurt them and prevent them from returning to their homeland. Alan promised to take care of the demon's fate himself, and the elves trusted his words, thanks to their maximum level of favor. The pointy-eared ones joyfully shouted that they would follow the shaman's instructions and everything would be fine. Io asked permission to watch shamanic torture of demons. They want to learn this from him. Alan clarified why the elves became curious to see his method of torturing demons. The elves declared that demons were their enemies, and they wanted to learn how to hurt them. They asked the shaman to show them the technique of torturing those who could not be tortured. The demon brothers looked at each other, wondering if they would have to endure this hellish torment again. Sikud looked around helplessly, small and defenseless in the face of a cruel fate. The demon raised his eyes, full of fear and hope, to the shaman and began to shake all over. Alan whispered to Sikudo that he would have to be patient for a little while. Sikud began to cry from fear and anticipation of the torment he would have to endure to save the village. The Spirit of Life was chosen as the sacred power. Sikudo was in a lot of pain. Alan hit quietly, but with his bare hands it was necessary to buy time. The elves admired how Alan ignited his body with sacred power and used it to beat the demons. The pointy ears learned their lesson, but they needed to find something that would have a similar effect. They couldn't use divine power. The pointy-eared ones left, and Alan hurried to find out if everything was okay with Sikudo. He replied that everything was okay, and he was ready to confess his love to Rakura. Alan was worried about the demon. He didn't want this to be his dying speech. The shaman wanted to lift Sikudo, but the Spirit of Life warned that this could be fatal for the demon. Alan didn't read the warning and touched the demon, and immediately received a notification that the low-level demon Sikud was dead. The elves were delighted. This is exactly what they expected from the shaman. He left no chance for the demon to survive. Alan didn't expect that his touch would be fatal for Sikudo. The player sincerely asked the demon for forgiveness, but Sikud had no intention of forgiving him. Before disappearing, he promised to take revenge on the shaman. Alan's level increased and the demons began to fall into terrible fear at the sight of him, but Alan tried to apologize to his older brother Sakudo. As a result, he received the title Hell Devil and the respect of the demons. Hen stated that Alan was incredibly cool and received his title as a sign of respect. Alan ordered that he be taken to the demons that the elves had gathered. The shaman asked the demons whether they had seen Sakudo's death or not, and if they did not want to end up like him, then they should not take a step outside their village. The respect of the demons grew due to the shaman's fame and the policy of intimidation, and the respect of the elves also grew, along with the reputation. The elf asked Alan that if the demon's opinion changed, the shaman would only have to repeat his speech. It turned out that Alan solved the problem of demons, although not without casualties and the emergence of new enemies. The elves set out for Elysia, leaving only a small detachment to observe, and peace came to the lands of the Emba forest. The demons were glad that they didn't have to return to the hellish desert. Alan warned that the elves would keep an eye on them, but it was better for them. Alan decided that it was good that if everything had worked out so well, it was time to sum it up. As far as Alan knew, there was something in the demon village connected with his predecessor. The demons knew what was being discussed, but were in no hurry to show the shaman. The guy decided to scare the demons so that they would hurry up, and offered to demonstrate his skills on someone else. The demons immediately rushed to carry out the shaman's order. Hen brought a small chest and said that inside it was what Alan was looking for. The player looked inside the chest and wondered if this was really the shaman's item. Hen asked, "Is it true that this is an incredible thing and every shaman dreams of having it?" Alan was a little disappointed. This is it, and this is all that Tyalite left behind. It was a garden shovel, or more precisely, an adamantine trowel, a legendary item, strength 75, usable after Tyalite's permission. The shovel changed the characteristics of the plant being dug up depending on the user's preferences, but Alan wasn't particularly enthusiastic about it. The shaman was only interested in the Master of Collection skill, and the player was also amazed by the power level of this item. Alan asked Samantha what average weapon attack damage would be suitable for his level, and she replied that it would be around 300 units, no more. The average damage of a weapon attack doubles every 100 levels. For example, at 200 it is 600, and at 300 it is 1200. Alan found that his bear glove was a good item, but the shovel was a cheat. It was a pity that it could only be used after permission. In any case, Alan was going to take her for himself. The demons didn't mind too much. Alan had the opportunity to go to Tyalite's grave and ask permission to use the shovel. The system reported that since Alan is the successor of Tyalite, the requirement for permission to use the item has been removed. The information about the adamantine scoop item immediately began updating, and the shovel began to emit a bright, blinding light. The spatula was renewed, its power reached 1,000 units, a shaman could use it, and the plant's characteristics changed depending on its fame and reputation. Alan pointed out to Samantha that the attack power of the spatula had increased significantly, and that the spatula had become an evolving type item, but the player didn't understand what this meant. Samantha explained that such items are rare, most are permanently bound to their owner, and grow with the player. Alan asked to explain the meaning of a strange skill, Ginseng Collection, increased by 300% of the collection target. The skill seemed strange. Why would Alan attack the plant he wanted to collect? Samantha suggested that the shovel was capable of collecting carnivorous demon plants, not just harmless ilfetchi and other flowers. Alan asked again if Samantha was really advising using this skill on monster flowers like crocus. Alan was delighted and decided to test the possibilities on a flower whose picking he had put off. First, it had to be cut down, of course. The wild crocus growled and resisted. But Alan is not one to be timid. Armed with Tyalite's adamantine shovel, he will rush into battle with the insidious plant. It seemed that the player's goal had been achieved, and the demonic plant would join the shaman's collection. However, the plant did not want to become part of the herbarium and deftly dodged Alan's spatula. The shaman only slightly touched it. Crocus hissed and wriggled like a disturbed snake, but continued to dodge the shovel. Moreover, the demonic crocus decided to counterattack and released its poisonous appendages, wanting to knock the player off his feet. Alan had to perform a kind of jigudriga with jumps and somersaults in order not to get tangled in the flower stems. Despite the shaman's dexterity and resourcefulness, the crocus was able to cling to his hand. This infuriated Alan, and he chopped with his trowel at the stem that was clinging to his hand. The stem flew to the side, but the main flower again avoided the blow of the spatula. Alan was annoyed. The flower moved too fast, and the player could not use the Ginseng Collection skill. Alan got angry. It's just a flower, not a high-level monster, so it's not that big of a deal. The shaman resolutely rushed to the very root of the demonic crocus. Alan decided to combine the Master of Collection skill and the Ginseng Collection skill. The system reported that Alan successfully harvested the crocus and received crocus seeds, crocus stomach acid, crocus gallbladder. The collection turned out to be difficult, but this flower could not be called ordinary. Alan decided to collect all types of monster flowers on the way to Otalk. Several elves remained in the Emba forest to keep an eye on the demons. Samantha stayed with them to complete her quest. Alan went to Otalk alone. Otalok was a city of large trading companies and nobility. The shaman was met by the cheerful merchant Kruvasan. The girl was glad that Alan accepted her invitation. Kruvasan assumed that it was not easy for the shaman to get here. Alan did not see anything difficult in his path and admired the luxury of the city. The merchant explained the luxury of the city by the presence of trading companies and invited the shaman to come to the main office of her trading company. The main office of the Kruvasan company was a large, pompous building. Alan was surprised by the size of the building. It seemed to him that even the territory of Elysia was smaller. He assumed that Kruvasan was a noblewoman. Kruvasan explained that she had no title, but she managed logistics in the area as the owner of one of the leading trading companies on the continent of Citra. The girl did not strive to obtain a noble title, although she could easily have bought it. Real nobles irritated her. The first thing Kruvasan did was force Alan to go and buy a decent suit. Alan was puzzled. The last time he wore a suit was when he went to the casino. Kruvasan wanted to transform Alan beyond recognition, and she was anticipating the pleasure in advance. Alan and Kruvasan hurried to the ready-to-wear store. People on the street immediately noticed the huge and menacing guy and wanted to know who he was. Kruvasan picked out a costume for Alan that made him look like a pirate captain. The girl thought that her companion was great-looking. She was generally drawn to brutal men. Alan knew he looked scary, and the people around him thought the same. Kruvasan advised him to take off the blindfold, and he would look kinder. Alan was planning to do business with an NPC and couldn't do without the bandage, so the girl suggested he use the accessory's hiding feature. The shaman was glad that such a function existed. Why had no one told him about it? Alan liked the image overall, and he and Kruvasan went to Lord Otolk's mansion, as a banquet was planned. All the young aristocrats of the surrounding territories gathered in Lord Otolka's mansion. This banquet was an important event of the festival. Alan's country had been formed recently. He was its rightful king, and that is why he was invited. Kruvasan received the invitation as the owner of one of the continent's leading trading companies and as one of the festival's sponsors. The guests were having a pleasant time when the arrival of Alan and Kruvasan was announced. The appearance of these two players created a sensation among the guests. People gossiped that Alan was too arrogant, so he proclaimed himself king of a new state on the continent of Terras. One of the guests recalled that last time Kruvasan treated everyone to a unique dish and said that it was prepared by the shaman Alan. Alan immediately acquired the title of culinary king, and the guests decided to ask the player to cook something else. The guests of the mansion felt that with the arrival of Alan, a faint floral scent spread throughout the room, but he had an aggressive appearance. Kruvasan was in a hurry to introduce herself to the guests and introduce the aristocrats to the shaman Alan. The guests just took one look at Alan, and goosebumps ran down everyone's body from the way Alan was looking at them. The saleswoman introduced Mr. Alan to everyone. It was him she had spoken about during her last visit. Mr. Rumio hurried to the crowd of guests. Kruvasan was delighted at his appearance. Kruvasan told Alan that Lord Rumio is the owner of the mansion and the lord of the city of Otolk. Rumio was an NPC. He politely introduced himself to the shaman and said that he had heard a lot about him from Lady Kruvasan. The shaman smiled his most charming smile at Rumio, introduced himself, and said that he was glad to meet him. The guests whispered that a wave of unimaginably powerful energy was emanating from King Alan. The lord also felt the pressure. Rumio, as an aristocrat, could not appear weak. He was the lord of Otolka, much older than Alan, and should not yield to him. Moreover, Lord Rumio was the permanent sponsor and organizer of this festival. The ladies trembled even when Alan passed by, and under the shaman's gaze they almost fainted. Rumio couldn't bear to look defeated in front of the young aristocrats and held on with all his might. Despite his advanced age, Rumio was planning to get married and was looking for a candidate. He valued his position as the most popular guy among women. Lord Otolka shook hands with the king of Elysia and said that he had heard that he was an excellent cook. The guests were shocked. This question was strange for people who were meeting for the first time. Kruvasan was puzzled as to why Rumio had brought this up. The lord remembered the unusual dishes he had eaten last time and brazenly declared that Alan should cook them again, and right now. Looking at the lord, the guests decided that a famous chef and king of cooking had arrived to visit them. Kruvasan apologized to Alan when she treated the nobles to dishes of his cooking. She did not know that he became king and wanted to make things right. Alan stopped her. These people knew perfectly well who he was, but continued to pretend that they considered him simply an outstanding chef. The shaman asked Kruvasan not to tell anyone anything and promised that it would be fun now. Alan finally understood why Kruvasan was irritated by the aristocrats. Thanks to the eye patch he had hidden, the player could understand what these NPCs were thinking. The shaman replied to Rumio that he was grateful to him for the praise and was embarrassed by such admiration from the noble gentleman. Alan was determined to thank the lord for his care and attention. Kruvasan became scared of what kind of mind-blowing thing this guy would do now. Rumio sent Alan himself to find out where the kitchen was located. The Lord said that there was a famous chef from the continent of Citra present. Why shouldn't Alan compete with him? Kruvasan was indignant. Mr. Allen was officially invited to the festival by the king, and sending him to the kitchen was the height of indecency. The shaman declared that everything was fine and went to look for the kitchen. Everyone should expect his dish, he informed the guests. The stove was small, but it was enough for Alan. The shaman heated up the frying pan and grinned. It was great that the young aristocrats were so picky about taste. The player began preparing a dish with fresh crocus stomach acid, and the spirit of life became frightened, wondering if Alan had become a demon after communicating with demons. Alan justified himself. The aristocrats were the first to start mocking him, and he could not leave it unanswered. Next, it was necessary to chop up the Kelberos grass, add the juice of the dung fly flower and the eyeballs of the sundew. A flower of fire mold was thrown into the frying pan, and the flames in the oven shot up to the sky. The cook looked at Alan with bewilderment and fear, but the player thought that everything was going great for him. The head chef of the Citra continent, Gordon Rampage, watched the player closely. He clearly knew what he was doing. Alan decided that he would improve his plant science and feed the aristocrats at the same time, thus killing two birds with one stone. The system assigned Alan the title of pseudo-chef, which was caused by indiscriminately mixing cooking ingredients and was punishable by a decrease in debuff. Alan equipped himself with a bear glove and used the skills concentration and enhanced growth. The spirit of life was shocked by the shaman's actions. The player wanted to get the bad luck reduction effect from the bear glove. He prepared and used his various skills. The shaman used all the skills one by one, mixing them without any system. It was time to use the elven flute skill, and Alan played a few pleasant melodies to the almost finished dish. Gordon watched the new chef with admiration. His movements around the frying pan resembled a magical dance. Gordon thought the whole cooking process was incredible. He definitely wasn't capable of it. The system reported the activation of the Sakura skill and the brown bear hunter's declaration of war item. Alan successfully summoned the spirit of the demonic plant, and his bad reputation skyrocketed. The spirit of life explained that this happened because of Alan's determination to curse the aristocrats. A voice sounded in the shaman's head. He said that he was surprised that the shaman's successor was able to summon him into this body, probably because he himself was a shaman. The system reported the successful summoning of the demonic plant spirit. Alan was surprised. He had not planned anything like that. The spirit of the demonic plant inquired as to the purpose of the shaman summoning him to the upper world. Gordon saw the fiery creature and let out a cry of admiration. Alan wanted to justify himself and say that he did everything by accident. Only Gordon did not listen to him. The cook mistook the spirit of the demonic plant for the legendary spirit of the hearth. The spirit of the demonic plant wanted to dispel Gordon's delusion, but Alan did not allow him to do so. The shaman showed the fiery creature a huge fist, and it immediately fell silent. Alan said that Gordon was right. It was the spirit of the hearth, and the fist was the best way to calm it down. Gordon and his assistants were filled with a sense of awe. They never hoped to see the spirit of the hearth, ever. The demon flower spirit was angry and tried to dispel the cook's misconception. Alan doused the picky eater in a boiling cauldron and silenced him. Alan hid the spirit of the demon flower away from prying eyes and ordered it to sit quietly, or better yet, disappear altogether. The shaman returned to the kitchen and continued preparing the dish for the mischievous aristocrats. The result was a magnificent dish, a fried chimera that had come back to life. It provoked the emergence of fear due to hallucinations. Alan examined the results of his work from all sides and was satisfied. The cooks had never seen such a frightening dish, and the spirit of life began to doubt the shaman's sanity. The system reported that Alan had managed to prepare his first legendary devilish dish, for which he received experience points and his bad reputation increased. Gordon admired Alan's skill and advised his assistants to watch and remember. They would definitely never see anything like this again. Using the title of the Devil's Deceiver, Alan could weave any tales without fear of being exposed. The shaman explained that this dish resembles raw meat in texture, but is not harmful to health. It has a crispy crust on the outside and raw meat on the inside. The cook's assistants were a little disappointed. They wouldn't have liked to see meat with mushrooms or beans, but raw meat left them puzzled. Gordon claimed that Alan was a genius and ahead of all the chefs he knew. Gordon shook Alan's hand and allowed him to call him by his first name. The system reported that the shaman had been recognized by the continent's best chef, and his reputation had grown. In addition, Alan learned the language of the cursed wooden doll. His chance of lying to the NPC and not getting caught increased. If the deception was unsuccessful, the shaman's nose would get bigger. Alan sincerely hoped that he would never be caught in a lie. The guy didn't want to live with a long nose at all. The fear dish was taken to the main hall for the aristocrats to try. The guests were shocked. The food looked disgusting, and they resolutely refused to eat it. Sir Gordon Rampage came into the room and vouched for the chef and the fruits of his labor. He had never seen such a creative and incredible dish before. The continent's finest chef urged everyone to try this dish, guaranteeing they wouldn't regret it. There were whispers around the room that if Rampage himself recommends it, then it's worth trying. It's strange to just stand and watch. Alan found Kruvasan and warned her not to touch this delicacy under any circumstances. The girl did not immediately understand what the shaman was talking about, but her confusion did not last long. Kruvison looked into the goblin kaleidoscope to accurately determine the essence of the dish. At this time, the distribution began in the hall. The girl immediately discovered that the dish had legendary status, but its description was phantasmagorical. Gordon Rampage was determined to cut a piece for each guest and not forget himself. A red greed, incredibly similar to blood, spurted out from the cut dish in all directions, but Gordon declared it was just sauce. The world-renowned NPC chef was eagerly awaiting the chance to try this culinary masterpiece himself. The guests and the host of the evening were completely confused as to how anyone in their right mind would want to try something like that. Rumio is sure that Alan has fooled Rampage. He decided to try the dish and prove that the food is disgusting, and the upstart will never show his face here again. Gordon served the portion to Lord Rumio, who, as the host of the evening, had the right to taste the dish first. The Lord was confident that he would not lose to Alan. He thanked the cook for his work and, fighting his dislike, stuffed the piece into his mouth. Alan maliciously wished Lord Rumio bon appetit. Kruvison closed her eyes in fear. The Lord chewed silently for a while. The pause dragged on, and the guests began to ask if everything was all right with Rumio. There were outcries of indignation that Alan had poisoned the city's ruler and had done so deliberately. Kruvison was afraid to look at all this and mentally calculated the losses from the fact that she would be expelled from this city. Alan watched Rumio closely, and from the Lord's expression he realized that the hallucination effect of the prepared dish had worked. Lord Rumio shouted loudly that everything was very tasty and wanted to try another piece. The guests were inspired by the example of the host of the evening and decided that they should try it too. Alan watched the aristocrats and died laughing, the hallucination making everyone think they were eating heavenly food, the likes of which they had never tasted. The shaman believed that everything was going according to plan, but the spirit of life thought otherwise. Alan poisoned a large number of nobles, his bad reputation increased, and he received the title of poisoner. At the same time, the poisons made by the shaman became more effective, and his own resistance to poisoning increased. The spirit of life declared that the shaman had become no better than the devil, and Alan himself was puzzled. Everything had gone topsy-turvy, and now it was unclear how to advertise the store. One of the guests looked at Alan and asked what had appeared so huge in the room. The shaman didn't know what to do. You never know what this guy might have imagined. In the aristocrat's fevered mind, Alan turned into a terrible monster, and he rushed away from him in the other direction. It turned out that the fear imposition effect worked, and now the aristocrats fear the shaman like fire. Alan understood this immediately, and became sad. What should he do now, and how should he sell flowers if his reputation was completely ruined? Looking at the fleeing aristocrats, Alan saw that he had won, but was this the effect he had dreamed of? People rushed around the mansion in panic, looking for guards and calling Alan a monster. Kruvison and Alan looked at all this disgrace in silence and could not think of what to do. Alan had an idea, and told Kruvison that he knew how to fix everything. The girl was afraid of what else the shaman was going to do, whether it would turn out to be anything decent. Alan reassured the girl he was going to make his flower shop famous. Alan immediately set about implementing his plan and ordered everyone to listen to him carefully. From this moment on, everyone had to remember the name of the country, Garden of Elysia. The guests obediently repeated the name of the country founded by King Alan. Alan made everyone repeat after him that they all liked Elysia, the most beautiful country in the world. Without exception, all the guests at Lord Rumio's banquet repeated that they could not live without Elysia. Alan squatted down in front of the aristocrats and directed them like a choir, forcing them to repeat the words he needed over and over again. The suggestion continued, and Alan said that if they needed to buy flowers, they should go to the Elysia garden. The shaman felt that not everyone had grasped what had been covered, and he made them repeat it over and over again. If there is a wedding coming up, what should be done? The shaman asked, and everyone answered in unison, go to Elysia for flowers. If there is a funeral coming up, the shaman asked what to do, and everyone answered in unison, go to Elysia for flowers. When selling land or other real estate, everyone also had to resort to elision. When buying real estate, everyone should contact Elysia. Alan inspired people that their hope and help in any endeavor is Elysia. The aristocrats believed everything Alan said and considered him, at the very least, a god descended from heaven. Kruvisson's jaw dropped in surprise. She had never seen such skillful manipulation of public opinion. This guy will go far, Kruvison decided, if, of course, no one stops him. The next day, the night of the Unquenchables festival was supposed to begin, which would last 6 days. The city's residents eagerly awaited the festival. Everyone was interested in seeing the aristocrats' costumes. The townspeople noticed that the city's aristocrats were approaching them in an organized crowd, with Lord Rumio at the head. The people welcomed their ruler and thanked him for the wonderful festival. Lord Rumio could not utter a single intelligible word. He only repeated the same thing, Elysia. The girl approached one of the aristocrats and asked where he got such a cool hairstyle. The man looked at her with unseeing eyes and uttered a mysterious word, Elysia. No one could understand what was being discussed or what Elysia was. Only a little later did everyone learn that it was such a country. Thus, the aristocrats walked around the city for 3 nights and said only one thing, Elysia, like zombies. Alan was delighted. It was a great promotion for his store, much better than he could have imagined. There was one unresolved question left, why the spirit of the demonic flower did not disappear. The spirit answered that this was because a contract had been made between him and Alan as a result of the challenge. Alan perfectly matched 3 components, 6 demonic plants, a high bad reputation, and a sincere desire to deceive. Alan realized that he had indeed fulfilled all the conditions and that he would probably have to go everywhere with the demon. The creature declared that he was not a demon, but a spirit. Not a simple one, but one of high rank, just like that smelly bastard who was always with Alan. Alan asked how the creature knew about the spirit of life. It turned out it was because of the related nature of both spirits. The creature explained that they were both aristocrats among other spirits, independent and close to the level of the spirit king. The spirit of life refuted the words of his brother. He believed that everything said should be divided by 10. Alan couldn't understand what benefit he could get from owning 2 spirits, but the creature explained that if they had power, they could become spirit kings. Alan shrugged. Maybe they can become kings of spirits, but they don't, and for now, they live like parasites. The demon flower spirit claimed that the life spirit's weakness was due to it being in Alan's mind. It is preferable for spirits to materialize in order to leave the spiritual world and live comfortably in the real one. Alan asked if the creature was a spirit, then why did skills and titles that work on demons work on it? This was not the only problem. Alan was sure that the elves would be unhappy if they saw demonic attributes on the spirit. It turned out that Alan had no reason to take the spirit of the demonic flower with him, and he demanded that it disappear, and the spirit of life remain silent for a while. Alan communicated with the spirit of life mentally, but the spirit of the demonic flower suddenly voiced his thoughts, and the shaman realized that he was reading them. The spirit replied that since they had made a contract, he could now read his thoughts. This outraged the shaman, and he categorically refused to take him with him. The spirit of life laughed at his brother. He doesn't know this person well, and persuasion is powerless here. The spirit of flower called his opponent a child's toy. The spirit of life calmly said that the flower spirit was jealous, and that this only made his situation worse. The demon flower spirit was beside himself with frustration and indignation, and he humbly begged to be allowed to stay. Alan watched the 2 spirits argue with bewilderment. They both wanted to stay with him, just to spite each other. The spirit of the demonic flower promised to show Alan how to materialize the spirit of life. It is quite possible. Alan was about to leave, but he looked back at the spirit of the demonic flower. Did he really know how to materialize the spirit of life? The spirit of the demon flower confirmed that he knew exactly how to do it, and Alan offered to make a deal with him. Alan figured that he had the flower of life, the flower of the soul, and 12 other plants in his garden. The spirit of the demonic flower said that Alan needed something else, but he would tell him about it later. The spirit of life warned that his brother could be deceiving. The spirit of life whined that he was better than this imposter and always helped Alan, but the shaman objected, could constant whining really be considered help? The demon flower spirit boasted that he was a business spirit, not a bystander. The spirit of life protested why Alan was listening to this demon. The spirit of flower objected. He was from the same spirit world as the spirit of life. The spirit of life argued that the ritual was similar to summoning a demon, but they objected that the flowers were filled with life energy that had nothing in common with the devil. Alan decided that the spirit of the demon flower would go with him, but he had one important condition. From now on, he must tell everyone that he is not the spirit of the demon flower, but the spirit of the furnace. The life spirit laughed loudly, and the demon flower spirit was extremely indignant. To make communication easier, Alan decided to give the spirit of the demonic flower a name. The shaman thought for a moment and announced that the second spirit accompanying him would be called Ding Di Ling. At this time, in the absence of Alan, a hired killer returned to the Garden of Elysia, vowing revenge on the shaman. This player had traveled a long way. He had to cross the entire continent to get to Elysia, but Alan was not there. A few days later, the killer saw Jack pushing a wheelbarrow with fresh manure. The killer unmistakably determined that the person in front of him was a close ally of his enemy. The boy was unaccompanied by an elf, and the assassin decided that this time he would avenge his shame. The killer used the shadow movement skill and followed Jack like a silent shadow. The guy was grumbling at this time. He was tired of carrying out the elves' orders. The favor of the pointy-eared ones was increasing, but he didn't feel any difference. Suddenly Jack felt a heavy gaze. The guy felt uneasy. Was there really an elf wandering nearby? The celebration in the city of Otalk ended without incident. The only strange thing was that the word Elysia stuck in everyone's heads. Crevassin even envied Alan. He was having a good time in the game. The guy sympathized with the girl that she was unable to see Samantha. The merchant didn't see a problem with this. They chatted privately every day, and she herself needed to visit Elysia. She was planning to build a retail branch. Alan thought that remote trading was more convenient, but Crevassin replied that the game didn't have a trade deal system that allowed you to specify who you wanted to trade with. Selling through a main company is ineffective due to transportation costs. If transactions are carried out locally, then selling flowers will be easier. To make a purchase, players will come in person, and Kruvasan will be able to formalize additional economic activity. Kruvasan walked Alan to the right gate and thanked him for the interesting time spent. The girl wished Alan a good journey and promised that they would see each other soon. The shaman moved as far away from the city as possible and allowed Tinkerbell to leave. Alan reminded the spirit of the demon flower that he was now the spirit of the furnace named Tinkerbell. The spirit remembered everything. For the sake of staying in the middle world, he was ready to do anything, even bear a stupid name. Alan was looking for a use for Tinkerbell. The spirit of life helps him during fights, but what should he assign this comrade to? Tinkerbell replied that Alan had the opportunity to borrow his powers through the contract. Alan tried to use Spiritual Elbow with the help of the demonic plant spirit. Tinkerbell went all out, transferring his power to the shaman. Alan's attack was filled with demonic power. There was a lot of it. The player wondered if Tinkerbell was a demon after all. The spirit replied that his homeland was the spirit world. Although he was assigned a demonic role, he did not want this. If you do not like his power, he does not insist on using it. The spirit of life urged him to use his pure power. Alan agreed. It was effective if the opponent was not a demon. It was just unclear why. When using the pure power of the spirit of life, a positive reputation did not grow. Tinkerbell insisted on his superiority. He had a body. They could fight, travel, and dance together. Alan thought that both spirits were similar, but Tinkerbell looked better compared to the spirit of life. The spirit of life warned, he is not a snitch, but if he acquires a material body, he will tell everything to the divine tree. The spirit of the devil flower did not expect such a statement from the positive spirit of life in everything. Tinkerbell was indignant at how one could resort to such base methods. Alan tried to convince the spirit of life not to be offended by him, but he went out of reach. Tinkerbell decided that it was not a big problem. Alan was upset. He really had lied to the divine tree and was afraid of being exposed. Tinkerbell replied that it wasn't that. He could just feel in his skin that someone next to them was simply oozing malice. A fully equipped combat knight came rushing out from around the bend in the road towards Alan. The unknown man used a couple of powerful moves, forcing Alan to go on the defensive. The shaman did not expect an attack and grabbed the first thing that came to hand from his inventory. Thus, Alan ended up with the Tyolite shovel, a simple tool for collecting plants. The shaman asked where the warrior came from. Maybe he belonged to the Brown Bear Guild. The attacker was outraged. How dare he classify him among these scum of society? Alan replied that this was the only thing that came to his mind because the warrior attacked him suddenly. The warrior was indignant. How dare Alan not remember him, and this after he took his shield. The warrior demanded that they remember him quickly, otherwise he had no time to mess around here. Alan remembered the shield, but the name of the offended player was not imprinted in his memory. The warrior shouted that his name was Wooster. He was a brave and courageous warrior, an achiever of various achievements, and belonged to the Prime Guild. But because of Alan, after losing the shield, I spent several months in shame and despondency. Samantha and the Prime Guild insist that they need Elysia's friendship, but Wooster has no one on his side, and he pursues Alan alone. Alan was surprised. Wooster screamed through tears that there were no elves nearby, and therefore Alan was weak and should return his shield to him. Wooster used the Assault Wave skill against Alan, expecting the enemy to be completely weakened. The shaman didn't want to fight him, but he also had no desire to give the shield back. Alan noted that Wooster was much slower than the elf and that he could easily deal with him. Wooster got angry and used the Blast Storm Wave connection on Alan. Only Wooster suffered from this skill. Alan remained standing safe and sound, and the warrior flew many meters to the side. A few moments later, a wave of fire rolled towards Alan and covered him almost completely. Alan used the Spiritual Elbow skill, using the Spirit of Stone Flowers, the Stone Flower Shield skill. Wooster saw that his opponent had become a little stronger over the past few minutes. The warrior has prepared many different things. Now he has activated the Shield Slash skill. Wooster rushed onto the stone shield and attacked. All that remained was to wait and see how long Alan's skill would last. Alan couldn't hold the shield for long and knew that at that distance he wouldn't be able to dodge the sword when the wall collapsed. Wooster suddenly heard Alan cancel the shield. It was bold and reckless. Wooster didn't know that close combat was the best of two evils for Alan, and the shaman struck from a close position. The warrior was surprised. This man was a monster or something. He was so fast that Wooster couldn't keep up with him. Alan used the Spiritual Elbow skill, but chose the Spirit of Demonic Plants and the Ginseng Collection skill. The Spirit of Life was shocked. How could this be used on people? The system reported that the enemy had received a fatal blow and would soon be forcibly disconnected from the game. Alan was pleased. He had his doubts, but everything went according to plan. He won an unconditional victory. Wooster claimed he barely felt any damage, but Alan was sure it wouldn't be enough. The warrior rushed at Alan again, shouting that he would definitely kill him. The shaman couldn't even imagine how to get out of this mess. After all, Wooster was much stronger than him. Alan remembered his demonic addiction and cast a fear effect on his opponent, which frustrated his movements. Wooster broke out in a sticky sweat and, through a shudder, muttered that he was offering to talk to Alan. Alan had no intention of talking to the man who had just promised to kill him and swung his garden trowel. Worcester begged him to stop and let him live. The abnormal fear status was cancelled. Worcester cleared his throat and rushed into the attack. Alan received a message that he could use demonic blast. The shaman didn't even think about it. He immediately used this skill. Worcester got into trouble himself. The deed was done. Worcester's body pulsed as it vanished, and within moments he had vanished into thin air. Alan just wished the guy a safe journey, and he won. The system reported that Alan's opponent had died. He had killed a man. Tongues of flame danced around Samantha. These were fire spirits, different from the elves of the Rockshi forest. The fireman told about the fiery sea of elves and promised to teach how to control the fiery spirit and apply its power to the sword. The elf said that he would tell the girl about a spiritual sword that would be suitable for a knight who protects a shaman. Samantha was sweating profusely from the heat, but she figured it was much better than hauling manure in Elysia, and she received a class quest, Spirit Sword. This is the highest skill of the Elven Knights, but it was not easy for humans to use it. Having mastered the Spirit Sword, the warrior was reborn as a legend. The conditions for completion were to reach 100% of the spiritual sword skill. Upon completion of the quest, a promotion to the unique Flame Sword class was promised. The elf said that a person's communication with spirits threatens him with death. She can borrow their power without contact or concentrate on one fire spirit. Samantha was ready to follow all the elf's instructions. He replied that he was glad of her obedience. He had not taught a person for a long time. The training process was difficult, but the elf hoped that Samantha could handle it. The girl was ready to do anything for the sake of a new unique class. The system responded that Samantha had mastered the spirit sword skill. The elf said that they needed to rest a little, and they would begin training again. Samantha was unexpectedly called on the line by Kruvasan. The girl had no time, but she did not ignore her friend. Kruvasan informed Samantha that there was a huge problem. Worcester had gone crazy. Samantha guessed that the guy was still angry about the shield and asked what Worcester had done. Worcester learned that Alan had gone to Otulk and called on the PC players for help. Samantha was afraid for Alan. He had increased his level, but was still weaker than Worcester, and the elves were not accompanying him. The girl was angered by Worcester's untimely appearance, but she had to go to the shaman's aid right now. Samantha started to run towards the road, but someone called her and asked where she was going. The girl saw Alan and automatically reported that he had been attacked and that she was rushing to his rescue. Alan was puzzled. I wonder if Samantha was okay. Here he was standing next to her and no one was attacking him. Samantha couldn't grasp reality for a moment and looked at Alan in surprise. The guy chuckled. Is she okay, or is the elf training so difficult that she decided to run away? Samantha realized that it was indeed Alan in front of her and asked if everything was okay. Alan replied that he was fine. He had just met a crazy warrior who wanted to fight him, but nothing special happened. Samantha didn't understand how Alan could defeat Worcester. Either the shaman was lying about his level, or he was a natural fighter with overwhelming strength. Alan asked how Samantha knew he was attacked, and how she knew Worcester. Samantha could no longer hide the truth about her connection with Worcester and the guild, and the reason for her rapprochement with the shaman. The girl took a deep breath and told Alan how things really were. Alan was neither surprised nor indignant. It didn't matter to him. If they could help each other, then why not cooperate? Samantha asked if Alan was okay with Worcester. Shaman replied that he was uncomfortable, but he would somehow adjust, and he wouldn't make a fuss in front of the elves. Samantha was surprised by Alan's kindness and noticed a strange creature on his shoulder. She asked where the shaman got his pet. The player replied that he got this weirdo during an incident in Otrok. Samantha found the creature scary, but cute. The Spirit of Life laughed at Tinkerbell. He was a coward and had been hiding from the Spirit of Fire from the very beginning. Samantha was surprised that the creature could speak. She had never seen talking creatures. The spirit was outraged and declared that he was a demon. Alan got angry at him. Tinkerbell got scared and said that he was just a very demon-like spirit of the furnace. The Spirit of Life reported that in the demon world, the strongest spirits are the fire spirits, but Alan did not see any fire spirits nearby. The elf explained that he was training Samantha and telling her about the power of fire. The girl had great potential, and she would be an excellent spirit knight. The elf convinced Alan not to worry. He would make an excellent knight out of Samantha to protect him. The elf took Samantha with him, declaring that the training should not be interrupted under any circumstances. Alan noticed that the demon village was empty and asked the elf guard where its inhabitants were. The elf replied that the demons were working hard to clear the forest. Alan asked if the demons were dying in the process. The elves didn't know about this, but they couldn't leave the ecosystem like this. If this place was drowned in greenery, the demons would suffer even more. The elf suggested that Alan visit the demons' warehouse, where all their riches are collected, although they are all filled with demonic energy, but for a shaman, this is nothing. The elf determined that there was a demonic spirit near the shaman, so the dark energy could not affect him. The shaman asked whether this spirit could cause problems, and whether he might be mistaken for a demon. The elf laughed. This spirit is a creature of the spiritual world. Even demonic spirits can be possessed. He knows many flower spirits. Ostruki stated that there is no reason to hate demonic spirits. A spirit is a spirit, no matter where it is in Africa. Alan didn't understand how he knew about Africa, and concluded that all spirits are the same for elves. Now the shaman did not have to be careful when Tinkerbell was nearby, but he warned the spirit that he still couldn't tell the truth to strangers. The elf took the shaman Alan to the demon's warehouse in the underground cave. Alan walked inside calmly, not expecting to find anything worthwhile here. The cave was mostly used for storing food, but Alan decided to take away everything he could. The player received the title of Secret Vault Robber. Now he could find something hidden. The player received the title Tomb Raider. If there was a tomb nearby, his speed and agility increased. Alan was surprised that it was possible to store food in a tomb, but the elf just shrugged his shoulders. What else could you expect from demons? The spirits reminded that Alan wanted to rob this place. He objected, "This is not a royal tomb. Where would there be jewels here?" Alan turned his attention to the glowing point near the far wall. Perhaps this was the promised something. It looked like a button, and Alan hesitated to press it. The elf promised that everything would be all right. He was there after all. Alan knew that when the elf was next to him, there was nothing to be afraid of. The player reached out and pressed the button into the gray surface of the cave stone. Elf and Alan were incredibly surprised. They expected anything but this. The cave wall slowly moved aside, revealing an entrance to a secret room. The passage was quite wide, and the demonic energy within it weakened as it moved forward. Alan was informed that he had discovered a hermit's mine deep in the mountain. The player was delighted. If this was a mine, then perhaps he would find real money and jewelry. The elf asked if he wanted to go inside and check. Alan refused. If this was a dungeon, then now was not the right time to explore it. The connection time to the game was running out, and the guy decided to come here next time, and it wouldn't hurt to get ready for the trip. Jack called out to Alan over the intercom, screaming that he had been kidnapped and calling for help. Alan was afraid for his friend. There was a small chance that he was joking, but his friend's voice sounded too tense. At training, Mike asked Jack how he got to this point in his life. Jack said that the brown bears were to blame for everything, that it was on the orders of their king that he was kidnapped. Michael knew the one who dared to do this dirty deed. This homegrown Naruto had already been defeated once by the shaman. Jack was now in the Bear Guild's prison. They weren't going to let him go, but wanted to meet the shaman. Michael didn't understand how the bears knew they were friends. Jack thought it wasn't hard to figure out. Jack was unable to contact anyone in the game when he was taken into custody and could only communicate with Michael in real life. However, Jack did not ask Michael for help. At the moment, the situation was not critical. The New World program included a daily limit on keeping a player in prison without justification. Jack was annoyed at having to return to the Brown Bear prison, but he was supposed to be released in 24 hours. Michael doubted it would be that easy, but he was planning to enter the game tomorrow anyway. Jack was sure that nothing terrible would happen and that he would soon return to the Rockshi forest. Michael joined the game and became Shaman Alan again. He was informed that several orders had been received. There were no specific deadlines, but customers wanted to receive their goods as quickly as possible. First of all, Alan decided to check the mine in the demon village. Samantha entered the game. The girl was looking forward to a new adventure. The elves rushed into the cave ahead of the shaman, declaring that he should not expose himself to danger. It was dark inside the cave, and Samantha asked permission to use her new skill. The girl summoned the spirit of fire, named Selim, but her control was still not sufficient. The squad continued moving, lighting the way with Samantha's ability to hold the spirit of fire. In the flickering light, Alan could see that old shovels and picks were scattered throughout the cave, as if people had suddenly abandoned this place many years ago. The spirit of the demon flower, or Dechik, felt that there was little spiritual power in the cave because it had been cut off from the world for a long time. The elf walking in front of the squad announced that he saw something interesting ahead. The travelers entered a huge cave hall. It was spacious and light. The elf drew the shaman's attention to the ceiling of the cave. He raised his head and froze in admiration. A stream of soft blue light poured from the ceiling, as if someone had installed illumination there. Luminescent stalactite flowers glowed on the cave ceiling. For some time, the self-proclaimed speleologist gazed in admiration at this miracle. The elves told Alan that he saw flowers, which surprised the shaman even more. Alan used the plant knowledge skill. It really was a flower. It increased the player's combat abilities in the dark by 20%. The spirit of life said that these were very rare plants. Alan could admire them forever. The elf reported that it had been a long time since he had last seen such a flower. The spirit of life knew that such flowers do not grow without intensive care, which means someone is looking after them. The unknown gardener of the stone flower bed was apparently going to check on his property. The travelers heard the sound of footsteps and a loud voice demanding an answer as to who dared to enter his mine. Fear of the unknown gripped the minds of Alan and Samantha, but the elves were resistant to this influence. Alan's passive ability, curse resistance, was triggered, and he was partially freed from the effects. Alan heard Samantha's groans. She was calling the shaman for help. The girl couldn't move from fear, so she couldn't escape from whoever was approaching them. A huge hand loomed over Samantha, intending to swat her like a fly. Alan rushed towards his comrade and pushed her out of the line of attack, saving the girl's life. Samantha grabbed her savior's head in surprise, causing him a few uncomfortable moments. The elf was the first to see a huge, ugly creature tumble into the cave. The monster noticed the elves and ordered them to get out of here immediately. Alan was amazed by the giant's ugliness and size, and only now did he realize that he had entered the mine of the mountain hermit Hugo. The monster immediately confirmed the shaman's guess, roaring that he was a mountain hermit named Hugo. Maybe someone would have been afraid of the giant Hugo, but not the shaman Alan. The offended players rushed into battle. They called upon the spirit of Salamander and Elbow. Alan tried to deliver a blow of crushing force in order to immediately knock his opponent off his feet. The elf was going to call down fire and blow up the giant, no matter what he did to interfere with the journey. Alan stopped the pointy-eared man. It was impossible to cause an explosion in the mine, otherwise the collapse would kill everyone. The spirit of life calmed Alan. The elves are not idiots. He will just fry the aggressive Hugo a little. Alan had no choice but to join the fight. Samantha followed him, armed with the salamander sword. The girl used this equipment for the first time, but was confident in her abilities. Only Hugo was too resistant to everything the players had in their arsenal, and his power faded too slowly. However, Samantha managed to set fire to the giant's leg, which caused Hugo terrible pain. The giant fell as if he had been mown down and groaned loudly. Alan realized that this was his chance, and decided to join the attack. The shaman took out Tialight's shovel and struck the leg of the giant lying on the cave floor. The shoulder blade didn't even pierce the skin, but the elves and Samantha supported him and advised him to hit again. Alan urgently needed to find a weak spot on the giant's leg and strike. Such a place could only be the monster's nails. The giant walked around the cave barefoot. Alan decided to stick the spatula into the area under the nail. This was the only place where he could cause damage to the enemy. Hugo was in pain and was outraged by Alan's inhumane act. The shaman replied that Hugo had started first and had just tried to get rid of the guests. Hugo tried to throw off the annoying player, but Alan held on tightly and dealt one blow after another. For this, the boy received the title of Master of Giant Torture, and now all the giants were afraid of him. The elves admired the shaman and promised to immobilize the giant if only Alan would continue the torture. Alan objected that his actions were not torture, but nevertheless decided to repeat his blow. Hugo got tired of being patient and shouted that he admitted his defeat. The elves believed that the giant could not be trusted. Alan received a quest. He needed to talk to the mountain hermit Hugo and gain the sympathy of all the mountain hermits. The player declared a temporary truce in order to try to complete the quest. Alan reread the quest text. The giant's name seemed strange to him, as if it had been made up in a hurry. Hugo was indignant. He had an excellent name. It was chosen by the father of the mountain hermit. Alan decided to flatter the giant and said that his father had good taste, and at the same time asked where Hugo's father and other relatives were. The giant replied that all his relatives and friends were gone. This world was too small for his people. Alan was puzzled. If everyone had left, then why did Hugo stay and live here all alone? Hugo explained that the reason for this is the glowing flowers that the player sees on the ceiling of the cave. The giant did not know the correct name of this plant, but it was sensitive and capricious, and he could not leave it. The shaman was surprised that Hugo was actually tending to the shining flowers, although with such a height it was not surprising. The giant said that the shining flowers were very tasty, and if the shaman stopped the attack and left his cave, he would receive one to try. Alan agreed to Hugo's condition. They would leave when the giant gave them a flower. The giant stretched his huge hand towards the ceiling and plucked one of the glowing flowers. On the ceiling, the flower looked small, but up close it was simply huge. Besides, the flower was hard as a rock, and Alan doubted that a person could eat it. The giant declared that the flower was very tasty and threw one of them into his mouth and chewed it, smacking his lips with pleasure. The elf explained that giants can eat anything. Even stones are not a problem for them. Alan asked if the hermit Hugo was staying here only because of the flowers. Hugo replied that it was not only because of them, but also because he was waiting for friends he had met here many years ago. Alan was surprised. Such a monster-like guy had friends. That's amazing. Hugo said that miners worked here, and he became friends with them, but many years had passed since their last appearance. Alan said he saw abandoned things on the way here. Hugo confirmed that these were the things of those very miners, and he hoped that they would return. Hugo said that the stone flowers were the sun for the miners. When they came and saw them, they would understand that Hugo was still here. Alan was surprised by the lyrical mood of the mountain hermit. Hugo asked if the player had met the dwarves up there, as they were the giant's friends. The elf denied the possibility of dwarves living in the Emba forest. They have a bad relationship with demons. The giant was indignant, wondering if demons had really settled up there. Hugo did not know this, and assumed that the appearance of demons was the reason for the disappearance of his friends. The giant was glad to know the reason for the disappearance of the dwarves. Alan asked why Hugo wasn't worried about the fate of his friends. Hugo was sure that the dwarves were a very cunning people and had definitely reached safe places safely. Alan clarified what Hugo would do now: continue waiting for his dwarves or go somewhere. The giant decided that since Alan and the elves were here, the demons were defeated, which meant that the likelihood of his friends returning was high and he would stay here. Samantha doubted the giant's words. She didn't trust such creatures. Alan offered Hugo a deal. He was also curious about where the dwarves who were here had disappeared to. The giant was perplexed by what he could give to people, and most importantly, how this player could interest him. Alan replied that he would need glowing flowers and would periodically come to the cave for them. Alan wasn't going to take many flowers. He and his companions wouldn't be greedy. One such flower per month will be enough for Alan, whether the giant will agree to this. Hugo agreed to the player's offer. The giant gives him flowers, and he will find the hermit's friends. A message came that the giants sympathize with Alan, and the mine is becoming the property of the Garden of Elysia. Alan extended his hand to the huge giant as a sign of friendship and cooperation. Hugo extended his finger to the man to shake, the giant and the player counting on a fruitful collaboration. Alan looked carefully at his purchase. The flowers were amazing. Samantha asked what Alan was doing and when they planned to return. The shaman stated that he wanted to conduct research on the flower here and now. Samantha reminded him about the orders. Alan replied that he had the recipes and ingredients, but the flower upstairs would be difficult to study. Alan asked the hermit to tell him more about the luminous flower. If Hugo has been growing them for many hundreds of years, then he is a great specialist in this. Hugo explained that these flowers grow in deep caves and rarely bloom, and that the owner's combat abilities increase by 20% in the dark. The flowers have the star scent effect, which causes the enemy to fall into darkness for 5 seconds and reduce all their abilities by 10%. There was a problem. It was impossible to grow these flowers artificially or transport them. The only option left was to make drugs from them directly on site, but this prospect was not bright. But the flower effect was stunning and worth the effort. Alan asked the hermit if he really knew how to grow luminous flowers. Hugo convinced the boy not to worry. As long as he didn't ask for more than he needed, he would be able to grow these flowers. Alan decided to leave the care of growing the glowing flowers to Hugo and not interfere with the process. Alan didn't know when it would happen, but he promised Hugo to send people to his mine. The giant replied that he would be glad if the miners returned to work. Satisfied with the results of the trip and negotiations, Alan and Samantha decided to head back. The girl could only marvel at the dexterity and luck of her commander. Jack received the long-awaited message about his release. The guard shouted out his number and ordered him to leave the cell. The player happily followed the guard's orders, and finally he would leave this inhospitable place. Jack couldn't understand why the bears bothered with his kidnapping if they released him a day later. It was suspicious. The guy wanted to leave the prison as quickly as possible, but he was called out to near the exit. It was the deputy master of the Brown Bear Guild, Mikhail, who noticed that Alan had not come for his friend. Jack stated that he was not so valuable to the shaman that he would save him. Mikhail laughed, which meant the guy would not have any hopes in the future. Jack was wary of what one of the leaders of the Brown Bears wanted from him. The guy was walking through the former Idaran, now the country of Brown Bear, and he couldn't figure out why he was being kidnapped. The player had already begun to figure out how to get to Elysia and worry that the elves' favor towards him had worsened. Suddenly Jack saw that everyone was looking at him, and he felt that he would find adventure on his ass again. One of the Brown Bear warriors was walking towards Jack. The boy tried to get away from him, but did not have time. The warrior staggered and pushed Jack hard in the shoulder. He was about to protest, but he was interrupted. The warrior groaned and fell onto the cobblestones. He screamed loudly that his shoulder was broken and pointed at Jack as the culprit of what happened. Another member of the Brown Guild shouted that he recognized Jack as a pickpocket. The third guild warrior claimed to have seen a stranger deliberately crash into a man in an alley and then immediately run away. From all sides, Jack was bombarded with accusations of theft and intentional beatings of innocent people. Jack couldn't understand what was happening and why the townspeople were so against him. Mikhail's words that he would not delude himself with the hope of salvation in the future came to the boy's mind, and he understood everything. There was no chance of escape. Jack was tied up and accused of all possible crimes. It was a dirty but effective tactic. Jack continued to insist that Alan was not contacting him in the game and would not come even if he asked for help. Mikhail didn't care. He was sure that Taylor would do his job, and soon Alan would simply be gone, and the elves would not help him. Michael stated that Jack's bluff was useless. They had already received information that Alan had gone on a journey alone, without the elves. Mikhail was sure that Jack would not be able to leave the basements of the Brown Bears Guild for a long time. Taylor, aka the hired killer, was sure that Alan was wandering near the city of Otolka, and that there were no elves with him. The killer was sure that the shaman would take this very path to Elysia, where he would attack and kill him. Taylor decided to go live, so everyone could see him beating Alan and him kneeling in front of him. In the distance, Taylor saw two familiar silhouettes, Samantha and Alan. The killer decided to use the illusory camouflage skill and launched a live broadcast. Taylor was confident of his victory, since he did not see any elves near Alan. With every moment Taylor was getting closer to his goal, let everyone see his triumph. Alan and Samantha walked carefree through the desert towards their destiny. Taylor suddenly discovered that a fairly large group of NPC elves was following the players. The killer was stunned. The Brown intelligence assured him that there would be no elves. The broadcast's viewers were already laughing at the hapless killer and urging him to go and fight. Taylor told the audience that he would let the shaman go this time, but suddenly discovered that the disguise was not helping him, and Alan was looking straight at him. In fact, that was the case. Alan was looking at the cactus that Taylor was disguised as. Alan found something hidden, namely Taylor, since he had the title of Robber of the Secret Vault. The shaman decided that this was the entrance to Brazal's dungeon, although it seemed strange to him. Alan decided to check everything himself, but Dacek stopped him, saying that the cactus was not real. The spirit of life confirmed Dacek's words, saying that he felt negative energy from the cactus, and that this was strange. One of the elves suggested shooting the cactus with a beam first, and Alan thought it was a good idea. The elf's arrow hit its target, and Taylor had a hard time. Alan and the elf approached the cactus and discovered that it was shaking strangely. Alan was puzzled as to why red liquid was leaking from the cactus, and the elf suggested setting the strange plant on fire. Taylor twitched in the fire, but still maintained his disguise and did not reveal his true form. But when the boy heard that the elf was going to cut him into pieces, he began to lose his composure. Alan heard the cactus swearing and realized that his suspicions were justified. Taylor took off his disguise and surrendered. The elf asked what to do with him now. It was he who kidnapped Jack. The killer was drenched in cold sweat, expecting the worst fate for himself. Alan decided that this guy should be taken alive. His death would not bring any particular benefits. At this time, in the land of the Brown Bear, they were preparing another trap for Alan. The Grand Master of the Brown Bears was furious. Taylor went to kill Alan, but was captured himself, and even showed everything on live television. Mikhail did not understand Taylor's actions, but conveyed to the City Master a message that Alan was proposing to exchange prisoners. The Grandmaster had considered the exchange impossible, but it was now clear that the kidnapped player was important to Alan. Mikhail, the City Master's right-hand man, suggested turning this situation to his advantage. Mikhail stated that they would lose nothing by declaring that this shameful situation did not concern the Brown Bears. As for Taylor, one must remember the time limit on keeping a player in prison. Mikhail assumed that Taylor wasn't a complete idiot and would slip away from the shaman at the first opportunity and everything would be perfect. Alan finally reached Elysia and saw his favorite flowers. Judging by their appearance, everything was fine with them. May was delighted to see the shaman alive and well again. The shaman praised his assistant for the quality care of the flowers. The girl replied that she was coping with the help of the elves and information from Alan's botanical reference book. May asked how Jack was doing, not in real life of course, but in the conditions of Brown Bear's prison. Alan replied that he had already offered the guild in exchange. May asked who he planned to exchange Jack for, but instead of answering, Alan showed her the prisoner. May recognized Taylor. Alan said that he caught him trying to attack and ordered the elf to drag the killer away somewhere. Alan wanted to exchange him for Jack, but the bears were silent. The prisoner needed to be locked up, but there was no prison in Elysia. The game's rules forbid anyone from being kept in prison for long, without a reason, so May feared the killer would escape and try to attack again. The elves heard the players' concerns and asked them to entrust the maintenance of the hired killer to them. The pointy-eared ones decided to create a cage from the wood of the moon tree and help it take root. In this way, they ensured that the prisoner would be locked up for at least 100 years, as the cage would be considered an ordinary room. Despite all the negative attitude towards Taylor, 100 years of imprisonment seemed too long to Alan. However, the very fact of the assassin's imprisonment was pleasing to Alan's ears, and he gave the go-ahead for the implementation of the pointy-eared idea. Taylor was optimistic. Could he really be held back by a wooden lattice? Why did Alan so blindly trust the words of the elves? The player was sure that it was possible to escape from the elves, especially from such a wooden prison. The stupid elves would regret their disdain for him, Taylor thought. An elf approached the cage and poured a generous dose of some kind of powder onto the boards. Taylor read that his cage was made from moonwood and was now taking root and sprouting under the influence of growth powder. Alan said loudly that they needed to have a serious talk, and Samantha took it personally. The girl said that she was not ready for a serious conversation here and now. Alan explained that he didn't mean her. He had one spirit inside him and another on his shoulder, and he needed to talk to them. Samantha decided to get away from the perfume-gifted boss for a while. Alan wanted to say that she didn't have to leave at all. But the girl had already run away and had no intention of stopping or returning. Alan asked Dacek about a way to extract the spirit of life from him. The player was irritated by the presence of someone else in his head. The spirit of life threatened to tell the divine tree everything, but Alan was not afraid of this. Dacek called the spirit of life a coward and promised to help Alan materialize this pest. The spirit of life was completely unwilling to leave its familiar place in Alan's head and threatened Dacek with death. Dacek claimed that a spirit connected with life cannot commit murder and has absolutely nothing to fear. The spirit of the demon flower believed that the spirit of life had completely despaired, having forgotten about its essence and responsibility. Alan got tired of their argument and decided to test whether Dacek's method would work, and at the same time he promised to appoint one of them as the king of the spirits of the Garden of Elysia. There must be only one king, and the spirits will have to fight for this place. Dechik was convinced that victory would be his. The Spirit of Life thought differently, and, in order to prove his case, agreed to materialization. Alan had to go to the Rakshi forest. Only here could the materialization occur. It requires 12 types of plants that grew in the place where the spirit was sealed, and the spirit flower itself. Alan hadn't been here for a long time. He found a place where he talked with the Ilfetchi flower for 2 months. Dechik drew a magic circle on the ground and said that since the contract between the spirit and Alan was concluded, there should be no problems. The Spirit of Life protested again, but this did not affect Alan's decision to materialize it. The Spirit of Life announced that he had not changed his mind, but that Dechik had simply drawn the magic circle with errors. Dechik justified himself by saying that he had made an unintentional mistake, but Alan demanded that all possible errors be corrected. Dechik corrected errors in the magic circle under the direct guidance of the Spirit of Life. When everything was drawn correctly, the Spirit of Life gave the signal to begin with satisfaction. The magic circle glowed with a soft light. Alan concentrated on his sensations. The shaman felt as if something was leaving him, leaving some regret in his soul. The glowing substance left Alan and made a lap of honor above his head. This something rushed towards the center of the magic circle. When it touched its lines, the clearing was filled with a bright light. The system reported that Alan had successfully summoned the Spirit of Life, and his fame in the game had increased. The player heard the sound of light footsteps and a voice complaining that all this should have happened, but somehow differently. Alan assumed that this was the same grumbler who had been accompanying him almost from the very beginning of the game. In front of the shaman stood a very pleasant-looking female spirit. She stated that she had previously found it difficult to follow Teolite, but now she feels much better. Alan asked if it was because he was so different from his predecessor. The Spirit of Life asked Dechik if he wanted to take responsibility for what happened. The spirit of the demonic flower believed that he personally was not to blame for anything, and she herself did not object to the materialization. The Spirit of Life declared that Dechik should shut up and come to her immediately. She didn't understand why the flower spirit had always made fun of her before, but now he didn't even want to look her in the eye. Didn't he really want her to appear? Alan watched the spirits quarrel. They seemed to him to be similar to his parents. Soon the three returned to Elysia, where they were met by astonished elves. The pointy ears could not believe that they were seeing the very Spirit of Life that had accompanied Teolite in the past. The Spirit of Life was basking in the glory. For the elves, she was a superstar. Dechik was skeptical about his rival's fame and her importance among the elves. Alan remembered being informed of numerous orders for floral inventory and decided to examine them in detail. The first order was for a flower ring, needed to confess to his beloved in the game. Alan was expecting an order for battle wreaths. All the latest requests seemed strange to the player. 2 rings, 3 necklaces, 5 bouquets of flowers. The effect of the inventory was similar. Beauty and style were required, and no one asked for combat characteristics. Maybe this was a provocation from the bears. Alan went to meet the client accompanied by a group of elves and demanded to tell the truth. The customers were happy with the product. The girl liked the ring, but the guy couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. Alan asked them point blank. They were from the Brown Bears Guild. Let them tell the truth, and he would forgive them. The shaman was convinced that these players had come to kill him while delivering the order. The clients decided to show their cards. The guy was the head of the recruiting team for the Kusa gaming team, and the girl was the manager of this team. Alan was puzzled. They are not clients, they are gamers. What a twist. Bill apologized to Alan for the forced ruse, but they found no other way to contact the shaman. The girl said that now the most famous and influential person in the New World is Alan, and Kusa is the largest company in the New World. Anna and Bill claimed that their gaming team was strong and influential and wanted to recruit him into their ranks, not for free, of course. Alan refused. He just does floristry, and even the guarantee for the player's individual activity did not change his decision. The player stated that the flower shop is his first priority, and he has no intention of doing anything else. Anna convinced Alan that they were offering the best conditions for cooperation, but Alan categorically refused. To get them to leave him alone, Alan admitted that he wasn't suitable for Kusa's team because he was only level 100. This message left the representatives of Kusa at a loss. They never expected that the level of such a famous person would be so low. Alan said that he was not strong and not fit to participate in competitions. It would be better for the team to find really good players. Bill and Anna didn't believe Alan's words. It couldn't be that Alan was only level 100. There were no changes at the site in the Rakshi forest. People were working, and the elves were giving orders. The pointy-eared ones did not allow me to relax. They reminded me of the angle of the axe and ordered me to move faster. 2 new players worked alongside everyone else, but if you listened to them, you could learn something interesting. It turns out that representatives of the American team Kusa wanted to hire Alan, but they were unable to do so. Alan is being hunted by representatives of many gaming teams, but luck has not smiled on anyone yet. These 2 were one of them. They came here to meet the shaman, but ended up harvesting wood in the Rakshi forest. The boys hoped that one day they would be able to meet and talk with Alan, rather than being forced to disconnect from the game due to being tired from work. The two were curious about how the guys from Chonrokiap could work for so long without rest. One of them approached the old-timers of the Rockshi forest and asked what the secret of their endurance was, and they answered that it was all a matter of habit. They worked long and hard, and their strength and endurance stats increased. It turned out that regular, grueling work in the game actually helped increase stats. The guy introduced himself. In fact, he was the head of the SKD gaming team. If the guys don't mind, he wants to take a look at the level and stats of the players. After watching, the head of SKD was shocked. There was something wrong with this place. The players' levels were low, but their strength stats exceeded 100, which showed how hard they worked. The head of SKD suggested that if stats continue to increase at the same rate, players will become monsters. The influx of labor into Elysia increased, but this only slowed down the city's construction. Alan didn't understand what the architect Dianth had been doing in his absence. Maybe he needed help again. Dianth confirmed that he indeed needed the shaman's help, as laying bricks sequentially was contrary to the spirit of the elves. Alan asked what suggestions Dianta had in that case, and how he planned to build without the main material. Alan was worried that after so much effort, only flowers were growing in his country, despite the high construction costs. Dianth was full of optimism and claimed that with Alan's help, Elysia would become a unique city. The shaman strongly doubted this after everything he had seen, but willingly followed the architect. Dianth was more confident than ever and boldly declared to Alan that the city was, in fact, almost ready. The architect liked to keep the intrigue going. Alan couldn't even imagine what this player would offer him now. Dianth understood Alan's bewilderment. In fact, he was secretly preparing the final chord in the construction of the city. At the end of the journey, Dianth and Alan found themselves at the divine tree, which left the shaman even more stumped. Dianth announced that they would now see a miracle, and to find out more about it, Alan should ask the divine tree. All the people in Elysia knew about the existence of the divine tree, but only Alan could talk to it. The boy leaned towards the tree and asked him to explain what Dianth meant. The tree announced that she liked the architect. He brought her special food morning, afternoon, and evening, and prayed. Alan realized that the money he had allocated for the construction of the city was being spent on satisfying the tree's desires, and the shaman did not like this. Dianth confirmed that in order to fulfill his dream, the elves advised him to pray and feed the tree, and he did so. The tree confirmed that Dianth had sincerely asked it to fill the city's territory with flowers, and had worked so hard that it had regained its strength. The system reported that Alan was absorbing the divine tree's blessing and gaining the divine tree's patronage skill. Using the granted skill, Alan could increase the effectiveness of all class skills tenfold for 10 seconds. In Alan's opinion, this was pure cheating, but the tree was won over by Dianth's sincerity and decided to fulfill his wish. Dianth did not deny that he used all the money to feed the tree, and, of course, he could not manage without Alan's help now. The architect explained that she had made markings throughout the city, and by following these signs, they would create a natural fence made of ivy. Dianth wanted to use such a fence to bring back visual randomness to the city plan. The architect even came up with an idea for what would serve as the base of the fence. He dug into his inventory and pulled out the treasured plant. It was a legendary plant known as the Milky Way. Diantu was flattered by Alan's delighted surprise. This cutting was not so easy to obtain. Milky Way is a vine with snow-white flowers that emit an elusive light. Its scent increases resistance to abnormal conditions. Dianth secretly acquired Milky Way seedlings from the Empire's garden. They are difficult to grow, but this plant is magnificent. Alan was curious to know how many seedlings the architect had bought in total. Dianth bought only 10 of them, but the seller assured him that with proper care the vines would grow indefinitely. Alan examined the plant carefully. It was in a state of severe stress, which had reduced its viability to a minimum. Dianth was confused. The merchant guaranteed that these were the best seedlings. One seedling cost 5,000 gold. Dianth got angry. Did the merchant really deceive him? Alan consoled the boy. The Milky Way is a rare and capricious plant, so no one deceived Dianta. The suppressed will of the sapling could mean that the spirit of this vine had experienced something terrible. Alan decided that he needed to call upon the spirit of life. Without him, he could not solve this issue. Dianth saw the spirit of life materialize for the first time and was delighted by it. The shaman asked the spirit to look at the condition of the plant and make his diagnosis public. The spirit confirmed that this seedling had experienced a lot. The fact is that all plants in the world grown for landscaping go through this. Plants that could not survive all the trials, according to the spirit of life, did not die, but returned to the spirit world. The spirit of life explained that the fact that the spirit of a plant leaves does not mean that it will dry out and wither. Therefore, flowers and things made from them last a long time. Alan wondered how the plant spirits felt about him making things out of them. The spirit of life explained that this was not a problem, as this was how elves treated plants. Alan was surprised. It turns out that from the point of view of flowers, when he cuts them, bends and twists them, he is not a cruel person. The spirit of life replied that it was a matter of understanding, and the spirits completely trusted the shaman. The spirits saw the interest and love that Alan showed for the vegetation. The words of the spirit of life removed Alan's feeling of guilt. If the Queen of Spirits said so, then there were no problems. The Spirit of Life said that since all the babies of the Milky Way are seedlings, there is a high probability that the spirit will remain in them, but there will be a lot of fuss. Delighted, Dianth said that he wanted to demarcate the territory of Elysia with the help of this plant, grow a vine, and trim it along the lines. Alan doubted that the seedlings would survive pruning in such a deplorable state. They needed to grow naturally, but along the desired lines. Alan decided to give it a try. They would install vine supports all over the city according to Dianth's markings. The shaman liked the architect's idea and decided to give way to the children. Reality called to itself, but even here, Michael did not stop thinking about his country. The guy was searching the internet to see if the garden where the Milky Way grows was really only in the Hasfo Empire. It was a secret place whose beauty only royalty could enjoy. The snow-white flowers glowed at night like fireflies, so it's clear why they were expensive. Michael looked at the flowers and hurried to the gym. If he was late, his father would skin him alive. The guy hurried to training and was suddenly called by a complete stranger. The stranger rushed to Michael and asked if he really was the shaman Alan. The guy was scared. He wasn't in the game. Why was this guy calling him that? Who was he anyway? Michael tried to deny that he was Alan, but the man was persistent, but polite. He introduced himself as Kim Dupe, the head of a recruiting company that selects players for the MK team. He learned about Michael Allen from the internet. Michael decided to find out what rumors had led Dupe to believe that he was the legendary shaman Alan. The guy tried to get rid of the annoying guy by saying that he was talking nonsense. Dupe showed Michael an open correspondence between two people who recognized Michael as Alan and posted his photo in real life. The correspondence said that they were afraid to approach Alan because in real life, he was scarier than in the game. It was check, but not yet checkmate. You never know who might look like whom, but the dialogue made an impression on Michael. It turned out that the guy became a local celebrity and was now recognized on the street. Michael clarified whether Dupe wanted to offer him a place as a player on his team or something else. Dupe replied that he knew about Michael's priority, the flower shop, so they offered him to become the MK team mascot. Kim Dupe admired Michael's achievements in the game and was confident that with such a symbol, his team was guaranteed success. Michael was glad that he wouldn't have to directly participate in the competition, but would just have to appear on screen occasionally. Dupe offered to take part in a match once or twice in his free time, but if Michael doesn't want to, then there's no need. Michael liked Kim's proposal. It promised profit and fame without the hassle. Kim invited Michael to a cafe and discussed the details of the collaboration. The guy was interested in how much MK intended to pay him. Samantha and May were thrilled to hear the news of signing with MK. They were one of the best teams. Mike Allen announced that he will not participate in the matches, but will become a mascot and will promote MK, more of a model than a gamer. The most important thing is that Michael was happy with the amount of the deposit and the annual salary. With the money received from MK, Michael will be able to pay off his student loans, and this even made Michael's mother happy. The girls were wildly envious of the guy. They didn't earn that much, even though they were both older than Michael. After Dianth shared the plan to grow the Milky Way, houses began to be built at lightning speed. Very soon, Elysia began to look more and more like a real large city. The seedlings were so weak that rapid growth could have been fatal for them, so they decided to let them get used to it first. Alan cared for the seedlings and waited patiently for them to take root in the soil of Elysia. One morning, Alan looked around his city. Almost all the buildings were built and the districts were divided. Dianth was really talented. The shaman decided that the time had come that all the city's inhabitants had been impatiently awaiting. The shaman decided to begin the main act, and inside he was trembling with anticipation. Alan distributed 10 seedlings evenly throughout the city. He would start with the first one, use accelerated growth, and then move on to the next plants. May should be on the second site and use the rapid growth. The Spirit of Life will help her direct the vine towards the store. When the two vines met, Alan planned to use the plant grafting skill. Alan watched with pleasure the zeal with which May and the Spirit of Life set to work. The shaman turned to the seedlings and tried to instill in them confidence that they could grow with his help. The Milky Way saplings could not directly contact Alan, but the shaman felt an affirmation of confidence in the air. Alan tuned himself up and used the Divine Tree's patronage skill, increasing all of his class skills tenfold. The shaman gave it his all, using his skills, accelerated growth, elven flute playing, floristry. The seedling responded to Alan's efforts instantly. The growth rate of the Milky Way was incredible. The NPC elves and players who witnessed this miracle were incredibly delighted. Hookah was once again glad he hadn't been afraid to accept Alan's offer, another perfect piece of content for the stream. Alan decided that the first seedling had grown sufficiently and sent May a message to start growing the second one. The shaman's excited assistant waited impatiently for the command, and now it has arrived. The girl was terribly worried. She had already grown flowers and trees, but she was far from Alan. The Spirit of Life promised to help her. The skill-fast growth worked, reinforced by the energy of life. It ensured the rapid growth of the seedling. May didn't expect it to work out so well. The vine grew before her eyes, getting bigger with every second. Alan rushed to section number 2. He needed to get ahead of the vines growing along the guides. The vines rushed towards each other, a little more, and they would meet. They needed to hurry. Alan and May ran towards each other. They had to stop at the place where the plants would join. The shaman gave the command to begin the operation, and the girl carried out her part of the job without fail. It was necessary to have time to use the plant grafting skill at the very moment when the vines of the first and second seedlings collided in the air. Alan and May performed the required actions in sync. It was exciting and cool. Having given it their all, the players did it. May lost her breath, and all that was left was to repeat the same for the remaining sections. Hookah was reporting from the scene. The vines were growing at an incredible speed. Alan was speeding up the growth time of the vines, directing them towards each other and intertwining them together. The process produced a stunning impression on the spectators, but the question of why the shaman covered the city with vines remained open. Hookah said that this was the idea of the architect Dianth to mark Elysia as a city of elves. Hook decided to interview Alan, who had already done everything necessary and was simply observing the process. Alan greeted the stream viewers and introduced himself as Shaman Alan. Hook asked if everything had gone well. Alan replied that, in general, everything had gone according to plan, but there were some areas that needed some work. Alan told the audience that he was growing a plant called the Milky Way, and it was Dianth who suggested he do it. The shaman said that it looked a little awkward now, but after a while, the landscape would change. Hook asked how long to wait. Alan answered that everything would be quick. He was paving the way for growth, and then the Milky Way would grow on its own. Hookah expressed concern that the city could be destroyed due to the disorderly growth of the vines. Alan replied that this would not happen. He guaranteed a successful outcome. The thing is that every plant has a spirit. These spirits are pure beings and will never harm others. Hookah believed Alan's words. The shaman was never wrong, and the blogger had seen this for himself on numerous occasions. Spectators asked if Alan was going to enter a professional league competition and which team he would be on. Alan replied that he was not going to do that. His priority was to develop the flower shop. Hookah said that everyone knows this very well, but there are rumors that the shaman signed a contract with someone. Alan confirmed that he had signed a contract with MK, but not as an active player. The shaman decided to announce the contract on stream and also advertise the flower shop. The news was a real bombshell. The forums were full of nothing but talk about Alan choosing his team. The video of Hook's interview with Alan went viral and broke all viewership records. Hookah was jubilant. His channel shot to the top. The number of requests went through the roof. The Milky Way blossomed into snow-white flowers, fragrant during the day and shining like stars at night. Alan accomplished something incredible, and his fame increased many times over. The vines were recovering and blooming on the third day. Hookah was in a hurry to present Elysia's night image to his subscribers. The Milky Way blossomed, meaning the vine had taken root, and the elves waited for the night to see the wondrous radiance. Alan himself was eager to see the miracle that had been created. The architect was truly a fine fellow. Night fell in the renovated Elysia. The view was stunning, better than in the photo of the Imperial Garden. The results of the work exceeded the expectations of both people and elves. It was truly wonderful. Alan noticed a strange movement near the wonderful colors of the Milky Way. It was the spirits of the Milky Way that gathered together in Elysia, and because of this, Elysia received increased resistance to anomalies. Hookah and Alan were fishing, and in addition to such beauty, the whole city also got a buff. The spirits of the Milky Way were charming, luminous creatures who sat quietly on the branches of plants. After some time, they became bolder as they recognized Alan as a shaman. The plant's aroma permeated the city, and all its inhabitants gained increased resistance to anomalies. The buff will gain an additional boost once the vine study is completed, and Alan has earned the Flower Master achievement. The city was filled with the scent of flowers. Everything resembled the world of flower spirits of Gloria. The spirits of plants began to take physical form. Alan doubted the normality of what was happening, but the spirit of life reassured him that the existence of spirits was harmless to the world. The only problem was that there were a lot of spirits, and Alan was afraid that they would bother the residents and the shaman first of all. The spirit of life sent the spirits that pestered the shaman to play with their fellow spirits in the flowers. Everything worked out, and the spirits of the Milky Way left Alan alone. They always listened to the spirit of life. The spirit of life complained that only one harmful spirit did not want to listen to her. Dietrich was a headstrong and wayward guy. Alan promised that if the spirit of life had a hard time, he would send her back to the spirit world. Dietrich cried with happiness, wiped away his tears, and said that everything was fine with him. Taylor had seen enough. Everyone was distracted by the Milky Way, and this allowed him to escape. The killer believed that everyone had let down their guard. He was going to get out of here, and before that, burn everything to the ground. Taylor used Shadow Step, but due to the strong energy barrier, it was impossible to use the skill. The player expected something like this, but he was confident that he would get out of the cage with the help of a long knife. Attempts to pry open the cage were unsuccessful, and Taylor realized that the cage was made of a special wood. Taylor's attacks on the cage had no effect on it. The wood did not give in. Moreover, the wounds inflicted by the knife healed before our eyes, and the boards acquired their original appearance. It was not good. Not good at all. Taylor had never seen a tree with such abilities before. Taylor gathered his skills and tried to damage the cage, but it was all in vain. The most annoying thing is that this place was not a prison cell, and it will not be able to open, no matter how much time passes. Taylor decided to ask the Brown Bear Guild for help. The assassin tried to contact the Bear Guild master, Crokin, and asked him to save him. Crokin dropped the message and blocked Taylor. It was a total failure. In the morning, Alan came and asked what was going on here. The elf suggested that the killer tried to escape, but failed. Alan was puzzled. The hitman seemed to be in perfect order a couple of days ago, but now he was a different person. Taylor was like a shadow of himself, his confidence and pomposity gone. The killer begged the shaman for mercy, promised not to harm him anymore, and to let him go. Alan demanded that Taylor calm down and tell him everything in detail. Alan didn't even touch him, but he was already whining. Taylor complained about the bears. He did all their dirty work for them, and they don't want to help him. He will not associate with racists anymore. Alan clarified that Taylor himself was a member of the Brown Bear Guild, wasn't he? The guy was sobbing. That's true, but he's not a racist and never has been. Taylor said that he was Russian and that the Brown Bear Guild was one of the best in the world, but he did not share all of his leader's beliefs. Alan regretted that Taylor wasn't an NPC, and the monkfish headband didn't work on him, but he still asked what the prisoner would do. The shaman assumed that if he released Taylor, he would return to his guild. Wouldn't that be true? The killer announced that he was not going to return there. Crokin spoke of his loyalty, but only remembered him when he needed to kill someone. Alan objected he would release Taylor if he returned to the Brown Bear Guild as a full member. The shaman needed information about a player who was languishing in the bear's prison, and Taylor had to get it. That wasn't all. Taylor had to stay in the guild after that. Taylor didn't understand why Alan needed that. Alan warned Taylor that their conversation would be recorded, and if he decided to stab him in the back, he would regret it. The shaman will simply publish this recording on the internet, and Taylor will be pursued simultaneously by 2 countries, Brown Bears and Elysia. Taylor had no choice but to accept Alan's terms and agree to work for him. Since Taylor behaved peacefully, Alan decided to release him and ordered a lumberjack to be called here. A little later, by order of the king, Tina, a member of Chanrakyup, appeared. She looked at the shaman with admiration, apparently being his fan. The shaman asked her to cut the wood of the lattice cells where Taylor sat. Tina promised to do it with ease. She had already received recognition of her strength from the elves. Taylor was puzzled. Obviously the girl was a noob. How could she handle wood when even he couldn't? Tina asked Taylor to bend down and sit in the corner of the cage farthest from her. Tina always remembered that the important aspects of lunar tree felling were the angle of the axe, the bend of the wrist, the force of the blow, and concentration. Tina gathered all the elves' instructions together and struck the cage. Taylor froze in a daze. He wasn't afraid. It was just strange how a fragile girl could break a cage with this antediluvian axe. One swing of the axe and the top of the cage was sent into a short flight. Tina looked around triumphantly. Isn't she great? Taylor was in culture shock. He certainly didn't expect this. The shaman counted on Taylor's conscientious cooperation and reminded him that betrayal would cost him dearly. The hired killer swore allegiance and devotion to the shaman. He will have to change his master. The king of the country, Brown Bear Crokin, was informed that the hired killer Taylor had returned. Crokin was perplexed. Just last night Taylor had asked to be rescued, but he had managed to escape on his own. Lirius didn't know how it happened, but he advised Crokin to be polite to Taylor and try to calm him down. Crokin was indignant. He was the king and did whatever he wanted. Lirius believed that this excuse would not work on Taylor. Lirius reminded that Taylor helped build the Bear Kingdom from scratch. They can't throw him away, so they need to appease him. Crokin moved his gray matter and decided that he needed to talk to Taylor. A little later, Taylor appeared before his king and guild master, alive and well. Crokin asked how Taylor had managed to escape from Elysia and why he had begged for help if he could have done it all himself. Taylor replied that it was a test of his and Crokin's friendship, and he was outraged by the behavior of his comrades. Crokin played dumb and mumbled that Taylor had let himself be caught and locked up, wanting to gather information about Elysia. Taylor stated that he did everything to deceive Alan, and the message about the rescue is the same. He brought a lot of interesting information. Crokin was interested in Taylor's story. He warned the king that, in addition to the elves, there was an even greater power hidden in Elysia, and he should not rush. Crokin believed that the atmosphere in Elysia was too rosy. They had let down their guard, and it was an excellent time to send a spy there. Taylor commented that Alan did not seem like the type to ruthlessly root out spies, and Crokin decided to lay the man down and burn the vines. The killer thought this idea was stupid. After this, Alan would reduce the country of brown bears to dust. Taylor had the idea to pit Crokin and Alan against each other. If they got into a fight, he would only benefit. He said out loud that Crokin's idea was excellent. Burning flowers would be an excellent provocation, and the king ordered him to begin this operation immediately. Taylor agreed and asked to be allowed to visit the underground prison. Crokin asked why he needed all this. Maybe it would be better to go straight to burn Elysia. Taylor replied that it was because Alan had humiliated him in every way, so shouldn't he respond in kind? Croken allowed Taylor to visit the prison and apologized for making him feel abandoned, but he appreciated his contributions to the country. Grandmaster Croken welcomed any action Taylor took as long as it was directed against Alan. The only thing that seemed strange to the king about Taylor was his hairstyle. The killer said that he wanted to freshen up his look a little. This place was called the Garden of Elysia, the City of Elves, the City of Flowers, the Hellish Desert, and now another one has been added, the City of Spirits. After Hook's nightly stream, news of the superb nightscape and cute spirits spread throughout the new world. At this very time, at the logging site, they learned that the completion of the vine fence marked the completion of the construction of Elysia. The system immediately informed everyone that the group quest for city construction was completed. The system informed everyone that they should go to the Garden of Elysia and receive a reward. The elf overseeing the logging site loudly announced that everyone had done a great job. Ostruki said that they were all clumsy chickens at first, but now they are quite skilled in their work. The logging workers were stunned to hear the elf's words of praise. Ostruki continued, with the skills they acquired here, no one will look down on them. Working with the moon tree is a difficult task. The elf especially appreciated the fact that all the logging workers had learned to live in harmony with nature. Ostruki turned his back to the players and said that they were free to leave. The elf paused and added that all players could return at any time convenient for them. A fit of emotion and enlightenment struck all the logging workers. They sobbed out loud. The elf, without looking back, walked into the thicket of the forest. The boys wanted to stop and thank him. They shouted words of gratitude for everything the elves had done for them. Pointy-Eared moved further and further into the forest, and he did not even see how everyone bowed to him with gratitude and respect. Players said they would be happy to work with elves in the future as well. Ostrowski pretended that he didn't see or hear any of this, but he was pleased that people understood him and were imbued with nature. May found a message that 200 players wanted to move to Elysia. She thought they were just sick. The girl couldn't even imagine that they would want to stay here after everything they had been through recently. It scared Samantha a little. May noticed that Chanrakyup was now an official guild. Alan was surprised that they weren't one before. May replied that everyone who worked in the forest created a guild. Breeze is the guild master and is doing everything possible to ensure that everyone gets settled in Elysia. Alan remembered that he was the ruler of this city and said that if they wanted this, then he had no reason to stop them. Dianth appeared. Alan thanked the architect for his work. The idea with the Milky Way was just superb. Dianth was grateful to Alan. Thanks to this, he learned a lot and gained additional experience. Alan was glad to hear this and decided it was time to give the architect the promised reward for the quest, the Twilight Barrier Shield. Samantha became wary. Here was that very shield. Unexpectedly, Dianth refused the reward. He would not be able to use it anywhere. Dianth said that he had already received too much from Alan and decided to refuse the shield. Alan asked if Dianth would leave the city, and he replied that he had risen a step higher, and now he would be treated with respect everywhere. However, this would destroy any further opportunity for development in his class, Dianth regretted, where he can so freely express architectural concepts without restrictions, and there is still much he wants to do in Elysia, Dianth concluded. Alan understood that the architect wanted to stay in Elysia and did not stop him. Elysia was crowded with people who wanted to see the spirit world and the flowers of the Milky Way. Alan looked around. Everything was quiet and calm. No one was going to disturb him. The divine tree admired the wondrous sight. She never thought that the power of the spirits in this place could become so strong. Alan did a great job. The shaman did not expect the tree to compliment him. She had grown a lot. Tree asked what the shaman was going to do. Judging by his expression, something incredible was being prepared. The player agreed and extracted Gloria's essence, the transparent ball trustingly falling into his hand. Alan announced to the divine tree that he was going to remove Gloria's seal. Tree was happy. Gloria was like a child to her. Tyalite also took special care of her. When the demons came to this world, everyone was scared, but Tyalite saved everyone. Alan always believed that spirits were immortal, which is why they were sealed. It turned out that the spirit's job was to care for the tree, so they were sealed in Gloria to create a comfortable environment for the tree. It turned out that Alan could have removed the seal even earlier. He simply found this thing and brought it to the tree. Alan agreed. In fact, everything was exactly like that, as he hadn't realized at first. The tree decided that Alan had found Gloria only recently, which is why he was unsealing it now. He couldn't be that stupid. Alan didn't disappoint the plants, but only asked what he should do next. The tree replied that Elysia was no longer much different from Gloria, but was still capable of bringing benefits. It was simply necessary to plant it next to the tree. Alan did as the tree said and took a step back. The process of removing Gloria's seal began. Right before the astonished player's eyes, a powerful beam erupted from the ground and connected it with the sky. Now Elysia was directly connected to the spirit world, and the plants on this land were free from diseases. Products previously produced only in Gloria are now available in Elysia, growth powder, fairy jelly, and spirit cloth. The news that a path to the spirit world had opened in the Garden of Elysia spread throughout the continent. Alan thought the most important thing was the ability to produce unique products. Now he would have enough growth powder. The shaman was interested in what fairy jelly and spirit fabric were, and what these things could be used for. It turned out that the fabric of spirits is a material woven by spirits from flower fiber. It is transparent, but increases speed, agility, and charm. Fairy jelly is a ball of pollen collected by spirits. When consumed, it reduces the effect of debuffs by half for 5 minutes and enhances abilities. Spirits were hovering around the divine tree. They would now help the miraculous plant, and Alan would have even less reason to come to it. A call came from Taylor. Alan answered him sharply. But what could you expect? He tried to kill Alan a couple of days ago. Taylor was a little offended. They were allies now, and should be polite to each other. Alan promised to improve, and asked what Taylor had found out about Jack and how he was doing in prison. Taylor reported that the Bears will not let Jack go. He is serving his 5th sentence. The guild will come up with a new reason to detain him as soon as his sentence ends. Taylor said that he could get Alan past the castle guards and tell him the date of Jack's next release. Alan didn't think it looked like much help. He expected Taylor to get Jack out of jail. Taylor replied that if he did not help Alan, he would be caught at the castle gates. Alan agreed to accept this kind of help, and at the same time he asked to tell him how to get to the prison. Perhaps he would have to save his friend himself. The elves, when they learned of Alan's plans, insisted that he take them with him. Alan refused the pointy-eared ones. He would go behind enemy lines, and there they would be too noticeable. The elves insisted that at least one of them should go with the shaman. Alan agreed to this on the condition that they hide their ears, then no one would recognize him. The elf girl suggested another method of disguise, which Alan would definitely like. The shaman did not immediately understand what exactly was being offered to him. The idea did not seem brilliant to him. Elf Tori said that the best place to hide a tree is the forest and invited Alan to go with her. Tori was delighted with her work. Alan was simply transformed, became a completely different being. Alan felt uncomfortable, but Tori insisted that the shaman looked great with elf ears and could wear something like that every day. The idea with the ears was entirely Tori's. Alan felt there was something fishy about it. The player expected a different disguise option. He doubted whether he would be able to hide from the bears in the guise of an elf. Tori became shy and asked if she could tell the shaman one huge secret. Alan became agitated. The elf looked too mysterious and disturbing, and he prepared himself to hear something terrible. Tori said that both her grandfather and her father guarded the previous shaman, so the destinies of her family and the shaman are intertwined. The elf was happy that she would continue the work of her ancestors, but the shaman thought that she was crazy. Tori chattered that she would follow the shaman everywhere and one day kill the dragon with him. Alan categorically refused to fight the dragon, much less take the animal's life. Tori was confused. The shaman should attack the dragon. Her grandfather and father participated in the shaman's attacks on dragons. The shaman doubted it. The spirit of life confirmed that he was right, but Tori could not be convinced. She was burning with the desire to kill the dragon. The walls of the western gate of the fortress of the capital of the country of Brown Bear were impregnable. The guard garrison kept its constant watch, but mostly suffered from boredom. An NPC named Orn once guarded the kingdom of Idaran. Now he guarded the country of Brown Bear, dying of boredom. The unexpected incident instantly dispelled Orn's sleep and boredom. The NPC was scared, as he had never been scared before in his digital life. Taylor, a hired killer renowned for his agility and cruelty, rose up from the ground next to him. Taylor stated that he had an order for Orn to carry out, and not tell anyone about it. Tori and Alan set off for the land of the Brown Bears. Their path lay through the mountain forest of the Shi'ar Tract. Orcs lived in this forest, and the elf happily chased away all the green-headed ones she met on her way. The orcs couldn't understand what this crazy elf wanted from them, and they generally tried to avoid dealing with the pointy-eared ones. Tori wanted to find out the location of the dragon from the orcs. Alan tried to slow down his companion, but in vain. The orcs knew nothing about dragons. They were simple mountain bandits, but Tori was adamant and threatened the orcs with death. The orcs begged for mercy. Tori was furious, and Alan couldn't understand what orc bandits had to do with dragons. Thanks to Tori's persistence, Alan received the title of Orc Millstone, increased his level and income. Tori continued to interrogate the orc about the location of the dragon, and her interrogation methods were brutal. Alan suffered because of Tina's obsession with dragons. Even if they met a dragon, how the elf was going to defeat it. Leaving behind numerous orc corpses and earning the nickname Angel of Death, Tori continued on her way as Alan's guard. The elf felt sorry for the wasted effort. No one knew where the dragon lived. Tina and Alan reached the land of the Brown Bear, and on Taylor's advice, they entered through the western gate. Alan explained to Tori that the guard had been bribed and would let them through without questions. There were no dragons here, and so she should remain silent. Gritting her teeth, the elf agreed to obey the shaman, and they approached the gate guard. Orn asked if they were really the ones Taylor had spoken of. Alan replied that this was indeed the case. Orn saw the newcomers off, but the traveler's ears aroused his mistrust. They were clearly elves, not at all like people. The elf's expression reminded the guard of Alan. Who else could have such an aura? The travelers entered the city unhindered and tried to blend into the crowds of players and those filling it. Alan and Tori failed to blend into the crowd. Their elven appearance, which stood out brightly against the background of people, let them down. People were whispering that these were elves from that very Elysia that had been talked about so much lately. Some players found Alan's face too familiar, and he was a bit tall for an elf. Tori found a wall covered with portraits of Alan, and a reward of 100 million in gold had been offered for his capture. The player doubted that changing the shape of his ears would save him from failure. Tori considered all this nonsense. Besides, the shaman looked so cool on the leaflet. The spirit of life believed that the portrait was accurately drawn. Dichik felt the negative energy from the leaflet, and Tori rejoiced at the shaman's popularity. Dichik laughed. Alan was probably happy to be so popular. The shaman was angry at the spirits. They got along with each other only when they mocked him. Passers-by looked at the tall elf. It seemed to them that he looked like the wanted man, but he was a player, not an NPC, like all elves. When Alan heard that they wanted to test his camouflage, he decided that he needed to come up with something urgently. The brown bear player decided that this elf looked too much like Alan and called out to him. The boys almost fainted when the huge elf turned his attention to them. An elf whose nose was the same size as his ears turned to face them. The guys decided that they were mistaken and hurried to get away from such a freak. They decided that it was wrong to say that the elves of the New World were handsome. This one was definitely an absolute freak. Alan didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief before the woman next to him loudly called out his name. The girl was upset when she heard the shaman say that he couldn't stand flowers. In fact, the player used the wooden doll nose skill, which provided the NPC deception and an enlarged nose. Tina failed to deceive. Alan was cursed for this, and his nose will be enlarged within 24 hours. The travelers reached the bar where they had agreed to meet Taylor. The hired killer did not recognize the shaman. His nose and ears misled him. Taylor thought that Alan wouldn't be recognized in this form, and his mother, if she had known that the shaman dressed like that, wouldn't have had to spend money on a guard. Tina rushed to the shaman's defense, declaring that he was speaking too unceremoniously about him. Alan got tired of this fuss and asked when Big Muscles would be released. Taylor said that freeing Jack was a little problematic. Alan got angry. If this was a trap, then Taylor would regret it. The hitman calmed Alan down and explained that the situation had worsened, and everything was made to look as if Jack had killed the prison guard. The system imposed a restriction on repeated imprisonment, so the guild deliberately put its member in a cell and he provoked a fight. Plus, a guild member intentionally lost the fight, and the system again recognized Jack as a prisoner. Alan asked how Taylor knew all this, and he replied that he was at the top of the command of this country and knew almost everything. Taylor upset Alan by telling him that his friend would not be getting out of prison anytime soon. Alan decided to wait for his release and asked Taylor if he had brought him the map. Taylor was perplexed. Alan was going to break in there. The shaman decided that he would just go in and lead one person out of prison. Taylor didn't believe that this could work, but the shaman wasn't going to attack the prison head-on, which is why he asked for the map. Dianth told Alan that every building had a sewer system, and that's where they would go and find a way into the prison. The drawing lay in front of the shaman. He planned to reach the waterways under the prison, drill a hole, and then make a passage into the prison. Taylor wondered if this was possible and if Alan had the right skills for this, as mining skills were needed here. Alan reassured Taylor that he shouldn't worry. His job was just to distract the guards. The shaman decided that the operation needed to be started right now, without putting it off. This was a waterway outside the castle, marked on the drawing, and it was possible to enter the castle from here. Tina, at the shaman's request, tore down the grate with one blow of her elven sword. Now they could go further, and the travelers entered the gate. A message has arrived that Alan has entered the hidden underground paths of the Idaran capital castle. Alan noticed that the message specifically mentioned Idaran, and not the capital of the Brown Bears, but he would deal with that later. According to reports, the Brown Bear Guild had no idea about this place, since it is said that Alan was the first to discover this dungeon. Taylor replied that they never bothered to look for such places and went to distract the guards in the prison. Alan ordered Taylor to be ready and wait for his message. He would send it as soon as he was there. The shaman unfolded the map, but the place they had come to looked different from the picture. The path shouldn't have branched. There was an error in the drawing. In front of Alan and Tina, the waterway diverged into 4 directions. I had to decide where to go, and the system also sent a strange message. For those who have lost their history, there is no tomorrow. Alan couldn't understand why it was written down and not lost. What kind of hint this was? Chulkin, a historian of the kingdom of Idaran, wrote that he came to the dungeon in search of a legend and discovered a sleeping guardian. Alan couldn't understand why he needed this information and why they sent him all this. Tina assumed that the guardian was a dragon. Her grandfather told her that kingdoms in ancient times had dragon protectors. Chulkin burned all records of this place, and by his will, the keeper of Idaran was forgotten forever. This message baffled Alan, but also clarified the difference between the drawing and the terrain. The historian simply changed all the records, but what should they do now? Alan decided that they would have to explore this creepy dungeon and suggested that Tina take the first path on the right. Tina obeyed Alan unquestioningly. She was ready to follow the shaman anywhere. Suddenly, Dachik came to life and shouted that they didn't have to go inside. There had to be another way to explore the dungeon. Dachik was afraid that something would jump out at them. The spirit of life called him a coward, and Tina expected a dragon to appear. Alan had no doubt that they would find something here, even if the plan didn't match reality, but now he needed to save Jack. That was priority number one. The travelers entered a side passage. Inside it was much more spacious than they expected. The path went straight, without side passages. There was a foul smell in the dungeon, as if something was rotting. The travelers decided that this was the smell of a monster or a dragon. Loud footsteps were heard in the depths of the dungeon, and Dachik hurried to retreat. A huge, decaying, giant red wolf came out to meet Alan and Tina. It was a gigantic, merciless beast, its mind clouded by blind rage. Tina was disappointed. It wasn't a dragon. Alan didn't expect a zombie wolf to appear, but what surprised him most was Tina's indifference to the danger. Against an undead-class monster, it was best to use a spiritual elbow, and Alan chose the life spirit for this. The monster approached with astonishing speed. It did not intend to linger, and attacked Alan. Man and beast came face to face. In a little while, only one will remain alive. The beast jumped, Alan ducked and struck from below. The beast roared and arched. The damage was minor. Alan continued to dodge and strike. Fists came into play, and the wolf had to experience the strength of Alan's blow. Alan slipped and fell, but his athletic training allowed him to quickly jump up and continue the fight. The wolf was angry and a little battered, but he had not lost his desire to attack the player. Alan and the wolf once again clashed in a deadly duel, and it was unclear which of them would emerge victorious. Tina had already recovered from her disappointment. It wasn't a dragon that attacked Alan, but a strange dog. Tina stood between Alan and the wolf. The elf didn't like this animal at all. The elf walked past the wolf with a light gait and swung her sword several times. A message came that Alan had defeated the giant wolf and received its fangs and decaying skin. Alan was surprised at how quickly and easily Tina killed this monster, although there was nothing surprising about it. She was an elf. Alan obtained a fragment of the map of the hidden underground waterway of Eideren Castle. The shaman realized that he would have to collect all 4 parts of the map together, and only then would he pass it. Dachik sighed. Nothing can be done about it. He'll have to sweat. The spirit of life saw Dachik and was indignant. He was a useless coward. Why did he return after escaping? Dachik claimed that he was also doing something useful. The spirit of life was making fun of how while someone was working hard to kill a monster, another one was running away and then claiming to have worked hard. It was just funny. Alan asked why Dachik stubbornly avoided battles. The demon flower spirit stated that he was doing this because he was afraid. Dachik said that there was no need to feel sorry for him. There was nothing further along this path. He checked. They would get the rest of the map fragments in other passages. Alan suggested listening to Dachik and checking other paths in the dungeon. Thus, going through one passage after another, Alan and his companions encountered various monsters. On the second run, they had to fight a bony warhorse. In the third, Tina defeated a giant bat from the dark shadow. The fourth passage was guarded by a huge nutria, a zombie. Alan finally completed collecting the fragments of the hidden underground waterways of the Eideren capital castle map. The map was different from the previous one, and Alan also didn't understand why all the monsters here were undead. It was probably because of the dark force. From this it followed that the guardian of Eideren was most likely not a guardian at all. Tina assumed that it was a black dragon. Alan was tired of Tina's talk about dragons, especially since he found part of the ceiling that was the floor of Jack's cell. Now the rescue operation could begin. Alan summoned Mirage's soldiers, and they immediately appeared before the shaman. The soldiers were armed with picks and shovels, and asked only where they would have to dig. Alan replied that they were underneath the prison and would therefore be making a hole in the ceiling. According to the plan, the walls are about 4 meters high, and it is difficult to dig directly under them. Alan decided to dig at a 45-degree angle, then at an angle in the other direction for another 3 meters or so, and they would reach the floor of the prison cell. The Mirage soldiers were outraged. It was a difficult job. Alan knew this and decided to give them something to help. The shaman distributed energy drinks to the miners, which increased their digging skills and reduced fatigue. The Mirage soldiers drank this potion, felt an unusual surge of strength, and got to work. The entrance to the prison of the Brown Bear country was securely guarded, and a mouse could not slip past the guards. The guard recognized Taylor. He had come recently. It was strange that he came today too. Taylor said he was worried the guards were being overburdened, and they were barely able to sleep because there were so few replacements. The guard said that they had recently had a commotion. It was an unpleasant incident. The guard told of a repeat offender who killed a prison guard, but he was an immortalian, which is a minor problem. The guard complained about the difficult working conditions and low pay, and Taylor only echoed his sentiments. Taylor took out a bottle of premium Scotch whiskey and handed it to the guard, who advised him to drink it and forget about all his problems. The guard refused to drink, citing that he was at work, but Taylor was convincing. The prison warden, Caddis, was not there, so everything was fine. Taylor proposed a drink to the watchman's hard work and to the fact that his life would get better. After a while, they were drinking calmly and chatting cheerfully about life. The guard understood that the country was changing, but the number of prisoners was growing. There was a shortage of guards, and people were being jailed for nonsense. The guard claimed that the Immortalians had no sense of responsibility for their work. He became angry and waved his hands. Through his clouded consciousness, the guard heard strange sounds coming from the dungeon. The guard asked Taylor if he had heard anything. He thought he heard strange sounds coming from the underground prison cells. Taylor was perplexed. He hadn't heard anything, and the guard was sure that he wasn't drunk and was imagining all sorts of nasty things. Taylor recommended that the guard drink another glass of whiskey with ice. Alan was there, and it was necessary to consolidate the guard's condition. Jack nearly died of fear when a huge elf with a long nose emerged from the floor opposite his cell. Alan was climbing out of the hole in the floor and asked Jack not to make any noise, otherwise even his muscles wouldn't help him. Tina and Alan assumed they would end up inside the chamber, but they were a little mistaken, but they still made it to Jack's chamber. Jack didn't immediately recognize his friend. Michael Allen looked strange, but he still came for him. Mike announced that it was a long story, and it had been difficult for them to get there. He would tell it to Jack later. Alan gave Tina the order to take care of the grate, and the girl hastened to carry it out. Tina asked Michael to move away from the bars and prepared to hit. A few light swings of the elf's sword were enough to almost completely destroy the cell's bars. While Alan and Jack were amazed at the elf's abilities, Jack received a message in his email. If he left the cell, he would become an escaped prisoner, but the guy still had no intention of staying in it. Alan asked how it happened that he killed the guard, but it turned out that he came into the cell running, hit him head-on, and died immediately. The bears deliberately portrayed the player as a criminal. Alan was amazed by the bear's persistence and suggested getting out of there. Jack and Alan were called out by a prisoner from the neighboring cell. Its occupant was surprised to see Alan in front of him. The prisoner was glad to have met the one who captured Taylor, the enemy of the Iteran royal family, the shaman, Alan, the monster of the desert. Alan was perplexed. He had never heard such a nickname before. The prisoner asked the guys not to leave and to take him with them. He was in complete despair and said that his name was Pichio and he was the third prince of Iteran, meaning that this guy was an NPC. Alan decided to test the veracity of his opponent's words with the help of a blindfold, and it turned out that he was telling the absolute truth. The boys didn't expect that anyone from the royal family had survived. The prince immediately demanded that they observe etiquette in their conversation with him, and Alan decided to take his leave. Pichio begged. He asked Alan to help him escape, but the shaman did not understand why he needed to do this. Alan explained that he was only here to save a friend, and that the squabbles between the former and current governments of this country did not concern him. Pichio promised to reward Alan for saving him. There was a royal treasury in this castle, and he was left alive only to open it. The prince offered 1/10 of the treasure to Alan as a reward for his rescue, but this was not enough for the shaman. Alan looked menacingly at the prince and said that he would only agree for 8 parts of the entire treasure. The prince offered 6-4. Alan agreed to half, and he must not offer less, otherwise the shaman would leave without him. The shaman's appetites were only reduced by the size of the inventory compartment, so he had to be prudent and ordered Tina to free the prince. Alan explained that they needed to go down into this hole that connected to the waterway, but the prince stopped him again. Pichio stated that most of the prisoners here are loyal servants of the kingdom of Iteran, and Alan must save them. Without them, the prince will perish. Alan ordered Tina to free everyone else. All the NPCs released from their cages thanked the shaman for saving them. Tina warned that she heard footsteps on the stairs. Someone was going down to the prison. Tina and Alan decided that they had to deal with the unexpected visitor with one blow, so that he wouldn't even have time to squeak. Suddenly Taylor appeared in the doorway. Alan and Tina did not have time to realize that it was him, and they hit him with both hands. Taylor suffered a fatal injury, and will soon be forced out of the game. Taylor was outraged. How could Alan betray him? The shaman made excuses. He didn't want to kill. It was just a misunderstanding. Taylor didn't understand why Alan kept hitting him. The shaman apologized again for his mistake, and Taylor passed out. Alan defeated Taylor's killer. The surviving Idarans welcomed this. Their opinion of Alan improved dramatically. The liberated people praised Alan, and the opinion of the inhabitants of the kingdom of Iteran and the aristocratic families grew exponentially. Pichio thanked Alan on behalf of all his relatives. The shaman clarified that one of the princes from the royal family was being held hostage. The prince said that his older brothers remained with the king and died. Alan concluded that the prince was left alive only to open the treasury. Suddenly, an old man materialized in the prison and asked how Alan was able to find the map that he had hidden to protect the sleeping guardian of the family. Pichio recognized the old man as Lord Chulkan, the keeper of the treasury and a necromancer. Chulkan asked the prince for forgiveness. He simply did what he had to. He could not allow the new rulers to find out about the existence of the treasure. Alan, more than anyone else present, needed to know what all this meant. Chulkan stuttered as he tried to explain what was kept in the treasury. Tina intervened in the conversation and suggested that a dragon lived in the treasury. The elf was confident that she would be able to meet this wonderful creature. Alan realized that the whole event was doomed. He had to cover Tina's ears so that she wouldn't hear anything about the dragon. Tina squealed with delight. Chulkan spoke of a dragon forgotten by the royal family. He remained only in the records, but in fact he lives deep under the castle. Prince Pichio took this story for the pure delirium of an old man who had gone out of his mind. Chulkan was indignant. The previous rulers did not trust him, and that is why the kingdom of Idarin was lost. Pichio was indignant. This old man was insulting the royal family, but Alan stopped him. They would deal with the dragon later, but now they had to leave here. Tina lost control when she heard that there was a dragon somewhere here. Alan saw this as a big problem. The elf repeated like a clockwork, "Since there is a dragon here, it must be found and killed." Everyone wants that, don't they? Alan believed that they had little strength to fight the dragon. Jack suggested bringing more elves, but Alan saw no need for such a battle. Tina's grief knew no bounds. Was Alan really not going to fight the dragon, and this after they had collected the entire map? Alan asked Chulkan if he really needed to kill the dragon, since he was the one who had put the map together. The historian objected that there was no need to kill the dragon. He had hidden the map only to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. The shaman was curious about how things really were. If Chulkan had found the guardian, then why hadn't he used him in the battle for the kingdom? Chulkan replied that he had indeed found a dragon sleeping soundly underground, and he immediately realized that it was the guardian of Idaran. However, the guardian was not in a good mood. Since Chulkan had interrupted his sleep, Alan understood that this could very well happen. Of course, Alan himself doesn't hit people who wake him up, but he's seen that happen before. The shaman laughed, half reading the message that the NPC was lying to him. Chulkan continued to say that the dragon warned them that if they woke him up again, they would regret it. That's why the historian used necromancy magic to hide the map securely. The awakening of the dragon, the old man believed, would destroy the world. Alan did not understand how one could call a creature capable of destroying the world a guardian. Chulkan considered this situation a punishment for the fact that they forgot about the dragon for many hundreds of years. Chulkan simply hid the map instead of burning it. Alan assumed that he wanted to use the map later and return to the dragon again. Chulkan objected, but Alan decided that this story was not important to him at all. It was not worth wasting time on it. He needed to leave. The fugitives descended into the dungeon. Everything went well. The brown bears never showed up. Chulkan told the shaman that if he followed the path marked on the map at this location, he would be able to get to the castle's treasury. Prince Pichio suggested that Chulkan and the main part of the fugitives move towards the exit, while Alan, the prince himself, and a few others would go to the treasury. Alan agreed, and the fugitives split into two groups. Chulkan led the people to the exit. Tina, Jack, the prince, Alan, and two spirits went to the treasury. The friends wanted to fill their pockets with treasures, and the prince wanted to revive the country. Alan asked if there was a guard in front of the treasury. The prince said that last time there wasn't one, since no one except him could open the door. Alan was sure that if this kingdom were ruled by NPCs, there would be guards everywhere. The bears trusted the game system too much. Jack was curious how Alan managed to get into the castle, and now he was going to steal the treasures. The shaman said that he would take the treasures with the owner's permission, and Taylor helped him get into the castle. It was a pity that he entered the dungeon at such an inopportune time. Jack was puzzled as to why Taylor had betrayed the guild, but was told that the bears had done it first, abandoning the mercenary without help in Alan's captivity. Having figured out all the details, 2 players and 2 NPCs set off along a hidden waterway towards the treasury. They didn't walk for very long. The prince silently glanced at Alan and wondered what his union with this man would lead to. At the end of the path, which according to the map should have led them to the treasury, they came to a dead end. A message has arrived that, thanks to the Tomb Raider achievement, Alan has discovered a hidden passage. The shaman saw a glowing object, just like back in the cave. This time it was a brick. The player resolutely walked up to the glowing brick and pressed it. The wall shook and moved upward with a terrifying creak. The prince stared at the guy in shock. How could he know such a thing? Alan grinned. He was just lucky, let everyone think so, and was the first to step into the opened passage. The prince was speechless. Tina admired the shaman. Even Jack was stunned. Was his friend the all-powerful protagonist of the webtoon, or was that really the case? The treasure hunters walked down the long underground corridor again, but there was no evidence that they were going to the treasury. Soon they came to another fork in the road, but from here the prince already knew the way and said that the treasury was to the left, around the corner. Finally, in front of Alan was the door to the coveted money, and there was no guard near it. The prince approached the door. Alan became interested in how he would open it, whether there was some kind of secret key or combination lock. Pichio stated that all the methods Alan had listed were complete nonsense. They just needed to watch him open that door. The prince simply extended his hands to the door and loudly declared that he was the official heir to the kingdom of Idaran, and that Pichio ordered them to let him through. The door immediately opened, letting the prince and all his companions into the room. Alan and Jack were surprised that this was really a spell. Tina explained to the players that it was the power of words. A special power hidden in words, similar to magic but superior in level. It flows in the blood of the Idaran royal family. Alan believed that the prince's words sounded much more impressive than any fairy tale spell. The system informed Alan that he had learned about the power of words, but the player did not understand why he needed to report such insignificant news. The system added that Alan is the heir of Brazil, the king of the cursed kingdom of Kope, and inherited the power of words that belonged to Brazil. At his current level, Alan had access to one word power, the phrase "suffer from pain," which deals damage to the enemy, reducing their speed and agility. The curse lasts continuously as long as the player has mana to spend. Alan froze in place while reading all this. It was cool, but the words were too creepy. His friends were already calling him, and he hurried to the treasury. The treasures turned out to be much greater than the players expected. With this money, it would be possible to open a network of flower shops throughout the new world. Jack was shocked by the incredible amount of money and jewelry. Big Muscles was surprised by Alan's calmness. Wasn't this the first time his friend had seen something like this in a game? Alan thought it was quite a spectacular sight, but he had seen more. Alan told his friend that Brazil's treasures had made a greater impression on him. There was 3 times as much gold there, and it was too bad that he didn't know the way to them. The friends stuffed their inventory with so many treasures that they exceeded all possible limits, and their stamina began to slowly decrease. Dichik and the Spirit of Life kept up with the players. No one wanted to give up the opportunity to get rich. Suddenly, a heart-rending scream rang out through the dungeon. Someone was shouting that thieves had broken into the treasury. A soldier from the bear army burst into the room. It was Lirius, but the prince told him that he was the owner of the treasure, and the brown bears had nothing to do with it. Lirius did not expect to see the prince in the treasury in the company of Alan, who looks a little strange. Tina was on guard and simply cut off the head of a player who appeared at the wrong time. Jack was worried. If the guy died with one hit, then it was definitely a player, not an NPC. Now the siren would sound, and everyone would come running here. It was time to run. The friends moved towards the exit. Jack suggested throwing away the gold, but Alan categorically refused to do so. The only exit from the treasury was blocked by soldiers, and Alan and Jack were unable to fight with their stamina waning. Alan decided to take extreme measures, especially since he didn't know if it would work. The shaman activated the power of the word and threw it in the faces of the attackers. Suffer from pain. Jack was taken aback. He had seen something similar somewhere, but this was something unimaginable. The brown bears received word that they had been cursed by a noble being. The curse worked perfectly, weakening the players and preventing them from capturing Alan and Jack. Jack thought Alan had done a great job, but his mana was running out fast, so Alan asked his friend to be the tank. Jack didn't immediately understand what Alan was going to do. He was whispering something about flowers and grass. The big muscles were outraged. They had a fight about the idea that Alan remembered the flowers. Alan completed the hastily made magical wreath of transcendence. As a result, Alan's mana recovery speed increased, half of the mana used was returned, and the power of magic increased. A stream of magical power burst from Alan's eyes, and thanks to the large number of buffs, the mana flowed back. The impact of the power of the word on the soldiers of the Brown Bear army has increased many times over. One of the soldiers sent a message that a monster had appeared in the treasury and asked to send rankers there. High-level players burst through the open doors of the treasury and were unable to immediately figure out what was happening. Whirlwinds of magic, fountains of blood, gold scattered in disarray, everything mixed up in the eyes of the newly arrived players. They mistook Alan for an elf. He shot beams from his eyes, and from these beams the players lost strength. Jack and Tina fought near him. Alan himself was not happy with the opportunities he had received and wanted to somehow stop it all. Players who weren't under the influence of magic were afraid to come closer. If there was an elf in front of them, then the shaman Alan should appear somewhere nearby. The commander of the rankers, Arkan, ordered not to be afraid of the enemy. There were only 3 of them, but there were many bear soldiers. Arkan decided that first of all they needed to kill the strange elf and rushed at Alan. Tina saw the player rushing towards Alan and stood in his way. How dare he even think about attacking the shaman? Several people came out against the elf at once. Elves are, of course, invincible, but if you try hard, you can cause significant damage. Tina deftly repelled the attacks, but one of the soldiers managed to deal the elf a fatal blow. The elf staggered and began to fall onto her back. Tina lost her balance. Arkan was delighted with his imminent victory and redoubled his efforts, but then a sharp disappointment awaited him. Tina's incredible somersault ended with a fatal wound to the attacker, and the elf again took up a defensive position. However, the soldiers managed to wound the elf. They were weak, but quantity often wins over quality. Jack shouted that Tina was surrounded by rankers. It was dangerous even for the invincible elf. The guy asked Alan to take off this strange wreath and help Tina. The shaman replied that he must continue to use the power of words to cast a curse on the members of the Brown Bear Guild. Jack even wanted to throw the treasures out of his inventory to avoid overload and escape, but Alan did not allow him to do so. Jack didn't expect such greed from his friend. He always only chased flowers, but Alan didn't listen. He tried to guess the timing and get into the secret passage. The message about gaining a new level did not distract Alan. He was too busy trying to avoid death. The mana level increased by 50 due to the use of the power of the word. The power of the word increased. This surprised Alan a little. The player became curious about how much mana he currently had. Jack felt that Alan had stopped cursing his enemies. The shaman asked him to hold on a little. He needed to check something. Alan's level has increased to 132, and most importantly, his mana has reached 304, which means he can use the hourglass. The shaman snatched up the hourglass of the frozen desert and summoned the golden golem. It was the same golem that appeared when Alan fell through the desert into the secret passage. To complete the summoning of the golden golem, the guardian deity of Kopei, it was necessary to select a sufficient amount of treasure. The selected treasures form the body of the golden golem. The more treasures, the stronger the attack and endurance of the golem. After reading this, Alan immediately ordered Jack to throw out all the gold from his inventory, and he was glad that Alan had finally decided to run away. Alan screamed hysterically, calling for Prince Pichio, whose highness had been hiding all this time behind piles of gold. The prince peeked out from his hiding place, and Alan asked his highness for permission to use his share of the treasures for the construction of the golem. It was necessary to urgently determine the volume of gold used to create the golem. Alan clarified that the prince's current priority was survival or preserving the treasures, and Pichio replied that it was survival. Alan repeated his request to lend him all the gold of the crown. It was now a matter of life and death. Pichio couldn't understand why Alan would remember the gold at such a dangerous moment, but he agreed to give it up. The players felt the floor of the treasury shaking under their feet, and they assumed it was an earthquake. The fight stopped, and the bears realized that their opponent had planned a terrible trick. To create the golden golem, Alan used all the gold in the country of Idaran. Alan decided that it was better to give everything to the golem than to lose to others. The prince tried to stop the shaman, but was unsuccessful. Alan shook the hourglass and completed the summoning of the golden golem. The walls shook and the floor cracked, something the brown bear soldiers had never seen with their own eyes. The golden golem was created. It was huge, terrible, and all sparkled. The brown bears understood the futility of continuing to resist. They could not break this force. Realizing this fact, they rushed out of the treasury before the monster sent them into a forced exit from the game. The writers decided that they couldn't handle this golem. Its strength and power were difficult to compare, even with a raid monster. It was a level 980 transcendental golden golem. The golden golem was far beyond the level the player could handle. Alan was pleased. Idaran's gold was perfect for creating the golden golem. Its efficiency was high. The prince mourned the treasures. The golem's effectiveness exceeded expectations several times over, and it was very different from Brazal's golden sand golem. The golem's lifespan was limited to half an hour, so the friends had to hurry. Alan thought they had plenty of time, admiring how the golem dealt with the brown bears. A little later, Alan announced that it was time to escape. The shaman ordered the golem to clear the way for escape and carry them out of here alive. Crokin was furious. How could his people allow this to happen? All the prisoners escaped from the prison. Alan, or whoever it was, took the royal family's offspring with him and carried off all the gold and jewels from the treasury. Crokin was informed that there were elves there, and the king concluded that it was definitely Alan's doing. They said that there were only 2 elves. One of them was a real monster, from whose eyes deadly rays came out. Crokin dried up the news with indignation and fear. The enemy was too strong. It was reported that a raid monster, namely the golden golem, had also appeared inside the treasury. Crokin didn't understand why his entire palace was shaking, and his assistant suggested that they had fallen into Alan's trap. Even the fact that they captured his friend could have been part of the shaman's plan. Most likely, he had long intended to take the prince and all the treasures. The assistant reported that during the inspection of the prison, it was discovered that Alan had made a passage through the floor, and not many people knew about the secret passage. Crokin wondered who could have leaked information about the prince and the treasury to Alan. The assistant assumed it was a mage named Red who attacked the bears when they attacked Alicia. Red then justified himself by saying that he did it only because of the quest, but now there is a rumor that it was done to get items from the flowers. Moreover, Red has recently acquired a lot of shaman products. They are expensive. The average magician definitely won't have enough money for them. Crokin believed his assistant and decided that the main traitor was Red, who had leaked all the information for the sake of some flowers. The leader of the Brown Bears ordered Red to be eliminated. The betrayal could only be washed away with blood. The most important question remained, what to do with the golden golem now? The ceiling began to shake again, and Crokin and his assistant decided to leave the room immediately. The players jumped out onto the castle wall and saw a monstrous monster below, a level 980 golden golem. Crokin had never seen such a monster, even in the most dangerous raid. The leader of the Brown Bears watched in horror as the gold-colored monster quickly walked away from the capital of his country. Tina, Alan, Jack, and the prince were comfortably seated in the monster's huge arms. Alan could now breathe deeply. Neither he nor his friends were in any danger. The system reported that the golden golem had carried out Alan's order, and the player was glad that he could issue orders to the golem in the form of tasks. The golem would still exist for about 15 minutes, Alan read, and decided to take advantage of this time. Alan gave the golem the order to destroy the fortress wall around the capital and move towards Elysia. A new order was received and the golem hastened to carry it out. The golden golem struck the fortress wall, causing it to shake and collapse. Alan caught the courage and ordered that the wall be destroyed to the ground. Tina was delighted. The Prince of Idaran was in panic. The walls of his hometown were collapsing like a house of cards. Croken couldn't believe his eyes. His power was coming to an end. Croken was in a painful state of disgrace when he was informed that the golem had entered the forest of Shuar and suddenly disappeared. Croken panicked. He decided that the owner of the golden golem was the royal family of Idaran. The player simply could not have pulled such a thing off. Perhaps this was not a treasury at all, but the place where the golden golem was imprisoned, Croken suggested, and Alan had planned everything in advance. Croken entered the ruined treasury and discovered that not a single coin remained in it. Croken received a message, Ogagrini ani awain am dine or abroag. The guardian of the kingdom of Idaran wakes up. He will be angry when he sees that the treasures are gone. Croken was indignant. This was the last thing he needed to complete the picture. Some guardian was waking up. The air around Croken and his assistant thickened, and a loud voice rumbled in the player's ears, asking who he was. The system reported that Croken heard the voice of an ancient creature and fell into a state of fear, helplessness, and weakness. The leader of the Brown Bears was under intense mental and physical pressure. Ogik mistook him for a robber and demanded an answer. The player shouted that he was Croken, the king of the country of brown bears. Ogik heard of such a king and such a country for the first time and asked what he was doing here. The guardian assumed that the kingdom of Idaran had fallen. It was expected. They were too complacent. Croken declared that this was indeed the case and that the area now belonged to the brown bears. Ogik was not against Croken and his subjects in principle, but he was outraged by the disappearance of the treasures that were dedicated to him. Ogik could accept that someone had taken a little of the treasure, but the fact that they had taken everything outraged him. But he decided to give Croken a chance. The guardian tasked him with replenishing the lost treasures, and Ogik would recognize him as the new king and forgive his mistake. Croken was indignant. He was also a victim. Why should he take out his anger on him? Then Ogik told him to catch the thief or do it himself. Croken was forced to agree. Ogik was pleased. People always have to be threatened to make them act. The guardian announced that he expected Croken to act and produce immediate results, and the player realized he was in deep trouble. The golem's lifespan has ended. Half of the gold has been returned to the inventory, the capacity has been exceeded, and the excess is poured out. An incredible amount of it spilled out. The prince was glad to have the treasures returned, and Alan wondered how and where to transport it all. Jack asked if Michael was playing the game for his superpowers, but he replied that he usually ran a flower shop. The guys couldn't just leave all this stuff here for random passers-by. The shaman wondered where to hide everything that he couldn't take away. Tina asked if she could offer something. Alan had long since realized that this elf knew a lot and was not as simple as she seemed, and he decided to listen to her. Tina suggested asking for help from the local orc bandits. They definitely knew such places. Alan thought it was strange to ask for help from those he had just killed, and Jack wasn't too keen on the idea either. The shaman suddenly decided that Tina had come up with a great idea. Why not use the monsters to their full potential? An alarm was declared in the orc village. Elves appeared on the horizon, and the orcs wanted to get away from harm. Alan asked the orcs to calm down. This time he came to the orcs with peace and a request. Alan ordered the orc leader to follow him. He promised that they would quietly and peacefully go to one place and return back. The orcs were stunned when they saw the mountain of gold. Alan said that this was precisely why they were brought here. The orc chieftain Gull asked what it was. Alan replied that it was his gold, and he wanted to leave it for the orcs to keep. Gull was amazed by Alan's request. The shaman had hoped that the orcs would find him a place to store it. The chieftain stated that the orc village was the safest place to store it. Alan rejected this offer. All the orcs were driven away by Tina alone, so this place was unreliable. Jack confirmed that orcs are often attacked by rankers. Alan added that this is true. The village will be attacked, robbed, and his gold will be gone. The orc leader Gull remembered that he had one safe place in mind, where Alan's gold would definitely be completely safe. Gull reported that this place is the shore bank. This bank controls the territory of the shore forest. The orcs are its only clients. Alan didn't expect the orcs to have their own bank, but Gull said there was one problem. Bank shore belongs to Goblin, said the orc chieftain Gull. Alan didn't understand the problem. What's wrong with that? Let's deal with a goblin. Jack was surprised that Alan had never met goblins in the game before. If that was the case, then it was clear why he was so naive. Tina explained that goblins are very greedy. When it comes to gold, they go crazy, but at the same time, they are excellent mechanics. Goblins use complex mechanisms to keep treasures safe, but they are prone to lies and betrayal. Alan asked why Gull called this place a bank. The orc replied that the treasures were completely safe there. Alan wondered if the orcs were in cahoots with the goblins, but Gull thought the shaman would be fine if he simply killed the goblin. Alan thought about it and decided that the orc's proposal made sense, but Jack doubted the correctness of this decision. Before making a final decision, Alan decided to talk to the goblin first. Alan gave Gul some gold coins and said that this was payment for his services. The orc still had to take him to the goblin bank and ensure the security of the gold. The deep gorge of the Shuar forest was full of traps. The orc asked Alan not to leave him for a step. The goblins are obsessed with explosions. The travelers found themselves in front of a huge iron door in the rock mass. It was here that the goblin bank was located. Gul pounded on the door. They asked over the loudspeaker who he was and what he wanted. The orc gave his name and said that he had brought a client. The loudspeaker sneezed and asked what brought the client to the court. The orc corrected him. The elf standing behind him wants to become a client of the bank. A voice screamed over the loudspeakers in panic that Gul had gone completely crazy if he had brought the goblin elf into the bank. Gul patiently repeated that this elf wanted to use the services of the goblin bank. Alan joined the conversation. He confirmed that he wanted to leave his things in storage, as he had heard about the reliability of the goblin bank. The loudspeaker was silent for a while, then there was some movement. They asked us to wait a bit, and the powerful gates opened slightly. The loudspeaker said that the bank could accept items for storage. One thing was unclear to the bank employee. Why did the elves suddenly need the services of the goblin bank? The manager of the branch of the goblin bank of the Shuar forest, the goblin NPC Shindel, appeared in the doorway. Alan asked why Shindel was so surprised. He replied that the elves had always been the sworn enemies of the goblins. Their life was an escape from the elves. Tina heard about this from the elders. The elves did not like the goblins because they destroyed the environment. The elf held back. Now was not the time to separate Shindel's head from his body. The shaman still needed him. Alan asked the elf to choose her words carefully. There was no need to frighten business people like that. The shaman reassured the manager. He had not planned to attack him. Shindel noticed that the guy was talking as if he was not an elf. Alan confirmed his guess and asked Tina to rid him of his long ears. He would still have to endure the nose. Tina was offended. She liked Alan with his pointy ears, like an elf, but if the shaman asks, then okay. The manager asked if the client was really a demon. He looked a lot like one, but why did the elves team up with the demons? Alan chuckled and said that he was just a man. Shindel was surprised how a man could have such a face. Having made sure that Alan was really a human, the goblin calmed down. Humans are similar to goblins in their cunning and treachery, so they will work together. Shindel specified that he wanted to leave Alan gold or valuables in the bank. The shaman replied that he wanted to keep the gold and jewels, but he had heard from the orc chieftain that the goblins could not be trusted. Shindel claimed they had an honest bank, but Alan saw that the manager was lying. Forewarned is forearmed, and Alan hoped he wouldn't fall for the goblin's trick like a fool. Alan invited the bank manager to come and look at the items he wished to keep for safekeeping. Shindel was stunned. There wasn't such a quantity of treasure even in a bank vault, and Alan wants to keep it all. Alan confirmed his intentions, and the manager asked how the gold ended up there. The shaman did not explain the method of transporting the gold. He hastened to introduce Shindel to the prince of the kingdom of Itaran. The goblin doubted that Idarin had not been captured by the brown bears. Alan confirmed the manager's information and stated that all the treasures were from Idarin. Alan announced that he wanted to leave the gold in his name and Prince Pichio's, and the goblin was willing to do anything for such large clients. Goblin Shindel's eyes sparkled and he wanted to check the gold for authenticity. It turned out that the gold coins have a very high standard. The gold is the best of the best, but there is some strange trace on it. Alan sternly declared that if Shindel tried to pick on him, he would be in trouble, but the goblin smelled the animal's blood. Shindel looked closely at the gold coins and asked in horror where they got them. Alan repeated that these were coins from the royal vault of Idaran. These were the treasures of Prince Pichio. Shindel said it was a blatant lie, that this gold smelled like a damn lizard. Alan was perplexed as to what kind of lizard they were talking about, and whether the legends were really true. For the first time, the shaman believed that the dragon really existed, and at that moment Tina's eyes lit up. Shindel was in a panic. A common man cannot own these treasures. This is dragon gold. Alan was perplexed. It turns out that the dragon really does exist. It's not a fairy tale. The only thing that was unclear to Alan was whether the problem really lay with the owner of the treasures, who would dare to steal the dragon's treasures. Alan received another message that the goblin was lying, cheating, and not blushing. Shindel categorically refused to accept this gold as a contribution, justifying himself by saying that he did not want to draw the dragon's wrath upon himself. Alan was angry at the cunning goblin, but he remained silent for now and waited for what the goblin would say next. Shindel stated that no matter how much the client gave as a bribe, he would still not take the dragon gold for safekeeping. Alan understood the cunning goblin's logic perfectly well. He simply wanted to bite off a bigger piece of this treasure. The shaman decided not to argue with the manager and stumped him by stating that he understood his concerns perfectly well. Since Shindel doesn't want to confront the dragon, Alan won't force him. He'll think of something else. Shindel didn't expect Alan to announce that he had a method of transporting that amount of gold, but that he would have to use half of it. The manager said that Alan was bluffing. Alan was upset about losing half of the treasure, but there was no other way out. Alan summoned the golden golem, using the jewels as material. The goblin was in culture shock. The gold was disappearing right before his eyes. Shindel looked like he had been tortured. He already considered this gold his personal property, and suddenly, this. Alan waited for the goblin to finally decide and take his bait, otherwise he would waste half the gold. Shindel was the first to lose his temper. The goblin asked Alan to stop and listen to his proposal. The manager said that Alan was a very smart man, and saw through him right away. The goblins never cared who originally owned the depositor's gold. The bank would take care of Alan's gold. But the business was indeed risky, and Shindel hoped the bank would receive reasonable compensation. Alan chuckled. Was it really so hard to say this from the very beginning? The system reported that Alan had signed a contract with the Goblin Bank and had become its client. Warning, the Goblin Bank cannot be trusted. The bank manager decided to call in workers to move everything to storage facilities with a top-notch security system. Alan clarified whether the goblin's traps could destroy the dragon or whether they would be powerless against such an attacker. A dragon is unlikely, Shindel replied, but no other creatures would be able to penetrate the bank's vault. Alan seemed to believe, but not the goblin, but the defense mechanisms. He warned Shindel that if he did anything dubious, he would die. The goblin promised to be honest with Alan and keep the agreement, and oddly enough, he was telling the truth. Jack watched his friend and thought that this image suited him better than working in a flower shop. MK's head office was a luxurious building made of glass and concrete. After his adventures in the land of the brown bear, Michael visited MK's headquarters to produce promotional materials and announce his participation in the team. Kim Dupe, the recruiting manager, was happy to see Michael. A profile photo shoot and a press release interview were scheduled for today. Dupe asked if Michael was disguising himself, and he replied that he had started using a mask and that many people recognized him on the street. Dupe thought that after what happened in the land of the brown bears, it would be better for Michael to hide his identity, but the guy didn't care much. Dupe was curious why Michael had entered the brown bears' territory. Michael replied that he was rescuing a flower shop employee who had been kidnapped by the bears. Dupe was surprised that Michael destroyed an entire city over something so trivial by game standards. This Michael Douglas is a scary guy, Kim Dupe decided. No one else could boast of such a magnificent performance in the new world. Dupe was extremely happy that he was able to attract such a cool player to the MK team. Dupe warned Michael that he could talk to the marketing department after he took his profile picture. It wouldn't be too late. Dupe told Michael that he had to go to the studio or he would be late. Michael was given a size XL game team uniform. It was a bit small for him. Kim promised to prepare a bigger size for next time. First, Michael was sent to get his makeup done, and only after that was he allowed to start filming. The makeup artist was already busy preparing Michael for the shoot, and Dupe was smiling contentedly. Suman suddenly entered the studio. Dupe even shuddered. Suman was MK's main player, and one of the best-ranked players in the country and abroad. The guy wanted to look at Alan, who became the main model of MK. In fact, Suman was nervous. He himself was counting on being the model of MK. Dupe said that Suman should calm down. He can't take up all the chairs alone. Alan, or rather Michael, is getting his makeup done. Michael had already finished and appeared in front of Suman. He clarified the location of the filming. They answered that it was in the same room. Michael asked to wait a second. He needed to pump up his muscles so that they would look better on camera. Suman was frightened and delighted. Could this guy really be the legendary shaman Alan? The guy silently watched Michael's training. It was impressive. Michael finished his push-ups and asked the guy if it was true that he was the team leader. If so, then Michael had heard a lot about him. Michael Douglas introduced himself to Suman. His official name was Lee Min-soo. He was of Korean origin. Dupe announced that Suman had come to the office specifically to watch Michael during filming. Michael thanked Suman for his interest in his humble personality. Suman remarked sarcastically that Michael had nothing to be grateful to him for. Michael was called to the shoot, and he went to do his job. Suman said he was going to the capsule room to complete a cool quest. Suman left the studio so quickly that he surprised not only Dupe, but also the phlegmatic Michael. Michael noted that Suman was much more polite than he thought, and Dupe realized that this muscle man was not so stupid. There were some bad rumors about Suman circulating on the internet. Michael was nervous, but was glad that the first meeting went well. Dupe was confused. Could this mountain of muscles really be nervous? The MK team officially announced Michael's hiring and posted some cool photos of his profile online. The news stirred up the internet community. The main focus was the golem. Michael was quick to claim that he hadn't summoned it, but not everyone believed him. By this time, Alan and company had already returned to Elysia. The shaman declared that there was nothing better than his flower shop. Alan summoned a level 15 golden golem, thinking that it could be used to guard the city and for heavy work. Jack was interested in the time limit, but Alan assured him that the little golem would live a long time if he put more jewels into it. At the moment, Alan didn't have the resources to make the golem huge, and for cultivating the land, this size was just right. The elf asked Alan what kind of people he had brought with him. There were many of them, and they looked around in fear. These are prisoners from the Brown Bear Country prison. Among them is Prince Pichio Idaran. The prince was outraged that he was not being given due respect. The elf became enraged. How dare the prince, who had lost his country, behave like that in front of the great Alan, the shaman and king of Elysia? Alan asked how the elf knew everything about Pichio. The pointy-eared one replied that it was obvious. Destroyed kingdoms always rot from the inside. The elf was outraged. Why did these impudent people follow the shaman? Hadn't the bears slaughtered all the aristocrats? Alan replied that they had nowhere else to go. Their relatives refused to let them into their territories, disgusted by the Iteran royal family. Several other people who came with Alan were simply players who had escaped from prison. These were the same Immortalians that the elf had heard about. They wanted to settle in Elysia. The elf decided that it was necessary to start with the moral education of these players, but Alan forbade him to communicate with the newcomers. Alan ordered to call Breeze so that he could instruct the newcomers on how to properly communicate with the elves. Breeze ran as quickly as he could. It wasn't every day that the shaman called him. Alan didn't expect that the leader of the Chanrakyup guild and, concurrently, Elysia's psychologist, would appear so quickly. Alan informed Breeze that players had arrived who wanted to settle in Elysia and that he should take charge of them. Breeze informed Alan that he held regular classes for potential residents on how to survive in Elysia. Alan asked if an NPC could give such lectures. Breeze had no doubt that he could, but he didn't have such an assistant. The shaman asked Breeze to take care of the new inhabitants of the country and inform them about what they need to pay special attention to while living here. Having settled the new inhabitants, Alan checked with the elf whether everything was all right in the garden in his absence. The elf replied that everything was fine. The spirits were happy. The divine tree was in excellent condition. May met Alan upset, how good it was that he returned, but they had a misfortune. The girl said that the managers of a pro-gaming team came to the city and created chaos. Alan didn't understand why he suddenly showed up. May said that they said strange words about the monopoly of talents. The shaman himself would be interested to know what all this means. It turns out that official representatives of the gaming teams demanded that the ban on recruiting members of Chanrakyup be lifted. The managers surrounded Alan, saying that there were many talented players in Chanrakyup and that MK's monopoly was unfair. Alan didn't understand why he had to listen to this. He wasn't connected to the Chanrakyup guild in any way. The guys asked why players refuse recruiting. Surely the conditions for joining the guild prohibit outside activities. Alan believed that it was unfair to pass such laws and called Breeze again, but this time via radio. Shaman told Breeze that he had met managers of pro-gaming teams who wanted to recruit members of his guild. Breeze explained that Alan had saved their guild and given them shelter in a new country, so they decided to play only for Alan's sake. Breeze said that if it weren't for Alan, the gaming life would have ended under the bushes of the Rakshi forest, and they decided to focus on Elysia, not on games. Chanrakyup is a guild that exists to serve Elysia and nothing more. The managers heard the entire conversation. Alan wasn't against recruiting, but he asked those interested to contact a player named Breeze, who is the guildmaster of Chanrakyup. Alan is not the guildmaster of this guild, and the guys shouldn't bother the flower shop employees. The guys understood everything perfectly, apologized for disturbing them, and quickly left. The shaman sighed with relief. The distractions were finally gone. The bottom line was that he had the following advantages. He summoned a golem and became a client of the Goblin Bank with unlimited credit. Now Alan really wanted to find the secret storage of Old Man Brazal, and he set out on a trek through the desert riding on a golem. The vault was in Brazal's dungeon. The location couldn't have suddenly changed. Alan was sure it was somewhere nearby. From the height of the golden golem's comfortable shoulder, Alan saw a strangely shaped cactus. Suddenly the cactus disappeared, leaving behind a mountain of dust. It was a cactus lizard, a monster that hunts travelers and animals. Alan didn't like this animal and ordered the golem to attack it. The golem moved towards the lizard, but it turned out that although he was strong, he was very slow. Alan had to immediately think of another way to fight the monster. The golem was still managing, but the lizard quickly dodged all of his attacks. The shaman looked at his creation with regret. The golem was too slow. The player decided that the lizard was not a high-level monster, so he could defeat it himself. The lizard was so busy attacking the golem that it didn't immediately realize that someone was riding on its back. Alan pinned the lizard to the ground, twisted its tail, and ordered the golem to attack the reptile. The golem's fist crashed down on the monster, and the cactus-tailed lizard was killed. Alan regretted that the golem couldn't fight such a weak monster alone. It was because of its low level. It was necessary to find a way to improve it. All that remained of the lizard was its tail, shaped like a cactus. Alan looked at the monster's tail and wondered what he could come up with. The shaman decided that no one was stopping him from decorating the golem with flowers. If Alan plants flowers in the golem, it will turn into a moving flower bed. Earth and stones did not correspond to the call of the golden golem. They had to be mixed with gold. The proportions had to be found. The golem with low gold was difficult to use, and increasing gold prevented flowers from growing. Alan despaired. There was no way out. Only gold was spent on experiments. The player dug through his inventory and pulled out a Twilight Barrage shield. Can use this inventory. Its effect could be applied to the golem when using gold with special characteristics. The shield might have given the golem added durability, but it didn't belong to Alan. The guy felt sorry for the unique item. It was unknown what would happen to it after the call ended, and Alan decided to come up with something else. May came running and asked to restore order. A dwarf came into the store yard and started fighting with the elves. Alan couldn't even guess what kind of dwarf this was. May said that the spirit of life knew him. Alan wanted to say that he didn't know any dwarves, but he remembered the forge. Had he really come to Elysia? The elves restrained the troublemaker, but the dwarf resisted and shouted that he had been officially invited by the shaman Alan himself. May asked if Alan knew this NPC. The shaman replied that he knew perfectly well. It was a real headache. It was the blacksmith Volka. Volka escaped from his creditors and came to Elysia. This time he kept the anvil. Alan needs to make a decision. If the shaman saves Volka, he will become the blacksmith of Elysia. If he turns him over to creditors or expels him, the dwarves' sympathy towards him will decrease. Alan didn't want to give himself another headache and ordered Volka to be taken outside the city. The blacksmith shouted that Alan should remember their childhood spent together and talked all sorts of nonsense, inventing things that never happened. Samantha appeared in the square. They hadn't seen the shaman for a long time, and the girl was surprised by the dwarf's presence. Samantha had heard that all dwarves were skilled blacksmiths and that it was simply impossible to obtain equipment made by them, but Volka was more of a gamer than a blacksmith. The girl reminded him that dwarves were rare on the continent and that the mine in the Emba forest needed labor. Alan himself remembered that the mountain hermit Guga asked him to bring the dwarves to the mine. Volka is a dwarf and knows what the ore in the mine looks like. The shaman had a great idea. He should leave Volka locked up in the hermit's mine and let him work hard. The demons of the Emba forest love gambling, and it's the easiest place to hide Volka from creditors. Deciding that saving Volka would be to his advantage, Alan stopped the elves who were dragging the poor fellow to the city gates. The shaman asked if the blacksmith really needed to hide somewhere, and if so, he would help him this time too. Volka thanked Alan as a benefactor, but the shaman had a condition. He had to prove that he had come to repay the debt. All along the way to the forest, Emba Volka kept repeating that he would take care of everything and would not let Alan down. The shaman reminded Volka that he needed a blacksmith, not a gambler. The dwarf asked Alan not to worry. He was also interested in the experiment with the golem. He would try to make it good protection. The dwarf felt that the forest was full of magic and smelled of demons, but Alan was not going to send him to hell, and the shaman had no intention of doing so. Volka heard a rustling in the bushes and became wary of who was hiding there. A real demon's head appeared from the bushes, its red eyes staring at the dwarf without stopping. Volka saw a real demon and thought that maybe he was already in hell. The demon reacted to the dwarf in the same way. He didn't understand where this guy came from. Alan recommended that the demon and the dwarf meet and become friends. From that day on, the dwarf would live in this forest. Volka didn't want to stay with the demons. It hurt his pride. The demon didn't want to accept the dwarf. There was too much noise from these people. Alan got angry. He threatened the demon with a walk with the elves in the mountains, and he promised to take Volka to the creditors if they dared not get along in the same forest. The dwarf and the demon immediately took a liking to each other and apologized to the shaman. The first part was finished, but Volka had to meet one more comrade, but this was not a human. Volka already regretted that he had come to Alan for help, but there was nothing else to do. Alan and Volka came to the hermit's mine. Volka burst into tears, wondering if they really wanted to bury him alive, but the shaman said that he would work inside. In the mine, Volka became more active, especially impressed by the vein of mithril and high-quality iron ore. Alan joked that you can't drink away your skill, and that Volka still has more of a blacksmith in him than a gambling addict. Volka saw that this place was full of different treasures. How interesting that Alan learned about her. The dwarf looked around enthusiastically, but Alan warned that if he stole anything, he would be a corpse. Alan assigned a demon to watch over the dwarf, and there is another guy guarding this place, and the shaman called the mountain hermit Hugo. The dwarf felt strange vibrations in the ground. Alan reminded Volka not to forget to say hello. The hermit emerged from the cave, greeted Alan, and asked what he needed, perhaps another flower. Alan greeted the hermit and said that he had brought him a friend. The giant's appearance amazed the dwarf. Hugo spotted Volka. He was so small that the giant did not notice him. Hugo happily declared that he was pleased to meet the dwarf and that he had a lot of questions for him. The shaman asked the hermit if there were dwarves here. They would probably have left the forge. Hugo thundered that the forge naturally existed, and he was ready to take them there. The dwarf broke out in a cold sweat. How could a forge be located in such a place? The giant led Alan and Volka to a place where a dwarven forge had been established many centuries ago. Magma was pushing its way into the target, resembling a traditional toilet. Volka was horrified. Could this really be a toilet? The giant confirmed his guess. Because of the magma, there was no smell after use. Alan was going to leave the dwarf here and asked him to take care of the golem's armor, but Volka couldn't work in such dirt. The giant said that dwarves worked in this place. Among them, there was a guy who worked with the giant's excrement, and he liked it. Volka had heard of such a thing. In the experiments of a giant chewing stones, pure mineral might remain. Alan categorically told the dwarf that the conditions for his concealment were to work in this mine to create the items Alan needed. Alan advised Volka to send a letter to her hometown. Maybe there would be a dwarf there who knew something about her. The shaman suggested that Volka not be shy and use as many minerals as he wanted. If the dwarf likes this business, he can stay here to work as long as he wants, preferably forever. At the entrance to the Perm Desert, a group of collectors, led by Miss Goldtooth, materialized. The collectors were hunting Volka. The last time he was seen was in this desert. There were only two places where he could be, the Rockshi Forest and Elysia. Goldtooth was aware that Alan had already helped Volka once. It was in the kingdom of Russell. Since his tracks led here, he ran to the shaman again. The scout player reported that the dwarf's tracks from here lead to the Emba Forest, which is located in the northern part of the Perma Desert. Goldtooth wanted to go there alone and quickly check everything out. The girl had already received a reprimand for spending too much time on Volka. So they decided the group of fighters remained on the border of the Perm Desert, and Goldtooth went to pursue the dwarf alone. The hermit's pen was in full swing. The dwarf had crafted a mithril shield and an iron breastplate. This armor exceeded all of Alan's expectations. The use of mithril as a summoning material increased the golem's stats. The golden golem in dwarven armor was invulnerable to attack for 2 seconds and had an additional 25% to defense. There was only one big problem. When the draft was cancelled, half of the materials went into the system. Items that are not gold or jewels are converted into random materials, always equal to half the original cost. Volka warned that even the basic components of his shield were of the highest quality and not easy to obtain. Alan planned to use high-grade iron ore to create the golem. Combining it with gold, the golem would simply act as a buffer. Alan asked Volka if he could create an alloy of iron and gold and maintain the quality. The dwarf replied that it was entirely possible, but the material would be less hard. Volka was puzzled as to why this was necessary, but Alan explained that these would be protective items for the golem. This is exactly how the shaman intended it to be, but now it has all turned out to be a waste of time and resources. Alan ordered Volka to continue working on protective items, just in case. The dwarf was surprised, but did not object. Sometime later, the dwarf was able to create an alloy of iron and gold suitable for creating a golem. Alan immediately set out to experiment with it, while recalling Samantha's outrage when she learned of his extravagance. The player prepared the required number of ingots, deciding to make the second part of the materials into earth. While preparing the second part of the ingredients, Alan discovered that the soil in the Emba forest was saturated with demonic energy. Alan couldn't understand why the land was so strange. Datsik reminded the shaman that they were, after all, in the demon forest. The spirit of life confirmed that the effect was caused by him using Tielan's shovel in the forest, created by demons. Alan realized what the part of the shovel's description meant, which spoke of the item's characteristics changing depending on the user's reputation. The dug-up earth still remained demonic due to Alan's own high bad reputation. The spirit of life asked if Alan was planning to create a golem from this land, and Alan was planning to do just that, considering it an experiment. Using iron ingots and soil with demonic energy, Alan summoned a golem. This was the 73rd experiment. The golden golem was already a demonic monster, and after being further imbued with demonic energy, it became a bloody golden golem. Alan did not expect such an effect. His experiment turned out to be successful and dangerous. The system reported that the bloody golden golem had gained sentience, and the devil Kalito's sympathy for Alan had increased. At the same time, Alan's bad reputation grew, and the great devil presented the shaman with a gift. Alan wanted to create a beautiful golden golem, but because of his overconfidence, he created this monster. The shaman overlooked the fact that Brazil and his hourglass were cursed, and therefore could not provide anything cheerful. Alan heard the sounds of a large number of people walking, and at first he thought that the elves had returned. The sound came from the edge of the forest. The spirit of life suggested that a reconnaissance squad of demons was under attack. Alan decided that this was another group of elves who had encountered demons on their way to Elysia. The shaman resolutely headed there. He needed to convince the elves to leave the forest and not touch the demons. Only he never found the elves. The demons were fighting with players unknown to him. The elder demon Shakuda was glad to see the shaman. He believed that he would not leave them without help. A gentle female voice asked if the flower shop owner really had such a strange hobby, and that he also bred demons. The demon shouted for the man to let the demon go and get out of here himself. Goldtooth warned that if she was scared like that, she might even pull the trigger, completely by accident. Alan watched in confusion as two demons rushed at the player at the same time, and she only smiled at the same time. Alan decided that this girl was a good player and came here to level up. The guy wished her a good time and wanted to say goodbye and not interfere with her game. The demons were disappointed with the behavior of the shaman Alan. They expected protection from him. Suddenly, the girl unleashed the force of her weapon on Alan, who barely managed to escape the blow. The girl noted that Alan has excellent intuition, and the rumors about him are true, and she doesn't care about his relationship with demons. The player introduced herself as Goldtooth from X-Space and came looking for a debtor to her client, the dwarf Volk. Goldtooth immediately realized that Alan would pretend that he knew nothing about such a creature and declared that such behavior made no sense. The girl warned Alan not to underestimate the search capabilities of the organization to which Zlatozubka belongs. Alan had no desire to fight this milady at all, and he tried to excuse himself by citing his unusual busyness. Goldtooth heard heavy footsteps and looked around. A huge monster stood behind her and repeated that the shaman Alan's golem had arrived. The shaman did not expect his creation to appear here and now. Alan broke out in a sticky sweat and quietly asked why the golem had come here. The demons rejoiced. The shaman did exactly what they expected. He came to their aid. Alan didn't know the golem's intentions, but if this monster attacked him at the same time as Goldtooth, then an emergency shutdown was guaranteed. Alan decided that before the golem attacked him, he would have to deal with the annoying lady. Goldtooth decided not to waste any more time and attacked this strange guy with a garden shovel in his hands. The girl became terribly curious whether it was true that Alan fought as well as they said. One of the demons decided to attack Zlatozubka and, shouting, "Die, man!" rushed at her. The girl said that the demon should not interfere in the adult's conversation, grabbed him by the paw, and threw him far into the bushes. She fired her gun at the horned, impudent fellow, using the double buckshot skill. The final chord in the girl's fight against the demons was the explosive recoil skill, which gave her a clear advantage in this fight. Goldtooth spun in the air, performing intricate pirouettes with her weapon. This performance lasted exactly until the girl shot the demon with a unique explosive charge. The fearless demon was incredibly frightened. Before his eyes, one of his fellow tribesmen turned into a clot of pixels. Alan watched Goldtooth with his mouth open. This girl seemed unreal. She's definitely a player, or a super NPC written by a crazy hacker. Goldtooth could be mistaken for either an angel or a demon, depending on who she was using her skills against, but Alan didn't want to figure it out. Alan chose a tactical retreat over a fight, and Goldtooth was disappointed. Alan lost Dechik once again. He again chose to flee the battlefield. The spirit of the demonic flower claimed that he had his own problems. Alan was categorical. He needed Dechik now. Alan ordered the spirit to do something with the golem. He has been irritating him since the very beginning of the fight. The shaman believed that since Dechik and this golem had demonic origins, they would be able to find a common language. Dechik was scared. He couldn't even imagine his conversation with an unfamiliar monster. Alan didn't stand on ceremony with the little crybaby and grabbed him in an armful. The shaman told the spirit of life to prepare for the switch. The player selected the spiritual attack skill, using the spirit of demonic plants, and ordered Dechik to take on this golem. A frightened Dechik flew headlong towards the bloody golden golem. The golem caught the spirit with both paws and froze, as if thinking about what a cute little animal had fallen into his clutches. Dechik screamed as if he was already being torn apart. He demanded that he be released immediately. Goldtooth was touched. This was Alan's ace in the hole. Should she start worrying or what? This girl was starting to irritate Alan, and he decided to teach her a lesson. The shaman rushed into battle, armed with a shovel. He didn't like fighting with girls, but the rules of the game didn't discriminate between genders. Thanks to the Tomb Raider title, Alan received a boost to his speed and agility. This helped him to deflect the blow with the butt of Zlatozubka's unique rifle. The demonic power awakened, and Alan was able to respond blow for blow with redoubled force. The effect of the demonic power intensified, and Zlatozubka had to test the strength of the shaman Alan's fist. The girl made a dizzying flight into the nearby bushes. It didn't break her. She realized that Alan was much faster than she thought, but it was of little use. Goldtooth was ironic. Was Alan's genius plan really to deal damage to her and match her HP? The girl readily admitted that Alan had something to show in close combat, but her strongest side was something completely different. Goldtooth was a master of long-range combat, as evidenced by her use of the skill series of shots. The shaman had a hard time. The bullets were fast, and he had to quickly apply a debuff to successfully dodge them. The girl is asking for a serious fight, and she will get it. Alan used the power phrase, "So face the suffering. It's unpleasant, but necessary." Goldtooth didn't understand what he did. It wasn't an attack skill or a debuff. Rather, she felt the effect of a penalty on speed and agility. The shaman decided that he would no longer hold back and would give this girl a good beating. The effect of the demonic addiction intensified, and Alan moved into close combat. Goldtooth wondered if he'd put the debuff on her just to force her into close combat. The girl almost found it funny. The damage from physical contact with Alan was like the effect of poison, just incredibly small. Alan didn't pay attention to the ridicule and continued to beat the persistent girl. Goldtooth finally realized that Shaman Alan actually has a low level in the New World game. The girl couldn't believe that Alan did everything based on his instincts and reflexes, which meant that the rumors about his coolness were just rumors. Goldtooth was disappointed. She had hoped that Alan had an ace up his sleeve, and that she would at least have some fun fighting him. Alan gave the lady the opportunity to speak out, let her enjoy life while she had the chance. The girl decided that the guy was giving in. She believed that knowing when to retreat was a sign of intelligence. Alan listened to the insults directed at him and warned that the plants in this forest were unusual and should be feared. Goldtooth didn't understand why the enemy remembered about plants. Alan warned the girl that many of the local plants had poisonous thorns. The shaman brought out another monster from the thicket and reported that many of the plants in this forest are capable of devouring animals. The girl did not stop making fun of Alan and suggested that he say something at the end of his game life. Alan replied that he had doubted it until then because he considered it too cruel a way of fighting. But now Alan was determined and was not going to give in to this girl. Goldtooth didn't quite understand what her opponent was talking about. Did he really hope to win? Alan used incredible growth enhancement, and the predatory sundew tripled in size. Goldtooth stared at what was happening in shock. It was incredible, even for the new world. Alan was determined to show this impudent lady what florists were capable of. The effect of Alan's demonic dependence intensified. The plants obeyed him, and Goldtooth received a noticeable blow. Using the ginseng collection skill, the shaman increased the pressure on the enemy. The shaman's blows were accurate, while at the same time he deftly dodged Goldtooth's blows. Alan's damage was small, but Goldtooth had a hard time dodging both him and his plant monster at the same time. In addition, the debuff placed on Goldtooth by Alan significantly weakened the girl. Goldtooth used the explosive recoil skill, hoping to inflict significant damage on the enemy. Expectations were not met. Alan remained unharmed, but watched in bewilderment as the girl jumped into the sky again. Goldtooth decided that this plant was a fragile blade of grass and could easily be burned. The girl took out a bomb with a huge blast radius. It was her gift for Alan. This is exactly what Alan expected from her. He simply laughed out loud. Goldtooth was surprised by the enemy's reaction. Why did he think a bomb was funny? Alan replied that these plants had never been his only plan, and that they were not fragile blades of grass. Goldtooth decided that the guy was bluffing and was just pulling her leg. Alan once again warned the girl to abandon her intention to use the bomb against him. The girl could not understand how the shaman could predict her actions. She was full of superiority and did not give up her intentions. Alan used the demonic explosion skill and declared that this bomb would now tear Goldtooth apart. The explosion was deafening, and it seemed as if the blast wave would destroy everything in its path. Alan wasn't a fortune teller, but if someone uses gunpowder, they most likely also have the skills to make bombs. If this bomb had fallen to the ground, the shaman himself would have suffered along with the enemy. Alan thought the fight was over in his favor, but it soon became clear that he was wrong. A slightly battered, but still fully combat-ready Goldtooth emerged from the clouds of smoke. Meanwhile, the demonic plants, which had experienced extreme growth acceleration, went berserk under the influence of demonic energy. Miss Goldtooth looked no less furious. The girl felt humiliated and insulted. The girl decided to kill this weak upstart at any cost. Alan had nowhere to run. Behind him were mad demonic plants, and before his eyes was a mad miss. Goldtooth attacked the guy like an enraged fury, and Alan had no choice but to use his fists. The players didn't even have time to get close before the golem woke up from its stupor and unleashed the might of its fists on Goldtooth. Alan was incredibly surprised. Did the golem really come to save him, or was it an accident? The Blood Ash Golem was aroused by the high concentration of demonic energy. It didn't save Alan on purpose. The guy was just lucky. Dachik couldn't hold the golem. Alan couldn't help him. He was busy pacifying the mad plants. Dachik was surprised. Alan can't stop the plants. It's not difficult at all. The spirit screamed, wanting the green bitchy stem to calm down and stop causing mischief. Alan was amazed by Dachik's ability to pacify plants, and the spirit demanded that the shaman calm the golem. The shaman headed towards the golem, but it turned out that Goldtooth was still alive. Even Taylor the killer couldn't boast of such vitality. Goldtooth was in a really bad way. Now she understood how Alan had defeated the brown bears. Alan was sorry that everything turned out this way, but he couldn't give her Volca. He needed the blacksmith himself. The girl believed that anyone would desire such a dwarf, but she had another unpleasant surprise for Alan. However, she didn't have time to use it. The golem brought his fist down on the girl's head again, and that was the end of her. Alan was even upset. He didn't have time to finish the conversation. This girl definitely commanded respect from the shaman. Alan defeated Zlatozubka, for which he was grateful to the golem. Dachik translated the golem's growl. He said that the girl irritated him. Alan was surprised that Dachik could communicate with the golem, so why couldn't he pacify him then? Dachik replied that the fact that he understood him did not mean that he obeyed. The golem's brain was clearly askew. Alan eliminated the golem, even though it helped him, but its lack of control was a big problem. The guy decided that he needed to be more careful when creating golems, otherwise he himself could get hurt. Volca was horrified. Crazy Goldtooth had almost reached him. What a stubborn girl. Alan didn't understand why the blacksmith was so surprised by this. The girl impressed him with her abilities. Volca considered Zlatozubka to be the death of debtors. She tortured them by pulling out their gold teeth. The blacksmith considered it his duty to thank the shaman for saving him from this fury. Volca presented Alan with ingots from which he could create golems, and he improved the formula for the product. It was an impractical magical alloy that had enhanced absorption, meaning that absorbed damage was returned as an explosion. Alan saw that the ingots were created with the help of dwarven magic. Could it be that Volca knew and could do this too? The dwarf replied that everything would be even better if he had a special powder, of which he had very little left. The shaman was surprised. It turned out that Volca used not only magic, but also a powder with unique properties. The dwarf explained that the powder is mined in his homeland, the Gurushim volcano, but only dwarves and gnomes can use it. Alan had no idea where it was and declared that he would not go for this powder under any circumstances. Volca stated that Alan wouldn't be able to get anything. You'd have to be a gnome or a dwarf to do that, so he decided to ask his family for help. The shaman liked it. Maybe he could finally focus on his flower shop. The player took the ingot from the dwarf, thanked him for the gift, and promised to put it to good use. The blacksmith asked if he could finally let his guard down and relax, and Alan assured him that there was no longer any danger. The quest was completed. The passionate blacksmith Volca, a valuable craftsman, became an official employee of the Elysium store. The system told Alan that if it was discovered that he was illegally occupying the Emba forest, the nearby countries would be very angry, and this had to be dealt with. Suddenly, a call came from the flower shop's call center, informing me about another order. There had been no orders for a long time, and Alan was immediately interested in who the customer was this time. It was the same buyer as last time, an old acquaintance of the shaman, the magician's apprentice Red. The player was looking for an item to boost fire or magic damage, but in the dungeon he was trying to conquer, these stats were being consumed by a curse. Red asked if Alan could come up with something. The shaman replied that he would immediately move out to start work. The magician's apprentice was the only customer at the flower shop, and Alan and the shaman decided to give the guy a bonus gift. Alan planned to use the blue mist grass wreath as the basis for the new product, adding effects that accelerate regeneration and agility. Blue mist herb absorbs and purifies mana, and if a player casts 3 spells, 20% additional damage is added. For an effect that would help with the ability weakening, Alan decided to take the windflower, which increases the player's movement speed. At the same time, the shaman decided to add I felt flowers. They were the best in terms of restoring strength. These flowers were able to restore a small amount of stamina continuously. Alan started making a wreath of flowers. Now he could use a ton of growth energy. He produced it himself in Bloria. Thanks to the concentrated life force inside the finished product, its durability was also increased. The wreath was completed. It increased movement speed and recovery by 15%. The wreath was good in every way, but Alan was confused by the fact that the system defined it as semi-permanent under certain conditions. The Spirit of Life explained that the wreath needed to be cared for as carefully as all the flowers in Elysia, but this was impossible for Red. Dachik advised Alan to recommend Red, bringing the wreath to Elysia for periodic repairs. Alan listened to the Spirit's advice. It was the only way out, to provide the wreath with periodic maintenance. The Spirit of Life believed that Elysia contained so much vital energy that it could bring hundreds of wilted flowers back to life. Alan liked this idea. He decided to try to introduce such a service, and they will start with Red. Red hadn't been to Elysia for a long time. Last time he was very worried about the Brown Bears Guild. The guy was kicked out of the Bears Guild with a scandal and threats because they decided that Red had passed on all the guild's secrets to Alan. Red wasn't too upset. He only joined them to have access to the benefits of players in a large guild. Now the player didn't have to worry about what people thought of him. He hoped that his new wreath would be incredibly powerful. Red was eager to take the wreath in his hands, but he hurried, noting that Elysia had changed greatly for the better. A loud call stopped the player hurrying to the flower shop. Red was slightly frightened, but when he saw who was calling him, he was happy. Red hadn't seen Alan for a long time, and the shaman was glad that the magician's apprentice had arrived in his country. Alan showed Red the wreath he had ordered. It was exactly what he needed. The shaman was glad that Red was happy. He was a little worried. The level of his products had dropped a little lately. Red thought Alan was being modest. The wreath was a powerful piece and could be worn on top of other items. The player asked what semi-permanent means. Does it mean improved durability, or what? Alan asked how many days the previous wreath had served Red, and Red replied that it had lasted about a month. The shaman asked if Red could appear in Elysia every 20 days, then he would be able to restore the withered flowers to their original state. Pavda will have to charge Red a small fee for the work, but he cannot take care of the flowers himself, and this is more profitable than ordering a new one. Red readily agreed to Alan's offer. He had nothing to lose from it, and as a bonus, he received a bracelet from Alan. It was a bracelet of unshakable consciousness. It increased the speed of regeneration, and was semi-permanent, like the wreath. Alan believed that this bracelet would not be a detriment to Red in the dungeons that he planned to clear. Red was grateful to Alan for everything he did for him, and even shed a few tears. The player asked Alan for permission to stay the night and enjoy the night view of Elysia. Alan understood what Red was dreaming about and offered to give him a short tour, if he didn't mind. The beauty of the night flowers that twined around the buildings and streets of Elysia at night left a stunning impression on Red. The guy understood that he was in a virtual world and that everything was possible here, but he could not imagine such beauty. Alan said that flowers are not only beautiful and smell delicious, but also give inner peace and self-confidence. Red plucked up his courage and asked if he could make a serious confession to Alan. The magician's apprentice twisted his cap in his hands for a long time, became covered in sweat, and mumbled incoherently. Alan was already scared. Maybe the guy decided to refuse the wreath, or something irreparable happened. Red couldn't get the right words out. He blushed, stuttered, and coughed. May saw Red fall to his knees in front of Alan and was afraid that maybe the boys had decided to deviate from their gender. Red took a deep breath and admitted that he had been in a situation where he had to kill Alan. The player explained that the reason was his membership in the Brown Bear Guild, and he asked Alan to forgive him for it. Alan sighed with relief. This was Red's terrible secret. He had known about it for a long time. The magician's apprentice was at a loss. He did not expect such generosity from the shaman. Alan confirmed that he communicated with him and accepted all his orders, despite the fact that he knew everything. Red was perplexed. Could this really be true? Perhaps it was somehow strange. The magician's apprentice looked at Alan with admiration. This man really had a big heart. Alan's appearance belied his inner world. It was difficult to guess that he loved flowers. If his worst enemy comes to him looking for flowers, then Alan will greet such a person with joy. Red was touched. Alan's generosity exceeded all his expectations. Alan couldn't understand what was happening to the Red Tower Mage's apprentice. Red had always been ignorant and not very quick-witted, but now he was almost crying with emotion. A few days ago, Taylor sent Alan a message that he was not suspected of anything, but Red was made the culprit and expelled from the guild. Alan assumed that Red was very upset because he was unfairly kicked out of the guild, although he did nothing, so he was kind to him. Sometime later, Red was streaming against the backdrop of the famous cave called the Ancestral Trial. The player introduced himself as a student of the Red Tower Mage Red and a former member of the Brown Bear Guild, whose members consider him a traitor. Red stated that he would not try to convince anyone of anything, but would simply give everyone useful advice. The player said that right behind him there is a cave, known for its difficulty even for players at level 300. Red announced that he wanted to clear this cave today, using one unique item. Red put the wreath made by Alan on his cap and proudly showed it to the audience. The people thought the wreath was pathetic. Red stated that they might call him a traitor, but who plays the new world just to belong to a guild? The guild is just a way to become stronger. The goal of the game is growth. This means becoming powerful, clearing caves, getting high, and becoming the best player. People supported Red in the comments. The guy said that a flower crown and bracelet made by Alan of Elysia will help him become like that. These items have incredible effects, and if someone is stuck with leveling up, then these things are just for him. These items retain their effect for a month, and can then be revived in Elysia for a small fee. May told Alan that Red had advertised his store, and now all the calls were split in half. Half were orders, the other half were curses from bears. Alan kept wondering where the small orders that never happened came from, and wanted to watch Red's broadcast. The shaman listened attentively. Everything the magician's apprentice said from the screen was funny. The advertising was global. May was a little embarrassed, but grateful to Red. Alan was overjoyed. He hadn't expected such help. The day would come when he would receive most of his profits from selling flowers. Allen's jubilation was interrupted by another unexpected call. Dupio, a manager and player from the MK team, got in touch and wanted to talk about the opening ceremony and the game schedule. Allen asked Dupio to wait a bit. He would log out of the game and contact him. He had probably been playing for too long. Dupio explained that they had only planned to hold the opening ceremony, but the situation had changed, and they needed to hold demonstration games as well. Dupio wanted to know if Michael would agree to play for MK in an open match. Michael thought that a demonstration match was the least he could do as a MK player. Otherwise, he hadn't shown himself in any way yet. The guy agreed to participate. Dupio was delighted and promised to add Michael to the list of players. The guy was surprised by Dupio's joy. Was his participation really that important for MK? Until the day of the opening ceremony, Michael remained in the flower shop and took orders from the players. There were many requests, but not everyone placed orders. Apparently, people still doubted the power of flowers. This didn't mean that the shaman would lower the prices of his products. Players would appreciate his goods once they tried them out. Another customer accepted the wreath of their flowers made for him. The client thought it was too garish, but Alan paid special attention to the color. The player placed an order after watching Red's stream, but now had doubts about how to wear it. The buyer decided to check out the parameters and was delighted. The effects were stunning, and it can be worn over existing equipment. Alan asked whether the buyer liked the item or whether he was refusing to buy it. The buyer declared that the effects were amazing. He thought that everything that was said about Alan's products was just rumors. Alan wanted to know the customer's opinion about the flowers, and the guy replied that the flowers were beautiful and their variegation didn't bother him at all. Samantha distracted Alan from picking flowers for his next order. The shaman asked his assistant what had happened. The girl introduced the shaman to her friend, who had long wanted to meet him. It was Chochan or Bamboo Cane, the head of the Prime Guild, which Samantha belonged to. Alan was glad to have a new guest. The shaman asked if they could have met somewhere before. Chokchan replied that they had crossed paths on the outskirts of the Rakshi forest. Alan had no idea who was in front of him. He had no memory at all of that long ago, not entirely pleasant meeting. Chokchan just came to say hello. Samantha always praised Alan. The fact that she is part of Elysia is a great honor for the Prime Guild. Chokchan was worried. He didn't want to make an enemy like Alan, but he was genuinely surprised by the beauty of the city. Chokchan said that Kruvasan will soon arrive in the city and plans to move her office here. Alan didn't worry about accommodating those who wanted to settle in Elysia. The architect Dianth had thought of everything from the very beginning. He was also a friend of Samantha's. Dianth has designated a separate residential area for the people living within the Garden of Elysia. This was done because elves are hostile towards humans, so it is difficult for them to get along with them. The shaman showed Chokchan a huge flowering meadow and said that this place would become the central park of Elysia. Chokchan realized that if Alan created a city for people in such a place, it would be super popular. His guild should not be late for this race. Chokchan hoped that Samantha's presence would give him some advantages, and he informed Alan that he hoped to move his guild's headquarters there. Alan had already heard about this from Samantha, but now Chokchan wanted to get official permission. The Prime Guild had 2 conflicts with Alan over Worcester. If they moved here without permission, the elves would wipe out the entire guild in a jiffy. Alan asked why Chokchan wanted to stay in Elysia. The infrastructure here is not very good and far from the big cities, and the elves are aggressive. Chokchan stated that Elysia has a huge advantage, the shaman Alan himself. The whole world is focused on Alan. Chokchan was sure that Alan's value would grow, so he wanted to get to know him before that. Alan replied that he only wanted to develop his flower shop. Chokchan said that he had been thinking about moving as soon as he learned from Samantha about Alan's special abilities, and now he has finally decided to move. Alan listened to Chokchan and wondered if this guy really understood his love for flowers. Chokchan stated that he had heard of a dwarven craftsman working for Alan, and that alone was reason enough to befriend the shaman. Alan didn't like this statement, and he thought that he would like to refuse Chokchan, but he thought about it and gave permission. The elves were outraged by Alan's decision to build a place for humans to live in Elysia. Alan stated that this was the absolute truth. May was worried about what this statement would mean for her and the shaman. Alan whispered something furiously into the ear of the upset elf, and the long-eared one's mood immediately changed. Shouting that he understood everything, that people were just cannon fodder to protect Elysia, the elf rushed to inform all his relatives about this. The day of the internal demonstration match among MK players has arrived. Michael showed up to the match on time. Sport taught him to value his own time and that of others. Players gathered near the center of the MK. They immediately recognized the shaman Alan, amazingly, but he was huge in real life too. People had whispered about Michael before when he passed by, but now the whispers were of a different nature. One of the guys ran up to Michael and asked to take a photo with him. The guy announced that he was a fan of the shaman Alan. Michael was flattered that he had fans. Michael was attracted by the strange commotion on the other side of the alley. Something was clearly happening. The motorcyclist snatched the girl's bag, and in her last hope for help, the victim screamed at the top of her lungs. The thief was picking up speed, and the girl's screams seemed futile. What's the point of shouting help if it's impossible to catch up with the attacker? Suddenly, a huge guy appeared right in front of the motorcycle. The handbag thief was shocked at how fearless he was and what he wanted. Michael, of course it was him, blocked the thief's passage. It was impossible to get around this mountain of muscles. The motorcyclist tried to go around Michael. He even shouted at him to get out of the way. Michael was unmoved and used the flower shop's main secret weapon against the thief. The capture took place. It will be carried out in the best traditions of the shaman Alan. The thief was doomed. He was simply blown off his motorcycle and flipped over in the air, while Michael remained standing, only staggering a little. The handbag remained in Michael's hands. Now all that remained was to return it to its owner. The girl was charmed by the guy's actions and was incredibly grateful to him for his help. Michael had no time, and it was awkward, to listen to the admiring cries of the surrounding crowd. The manager was delighted with Michael. His actions raised MK's rating. Michael was promised that the opening ceremony would be quick and that a demonstration game would follow. Manager Dupio invited Michael to go into the room with the other players and meet them. Michael was introduced to the other players as the team's main tank. The players showed no interest in the new tank. They were all introverts and did not trust strangers. The manager explained that Michael had not yet proven his skills and was feared, but things would improve when team competitions began. A charming girl entered the room, and all the men paid attention to her. Michael was no less impressed than anyone else. It was Kim Gina herself. The girl was a healer for MK players, and was spoken of as the best of the best. Kim Gina asked how Michael knew about her. The guy was confused and replied that he just read about her on Wikipedia. Kim Gina told Michael that their fathers had been friends for a long time. It turns out that the girl heard about Michael from her father. He recognized Michael as soon as he saw him on TV. He looked exactly like he did in childhood. Gina was surprised when she learned that Michael had joined the MK team. She and her father hoped that they would become friends. Michael was pleased to hear this, and he replied that he wanted to get to know her better. The girl was only in favor of continuing the relationship. Michael didn't expect his father to have a good reputation among his friends, which was nice. The manager overheard the young people's conversation and was delighted with such a coincidence. Good relationships between the players increased the team's success. It was time to go to the room where the game capsules were located. The room was equipped with capsules with the best characteristics. They were spacious and lined with latex pillows. Michael was impressed. His capsule was constantly clicking, and he had to bend his knees because it was too small for him. Manager Dupio sympathized with Michael. It was difficult to play in such conditions, but now new horizons were opening up for the guy. Dupio explained that there would only be 3 people on the team. Usually the team consisted of 4 people, but the rules had changed. Dupio suggested focusing on the game and giving it your all, then climbing into the capsules and logging into the server. Michael, Dupio, and Gina entered the game. The players were told that it was a separate server, but they were each wearing their usual equipment. Dupio said he doesn't know the rules of the competition, but players are given the opportunity to get all their items. It was also encouraging that everything that happened on this server did not in any way affect the game character on the main server. This server was intended exclusively for competitions, but it felt somehow empty. It's just a game lobby. You have to wait for the other players, and then everyone will be transferred to the competition map and the match will begin, Dupio explained. Michael was worried about his low level, but Dupio explained that all players here start at level 250. However, players still have hidden stats that are not related to level height. Dupio was referring to the points that Michael Allen earned on the main server for various achievements, which could be skills, training, or crafting. Michael remembered that he once hit an object 1,000 times. The level did not change, but he received a ton of power points. The cool thing was that the new world allowed players to do whatever they wanted while still keeping the game fair. Dupio's optimism was dampened by a comment from one of the players, who stated that even at the same level, players have different abilities. It was Sheik Suman, the champion of the apocalypse, whose strength, intelligence, agility, endurance, and mana stats allowed him to look down on others. Dupio himself was amazed by Sheik's high stats, not to mention Michael, who seemed like a newbie compared to this monster of the game. Sheik Suman was self-confident and arrogant. He contemptuously stated that not everyone is destined to be a good player. Dupio advised Michael not to pay attention to Suman. He is certainly competitive, but quite beatable. Michael nevertheless decided to test his performance and show his achievements to his teammates. Gina took one look at Michael's stat sheet and her eyes widened in surprise. Michael's numbers were uniquely high, and there was something to be amazed at. Michael Allen couldn't understand why the guys were so surprised. Everything seemed to be normal. Dupio explained that Allen's strength, agility, intelligence, and mana stats were the same as Sheik's, even though he hadn't reached level 200 yet. The kids were curious about what Michael was doing in the game that allowed him to score such high stat points. Mike replied that he wasn't doing anything special. He had simply opened a flower shop. Dupio and Gina just blinked their eyes in surprise. They seriously doubted that Michael was telling them the truth. Dupio always thought that Allen was only famous for his reputation and not for his skills, but this guy is a real monster of a game. A 3-minute readiness period was announced, after which all players will be transferred to the Labyrinth of Chaos map. It was necessary to quickly distribute the points for the overall condition of the group. Michael was worried. Dupio reassured the guy, the devil is not as black as he is painted. He can handle everything. Everything will become clear once they get to the Labyrinth of Chaos map. Michael believed that strength was his primary attribute and allocated 2 units to strength and 1 each to agility, endurance, and mana. All players were teleported to the Labyrinth of Chaos. The league match began, and each team was sent to its own part of the labyrinth. There are 3 people on a team. When defeating a monster, the team gets a point. Eliminating a member of another team gets 3 points. The competition will end when only 1 team remains, but the group with the most points wins. The monsters that players encounter become stronger every 5 minutes, and they start at a fairly high level. After 20 minutes, defeating the main bosses will award 2 points, but there is a chance of getting trapped when trying to defeat them. Michael wondered if it might be possible to hide somewhere on the map and focus on hunting monsters and gaining points. But the map increases in size every 10 minutes, so the teams will still cross paths. Finding a good strategy for playing the game was the key to success, and this issue had to be resolved on the shore. The rules may change at further stages of the competition, so this can be considered a beta version. Heavy footsteps echoed through the labyrinth as the first monster approached the players. Dupio and Gina took out their weapons. Michael was a little confused. He is certainly not a professional, but he will do everything to avoid becoming a burden to the guys. Dupio warned that this monster may appear slow, but its halberd attacks are lightning fast. Dupio rushed into the attack. Gina remained to cover the guys. Her task was to promptly restore the team's health. Dupio decided to distract the monster, while Michael had to, but the manager didn't have time to finish. Michael rushed towards the huge monster, ignoring the boys' warning cries. Dupio was afraid for Michael. Gina decided to heal the guy just in case. The monster swung a huge axe, but Michael deftly dodged the blow and used it as a step. The guy reached the monster's face with his huge fist and knocked the wind out of him with one blow, but that wasn't the end. Daichik and the Spirit of Life stuck their heads out of their shelters. They couldn't understand where they ended up and where the monster came from. Alan promised to explain everything to them later. Michael Allen activated Spiritual Attack and rushed into battle. The shaman activated the Garden Shovel. Ginseng Collection was the player's signature skill. Michael Allen decided that only a combo skill would be effective against such a monster and caused an explosion of demonic energy. The result is that the team won 1 point by defeating the Knoll, the Labyrinth Warden, and MK. Dupio didn't even have time to come to his senses. Everything happened so quickly. The manager asked Michael if he would like to try his hand at the professional league. From then on, everything went as planned. Dupio's team slowly but surely earned points. Gina and Dupio watched with fascination as Michael Allen skillfully and confidently dealt with the monsters of the labyrinth. The boys were distracted from watching the fight by the sudden appearance of a player from the other team. Suman, game nickname Sheik, came up and asked why they were standing there doing nothing, and they explained to him that Mike was doing just fine without them. Sheik looked closer and saw that Michael was enthusiastically beating up another monster. Suman grinned. Since the one who scores more points wins, then he has the right to attack Allen here and now. Dupio replied that it was a friendly match and Suman would not break any rules by doing so. The manager advised Suman to be softer and kinder with Michael, while he himself remained in place to observe. Confident in a quick and easy victory, Suman rushed towards Michael. The Spirit of Life warned Allen that he was about to be attacked from behind. Michael Allen looked around. Well, rules are rules and there is nothing to be offended about, although one must also have a conscience. Suman had already chosen the Earth Split skill and was about to bring down a crushing blow on Michael Allen's head. Only Allen was faster. He was still in a fighting mood and deftly parried Sheik's kick. As a result, Sheik's super advanced axe was pinned to the ground. Michael approved of Suman's attempt. The attack was well planned, but it never reached him. But Michael Allen's fist reached Sheik. The shaman rarely missed at such a close range. Michael hoped that Suman understood everything. Nothing personal, just a game. Suman was tormented by only one thought. He had to get the sword out from under the enemy's foot. Michael lifted his leg off the sword and performed a double spirit strike, hitting Sheik in the forehead with both legs. Sheik received a fair amount of acceleration and flew straight to Dupio's feet, where he stopped. The player was in culture shock. And what kind of fighting style is this guy? He's definitely making fun of him. Gina summed it up. Suman got his ass kicked. It looked like an ancient dinosaur beating up a chicken. Suman Sheik roared and accused Michael of catching him off guard. The player rushed at Michael again, declaring that he would not be able to dodge Ragnarok's skill. There was a deafening explosion, but at the last moment before it, Michael jumped out of the epicenter of the impact and hung above it in a swift jump. Suman spun a deafening fire element around himself and grinned maliciously. No matter how fast Michael is, he cannot outrun the deadly force of a lightning strike. Suman expected to see the prostrate body of his opponent and the news of his defeat. Strangely enough, he found himself facing an empty labyrinth floor and a garden trowel stuck into it with its bayonet pointing upwards. Michael stood behind Sheik and mockingly asked if he had heard anything about the lightning rod. Suman realized that he had been beaten, and this time he seemed to be in deep trouble. Michael stated that it was a good fight, but he had to say goodbye, and sent his opponent to rebirth, and the team received 3 points. By the end of the match, Michael had defeated all of the MK players. His team had scored 86 points, and the player himself was the admiration of everyone around him. Suman was proud of his achievements, and now he was in such shock that it was impossible to describe in words. Dupio almost cried when he tried to convince Michael to become a professional player, but the guy flatly refused, saying that he had a store and didn't have time. After his league debut, Michael returned to Elysia, where he was greeted with enthusiastic cheers from the resident players. The players were planning to give the shaman a ceremonial welcome, but were dispersed by the elves, whose hatred for humans could not be quenched. Allen concluded from this that the construction of the human residence in the Garden of Elysia could no longer be delayed. Architect Dianth was always ready to carry out the shaman's order, but he ran out of the money allocated for construction. Allen reminded him that he had recently transferred him 1,000,000 gold coins, and Dianth reported that only a third of them remained. The rest went towards materials. The shaman decided that he needed to go to the bank for more funds, but Dianth said that he had an idea. The architect proposed selling land on the territory of Elysia to those who wished to do so, and granting building rights. Allen thought about selling the land, and then also the right to build on it. People would build houses themselves, and he wouldn't have to spend money on it. Dianth saw only one small problem with this proposal. Elysia had no clear boundaries. Allen reminded me that the flower shop has buffs with a large radius, so you can sell all the lands that are affected by these buffs. People will buy land, and the growth and development of plants on it will be ensured by the flower shop buff. Dianth supported the idea. Dianth was concerned that they would have disputes with the Kingdom of Racel if Elysia's territory suddenly expanded. Allen stated that customers would have to protect themselves, becoming something of a human shield for the flower shop. Dianth and Allen checked the map. It turned out that they would not be able to avoid conflict with the Kingdom of Russell. The larger Alan's project became, the more restless the neighboring non-player kingdoms became. A real estate expert was also needed. The first people Alan decided to give land to were May and Samantha. This would be their personal land, and they themselves would be responsible for it. Alan told the girls that he had decided to get into real estate. He offered plots of land with favorable locations, but Samantha and May refused. The shaman declared that he was ready to give the land to his assistants for free, and the girls happily agreed to the offer. Jack immediately asked for a plot of land, but Alan did not give him land for free. Jack felt offended. He was the shaman's only friend, and he was taking money from him. Alan stated that Jack was capable of destroying the country, and that he could not be compared to May and Samantha, but the plot would only cost 5,000 in gold. Jack agreed and asked Alan for a title as well. The shaman consoled his friend, saying he would get everything he wanted, but a little later, news of the land sale spread throughout Elysia and the surrounding kingdoms. The first to come to Alan were Kruvasan and Chokchan. They decided to personally find out all the details of the acquisition of land in Elysia. Kruvasan and Chokchan reminded him that they had long ago agreed with him about being accommodated here, so was he really going back on his word? Alan calmed the players down and asked to be allowed to explain his intentions. He kept the promise he made. Dianth explained that they planned to sell the land in each section, with Kruvasan and Chokchan being given priority and paying the standard price. Kruvasan was indignant. They had made an agreement long ago, and going back on their word would be dishonest, as it would undermine Alan's trust. The shaman announced that he could solve all problems quickly and easily. He just needs a small favor from Kruvasan and Chokchan. To the players' surprise, Alan called over one of the NPCs named Zulkan. The old man introduced himself as the Chancellor of the Garden of Elysia, where the wise king Alan rules. Kruvasan was in culture shock. Alan even had a chancellor. That guy got up. Zulkan stated that up until this point, Kruvasan had been dealing exclusively with Elysia, selling various items directly. The chancellor noted that Kruvasan had practically monopolized trade with the kingdom of Elysia. The saleswoman just gritted her teeth. The chancellor was completely and utterly right. In fact, Kruvasan had nothing to lose by doing business with Elysia. On the contrary, she made a good profit from it. However, this was a one-sided benefit, meaning that Miss Kruvasan was not being honest with Alan and his country. Zulkan believed that Chokchan had no right to protest either. He hadn't done anything good for Elysia at all, if you remember. Chokchan did not let the old man finish. He immediately declared that he had only ever wanted to inspect the place that Samantha had praised so much. The chancellor said they both had to pay a fair price, because with great power came great responsibility. The old man couldn't turn a blind eye to the free squandering of land, so they had to either leave Elysia or accept Alan's offer. It was impossible to argue with the ancient elder. He was absolutely impartial and unwavering. Chokchan and Kruvasan didn't think for long. They didn't want to leave Elysia at all. Gritting their teeth, the players agreed to purchase land in Elysia for gold. Dianth did not put things off until tomorrow, and suggested that the players immediately choose their plots. The shaman sighed with relief. This problem was now solved. This old man is not in the position of chancellor for nothing. He does his job well. News of the land sale in Elysia spread like wildfire, both in-game and in real life, and became a hot topic of discussion. May distracted Alan. She informed him that he had visitors who urgently demanded a meeting. Alan sensed trouble approaching and asked if these were the ones he was thinking about. May nodded. Naturally, it was a delegation from the kingdom of Russell. They arrived earlier than the shaman expected. Alan looked the ambassadors over from head to toe. It looked like they were the same people, but maybe not. The shaman asked whether this was his second or first time with the envoy, and was told that the previous ambassador had been executed for disrespecting the honor of His Majesty. Since Alan had insulted His Majesty King Russell, the ambassador had to take responsibility, and was executed. Alan hesitated. It was somehow awkward, but the chancellor came to his rescue. He attacked the ambassador, declaring that he had forgotten his place. Zulkan fell to his knees in front of Alan, which shocked the guy completely. Zulkan swore to repay Elysia and its king with loyalty for having given him shelter, and asked to be allowed to give advice. Alan did not expect such activity from the chancellor, but agreed to listen to him. Zulkan remembered that his former homeland of Edoran had fallen because of a lazy and arrogant ruler. Therefore, the chancellor believed that the ambassadors should be imprisoned, no matter how they looked down on Elysia. The ambassador demanded an explanation from Alan, and the chancellor pointed out to him his disrespect for His Majesty. The ambassador declared that there was something wrong with the chancellor's head. Zulkan was outraged by his rudeness, and advised the ambassador to bang his head on the table and return to Russell. Alan received confirmation that the chancellor was not an ordinary NPC. Only such a type could search the dungeon and find the dragon. The ambassador was furious. He promised to report everything to His Majesty, and before that to burn Elysia to the ground and never return here again. Unfortunately for the ambassador, the elves heard these words. They pounced on him and gave him a good beating. The pointy ears were outraged by the words of the ambassador of the kingdom of Russell. How dare he even think about destroying the country in which they live? Alan asked the Chancellor if he had invited the elves. Zulkan confirmed that he needed force support. Zulkan asked His Majesty Alan to forgive his rude behavior. He did not want to offend his hearing. Alan stated that he had no intention of being offended. He had been observing Zulkan for a long time and understood that this was only a manifestation of concern for the kingdom. The Chancellor promised that when the kingdom of Russell sent its envoys again, he would show them where the crayfish hibernate. Alan was worried that Russell might declare war on Elysia. They had the elves, but military action would undermine the economy. Zulkan laughed. They would never start a war. They would rather resort to other actions. The Chancellor advised Alan to learn as much as possible about the kingdom of Russell. Only then would it be easy to defeat him. The ambassador left, his speech filled with obscene language, and he threatened Alan with all possible punishments. The ambassador declared that the treaty between Alan and the Kingdom of Russell was finally broken. Alan wasn't too upset, he just decided that he needed to find out about the past agreements between the Kingdom of Russell and his predecessor. What did the Kingdom of Russell get from Tia Land that made them give up the Raksha forest and the Perma-desert? Alan didn't take long to figure out who might know about this. He immediately remembered the character he needed. In the distant past, Teolite became the savior of the elves. It seems that the Kingdom of Russell and Teolite made some kind of agreement. Thanks to this, the elves were able to settle in the Rakshi forest. This happened 300 years ago, but the previous shaman did not tell the elves what this agreement was. Only those who have strong ties to the Kingdom of Russell know about this. They are full of information and know the history of this kingdom. This is an extraordinary non-player character, and the Supreme Lord of the Red Tower of the Kingdom of Russell, the great Archmage Renior. The magician Renior decided to visit Elysia. He hadn't seen Alan for a long time, and was glad that he had become the king of a rather decent country. Alan didn't expect the magician to appear so quickly. Renior replied that he had no other choice. Curiosity overcame him. The mage asked permission to look around while they discussed the problems. Elysia was beautiful. Renior found it funny. He had lived in this world for so long, but had never met a person like Alan. For a magician, he was an ordinary loser who owned a flower shop. Why would someone like Alan need an old man like Renior? The shaman replied that he wanted to know something. Renior suggested that Alan needed a mage, and that it was connected to his quarrel with the Kingdom of Russell. Alan interrupted the magician and asked if he knew anything about the shaman Teolite. Mage Renior laughed. He was wrong. Alan wasn't looking for a player named Redball. He was really looking for a mage. This was a completely different state of affairs and made the old magician happy. Renior did not want to interfere in the conflict between the countries, and this story will be just a story of an ancient old man. Alan learned from the magician that Teolite helped the Russell royal family create the elixir of immortality. The magician confirmed that this was not a fairy tale, and such a potion really does exist. Renior explained that there are two paths to immortality. The first is to achieve enlightenment and rise above people, like himself, and the second is to prepare a potion. Teolite found a second way, and he revealed its secret to the royal family. In return, he received a place where the elves could settle. The magician only knew about this because he helped build the fleet. They said that the elixir of immortality was created by the gods, but was similar to the potions that Alan makes from flowers. Alan asked if the magician was still involved with the fleet, but it turned out that the royal family was doing it themselves and keeping everything a secret. Alan found it funny that they had started building a fleet, but they didn't know where the wild herbs grew or how to do it all. Alan suggested that if one knew where this fleet was, it could easily be burned. The magician seemed to read Alan's thoughts. The shaman felt a little uneasy about this, but the magician ended the conversation and asked to show him the night garden. Renior was amazed by the beauty of the night Elysia. The old man kept saying how stunningly magnificent it was. The magician was in the Garden of the Milky Way, but even there, it was not as beautiful as here, Strick thought. His breath was simply taken away by the beauty of the surrounding night. Alan stated that he had spent a lot of money on this, but the magician objected that this could not be achieved with money alone. He simply really wanted to do it. Renior said dreamily that he would like to admire this beauty all the time. Alan replied that the magician was able to fulfill any of his wishes. Renior replied that the position of High Lord was not as simple as it seemed. The Red Tower could collapse even if he left it for just a day. The old man assumed that while he was chilling out there, an uprising might have already begun there, and the tower might have been completely destroyed. But this was not what the magician feared. The building itself could be rebuilt. The main thing was the people and the information. The magician almost screamed with joy. How could he not have realized it right away? The red magic tower could be moved to Elysia. Renior asked Alan what he thought about this, and whether he would be against the red tower moving to his country. Renior asked if he could give him land as payment for the information he received, but Alan considered this insufficient. The old man had already planned where and how he would erect his tower, but Dianthe and the Chancellor considered him a suspicious character. Dianthe knew for sure that by moving the Red Tower to Elysia, the glory of the country would increase. Zulkan reminded that countries where such towers are located pay a tax on magical research, and this is a common practice. Alan decided that he did not need the extra taxes and would refuse Renior's request to move, but the Chancellor believed that the tower would bring in profit. A market is formed around such towers, which will help develop the economy, and the taxes collected from merchants will go towards funding magical research. Alan decided to entrust this matter to Zulkan. The chancellor stated that this was a serious matter and he needed to prepare for it. He had not been so worried for a long time. Alan decided that since he had a new idea, he needed to gather as much information as possible. There was only one person who was best at collecting information, and that was Taylor, and Alan contacted him. Taylor was outraged. He was not Alan's personal secretary, but the shaman convinced the guy that he considered him an expert in espionage and covert infiltration. Taylor was indignant. He was just an assassin, the same player as a shaman. Alan tried to negotiate with him in a good way. But Taylor was stubborn and demanded payment for the information. Alan was indignant. The guy clearly forgot about his position. He was obliged to spy for the shaman. Taylor swallowed his pride and clarified what he needed to know. Alan wanted to know everything about the secrets of the Russell royal family. Taylor asked why he needed this country, and Alan promised to explain everything during a personal meeting. The shaman suggested meeting in the coastal forest, in the Goblin Bank, where they could hide from prying eyes and ears. Alan pounded on the door of the Goblin Bank and loudly called for Shindel. The nasty goblin pretended not to hear anything. As the bank door creaked alarmingly, about to fall off its hinges, the goblin climbed out and asked Alan why he had come. The shaman stated that he had come to collect his deposit. His treasury was slightly empty and needed to be replenished. The goblin led Alan to his gold, convincing him that he had not taken a single coin from there and that the shaman could trust him. Alan did not come alone, but with the Prince of Iteran, and he asked him to check the amount of gold in the treasury. The goblin was sure that the prince was still a child and would not be able to determine the shortage just by looking at this huge mountain of gold. The prince delved into research. He had a natural talent for accounting. Alan warned the goblin that if he confessed himself, he would be forgiven, but if he lied, he would have to go to the elves to sort things out. The shaman gave Shindel one last chance. He must confess before the prince finishes counting. The prince counted very carefully. This gold belonged to his family, and he did not intend to squander it in vain. The goblin became quite agitated. It seemed as if he was about to be caught red-handed. Alan warned the goblin that the prince had the ability to calculate even the most numerous treasure. The prince determined that exactly 400,000 gold coins were missing, and the goblin immediately began to scream, as if he had forgotten that this money could not be taken. Alan threatened to immediately call the elves to deal with the dishonest banker, but was ready to forgive if he returned the money. The shaman was pleased with his visit to the bank. He received the amount he needed, and the prince did a great job. Elves were waiting for Alan at the bank. They asked if the shaman had any problems with the goblin, and if anything happened, they were ready to shake this guy down. The elves reported that they had caught a man who was hiding near the goblin's bank. This man was none other than the assassin Taylor, who had come at Alan's call. The shaman immediately ordered the guy to be released. He still needed him alive and well. Taylor was saddened by how he managed to fall into the hands of the elves, but Alan immediately offered to talk business. Assassin was curious about what the shaman wanted from him and what problems he had with the Russell kingdom. The shaman reported that the elixir of immortality was hidden in the kingdom of Russell, and the Archmage of the Red Tower told him about it. Taylor was surprised how Alan knew the Archmage. He was a non-player character, and he was incredibly lucky. Alan asked if Taylor could find this magician and put him under surveillance, and the assassin agreed that in this case it would be better not to kill anyone. Voices were heard nearby. Someone was calling Alan and asking him for help. They were orcs. Alan assumed that they were caught during a robbery, and therefore he should stand up for the green-headed guys. The orcs explained that everything was not like that at all. In fact, the king of the neighboring country had sent a whole army of soldiers here. Alan did not understand which king was being talked about. The neighboring country was the former Iteran, now the kingdom of Brown Bear. Could it be that the Brown Bear Guild and City Master Croken have managed to make their power legitimate, and that Croken is now the rightful king? Or maybe it was Taylor who brought the guild soldiers here to deal with Alan. Then the assassin will die. Taylor replied that he had not told anyone, and that the bears had only come here because Alan and the royal treasure had disappeared here. The bears want to find the treasure from the royal vault that Alan stole. It belongs to the dragon that guards the deity of Iteran. Alan remembered how Tina had looked for the dragon everywhere, apparently for good reason. The dragon threatened that if they did not return the treasure, he would burn the city and all its inhabitants. Alan thought there was a dragon after all, so if the bears robbed the orcs, the Goblin Bank would find out about it too. Alan had to choose between helping the orcs or fleeing with the treasure, but he couldn't take all the gold at once. Alan approached the orcs and asked what they could offer him in payment for his help. The orcs looked at each other and replied that they would also help Alan when he needed it. The shaman said that he didn't need it, let them offer something else. The orcs replied that they had amazing goods. But Alan didn't like this proposal either, so the orcs suggested that in the future, they would give a percentage of their income to Alan. Alan sent Taylor to convey to the elves the order to destroy the members of the Brown Bear Guild who had entered the forest. After this, the assassin may not return, but go on to complete the received task. Alan decided to return to the Goblin Bank. He needed to prepare for the upcoming meeting. Alan wanted to make several golems out of gold, mixing gold with more suitable materials so that the golems would be of high quality. The prince was worried that this would be a waste of gold. He felt sorry for the treasure of his ancestors. Alan believed that gold should work, and that golems would not consist of just gold. While the prince packed the coins and ingots, Alan examined the other components for creating golems. The shaman found the shield of an Idaran knight, legendary rank. That was what he needed. It was a real high-quality shield. It completely blocks enemy attacks. The Idaran knight's defense effect in the set added 5% additional defense to each selected item. The effects only manifested when the entire Idaran knight's defense set was assembled. Alan decided to take the entire set as material for the golem and asked the prince if there were other items from it in the treasury. The cunning goblin listened carefully and watched the shaman's behavior. After some time, Alan collected all the items in the set: helmet, armor, knee pads, and gloves. Add gold here, and you will have the perfect golem. The goblin asked Alan why he used such valuable items to create golems. Alan replied that then the magical effect of the items would also work on the golem. The goblin was surprised. He had never heard of golems using magic. The shaman corrected him. It wasn't about magic, but about magical effects. The goblin became interested and asked permission to look at the items. The goblin was actually interested in the golem, which has the characteristics of the material from which it is made. The goblin drew a drawing for the shaman. Alan did not immediately understand the meaning of this invention. It was a golem detonator. It was a quest for joint research with a goblin. If successful, Alan's popularity would increase and his engineering skill would be leveled up. Alan decided to enhance the golem's power with a set of items and its attack power with the help of goblin engineering research. The goblin explained everything clearly, and the shaman began to grasp the essence of the matter more and more, realizing that this was a completely rational proposal. The goblin asked Alan if he liked his proposal. The shaman was delighted, and decided that the test should be carried out right away. The shaman warned that he would not lend his golem to the goblin for research for free, and the goblin did not expect anything else. At this time, an army of brown bears was concentrated at the entrance to the forest. They received orders to search everything and find gold. The second search party carefully combed the surrounding area. The guys were looking for orcs, who definitely knew something. Something crackled in the depths of the forest. The soldiers froze in anticipation. Probably orcs were coming here. The bears were mistaken. A squad of elves emerged from the depths of the forest. The pointy-eared ones theatrically flexed their arms and wished each other a successful hunt. Without further ado, the elves attacked the soldiers of the brown bears' army. The pointy ears planned to destroy the army completely. They would not let anyone escape. The second search party asked the guild for help. They ran into elves and will soon be destroyed. The squad sergeant did not have time to fully convey the message because he was sent to rebirth by one of the elves. Pointy-eared grinned carnivorously and announced that he was carrying out King Alan's orders. At this time, in the Brown Bears Guild, Crokin received a message that the second search party had run into elves and been destroyed. The newly crowned king of Idaran was delighted with this news. This is exactly what Crokin was waiting for. His soldiers must fight. If elves appeared, then it means the treasures are somewhere nearby, and of course Alan must be looked for there. Crokin decided to send elite soldiers instead of regular troops, but the elite did not like to die. They wanted to keep the ranks they had earned. Crokin ordered that they didn't have to be too zealous, but at least let them find out where Alan was. An urgent call came on the other line, and Crokin became nervous. It was Taylor, and Crokin wanted to postpone talking to him for another time, but the assassin said that he had important information about Alan. Taylor reported that the shaman is now in the forest. He himself saw him enter there, and even knows where he is hiding. Crokin ordered the coordinates to be sent to him, and he would send a squad of elite soldiers there. The Bearmaster ordered the soldiers to avoid the elves and catch Alan. The treasures must be near him. Crokin ordered Taylor to report immediately if he stumbled upon anything important, but the assassin replied that it would be difficult. In the thick of the forest, Alan organized an ambush for Crokin's elite troops. Taylor reported that he had asked the elves to say that they had killed him, and they had also spoken of King Alan. The assassin believed that Crokin would not appear on his own anyway. He was afraid to go to the front lines, lest he lose his status as king. If a king gets dirty, it leaves an indelible stain on his reputation. Alan didn't care whether Crokin would come or not. His goal was the entire Brown Bears Guild. He was going to destroy it completely. The shaman praised Taylor for his efforts and sent him on his way. The assassin asked for a piece of land in Elysia as a reward. Alan didn't respond. Shaman Alan was in his best form and was ready to meet the uninvited guests. Meanwhile, an elite squad of soldiers assembled by Crokin entered the forest and headed towards the coordinates sent by Taylor. These were experienced warriors, hardened in battle, with high levels and strong skills. The only goal of these players was to catch the shaman Alan. The elite squad quickly reached the required location. These were the coordinates the assassin had sent. The leader of the squad was a player named Boa Constrictor. He froze and ordered everyone else to lie low. Alan was definitely here. Alan's back loomed right in front of the bears, and there were no elves in sight. The soldiers decided that it would be great to all attack him together, then they would definitely be able to send him to rebirth. The unexpected blow scattered the elite soldiers into the nearby bushes. Alan remained sitting with his back to the attackers, only grumbling discontentedly at the golem. He ordered him to act on the signal. The elite bear boys struggled to get up from the ground and discovered a real monster in front of them. These guys haven't seen such horror for a very long time. Where could the boss monster come from in this forest? In fact, it was a golem, walking through the forest, not looking where it was going, and not seeing any obstacles in front of it. The cursed Eidorun golden golem, modified by a goblin engineer, seemed an invincible opponent. Alan scolded Datsik. He ordered him to control the golem, but he could also attack him. Datsik recalled that he warned that he could not manage this monster. Alan didn't argue with him any further, since that was how it turned out. It was worth seeing the golem in action. The shaman tried to stay close to his creation, but not get into the affected area. Alan walked up to the golem and looked around. The golem looked like a real destroyer. It was equipped with a saw chopper and a mutated flower of a fruit tree. The bear soldiers were more than impressed by the golden golem's appearance. The golem turned on the saw and moved towards the enemy with quite clear intentions. The boa constrictor and his fellow sufferers could not find a place to hide from this killing machine. The boys had no choice but to submit to their fate and set off for rebirth. The goblin was pleased with the work of his brainchild. It was wonderful. The bear soldiers weren't called elite for nothing. They were able to pull themselves together and regroup. "It's only a golem," they shouted, "and it can be defeated." Datsik hit on the golem's broad shoulders and tried to control it, ordering it to attack the soldiers. A serious fight ensued, and the elite bear soldiers had something to counter the golem's power. Players used their best items and effects. However, the golden golem successfully repelled all the blows inflicted on it. Batir activated the sickle cleaver skill, hoping to cut off the golem's head. Boa Constrictor and Temujin were covering their comrade below, drawing the golem's attention to themselves. The players were hoping for success and believed they had every opportunity to do so. Iroquois decided to add the powerful explosion skill to the general attack. There was such a bang that nothing and no one could be seen because of the explosion. When the smoke and soot cleared, Boa Constrictor was surprised to see that the golem was working, as if nothing had happened. The Boa Constrictor shouted that this golem could be defeated. The one that destroyed the city was much stronger. You just needed to add a little effort. Alan watched the battle from a safe distance, not expecting the elite brown bear soldiers to surrender so quickly. The shaman was attentive and calculated escape routes in case the golem was defeated. The boa constrictor urged the players to continue attacking and launch another massive attack. Alan activated the protection of the Eidorun equipment, and the golem's defense increased threefold. The skill, for the king's sake, was activated, and the golem's attack power was doubled. The bears were impressed by the golden golem's power. Boa Constrictor and Temujin were dumbfounded in complete bewilderment. The golem was able to activate the skill? What kind of miracle is this? This surprised, but did not frighten the attackers. Golems are slow anyway. They just need to increase their speed. Iroquois wanted to deliver a crushing blow to the golem's head, hoping to knock it off its feet. Everything would have turned out just like that if it weren't for the demonic plant's abilities. The stem of a wondrous flower entwined his leg and suspended him upside down above the ground. The golem then abruptly threw the player to the ground, without choosing where to fall. The bears called Alan a pervert and a scoundrel, and that's how the golem got in their way. Alan replied that he was glad that they enjoyed communicating with his toy. The shaman delighted his opponents by telling them that he had another gift for them. The tired and exhausted players did not expect anything good from Shaman Alan. In front of the guys stood a huge, rock-like, impenetrable enemy. Everyone had the opportunity to read the specifications of this killing machine, and they were impressive. The goblin was glad that his invention worked and was useful. The goblin's weapons were activated, with a range of 1 kilometer. The firepower engulfed the Brown Bear League players, draining their life force. Flames blazed from all sides, destroying the enemy as a combat unit. The performance was a success. The weapon was called the Goblin's Homing Missile. An explosion is also an art. The golem's time of work was over, and the summoning was cancelled. That was enough. Alan did not catch all the bears, but the golem showed itself excellently. The shaman came out to the defeated players and said that they had to give something to Kroken. The boa constrictor was pacified, but not defeated, and was going to fight as long as he could stand. Elves appeared behind Alan, eager to attack the players and finish their destruction, which forced Udav to accept defeat. The boa constrictor took on the mission of delivering a message to Kroken. Alan demanded that the bears not touch the orcs or be destroyed. Kroken asked to tell the shaman that if he did not return the stolen treasure, he would not be left alone, but the boa constrictor had already passed out. Kroken was furious, but if Alan wanted war, he would get it. Kroken announced that he would destroy the flower shop, and with it, all of Elysia. The destruction of the orc village was stopped. Alan's popularity with the orcs had increased sharply, and the amount of the monetary reward was negotiable. The orcs doubted that they would be able to stop the bears next time. Alan advised them to unite with the goblins. The orcs were indignant. How could goblins be trusted? The shaman reminded the greenheads that they were clients of the goblin bank. The goblins also could not trust the orcs, who were unable to appreciate the beauty of the explosions. Alan advised the irreconcilable races to continue to distrust each other. Let both goblins and orcs trust everything and everyone to him, the shaman Alan. The green-headed and long-nosed people didn't immediately understand what Alan meant. Shaman, explain that if the goblins decide to stab the orcs in the back, he will come here with the elves and punish them, and vice versa. All the races decided that this was a very good idea. Alan would be the mediator and confidant of both the orcs and goblins. Alan decreed that the goblins would protect the orcs, and the orcs would be good guards for the goblin bank. From now on, both races will have to join forces in the fight against common enemies. Alan decided that the name of this union would be the Shuar Union. He had no idea what a stir this union would cause in the future. The capsule is great, of course, but the mouse has not lost its importance even with the advent of virtual games. Michael successfully defended the border forest orcs from the brown bears and logged out of the game to contact Dupio. The manager called him 3 times. Dupio responded quickly. Michael decided that something serious had happened. The manager offered Michael to take part in several matches as part of the selection process. Dupio remembered that Michael didn't want to do it, but MK was in a bind. Michael himself has already read the stunning news. One of MK's best players, Suman, aka Sheik, is leaving the team. Dupio said that apparently the last friendly match disappointed Suman, which is why he left. Michael wondered if MK really didn't have any reserve players. Dupio replied that they did, a whole team, but they might not work well with the main squad. Spectators crowded around eagerly awaiting the start of the league match. The new world was ready to welcome its new fighter, Michael Douglas. Before the match began, an opening ceremony was held, and spectators eagerly awaited interviews with members of the two teams. Michael was worried that he was wasting his time here, instead of taking care of the flowers. The host energetically welcomed the audience and introduced the teams and participants of the competition. The hall was filled with people of different ages and social status. Michael stood out from the other players with his height and facial expression. The guy felt sad in this crowd. It was the MK team's turn. Dupio asked Michael not to worry. The coach would take care of the interview. The manager asked Michael to feel more confident and smile. The host suddenly decided to ask the players' opinions about the problems that arose because of the guy who suddenly changed teams. It was planned that only the coach would perform, but now the situation has become more acute. The MK players' coach defended himself to the fans and promised that the team would survive this crisis and achieve victory. The fans demanded Suman's return. There were rumors that MK had kicked the guy out and signed a contract with someone named Michael or Alan. Michael was offended by the insults directed at him. Dupio apologized that Suman is talented and has a lot of fans. That's why everything turned out that way. The fans were demanding that Alan leave the team. This is not a game that can be won by intimidating people. The master of ceremonies tried to calm the crowd down. Michael approached him and asked permission to use the microphone. The MC didn't want to give the microphone to an unknown player. The program was broadcast live, and it was impossible to refuse Michael. Michael introduced himself and greeted the audience. The organizers were afraid that he would argue with the fans, and everyone froze in anticipation of his words. Michael said that anyone would be upset when the best player leaves the team, and he also regretted that Suman left so suddenly. Michael stated that he understood why he was being greeted like that. He was a dark horse for the fans, but in any case, he did not deserve the insults. The audience listened to Michael, and his words made a huge impression on everyone. The guy announced that he was going to show everyone what he was capable of, and asked everyone to watch his game, and only then judge. With these words, Michael left the stage. Dupio tried to stop him, but in vain. The fans went wild again, and new insults rained down on Michael Allen. Dupio looked at the raging crowd with a shudder and felt awkward in front of Michael, because it was he who dragged the guy into all this. However, the guy also received the support of the crowd. Despite the booing, Dupio felt how the climate in the studio was changing, and realized that Michael was a future star. It was a memorable opening ceremony. Everyone was talking about Michael's words, and no one could remember what the other teams were saying. Interest in Michael did not wane until the first day of the qualifying matches. May was among the spectators and fans of Team MK. This is where Jack met her, recognized her, and came up to talk. The girl recognized the guy, and Jack was surprised that she didn't look much different from her game avatar. Jack was glad to have met May in real life, and offered to go straight to the MK waiting room, as Michael had said. Michael was given a private waiting room, and that's where the guys came. Jack and May quietly entered the room. Everything here was new and interesting to them. Michael's father, Mr. Huang, came out to meet the boys, and then the player himself. Michael introduced May to his father and thanked his friends for coming to cheer for him. Mr. Huang made the girl blush by saying that Michael was going to marry her. Michael's mother came to the girl's aid. It was surprising that she was commanding 2 huge men. Michael had to introduce May again, this time to his mother, who was glad that her son had such wonderful friends. Michael was incredibly happy to see both Jack and May. He even prepared tickets for them to the most prestigious seats. May was surprised that Michael in real life looked just like his character, and perhaps even bigger. The qualifying match was about to begin, with 20 teams and 80 players competing for the championship title. To prevent fraud, all players were in waiting rooms and preparing to check into the capsule room. The screens of all 20 teams will be broadcast onto a huge four-sided display in front of the stands. During key moments of the battle, images of everything that is happening will be shown on the screens. Today, Team MK played with healer Gina, and the players had no chance of dying while they were on her side. The next player is Mage Minuk. He showed some amazing team plays with Sumin. What will be his strategy this time? The third player, Tank Choi, is a reliable psychological support for the MK team. The fourth player was introduced last, the one everyone was talking about today, Michael, or in the game reality, the shaman Alan. The first official trial match of the league was held on the Forest Labyrinth map. At the beginning of the competition, each team collected points by hunting monsters. Some teams chose to hunt together. Thanks to the strength and dexterity of their leader, Team Fantasy earned 2 more points, bringing the total to 12. The team members thought their leader's actions were amazing. The players were serious, discussing the possibility of using a flare when the monster recovered. When the enemy attacked, the commander planned an organized retreat, but now it was necessary to concentrate on the hunt. The problem with this team was the player Tabao, strong and brave, but too self-confident and disorganized. Tabao had no intention of listening to his commander and was eager to fight alone. This did not contradict the rules of the game. It was believed that this would maximize the player's efficiency. At the same time, there was always a risk of running into players from the other team and becoming their legitimate prey. This is what happened to Tabao. A player from the enemy team noticed it and decided that he would be his first prey. Tabao thought about the fact that they had 21 points and were in first place because in fantasy, all the players were alive. Tabao smelled the flowers and couldn't figure out where it was coming from. A golden golem has grown up behind the player. It was created by Alan again and armed to the teeth. Tabao had no idea that in a second his fate in this match would be decided. The super sharp circular saw began to buzz and the golem pounced on Tabao. The player managed to jump away in time, otherwise he would have been cut off at the first moment. Tabao couldn't figure out what kind of monster it was still too early for the boss, and used the explosive flash skill. At the same time, the monster pointed its handgun at the player and fired. Tabao fell. The shot had deprived him of almost all his playing strength. The guy was on the verge of rebirth. The player was about to launch a flare and call other members of his team for help. Tabao succeeded in this. The monster turned out to be not a very fast creature. Tabao was going to keep this miracle near him and wait for the others to arrive. A cold sweat broke out on the player as he heard a voice tell him that when the team arrived here, they would all be destroyed. Tabao recognized the members of the MK team. Alan thanked the guy for the excellent work. Thanks to him, he tested the new gun and saw its power. The player realized that his overconfidence would destroy not only himself, but the rest of the team as well. Only then did Tabao realize his mistake. This golem was not a boss, he was just bait. Alan suggested that Tabao be the first to leave the game. The rest of his team would soon join him. The system notified everyone that Tabao had left Team Fantasy. Team Fantasy also received this message, and players wondered if Tabao had actually tried to fight the boss alone. The decision was immediately made to go to the launch site of the signal flare. The magician couldn't believe that they managed to defeat Tabao so easily. They were just lucky. In any case, the magician considered the golden golem created by Alan to be an amazing thing. It made hunting much easier. The magician was interested in how Alan controlled the golem. The shaman said that, only with brainwaves. The magician saw the golem running away and asked if this was how it should be. Alan only chuckled. The golem's controls needed some work. The magician thought that it was much more important that Tabao had given a signal to the entire team and that they would soon be here. Almost immediately after his words, the commander of Fantasy, Sao, materialized in the clearing. The girl's appearance was incredibly impressive. She immediately used the blue dragon blade, and the boys could only deftly dodge it. Michael decided that this player was more dangerous than he thought, but he would not allow himself to be made mincemeat. Sao announced that Fantasia would defeat MK, even if Tabao was eliminated, since Sumin was not with them. Manuk warned Alan that this is a strong team. Tabao is a strong player, but Sao is no worse. The shaman replied that everything was going according to plan. He would deal with her very quickly. Alan picked up speed and rushed to intercept Sao. The battle between them promised to be epic. Sao didn't like rowdy guys, so she used her skill, walking on air, and jumped over Alan. Sao's target was the MK team's healer, and Gina was in danger. But Sao was wrong to underestimate Alan. She felt it the very second she landed. Alan grabbed Sao while using the skill and pulled him towards himself with one hand. Alan was in high spirits. The fun was just beginning, he decided. The remaining members of Team Fantasy pounced on Team MK's tank, with the healer barely managing to heal. Minuk joined the battle, his fiery fireballs raining down on the heads of his enemies. The explosions sounded one after another, and it was almost impossible to dodge them. Fantasy wasn't doing enough damage due to Tabao's absence. At this rate, they could soon be wiped out. But that was not the worst thing. Terrible events awaited them ahead. Alan's demonic addiction was building up. Sao was already asking for a timeout. The player felt humiliated. This guy made her look like a complete fool. Alan defeated her so easily, without a single skill, just like that. The spectators watched the first team fight of the match with delight. It was amazing. Michael won without using any special skills. Mr. Huang, Mei, and Mrs. Mei were desperately rooting for Michael, and his father even shed tears of joy. Mei wondered why the shaman didn't use his shovel. Michael didn't take out his spatula because during league matches, they are at the same level, and it's not difficult to beat them. Everyone keeps spamming their abilities, but they're easy to dodge. Michael challenged Sao to a fight and used his skills specifically on him. Sao decided that this was her last chance and agreed. The girl used the skill walking on thin air and commanded her subordinates to retreat immediately. Fantasy ran away. In vain Minuk demanded that they return. All that was left was to regret the missed opportunity. Michael decided that they had had enough, and the audience had a blast. Michael raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The magician asked what he was doing. Alan's demonic addiction reached a critical point, and he triggered a demonic explosion. Alan just snapped his fingers, and what the fantasy players had been so afraid of happened. All three dreamers were covered by the explosion and sent into forced shutdown. A message came in that Alan had eliminated 7 players and scored 21 points in total, and it was unclear where the other 4 people had come from. The observers themselves did not understand what had happened. After a strong explosion, 7 players were eliminated. The explosion occurred when Team Fantasy was retreating from the battlefield with MK, but it was decided to look at the recording to find out who the other 4 victims could be. On the replay, everyone saw how the members of Team Fantasy ran away from MK. Samwon's team rushed out to meet them. It looked like they were planning to set up an ambush. But Team Fantasia is strong and easily fought off Samwon, even when they were down a man. Suddenly Sao's body began to glow. Everyone stopped and looked at her in surprise. At this time, a giant explosion engulfs everything, sending 7 players into a forced shutdown. The explosion was caused by Michael Douglas using his first attack skill, Demonic Blast. The MK team monitored the messages. Everything turned out quite well. Alan decided to check the golem's location and entrusted this task to the Spirit of Life. Alan suggested going on a frontal attack. Mag was happy. At this rate, they would reach the top of the tournament table. Alan categorically stated that he was not interested in just top positions. That was too little. The guy was aiming for first place. That's exactly what he needed. To do this, Alan suggested that the players strengthen themselves and equip some equipment. The shaman said that each of them should wear one of them. Maru's team was shocked. 2 teams disappeared at the same time. That shows how strong MK was then. The Maru players thought they could smell flowers in the air. It was strange. Following the scent of flowers came the sound of heavy footsteps of some monster. A huge golem, armed to the teeth, came out into the clearing. The guys weren't prepared for this turn of events. They were expecting a boss, but this creature wasn't one. A player well known to everyone was jumping merrily on the golem's huge shoulders. It was Michael Allen, asking the frightened players of Team Maru if they were ready for destruction. Michael Allen ordered the golem to move forward and announced that the members of Team MK were ambassadors for Allen's flower shop. The healer, tank and mage, adorned with wreaths, flowers and ribbons, moved hesitantly next to the goblin. Michael encouraged his teammates, who had been too quiet and modest in promoting his store, asking them to trust him and give flowers a chance. The Maru players were not the timid ones. They shouted that Allen was not a threat to them, and boldly rushed into battle. The magician moved forward decisively, but Tank was not too confident of victory. Everything was mixed up in the battle between the 2 teams. Only the healer, Gina, was looking at the flowers Michael gave her. The girl completely trusted Michael and rushed into battle, using the Saint's Blessing skill. The tank kept telling himself that he liked flowers and used the Great White Mountain Destruction skill to fight. The magician repeated that he could not live without flowers and used the Colossal Solar Burst skill. On the monitor screens, everyone saw another all-consuming explosion. The magician himself was amazed by the skill's effect. He hadn't wanted to use it before. It had been weak, but now the difference was noticeable. The mage told Michael that his flower items were amazing and asked if he could buy some from him on the main server. Michael replied that he did indeed sell such items, but they were quite expensive. If you use Allen's customer points, you can get a discount of up to 30%. The next member of the enemy team was sent to a forced shutdown. Michael decided to destroy the last one with a demonic explosion and at the same time tested on 30 stacks. One more snap of the fingers, and it was all over in the blink of an eye. The explosion did not destroy the enemy. Michael concluded that 30 stacks of power does not completely destroy players. It turns out that against players of level 250 plus, you need at least 50 stacks. Nobody expected this. Michael is a real bulldozer player. Everyone saw his hidden abilities. It was not for nothing that he was so confident in himself. This is not a template skill that everyone is used to. Michael was demonstrating the maximum strength that the human body is capable of. Suman, a current CUSA member and captain candidate, followed the game's events closely. The guy couldn't understand where Michael got such a reaction from. He is an athlete, of course, but not all athletes are good at games, or he is a natural genius of the game. So why is this guy participating in games instead of going to MMA? Suman decided that he really needed to take care of himself in real life. Led by the enraged golem, MK passed through the forest unhindered and destroyed everything in its path. Everything turned out to be much easier than Michael expected. He didn't even need a shovel. It wasn't long before Michael discovered another team, and it was the last one. Only half an hour had passed since the start of the competition, but only 2 teams remained in the game, MK and CUSA. They began to fight for first place. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the result and which team would be stronger. But the outcome was already clear to everyone. CUSA is a low-ranked team, and they have no chance to stop Michael. They can only pray. Before the announcer could finish speaking, the last CUSA player was eliminated, and the first game of the season ended in a complete victory for MK. The crowd's jubilation was complete and unconditional, and Michael became a true hero to them. Michael was congratulated on his victory and asked to tell how he felt and share his emotions with the audience. Michael's performance surprised the audience. He was asked if he attended individual training sessions, but he only played sports every day. There was something else that accompanied the success. Perhaps this is the main secret. Michael happily revealed this secret to everyone around him. In fact, these were flowers that he himself grew in Elysia. Michael took the opportunity to advertise and announced that Elysia would make any floral accessory according to the client's wishes. Michael Allen returned to Elysia as a winner after giving a victory speech promoting his flower shop. The player wanted to do some business in the store, but met Zolkin. Allen asked him how things were going in the forest with the orcs and goblins. The Chancellor replied that everything was fine. The negotiations with the orcs had been successful. Allen didn't expect such an answer. He was afraid that he would have to run somewhere again and do everything himself. Zolkin said that he took the elves with him and agreed on a deduction of 40% of all income of the orc tribe. In reality, it will be no more than 30, since the Greenhead's main income is robbery, so the money will have to be laundered. Allen was plagued by vague doubts about whether Zolkin had taken up the job of Elysia's finance minister, or had found a way to finance his illegal organization. Surely in the past, this old man had to engage in illegal transactions to provide for the pampered offspring of the royal family. Allen asked how the preparations for the auction were going. Everything was going well. People were coming to look at the plots. The problem was with the NPC aristocracy. They disagreed with the fact that NPCs were not allowed to participate in the auction and demanded an audience. Allen sighed heavily. He wouldn't be able to take care of the flowers again. It was annoying. A large number of representatives of noble families had gathered in the central square of the city, and they were all waiting for King Allen. The NPC's complaints were reflected by May. They were outraged that they had been excluded from the opportunity to participate in the auction. Allen showed up on time. He categorically stated that he had no plans to sell the land to the aristocrats. They would be better off just leaving. The Shaman King was angry. He had made his intentions clear last time. Nobles were not allowed to participate in the auction. Behind him, Allen heard a nasty, thin laugh and a sarcastic remark that he shouldn't be so categorical. Allen turned around and a strange guy was addressing him. He introduced himself as Duke Titus of Fleecia and said that he was ready to pay for the right to participate in the auction. The shaman listened in bewilderment as the Duke promised to make him a double contribution and not to demand the money back in case of a loss. Titus dreamed of building a holiday villa in Elysia and considered this an incredibly profitable investment. Allen asked Zolkin who this was. The old man replied that this NPC was very rich. The city-state of Fleecia was full of rich NPCs. Upon hearing Titus's proposal, the nobles of neighboring states were outraged. They too were capable of paying 3 or even 4 times more. The shaman thought, money is just flowing into his hands, so why refuse? Since the nobles insist on participating in the auction, then so be it. Allen agreed and said that aristocrats only received this privilege because of their money, or, status. The shaman warned the nobles that free plots were running out, and they must urgently decide which plots they would fight for. The aristocrats had been eyeing up land for a long time. They had chosen the best plots for themselves. Allen wished everyone good luck in the auction. Allen invited the Chancellor with the prepared documents and offered those who wished to read and sign the agreement. The aristocrats read the agreement and looked at Allen in bewilderment. They expected to be given a land purchase contract to sign, but this was only an agreement to participate in the auction. The shaman was surprised. They themselves had offered to pay more for participating in the auction. The nobles had hinted that they were paying more for a guaranteed win. Allen got angry, which meant they were offering him a bribe or simply wanted to make a fool of the king of Elysia. If someone doesn't like such a contract, they can simply go home. Allen didn't insist on anything, but such a person will no longer be able to participate in the auction. The nobles grumbled that their promises to pay 3 times as much would cost them dearly, and they were going to refuse to participate in the auction. King Allen replied that he was not forcing anyone to participate. It was a purely voluntary matter, but they themselves had persuaded him to accept such conditions. Duke Titus did not refuse the opportunity and agreed to King Alan's terms. Two other aristocrats, Bim and Bom, could not afford to lose face in front of the visiting dandy and signed a special agreement. Alan understood that they thought they could easily beat the auction maximum by several times. This would have been possible if this auction had been ordinary, but the aristocrats were in for an unpleasant surprise. The day has arrived for the open auction for the sale of plots of land in the residential area of the Elysia Flower Shop. May was entrusted with running the auction, Jack guarded her, and for some time now the couple has become inseparable. Alan and the Chancellor sat stone-faced on the stage next to Jack. May announced that plot number 1 was going up for auction, and interested bidders were asked to raise their signs. May announced a starting price of 500,000 gold and an auction increment of 100,000. The price rose rapidly. May counted down the set amount of time, and plot number 1 was sold for 700 gold coins. Bim and Bom figured that the average winning bid was about 800, so they could beat it even at triple the price. However, the starting price for a plot of land in the city center was 1 million gold coins. This price was quite high even for Bim and Bom. Bim decided that it was too expensive and he would skip this lot. Alan would be left with nothing and would lower the price. Who else but them could offer such an amount? Imagine Bim and Bom's surprise when a serious fight broke out over this plot and the price jumped to 5 million. The nobles were angry, but they could do nothing. King Alan passed them at the turn. In the end, this plot was sold for 5.5 million. Alan kept an indifferent expression on his face, as if everything that was happening was not his doing. Bim and Bom wanted to accuse the auction organizers of fraud. The nobles were angry. They declared that this auction was invalid, that this was unacceptable, but their cries were drowned out by the general jubilation. The leader of Team Number 1, participating in the collusion auction, informed Alan that the mission was accomplished. The shaman praised the guys for their work and ordered Team Number 2 to get ready. Jack warned that this is actually illegal in real life. Alan explained that there was no other way he could get rid of the NPC nobles. It didn't concern people. The second plot went for 5 million gold, and Alan liked it. Now he was going to rob a rich guy. Titus was an experienced player and waited for the right moment. He entered the game with 2.5 million gold pieces. The Duke was confident that his opponents would soon fall away. Even when the sum reached 5.5 million, Titus was not going to back down. Titus was clearly winning. He was determined to get his own plot of land in the center of Elysia. His financial resources were great. May finished counting and was about to bang the gavel when a voice from the back row announced the sum of 500 million gold. Titus was outraged. He decided that this was an obvious fraud and crossed all boundaries of what was permissible. Jack was surprised. Even for Alan, this was a bit too much, but the shaman himself did not expect such a turn of events. The shaman didn't know who had gone to such great expense to own a plot of land in Elysia. Titus continued to stir up the public, declaring that the auction was a complete scam. The Duke accused Alan of manipulating everything from the very beginning in order to brazenly steal the participants' money and presented the contract as proof. The contract stated that Titus had to pay double the amount to participate in the auction, for which he could buy the whole of Elysia. The shaman recalled that all three had begged to be allowed to participate in the auction and had willingly signed the contracts, so why were they whining now? Titus claimed that everything was clear to him from the very beginning, and he decided to play along, but such a sum was too much. Bim and Bom accused Alan of trying to ruin them. Whispers began to spread through the crowd, wondering if Alan had really hired people to artificially raise the stakes. Titus supported these accusations and protested against the rigged game, demanding that the auction results be annulled. Alan had no intention of forcing anyone to participate in the auction, and he didn't need the aristocrats' money. The shaman descended from the stage and approached the raging aristocrats. Alan took the contracts from them and ordered them to return all the amounts paid. He did not want to allow these NPCs to participate in the auction from the very beginning. Titus suspected that Alan was trying to hide his deception and demanded that he bring a man who could pay such a huge sum. A loud voice rang out in the crowd. The child was perplexed as to why such rich men were so upset over a measly 500 million. The Duke claimed that the child was a fake and was participating in the auction only to extort 1 billion gold pieces from him. The boy asked if this amount was really that big for Titus. It seemed that things were not as good in his family as they used to be. The boy laughed at first, but suddenly became incredibly serious and shouted out some kind of spell. Before the eyes of the astonished participants and auction organizers, a vortex of water began to swirl in the child's place. A few short moments later, an old magician stood in the boy's place and announced that the Red Tower would pay 1 billion gold pieces. Tit, Bim, and Bom did not expect a representative of a living legend to appear at the land auction. The old man greeted everyone gathered and introduced himself as the Archmage of the magical Red Tower, Rainer. Alan remembered that Rainer had expressed interest in purchasing the land, but the Archmage had not appeared for a long time, and the shaman decided that he had changed his mind. The sum of 500 million seemed enormous even to Alan. Rainer believed that such events should have surprises. What a surprise! The Red Tower moving to Elysia, the magician laughed. 2 on the Council of Elders fainted when they heard about it. The news of the magic tower being moved to Elysia was a bomb, and the price of land skyrocketed to incredible heights. Bim and Baum quickly offered to renew the agreement, but Alan declared that there would be no deal. He had gotten rid of the contracts. Titus fell at Alan's feet, calling him Your Majesty again, and asking him to give him another chance. The shaman looked at the NPC with disdain and ordered the Alpha team to be activated. The elves took up the matter and were ordered to deal with the Duke, but not to kill him. The lands of Elysia were once a useless wasteland, but now they are one of the most desirable places to buy land in the New World, and Michael has become rich. Mike handed his mother an envelope and asked her to open it. The woman was puzzled as to what it could be. The envelope contained a bearer debit credit card. Michael decided to please his parents and give each of them a small amount of money. Michael explained to his mother that he had earned a lot of money in the game and had withdrawn some of it into real money, $300,000 on the card, and he was giving it to her. The mother asked her son if he was happy that he was playing this game. Michael remembered all the battles that prevented him from focusing on developing the flower shop. However, if we sum up the overall results of his life in the virtual reality conditions of the New World, then everything was wonderful. Mike got great pleasure from growing flowers and making various items from them. The guy confessed to his mother that he is happy when he works in his virtual store. Michael thought it was a little weird, but if his mother asked him to play less, he would do so. The mother thanked her son for the gift and said that she would not demand anything from him. If he was happy, then she would be happy too. The woman looked at the card. Her son told her to spend it however she wanted, but she wanted to please her son. The game capsule in Michael's room was a real antique, and the woman went to the game capsule store to buy her son a new one. She found this place on the internet, but didn't know what to do next. A woman walked into the store. The manager smiled sweetly and asked how much money she was willing to spend. Miss Douglas decided to buy her son a good capsule, which was quite affordable for her. She told the manager about this, and the guy asked if she preferred any particular model. Miss Douglas asked to see the best game capsule. The manager was delighted that this lady knew nothing about anything, and he could sell her an expensive and low-quality product. The manager announced out loud that they were having a sale, and he recommended purchasing the most popular model, which cost $60,000. Miss Douglas thought that the most expensive capsule cost no more than $40,000, but the manager convinced her that only he could give her such a great discount. The seller became completely brazen and declared that this particular model had been reserved by Michael Douglas, the star of the New World. Ms. Douglas did not say that Michael was her son, but said that she would look around first. The manager rattled off that he could offer a cheaper option, but she wouldn't find this model at such a low price anywhere. Ms. Douglas wanted to look at other options first when she suddenly heard her son's voice. Michael and Jack walked into that same store and were surprised to see Michael's mother. It turned out that the son decided to buy a capsule for himself and took a friend with him to help him choose the best model. Michael didn't expect to see his mother here. Did she really decide to play? The woman laughed. She came to buy a capsule for him. The guy was a little offended. He wanted his mother to spend the money on herself, but the woman wanted to please her son. Miss Douglas remembered the salesman had just told her that Michael had reserved a model for himself that cost $60,000. The woman pointed to one of the capsules on display, apparently like this one. Jack intervened in the conversation. He was outraged. 30 was too much for such a model. Other models with similar characteristics sell for no more than $15,000, and their characteristics are even worse than the base ones. Michael was furious that anyone would dare use his name to push an outdated model at an inflated price. Jack was in culture shock. Had this manager completely lost his conscience or something? Miss Douglas looked around for the manager who had been so persistent in persuading her to buy this particular capsule. The guy was blushing and covered in sticky sweat. He understood perfectly well that his career in this store was over. Michael was barely holding back from giving him a thrashing, but there were too many witnesses around, all with smartphones. Jack realized that his friend was seething with righteous anger and suggested going somewhere else. Mike hoped that other stores wouldn't try to rob him, let alone embarrass him. The manager bowed and apologized, but it was too late. Michael and his mother, accompanied by Jack, left the store. Michael spent the whole day shopping with Jack and his mother. The guy convinced his mother that she should spend the money, that he gave it only for himself, and she bought a supply of rice. Miss Douglas convinced her son that she had everything, and that such cheap and high-quality rice was rare. The phone rang, and it was Dupio, asking if Michael had really tried to buy the capsule, and a scandal ensued. Michael was surprised how Dupio knew about this. It turned out that the company Ilson Electronic contacted MK. They want to apologize. Dupio advised Michael to turn on the TV and see what was going on. There was just a program on about how capsule retailers were cheating customers, and even Michael Douglas himself couldn't escape it. Michael couldn't understand why the employee had done something wrong, why Ilson was apologizing. It turns out he was the one who managed this branch. Dupio advised Michael to meet with a company representative. Something good might come of it. Michael had enough work at MK. He didn't want to get involved with them as well. Dupio promised to politely refuse Ilsen's representatives. The House of Ilsen Electronics chairman, Handel Ajab, was plunged into evening silence. Handel had just finished a conversation with Michael Douglas's manager, and the guy refused to meet with Ilsen's representatives. Dupio relayed Michael's words that he wanted to focus on the game. The seller had already apologized to him, and that was enough. Handel believed that this was what the best player in the world should do. The chairman of the board was a fan of Michael, considering him the most exciting player of the last decade. It was all great, but Handel was dying to meet Michael in person. Ari's daughter entered her father's office. She heard the conversation and asked if her father really liked this Michael so much. Ari thought her father's room was creepy. She didn't understand his hobby, but she didn't mind either, considering it a cute quirk of her daddy. Ari said that she could help her father meet Michael Douglas, and Handel was surprised by his daughter's words. The girl said that it was Michael who helped her when they tried to rob her on the street. Handel had completely forgotten about this incident. He had to thank that guy in any case, but now it turned out that it was Michael himself. The chairman was indignant that his daughter hadn't told him about this earlier. Ari thought that her father knew and didn't focus on it. Ari asked that all articles about this incident be removed from the internet, as she did not like her photos being reposted. Ari heard that Michael would be awarded as a brave citizen, and her father might attend the ceremony in her place. The girl believed that this was a good chance for her father to meet his idol. Handel asked his daughter when and where the event would take place, but the girl replied that this information was paid for. The father promised his daughter the latest bag from a famous brand for information, and that's what they agreed on. There were too many journalists at the Brave Citizen Award ceremony. Among all the guests, a middle-aged man stood out in appearance. It was he who was surrounded by reporters, and he was saying that the hero who saved his daughter was Michael Douglas himself, the best player in the new world. Michael recognized the chairman of Ilsen Electronics, but he couldn't understand why he was there. Journalists realized that they were facing another sensation of the year and abruptly changed direction. The sharks of the pen abandoned Handel and surrounded Michael, intending to interview him as well. Michael was bombarded with questions, but he couldn't keep up with them, and so he decided to simply remain silent. Handel couldn't get through to his idol again, but he really wanted to just say hello to Michael. The journalist asked if Michael knew that the woman whose handbag he saved was the daughter of the board chairman, Ilsen. This information was a revelation for Michael. He did not expect such a coincidence. The ceremony of awarding Michael Douglas with the Certificate of Courage and the Courageous Citizen Badge was held in a solemn manner. Michael was eager to have his photo taken with the mayor and the chief of police. By the end of this action, Michael began to figure out how to get out of here as quickly as possible to escape from the journalists. This is where Handel caught him. The man offered to take Michael home. Handel realized that there were too many curious people in this room and suggested that Michael go to the car. The guy was about to refuse, but the chairman insisted that he should thank him for saving his daughter and apologize for the incident with the capsule. Michael replied that anyone in his place would have done the same, and that the capsule was simply a misunderstanding. The manager had overdone it. Michael thought that he needed to get home quickly. If Handel took him by car, the journalist would make up a lot of things. Handel was completely upset. He just wanted to get his favorite player's autograph, shake his hand, take a photo, but everything went wrong. Sometime later, Michael entered the game within Alicia. Samantha was planning to come visit May and see her hometown. Among other things, the girl planned to personally watch the shaman play for the MK team. Alan promised Samantha he would get her a ticket to the entire series of games as soon as she arrived. May was eagerly waiting for her friend to hang out in real life. At this time, Alan received a letter from Taylor. The assassin reported that he had found the Herb of Immortality, although he was sure that it was a legend and did not exist. Alan offered to meet and talk. He only specified where this grass grows, in the kingdom of Russell or somewhere else. Taylor confirmed that she was raised in Russell, in a secret area. Alan decided to take Tina with him and move out immediately. The assassin clarified why Tina in particular. Alan believed that she was more adequate than all her other pointy-eared brethren. Sandra suggested calling Tina, but Alan took a deep breath and shouted the elf's name himself. The pointy-eared bodyguard immediately appeared in front of Shaman Alan. The elf looked charming and was ready to carry out any order of the commander. Alan greeted the elven woman and asked if she would go with him on a dangerous mission. Tina replied that with the shaman she was ready to go to hell and to heaven, to rise to the sun, or descend into the depths of the sea. Any trip with Alan will bring her nothing but pleasure. Alan liked Tina's attitude towards business, and they went to the kingdom of Russell. The elf boasted that she was named the shaman's official bodyguard. Alan liked Tina's new outfit. She looked cool. This was Alan's second visit to the capital of the kingdom of Russell. Alan didn't wander around the city, but went straight to the pub where he was supposed to meet Taylor. Taylor was already waiting for the shaman at the table. His employer's appearance struck him. The assassin himself was without a mask and had changed his hairstyle. He asked why Alan looked so strange. Alan has regained his elven ears and donned a mask that covers 3/4 of his face. Taylor took off his mask to go unrecognized. He rarely appeared in public like that. Alan chose the guise of an elf to avoid being pestered. Taylor introduced his companion to Alana as an NPC, the leader of a gang that controls the lumpen proletariat of the Russell Kingdom. The NPC turned out to be an old acquaintance of Alan, the bandit Desi. He himself did not expect to meet him again. The shaman greeted the NPCs. He remembered their old adventures in the casino. Desi recognized the god of gambling and the elf sitting next to him. Could it really be Alan? The NPC wondered. The bandit now understood why the leader said that he should work for the client, as if he were working for him. Alan stopped Desi's flow of nostalgia and asked where the herb of immortality was. Taylor replied that this place is in a secret room under the roof of the royal castle. There are no doors in this room, and this grass grows there. When Taylor saw it, a system notification appeared saying it was the herb of eternal youth. Alan agreed with Taylor. Apparently he was right, and this was the very same herb. Desi said that was all they could find out, and they also asked the red ball to convey the phrase, "Everything that falls has wings, I guess." Alan understood that this was conveyed to him by the Archmage himself, who was also the leader of Russell's bandits, but it was unclear what the word meant, probably at the very end. The shaman didn't think long, and decided that he had to go and see what was there. The royal castle was located on the top of a cliff, just outside the city. Taylor suggested going up to the roof and checking the room with the herb of immortality, but the castle was guarded by a large number of knights. Alan asked how Taylor got in, and it turned out he got in through the front door. It's just that the assassin has a skill, penetration into the shadows, so he easily penetrated into different places. Tina suggested killing everyone who would interfere with them. Alan believed that they did not have enough people for this. In order to enter the castle unnoticed, Alan suggested a completely different route. It was necessary to climb the rock, then jump onto the roof of the castle. Taylor was skeptical. Even with his experience, rock climbing was difficult, and he wasn't sure Alan and Tina would be able to follow him. Alan took out an elven climbing axe and a strong rope blessed by the elves from his inventory. He hadn't used it for a long time. Taylor asked where he got this equipment from. If Alan was a flower shop owner, Alan mysteriously said that in the old days, he had seen a lot. Alan and Taylor began their climb, the shaman looking like a professional climber. Taylor kept asking for help, and the assassin kept feeling like he was about to fall and crash. Tina, jumping around the mountains like a mountain goat, offered to kill the assassin, no matter what he did, but Alan declared that he would drag the guy to the top himself. Finally, the players found themselves on the roof. Taylor wondered what Alan's strength and endurance stats were. Alan replied that they were normal, he just knew how to distribute them correctly. Taylor justified himself by saying that all hired killers were weaker in strength and endurance. In any case, it didn't really matter now. The players finished their argument and Taylor showed Alan that very window. Alan looked out the window and saw a lonely plant, and immediately a message appeared that he had discovered the herb of immortality. The players decided to go into the room and check what kind of grass it was. The spirit of life stopped Alana. She did not feel the life energy from the flower, so she believed that it was not real. Alan used the plant survey skill, and the system responded that the object was unavailable for research because it was not a living plant. Alan concluded that it was an artificial flower. It was strange that it appeared on its own. Taylor suggested that maybe the herb of immortality did not exist. Alan didn't believe it. If it were true, Renyor would have told him about it. The shaman suggested that everyone hide, and he himself decided to carefully examine the area. There was no one and nothing on the roof, and Alan decided that they should go inside the castle. Thanks to his title of grave robber, Alan was able to discover the secret passage. The passage was located on the same side of the castle that they used to climb the rock. The shaman carefully examined the castle from above and found a secret passage. Taylor didn't see anything. Alan was perplexed. This guy's specialty is penetration and murder, but he's not strong in either one. Alan explained to Taylor that he had a powerful title, grave robber, which allowed him to find anything that was hidden. Alan got this title just by playing, but that's not the point now. The secret passage is right here. Taylor couldn't figure out where exactly Alan saw the secret passage. The shaman pointed to a funnel of light and replied that the passage was hanging in the air. Alan received a message that the great being of the Russell Kingdom was opening its eyes and looking at him. It was similar to the same message that came to the Alan when they penetrated the water sweats of the kingdom of Iteron. It could have been Russell's protector. If Alan woke him up by revealing the secret passage, then it means there really is something inside. Alan remembered the Archmage's instructions. Everything that falls has wings, so he just needed to jump, which he told Taylor. The assassin thought they might fall and die, but Alan ordered him to shut up and follow him. Tina grabbed hold of the collar of Taylor's jacket tightly. The elf was sure that even jumping off a cliff with a shaman was fun. Taylor objected that this only applied to the pointy-eared one, but not to him, and all three of them jumped from the roof, trying to get into the center of the glowing funnel. Alan was the first to fly, followed by Tina, who was dragging the formidable assassin by the collar. In a flash, the players found themselves in the room, and the system reported that they had arrived in the royal chambers. The place looked more like a prison than a royal room, but in the middle, there was a table with the herb of immortality on it. The system reported that Alan was the first player to discover the herb of immortality, meaning it was a real herb. A loud voice warned Alan not to touch the plant. A girl stood in front of the shaman in a robe that was too big for her and was dragging comically along the floor. She asked who he was. The little one, obviously an NPC, was trying to be menacing, and the system reported that Alan was the first player to be granted an audience with King Russell. Alan was surprised that a little girl could be the King of Russell. The system reported that Alan had learned a terrible secret and that he must help the king solve his problem. The king would provide the information during communication. The king asked who they were. Maybe they were assassins and had come to take his life. Before the players could respond, a menacing voice rang out, demanding attention. It was the great being of the Russell Kingdom speaking. It was the same creature that was mentioned in the message that players received on the roof. The creature told Alan to correct the mistake in the Kingdom of Russell. Alan asked why he had to do this. Taylor quietly envied Alan's luck. King Russell asked again if it was really the life-cultivating King Alan who stood before him. Alan nodded, but then a voice was heard calling King Russell, and the girl looked around in fear. A squad of knights armed to the teeth burst into the room. They saw strangers and intended to arrest them. Tina was going to cover the players' retreat, but Alan forbade it. There were too many guards. Taylor held Tina back while Alan frantically searched for a way out. King Russell told Alan to hurry. Grand Duke Arif would be here soon. The girl was on the same side as the players and showed them the exit from the room, but it was a window right under the ceiling. The knights were about to carry out the Grand Duke's order and capture the troublemakers. Alan didn't understand why the girl king was helping them escape, but it seemed like she had something to tell the shaman. The child's firm gaze made it clear that the player was absolutely right. The shaman regretted that he could not talk to the king now, but promised to return as soon as possible. The eyes of the girl king expressed hope and great sorrow. Alan, Tina, and Taylor jumped out the window, and behind them they heard people ordering them to stop. The players successfully passed through the window, and were not even injured by the glass. Taylor looked back and saw that the window frame was simply hanging in the air, and there were no walls around it, and soon it disappeared too. The players found themselves in a state of free flight, and the ground was still far away. The system announced that Alan had jumped from a great height and received the title, "Everything that falls has wings." Taylor has been inflicted with the full-body fracture effect and is now unable to move for a full minute. For some reason, only Taylor suffered from this effect. It was unclear. The guy clearly wasn't very lucky in the game. Before the players could fully recover, they discovered they were being pursued again, but Taylor hadn't had time to recover. Alan quickly left. Taylor remained lying down, demanding that the shaman come back for him. Alan couldn't afford to stay. He advised Taylor to definitely stop by his shop. He would give him flowers that would increase stats. Tina and Alan quickly ran away. Taylor was indignant. The shaman actually abandoned his teammate to be torn apart by NPCs. Alan ran away, only to hear voices from behind the bushes confirming that Taylor had been found and sent for forced shutdown. The shaman was glad that he and Tina got out of the mess safe and sound. I needed to visit King Russell again soon, but not tomorrow. Tomorrow is the Champions League final. The final day of competition arrived, and Michael Douglas was named the most valuable player of the league's tryouts. The boy was presented with a special cup with the winner's name engraved on it. Alan was proud of his achievements, although he won these competitions without much effort. After the awards ceremony, a luxurious banquet took place. Friends congratulated Michael on his success, and this time, Samantha was with them. Michael was grateful to Dupio, and thanks to his invitation and advice, he was able to achieve a lot. Dupio tried to persuade Michael to become a professional player. With such talent he could play in the major leagues, but the guy wasn't interested. Michael asked if Dupio hadn't found a player to replace him yet, and the manager nodded sadly in response. Where can he find a player who could match Michael's level? Michael said he realized one thing: the ability to react quickly is much more important than the height of the level. The guy told Dupio that he knew a player who fits these requirements perfectly. This is Samantha. He can take her to the team. The girl was flattered by Michael's recommendation, but she thought that her level was not high enough, and she was not yet capable of playing such games. Alan replied that the level was not so important here. Anyway, Alan advised Dupio to give it a try. He only recommends Samantha because he has confidence in her. If Samantha signs up for this, she'll have to move, which is a big step of course, but why refuse right away? Dupio decided to show Samantha to the trainer and listen to what he had to say. The girl seriously considered becoming a professional player. The coach asked to clarify who exactly Alan recommended. Dupio replied that it was the girl who had been playing with Alan for a long time and had a talent as a fighter. Coach Pak was in a bad mood, so he reacted sharply to Alan's proposal and advised him to be a coach himself. Dupio wondered what had bitten the coach, but he continued to shout that he would not listen to the players and follow their advice. Michael was calm. He signed a contract as a model for the brand and was told that his opinion would be respected. The coach replied that he didn't know much. Life is not easy, and Michael cannot do whatever he wants, but during the coach's time, the team came first and they never missed training. Michael's expression changed. Is MK really planning to force him to continue playing as a professional player? The guy understood everything and said that in that case, he would quit. Dupio tried to calm him down and promised to find another player. Peck attacked Dupio. He is too soft with the players and they do whatever they want and don't want to listen to anyone. For some reason, the coach wanted to break Michael and decided that he had a chance to teach the young impudent a lesson. Michael returned to the table, his mood worsened, and he told his friends that he was going to leave MK, blaming the conflict with the coach. Friends asked what the coach did to him. Michael replied that he made it clear that Michael had no say, so he decided to leave. May was outraged. Michael is not a player. It is terrible that MK does not comply with the terms of the contract, and what is wrong with this coach? Jack asked if Michael would quit right now. The guy replied that he didn't want to leave at the moment. Everyone was wondering what Michael would do next. The guy decided that he needed to earn a cool reputation as a player on a team that he would create himself. While Michael was shining in the game and in real life, several players found themselves in a dungeon that was rarely visited. Players found this to be an ideal hunting spot, as it wasn't too difficult and the mobs respawned quickly. The guys were confronted by monsters, mid-level boars. It's good to get your hands dirty on these types of characters. The players entered the battle with excitement, hoping to have a good time. The guys tried out new skills such as Wave Slash and Axe Force. It felt like this place should be full of people, but it was empty. This dungeon was worth having a high-level player or guild take over to control access. They said that there was a crazy player wandering around here somewhere, so everyone avoided this place. He is a high-level player. He fought a lot in the past, and now he attacks the first person he meets. The boys got worried, but the narrator said he knew how to deal with him and asked everyone to pick up the monster shields, even though they were just trash. Clattering footsteps were heard from the depths of the cave, and the boys decided that it was a new kind of monster. The players were happy that it was time to gain some more HP, but they listened and decided to wait a little. Most likely, the same player about whom various strange things were said was approaching them. This guy was obsessed with shields, and was still demanding that players give him their shields. To get rid of him, you needed to have any shield in your inventory. Even a completely trashy one would do, but you had to hold it above your head. The strange player shouted that he would kill everyone if they did not give him their shields. The players knelt down and offered the boy their shields, urging him not to be angry with them. The strange player took all the shields from the players and laughed a terrible laugh. The guy's eyes were shining with madness. He was clearly out of his mind. The players nodded like dummies, but in reality, they were a bit scared. The guy left, rattling his shields, and the guys started arguing whether he was a real player or not, and if he was real, then why he was acting so strangely. It was Wooster. He ran into the curse of the ghost, and now he must get the item that he mentioned most often. This is the shield, the Twilight Barrier. The curse was lifted as soon as the player received the coveted item, but Wooster could not reach it and fell out of reality for 10 minutes every hour. Elysia blossomed by leaps and bounds, houses grew, flowers bloomed, and players modernized the gaming space. Kruvison showed Alan a notice board that allowed him to instantly open a trading interface and make trades. The girl had not yet acquired an office, but she was planning to conduct trade through a notice board. She wanted to obtain permission to do so. Alan received a corresponding request and he pressed the button, agreeing. The Kruvison notice board has been created, and now the flower shop will receive 10% of the profit from all sales. The girl explained that all created items will be sold through this system, construction will soon be completed, and trade will intensify. Kruvison asked Alan if he remembered Wooster. He was a guy he had fought with several times. Alan threw up his hands. He had fought with many people. The merchant clarified that this was the same guy who fought for the return of the Twilight Barrier shield. Alan was saving that shield to use on the golem if necessary. Kruvison was worried that Wooster was currently in bad shape. The knight has fallen under a curse and runs around the dungeons with a bunch of trash shields chained to his body, attacking everyone in sight. Kruvison asked Alan to return Wooster's shield so that he could overcome the boss monster's curse. Alan replied that he agreed to return the shield. The girl was delighted and was going to contact Wooster. The notice board has been successfully opened. The details of the Tower of Magic's move to the lands of Elysia have been settled. Zulkan reported that the Russell Kingdom sent a diplomatic letter to discuss the issue of moving the magic tower to Elysia. This kingdom has lost the tower. Their anger knows no bounds, but the mages from the tower will not change their minds and the discussion will be a waste of time. Michael agreed with this. Zulkan decided that it was necessary to write a response, but the shaman was going to personally visit the kingdom of Russell. Zulkan was worried about the king. What if they harm him there? Michael said that they would not be able to kill him. He would simply be reborn. Michael had important business in this kingdom, and he was going to use these negotiations as cover and see the king of Russell. Zulkan understood that his majesty had his own plans, but then he had to ask her for something. Alan was puzzled by what his chancellor might ask him to do. Zulkan asked if he could add more fuel to the fire there. Alan wondered why Zulkan wanted to do that. The old man wanted to confirm something about the kingdom of Russell. Alan promised to fulfill the old man's request exactly. In fact, his second talent after floristry is annoying arrogant idiots. This time, Alan arrived in the kingdom of Russell on an official visit, accompanied by the same elf Tina. Alana entered the throne room expecting to see the king, but there was no one on the throne. Alan and Tina walked confidently along the red carpet, proudly looking at the aristocrats present. The shaman chuckled in disappointment. The king's seat remained empty. The meeting did not look much like a formal occasion. Only a pitiful handful of nobles were in the hall. All the NPCs stood along the walls with serious faces. Alan declared that since the king was not there, he had nothing to talk about with mere mortals, and in response, he received a lot of insults. Tina asked the shaman if it would be easier to kill everyone. Alan stopped her. He just needed to talk to the king. A loud voice asked Alan not to worry, everything would be fine. The Grand Duke Arif came down from the second floor and reported that the king had set aside some time to talk with Alan, but later. Alan and Tina looked at each other. This message seemed like a lie to them. Arif noted that one elf for a king is either a very small retinue or an attempt to demonstrate modesty. Alan was nervous. Arif was acting strange. He invited him here, but he was late and talking down to him. The aristocrat came down the stairs and introduced himself to those around him as Duke Arif Russell. The player introduced himself as the King of Elysia, the shaman Alan. The guy felt that the Duke was trying to take control of him. Duke Arif walked down the stairs deliberately slowly, demonstrating his superiority over those present. Most likely, Arif wielded real power in the kingdom of Russell. It remains to be seen whether he was a regent or a usurper.